Les Miserables, Victor Hugo's epic novel that I would easily rank as my favourite book ever. Following former convict Jean Valjean and a host of characters through the turmoil of early 19th century France, it's a story of redemption, change and injustice that has been told and retold in countless forms over the years. Unofficial sequels, comics, manga, radio drama, plays, and of course, the musical. But what of the adaptations that have been brought to the screen, in film and on television? Since 1897, over 80 adaptations have made it to the big and small screen, telling Hugo's story in a multitude of ways and across the different years and countries. It has been difficult to find a comprehensive overview of these adaptations. Hence, in this video, we're going to undertake the task of looking over every television and film version of Les Miserables. A few things I should establish before we begin. After months of research, I consider this list of adaptations complete. There is a chance that I missed some, but it would have to have next to no information available on it. Given that the novel is in the public domain and has been for many years, anybody can technically create an adaptation without the need for licensing and whatnot. Next, I am only counting released films and series actually broadcast on television or released in cinemas. There might be other adaptations that were made or distributed independently, or online videos that could be considered adaptations, but these would not fit the criteria for film or television adaptations. Finally, we're dealing with films and media that sometimes are over a century old. And as such, many of the adaptations I will be outlining here are unfortunately lost media, by which is meant that no copies are known to exist. There are also a few which I know to exist, but I have not been able to get access to or find a copy, most notably due to there being no version available to the public or held in archives. Nevertheless, I have included them here with all the information I could find about them. Any such information I present here, I have determined to be factually accurate as far as I can verify it. But without actually seeing a copy of many of these, there is always a possibility of inaccuracies, so please take that into account. As we go through the versions, I'll be focusing on giving a synopsis of each adaptation, noting any interesting changes, performances and production notes. As such, they will contain full spoilers for both the original story and the individual versions. While the focus of this documentary is not to assess the quality of the film or rank the best and worst versions, I will give my brief opinions on them, as well as a broader overview on my personal highlights at the end. Okay, with that in mind, let's embark on the long road ahead as we take a look through over a century of Les Miserables on our screens. The first ever film based on Les Miserables comes way back from France in 1897. Victor Hugo and the main characters of Les Miserables is a less than 1 minute film by Auguste and Louis Lumière, the brothers famous for being the manufacturers of the earliest filmmaking equipment and films themselves. In this 55-second clip, we see a man, I'm not sure who he is, quickly change into various hats and wigs to look like various characters from the story. We'll have to do some guesswork here. We start off with, as the title suggests, it's Victor Hugo. It's a fairly good likeness. Next is presumably Jean Valjean in his prison outfit, with his prisoner number on his hat, although not the iconic 24601. The next one is a dare to give away. Due to the uniform, it's obviously the bishop. The next one, I'm not sure who it is. Is it Marius's grandfather? This one has to be Thénardier with the crooked smile and all. We end as the actor or artist removes his costume and a quick bow to the camera. Okay, obviously we can't rank this as an adaptation of the book, it's just showcasing some of the characters and displaying the skill of the performer, changing into numerous roles. It's a pretty cool slice of history and made only 35 years after the novel, so perhaps had a contemporaneous idea of what the characters would have actually looked like, although the story is set between 1815 and 1832. The second film comes about 7 years later, again from France. Le Chemineau, or The Tramp, Vagabond, Bum, Hobo, however you want to translate Chemineau, from 1905. It was directed by Albert Capellani, an early filmmaker who made a host of early adaptations of fairy tales and other short films that remain mostly intact, a rarity for its time. His other films of this era are often steeped in tragedy and dark tones, and sets him apart from the fantastical visions of Georges Méliès and the Lumiere's recording of everyday life, and who only really saw film as a novelty, and were much more interested in the technology rather than telling a story through the medium. Anyway, in short, Capellani is one of the first filmmakers, whose works that survive, who really takes the medium seriously in telling a story, and there's a whole rabbit hole to go down there if you want to. Okay, back to the film. Le Chemineau is based on the first part of the book, namely Jean Valjean's encounter with the Bishop Myriel of Digne. A weary Jean Valjean, wandering after being released from prison, seeks refuge at the church of Bishop Myriel, who welcomes him with open arms, feeds him, and offers him a bed. Upon finding the bishop's silverware, he steals it and takes off in the night when everyone is asleep. He goes to presumably sell his ill-gotten gains when the bishop's sister happens to turn up and recognises the bishop's possessions and Valjean, and motions some nearby policemen to arrest him. This is where the surviving film stops, and the final scene is now presumably lost, in which Valjean is returned to the bishop, who explains that he gave Valjean the silverware, convincing the police to leave. He tells Valjean that he has brought his soul for God, and he should use his life in service to him. The only evidence of this scene is a still of the film, showing Valjean on his knees thanking the bishop for mercy. In terms of accuracy, there's a big change here, in that in the novel Valjean is apprehended off-page, and we only see his return to the bishop from the bishop's perspective, with the guards simply stating they arrested him because he looked suspicious, and found the silver cutlery in his possession. In the film, as we mentioned, Valjean is caught when he tries to sell the candlesticks and the bishop's sister happens to spot him. Also of note is that Valjean does actually steal the candlesticks, whereas in the book he steals the silver cutlery and the bishop gives him the candlesticks when he is brought back by the police, claiming that he forgot to take them as well, as they were all a gift. This doesn't really change the story too much, I suppose, but it is a notable difference. There is perhaps a comedic element in seeing the exaggerated performances, such as when Valjean notices the candlesticks or is caught by the police. This is almost necessary given the silent medium though, as it is the only way to convey what is happening, and also the medium is in its infancy at this point, so there's a lot of experimentation in how to get across the content without sound. It is only an adaptation of this one scene, but it gets the point of the scene across perfectly well, even if it changes things a little. Also, we'll be coming back to this scene a fair amount, as there's quite a few short adaptations of it. Third, we have a 3-part adaptation from 1909. The 3 parts, entitled The Price of a Soul, The Ordeal, and A New Life, were directed by Edwin S. Porter and produced by the Edison Manufacturing Company, making it the first adaptation to be made outside of France. This film is, unfortunately, lost to time, so I can't really offer any analysis of it. The only thing known about the film itself is that it is actually an incomplete adaptation. It ends with Jean Valjean taking Cosette to the convent in Paris, where they live in hiding after Valjean rescues Cosette from the Thénardiers. If so, I suppose you could work this as an ending, and a happy ending at that, but you are missing out a good chunk of the book. But again, we can only speculate on that. Also in 1909, there was a 4-part adaptation that, when combined together, make the first full feature-length film adaptation of Les Misérables, and one of the earliest feature films. Again, this film is believed to be lost, so we can only go across what I found, which is essentially mirrored on Wikipedia and IMDb. The film was directed by J. Stuart Blackton and produced by the Vitagraph Company of America. It starred Maurice Costello as Jean Valjean and William V. Ranu as Javert. The 4 parts were titled Jean Valjean, The Galley Slave, Fantine or A Mother's Love, and Cosette. And yeah, that's it. Not much else I can tell you about it, I'm afraid. Perhaps surprisingly, the very first Japanese adaptation of the film was made in 1910. Translated as Mujou, the film was produced by the company Kinen Daishoken, and, well, that's all I can tell you really. There is absolutely no information I can find out about this film. Again, it is listed on Wikipedia and it has an IMDb page, but apart from that, nothing. Why Japan though? Well, in 1903, a translation of Les Miserables was serialized in the newspaper Yoshino Choso through the efforts of journalist, writer and translator Kuroiwa Ryuko. He also did translations for other Western literature works in the same manner, including The Man in the Iron Mask. While this adaptation is lost and information on it is very scarce, it is still an important one to mention, because although it may be the first Japanese adaptation, it certainly would not be the last. There have been so many adaptations of Les Miserables into Japanese, ranging from films, audio drama, anime, and manga. There must be something about the story which really captured the Japanese imagination, and perhaps we'll try and work it out as we encounter these different versions as we go. The sheer popularity of Les Miserables in Japan makes it credible that this 1910 version probably did exist, as early Japanese cinema was certainly underway at this time. 1913 gives us the return of Albert Cappellini, the director of the 1905 Les Chemineaux, to direct a feature-length version of Les Miserables, and even better, the film survives, which means we can finally look at a full adaptation. Let's go. The film is split into 4 parts, with a runtime of just over 2 hours. This reflects the structure of the book and follows the pacing of the novel without much digression, but there are a few minor changes we'll list in a moment. The characters are captured quite well. Jean Valjean, portrayed by Henry Krauss, balances this tall, hulking man, possessing inhuman strength, with the quiet, introspective thinker. Likewise, Henri Etienne as Javert is always the stoic lawman, never flinching or expressing emotion as the face of justice. The image I had in my mind of Valjean and Javert when reading the book were quite close to what we got here. The rest of the characters are good too, such as the creepy Thénardiers, but I think the 2 leads definitely stand out. In terms of changes from the novel, there's a few minor ones, but nothing that changes the story. At the start, Valjean is shown as caring for his sick mother and goes to steal some food for her when he is caught and chased to his house, and thus arrested. The sight of which causes his mother to die from shock. In the novel, we are told that Valjean stole some food from a house to feed his sister and her baby, and that's all the information we really get about his family. Either way, it's a change that makes little material difference to the plot, in that Valjean serves his years in prison for a minor crime of trying to feed his family. In the novel, Valjean is released on parole after 17 years and struggles to get employment or a place to stay because of his convictions. In the film, Valjean escapes from prison after the prisoners draw lots to use an escape route that they have discovered. A bit more of a significant change, as his being on parole emphasises his status as a lifelong criminal and one who is incapable of change under the law, rather than an escaped prisoner, but again, not something that is really lingered on. It does, however, miss out the scene of Valjean stealing a coin from the young child Petit Gervais, which is the moment that Valjean decides to try and change, although the film still shows this when he leaves the bishop's house with the candlesticks gifted to him. Upon revealing his identity as Valjean to avoid an innocent man being sent to prison, Valjean escapes Javert as in the novel, but is not captured and sent to prison again, leaving him to escape by faking his own death. Instead, just skips this bit and go has Valjean rescue Cosette, which again is not a big deal. Eponine's character is drastically reduced and is probably one of the bigger omissions. We see her character with Marius when she lives next to him, and the Thénardiers are visited by an unwitting Valjean and Cosette, and is clearly shown that she is in love with him, but she disappears from the film after that point. The scene in which she prevents Valjean's house from being robbed is omitted entirely, as well as her death at the barricades. This film also gets rid of one of my favourite scenes from the book, the one where Valjean is caught in Monsieur Thénardier's trap, as Marius looks on through a hole in the wall, and Javert turns up as well. It's not really necessary to the story, I suppose. I just think it's one of the coolest scenes, and the only one where a majority of the main characters are present. Anyway, moving on. The film doesn't really make time for the friends of the ABC, such as Enjolras or the like, and are just seen as they set up the barricade. When Valjean rescues Marius through the sewers, Thénardier does not encounter Valjean, but merely observes Valjean and Javert from afar. Valjean takes Marius back to his house, where Marius's grandfather learns who he is. In the novel, Marius doesn't learn that it is Valjean who saved his life until the very end of the novel. Similarly, at the end, The business with Thénardier blackmailing Marius to learn Valjean's secret identity is streamlined, with him learning everything at the end, rather than him learning that Valjean is an escaped criminal after his wedding, and only learning the full story when they reunite with him. This is a bit more of an important omission, but perhaps the complexities of this would have been difficult to get across in a silent movie. For the most part though, the silent film format isn't too bad at capturing the main points of the novel. A lot of the characters are not established through their dialogue, but their internal reflections, such as Javert speaking only for the law, and Valjean's answering only to God. The end scene shows Valjean's dying as the ghostly figure of the bishop looks on, but no Fantine as in the novel. I imagine the ghostly figure would have been a unique and haunting touch in these early days of cinema. Overall, I'm pretty impressed at what this film managed to pull off. It captured the characters well, had some genuine locations and settings, and gets the vast majority of the book into its runtime. The film doesn't have the space to generate the emotions that you get from reading the book, but if you've already read it, you'll certainly get its themes rushing back as you watch it. The next adaptation is not a full adaptation, but one based on a play based on the first part of the book. The Bishop's Candlesticks was written in around 1901 by British actor and playwright Norman MacKinnell, based on the scene at the beginning of the novel surrounding Valjean seeking refuge at the abbot of the Bishop Myriel, stealing the candlesticks, being caught by the police, and returned to the bishop, who claims that he had given them to him. It's a short play that seems to have been pretty popular, being studied in schools and such. I suppose it's easier than having to study the entire Les Miserables novel. So anyway, in 1913, a film adaptation of The Bishop's Candlesticks was released, directed by Herbert Brenon. The film is, once again, lost media, as no copies are known to exist. We can be sure this one did exist, though. We have a sole still from the film on the IMDb page, which I don't recognise from any other adaptation, and also a review of the film in the Moving Picture World magazine, from its April to June 1913 edition. On page 49, the review praises the film overall as a good offering, but criticises the casting of the Bishop and Valjean, as Frank Smith, who plays the Bishop, is much larger than Valjean, played by William T. Shea. As we have mentioned before, Valjean is always described as a large, well-built man, so this should probably come across on screen too. That's about all we know about this adaptation, so it must fall, once again, into our lost media category. The first US adaptation of Les Miserables came in 1917. Some big names in American cinema were attached, directed by Frank Lloyd and starring William Farnham as Jean Valjean. This was, from what I can gather, a pretty big deal. Surviving advertisements describe it as the greatest moneymaker ever shown in New York, and thousands turned away at every performance. Okay, there's probably some slight hyperbole there, but no doubt it was one of the most prominent films of the time. But yes, here's the bad news. The film is believed to be lost. We have a few stills from the film that show us what it would have looked like, with Valjean escaping from prison, being arrested, and brought back to the bishop, the deathbed of Fantine with Javert, and the battle at the barricades. It looks well made from what we can glean from these stills, with Valjean and Javert having their typical appearances, and the sets having a good design, but it's difficult to say anything else without any footage. So unless by a miracle a copy ever turns up, we'll just have to add this to the lost media category. The 1922 film Tense Moments with Great Authors was a 12-part short film series made in the UK, each of which was a scene from a famous novel. The second of these short films was Les Miserables, with Lynn Harding as Jean Valjean. This film is again lost media, and there's no images of the film that I can find, so we'll just have to imagine which scenes from the novel they chose to adapt. Next, we have the second Japanese adaptation from 1922 or 1923. Our Mujou was a 4-part film series directed by Kiyohiko Ushihara and Yoshinobu Ikeda. The series was, according to Wikipedia, cancelled after the second part. This one remains almost as much of a mystery as the first Japanese adaptation. It is a lost film with no information other than the directors and a few cast surviving that I could find. One more for the lost media category. A French adaptation next from 1925, directed by Henri Thecourt. The film was released again in 4 parts. At around 1.5 hours for each part, the full runtime is nearly 6 hours, and, praise be, the film actually survives in full, so I can actually watch the whole thing. But that also means I have to set aside 6 hours to watch it, so let's hope it's good. The first thing that stands out about this adaptation is just how faithful it is. Obviously, given the 6 hours runtime, it has the necessary time to pack everything in. Given that there's so many characters and events that interweave and overlap across the story, the fact that it is all faithfully recreated here is a very notable achievement. There are some minor differences which I'll go through, but they are overall nothing drastic. The opening scene gives us snippets of the Bishop of Myriel's life, much like the beginning diversion in the book. Fortunately, it's fairly brief, unlike the 60-plus page version of the novel. The opening scene proper sees Jean Valjean, played by Gabriel Gabriel, entering the town of the Bishop after his release on parole. This is in keeping with the novel, where Valjean's background is revealed in a flashback a bit later on, which the film also does. We also get a snippet of Thénardier saving Colonel Pontmercy at Waterloo here, after the events concerning the Bishop and his Candlesticks, which is earlier than the book. Cutting to the introduction of Fantine, her character is established again fairly accurately, and portrays her downfall very well. You really get a sense of her tragedy. The only thing missing is her selling her 2 front teeth, which, might have been a bit much at the time. Actually, I find it a bit much even now. The first part ends with an actual change from the novel, as Valjean is not rearrested after Fantine's death, but simply escapes Javert's clutches. While this is an alteration, the whole section of his rearrest does add very little to the novel, as Valjean escapes again fairly quickly after he is believed to be drowned, and it is not referenced later on in the novel, so I can see why this version, and many others, choose to cut it. The second part follows the introduction of Cosette and the Thénardiers proper, after their brief introduction when Fantine gives them Cosette to look after. There's not too much to say about this part. It's accurate, it hits all of the emotional notes that it needs to, and is performed brilliantly. The scene with Cosette alone in the woods at night incorporates some simple but powerful special effects that accentuate the dark figures of the woods that a child in that situation might imagine. The third part introduces Marius and Valjean in Paris, and again is faithful in its content, as well as giving a faithful recreation of the Paris streets on film. The fourth part, which incorporates volumes 4 and 5 of the novel, do present a few more changes, I suppose as it tries to incorporate 2 volumes instead of 1, like the other parts. A minor note is that Eponine is killed by being stabbed by a bayonet, rather than being shot protecting Marius, which obviously doesn't change much, and her death, as one of the most emotional moments of the entire novel, has the necessary weight to convey that. Valjean's trek through the sewers with the unconscious Marius is long and captures the setting well, in lieu of the somewhat lengthy diversion in the book that insists on an extensive description of the valuable gold running through Paris's sewers, in the sense of waste being potentially valuable for fertilizer. Nice. So after Valjean escapes and confronted by Javert, Valjean reveals his identity, and Javert is shocked to learn that he has been saved by a criminal. They take Marius to his home, where Javert disappears, rather than Javert taking Valjean to his house and disappearing there while Valjean is inside. Javert's unravelling is visualised well, and Jean Toulouse manages to keep his stern, unmoving expression and countenance up until this point, when the veneer cracks. We get close-ups of Javert clearly disturbed, unable to reconcile the actions of Valjean with the only way he knows how to live. The notable aspect of this scene is that Javert does not write a letter before his suicide. The letter he pens in the novel to his superior stating that he let a convict, Valjean escaped, and is resigning, also using the opportunity to detail the poor and squalid conditions that convicts are imprisoned in, showing Javert's questioning of the law and authority for the first time. In this film, he doesn't write the letter. He sits at his desk, picks up the quill, and puts it down, seemingly unable to express the whirling paradox in his mind. Again, excellently portrayed by Toulouse. Maybe the letter is needed to fully illustrate Javert's first questioning of the law, but also maybe the fact that he can't even do that is more symbolic of his inability to reconcile his conflicting thoughts, leading him to his suicide. I think this change is fairly open to interpretation. Moving on to the wedding of Cosette and Marius, the film, well, skips it entirely, strangely enough. The novel has a huge wedding as the party coincides with the various Mardi Gras festivities going on in the city. It is also where Thénardier recognises Valjean and plans to learn where they live and blackmail Marius with information about Valjean's past. Not having this in the film is one of its biggest omissions, as it does seem quite important to link Thénardier with Marius, but I don't know, maybe it was cut for time constraints or it was too lavish for budget. It is Valjean's idea to limit his own time with Cosette, rather than Marius in the novel when Valjean reveals his past as a convict. I don't think this is a bad change. It makes Marius seem like less of a bad person if it's Valjean's initiative. Even though Marius doesn't do it for the wrong reasons, it could still be construed as Marius doing harm. Finally, as the film ends and Valjean dies, he sees the image of the bishop. Like the 1913 version, he does not see Fantine as well as in the novel. The film ends proper with an intertitle that echoes the final words of the novel, the simple words etched upon Valjean's gravestone. Wow, honestly, I am majorly impressed with this adaptation. I feel like this really sets the bar for future adaptations to follow. Being a silent film doesn't hamper the telling of the story, as a lot of what happens in the novel is captured in the inner turmoil of the characters. The acting complements this by nailing the performances. Gabrio as Valjean has the large, bulky stature, but is also able to perfectly portray his anxieties and trepidations across his different ages. Toulon as Javert is cold, unmoving, and the unwavering face of the law. Sandra Milovanoff plays both Fantine and adult Cosette, which I didn't realise upon watching. Her portrayal of Fantine I thought was especially powerful. The child actors from Cosette, Gavroche and the like are also very convincing, and in keeping with their characters. Honestly, there's very little bad to be said for this film. It's extremely faithful. It retains the novel's message, the acting is top-notch, the photography and scene composition is great, and there's just a solid vision expertly brought to life by Fekor. If you did want to highlight some drawbacks, I suppose there's a few minor changes, particularly in the last part, which are a bit confusing, but hardly enough to spoil the film. A 6-hour runtime also might not suit everyone's lifestyle, but yeah, the story really does require that time to incorporate everything. Nothing in this film drags on too long. This version really sets the bar for adaptations going forward. Okay, moving along. The next adaptation is notably the first adaptation with sound. It is also another version of the play of The Bishop's Candlesticks, released in 1929. It is a 22-minute short directed by George Abbott and starring Walter Huston as Jean Valjean. Once again, that's all I can really tell you about this film, and the only part of the film I could find is a single still showing Valjean and the Bishop. So yes, this one sadly joins our category of lost media. Next, we go back to Japan, as a 1931 adaptation of Les Misérables entitled Jean Valjean was directed by Japanese filmmaker Tomu Uchida. This one is, like the rest of the Japanese adaptations we have seen thus far, lost. The only details I can find is that this is a 2-part adaptation and a silent film. Yep, that's not much to go on, but there seems to be no reason for me to doubt that this film did exist at one point. So, lost media it is. Interestingly, Uchida would go on to direct the 1965 film A Fugitive from the Past, in which an ex-convict reinvents himself as a benevolent philanthropist. This certainly sounds like part of the plot of Les Misérables, as Valjean reinvents himself as Monsieur Madeleine. However, the film is actually based on a Japanese novel by Minakami Tsutomu, released in 1962. Maybe Uchida saw some similarities between this and Les Misérables, who can say? All I know is, this is another Japanese adaptation we won't be seeing. That said, there's a 1950 Japanese adaptation which might be a remake of this version. But since I could not get a hold of a copy of that version either, I'm not so sure about it. I did manage to dig up some more information on that version, so skip ahead and check that out if you want to know more. Skipping forward to 1934, we have another French film adaptation, directed by Raymond Bernard. Seeing as this film does survive, it marks the first adaptation with sound we get to watch. Let's have a look. The film is split into 3 parts, with a combined runtime of 4.5 hours, split equally between each part. The first part goes up until Fantine's death and Valjean's confrontation with Javert. In the opening, we are introduced, as usual, to Valjean and Javert in the prison. One thing that sticks out to me in this version, almost straight away, is that they're really making use of the sound. Valjean, played by Harry Ball, plays a much rougher Valjean than the others seen so far. When he arrives at the bishop's home, you get the feeling he is the rough, hardened criminal that 17 years in a prison has made him. He is rough, loud, angry and confused, shouting at the bishop that he is a criminal and everyone in the town has cast him out, almost as if he is angry that the bishop does not treat him like the criminal he is supposed to be. I suppose it is easy to forget that Valjean is this hulk of a man who spends so much of the story inside his own head. I do find it a bit odd for him to be so expressive sometimes, but it is a certain part of his character that, despite his duty, he is still human. Charles Vanel as Javert captures the inspector in the usual way, but perhaps lacks the sharpness I've come to expect. Now, it is certainly possible that the voices and line delivery are adding in another dimension, and I'm not grasping it, because the film is in French, and I don't speak it very well anyway. So that's something to consider. Anyway, this first part is fairly accurate to the novel, so there's not too much to say about it. There is a lot of cutting between the characters, but I guess it can't be helped. The only real change in this part is that, similar to the other versions, at the end when Valjean is confronted by Javert, he is not re-imprisoned and instead escapes. The second part centres around the Thénardiers, opening with Cosette going to fetch water for them and running into Valjean. Note that Cosette being left with the Thénardiers was not shown in the first part, but was adequately explained. The big changes in the film come out exactly as Valjean takes Cosette from the Thénardiers, and it immediately cuts to Cosette's 16th birthday. Valjean and Cosette are living in an apartment in Paris. No mention of the convent or the events surrounding that. A more significant change is that Marius and Cosette know each other, as through their dialogue we learn that they have been meeting in secret and planned their marriage, although Valjean seems to have his suspicions. Cutting out Marius and Cosette's first meeting is a bold move, but I suppose it's a blossoming romance that isn't necessarily unique. We are getting to the point where the film starts to cut elements to fit its runtime, but it still does maintain the essence of Cosette's and Marius's relationship without going through the whole first meeting. Continuing with Marius, we meet his friends at the ABC, where, in a new twist, we see Javert spying on them, and they are also aware of it, but don't pay him much mind. We are also introduced to Gavroche, who plays a more prominent role in the film, and acts as a bridge between the different characters, moving between Marius, the ABC, and even visiting Eponine, his sister. Gavroche's relationship with the Thénardiers is never really explored, and we only really know he is the Thénardiers' son and was abandoned on the streets. We don't even know his real name. Gavroche is a name he has chosen for himself. Anyway, in this film, Gavroche says that he chose to leave the Thénardiers, preferring to sleep under the stars rather than stay with his family. Gavroche's spirited performance is certainly a highlight, and he brings a distinctive energy to everything while he ties everyone together, although we don't see his 2 younger brothers in this version. This part of the film builds up towards the climax of Thénardier holding Valjean hostage in his room, and all of the characters gathering at this point. We again see Valjean's more rough side come out as he beats back the gang of men single-handedly. It ends with the Thénardiers and the gang being arrested, as the book does, but this is actually the last time we see Monsieur Thénardier, and the rest of his appearances in the story are cut. It is a clean end to his and the Thénardiers' arc, and he only has minor roles going forward to edge the story along, and those are rewritten to not need him without much issue. Another change in this scene is that Thénardier gives away Valjean's identity, and Javert goes to arrest him, but he again escapes. This part ends with Valjean confronting Marius, who reveals that he told the police about Thénardier's plan, but as this inadvertently caused Javert to find Valjean, Valjean is angry and denies his request to marry Cosette. However, he does change his mind after Marius leaves and Cosette pleads. The third part sets the stage for the revolution well. Large-scale scenes full of people and throwing furniture out of the windows at the soldiers generates a sense of chaos and revolution as the premise of the third part is set up. When Valjean meets Javert tied up in the cafe, obviously the two recognise each other after Valjean was exposed at the end of the second part. All the events of the novel are handled pretty well, through Eponine and Gavroche's death, and Valjean's escaping with Marius into the sewers. Here again, we see Valjean forced to struggle and fight his way through the sewers, reinforcing his brute strength and roughness. As there is no Thénardier at this point in this version, Valjean is met by Javert at the end of the sewers, and they take Marius home as usual. On the way in the carriage, we get a brief conversation between Valjean and Javert. Javert asks why Valjean saved his life at the café, to which Valjean replies that everyone has their own notion of duty, and just because it is Javert's duty to convict Les Miserables, it does not mean Les Miserables cannot save him. The novel has them both sit in silence on this carriage ride, and this idea is very much implicit in the characters' actions, but this is also a nice way to establish the point, and it's brief and succinct enough that it doesn't make it too explicit. Following Valjean taking Marius home, Javert simply walks off and that's the last we see of him. We cut next scene to the police chief's office. He is reading a letter from Javert saying that he let a convict go and is no longer beyond reproach, with another officer saying he had thrown himself into the Seine. This is one of the changes that I don't think preserves the spirit of the novel. Javert is such an integral part of the story, and the embodiment of the world of law and supposed justice, that his abrupt disappearance fails to grasp his reckoning with the notion that justice might actually be injustice, as well as his inability to change everything that he has ever known. Maybe the film didn't want to actually show the suicide for some reason, but having Javert just disappear without his reckoning with himself, his letter not highlighting the plight of the prisoners too, all of this feels like an injustice to the character itself. Anyway, back with Valjean, he takes Marius back to his grandfather, Cosette and Marius get married, and everything proceeds smoothly. Again, since Valjean takes Marius home and his grandfather sees him, there's no need for Thénardier to inadvertently reveal that Valjean saved his life. The day after the wedding, Valjean visits Marius and confesses his identity as Valjean, a criminal, and says he should distance himself from Cosette. There's no gradual distance in this version though, as Valjean collapses soon after confessing, due to an infected wound, probably from wandering around those damp sewers, Valjean, and the film cuts to the final scene where Valjean passes away. No mention of Fantine to Cosette or visions of her or the bishop, just a slow pan to the bishop's candlesticks as their light slowly flickers and fades. Overall, I think this version mostly fulfills the vision of the novel, and does it in a carefully considered and ambitious way. What sets it apart is Harry Bour's portrayal of Valjean as being much more rough and expressive than other versions. It is perhaps easy to forget at points that Valjean spent 19 years imprisoned, and being moulded into what society deemed him to be, a thug, a convict, and a criminal. And such a thing is not so easily shed. The performances of the sprightly Gavroche, who illuminates every scene, and Eponine and her tragic story are also highlights. The third part set in the Revolution and the barricades is a visual treat and really sets the scene well for everything that transpires there. While the film is in large parts faithful and adheres to the spirit of the novel, it does make some small changes for the sake of runtime, because sadly, 4.5 hours is not enough to tell the entire story. Most of the changes do not interfere with the story, such as Marius and Cosette's meeting and falling in love being omitted, because the romance between Marius and Cosette is perhaps, at least for me, one of the least interesting parts of the story, and follows a typical romance we can all imagine. Writing out Thénardier at the end of the second part limits his significance, but on the other hand, it rounds off his story more evenly, giving him what he deserves at the end of the second part. The off-screen death of Javert, I feel, fails to grasp the significance of Valjean's mercy towards him, and undermines one of the key points of the story. Although the film does try to make it more explicit with the conversation between Valjean and Javert in the carriage, there's still a lack of closure that I feel Javert's character deserves. On the whole though, this is a well-rounded adaptation that captures the grand scale of the novel's ideals, but those who have read the novel will notice some changes to fit the runtime. Didn't quite click for me the same way the 1925 version did, but we will see how this one compares to other sound versions going forward. A year later in 1935, we have the first English language sound version of Les Miserables. Made in the US by 20th Century Pictures, and the final film they produced before merging with Fox Film Corporation to create 20th Century Fox. The film opens in a courthouse, where Valjean, played by Frederick March, is being sentenced for stealing a loaf of bread, which is based on Valjean's backstory of the novel of stealing a loaf of bread for his sister and her family. We never see Valjean's family or him being sentenced in the novel, rather it is mentioned by the narrator as part of the flashback to Valjean's life in the prison. Interestingly, Valjean is given the prisoner number 2906 rather than the iconic 24601, which I think only really became so iconic with the debut of the musical. In the next scene, we see Javert, portrayed by Charles Lofton, being introduced, as if a mirror to Valjean's introduction. Interestingly, the film reveals Javert's first name as Emile. His first name is never mentioned in the novel, and it is never mentioned again in this film. Javert faces his superior for a promotion, where his backstory, revealed much later in the novel, is that he was born to parents in the galleys. This backstory is why he has been passed up for a promotion. Interesting to set up Valjean and Javert side by side, and how they have been treated by the law. Javert certainly has a more unique look. The short hair and clean-shaven look, without his famous mutton chops, makes him look very different. Perhaps this is because March and Lofton had acted alongside each other before, and the production was banking on their recognisable faces to draw people in. The film's changes are mostly due to the relatively short runtime of 1 hour and 50 minutes, cutting out many major characters or drastically reducing their roles. The film focuses on the roles of Valjean and Javert, brought to life by March and Lofton. This decision to focus on these two may have been because of their acting alongside each other in previous films, and audiences would know them together. The confrontation between the two characters is one of the most interesting aspects of the novel, and it forms a strong pillar, but the other elements that are missing are noticeable if you're familiar with the novel. March's portrayal of Valjean has plenty of struggle as he attempts to deal with his path in life. Lofton Javert is perhaps the most polarising aspect of the film. He is unique amongst Javerts, displaying an unhinged dedication to the law and speaking at a lightning-fast pace rather than the short, sharp barking the novel and other portrayals adhere to. He recites the law like an evangelical priest, denouncing those who would speak against and defy it. I did begin the film by feeling Lofton's portrayal was very off, but it did start to make sense to me as the film went on. I feel like some people might like this more unconventional interpretation, but others might find it an almost cartoony take on the character. It's a good performance, it's just whether you think it's right for Javert. To quickly sum up some of the other significant changes in the film, Fantine is reunited with Cosette while she is still alive. Valjean goes to get Cosette from the Thénardiers and leaves rather quickly. The Thénardiers are barely characters at all. They only get a few lines in this one short scene, and the rest of their characters are written out. While Cosette and Fantine are reunited, Fantine's role is very diminished. Her backstory is barely explored, and she does die shortly after being reunited with her daughter. Escaping from Javert after Valjean is exposed, he and Cosette are pursued by Javert on horseback in a high-speed chase scene. Not entirely expected for Les Miserables to have an action scene outside of the barricades, but it fits in well enough, taking an opportunity to show Javert's obsession with Valjean as he goes faster and faster in an attempt to get his prey. Valjean flees to the monastery with a letter from Monsieur Medallion himself, which asks them to take in Valjean and Cosette, as Medallion is a benefactor for the place. This is quite different than the novel, in which Valjean comes across the convent accidentally. Gavroche is entirely cut from the film, he does not appear at all. Cosette and Valjean first meet Marius at a park, where he is leading a demonstration, rather than his by chance walking around the park. Marius himself is the leader of the Revolutionary Society, rather than Enjolras, and his family background is not explored. Enjolras himself barely makes an appearance, although he is played by legendary Hollywood actor John Carradine in one of his early roles. Eponine is not related to the Thénardiers, but is instead the secretary for the revolutionaries. The rest of her story arc is largely kept intact. She dies taking a bullet for Marius and does so instantly, never having the chance to confess her love for him. After Valjean escapes into the sewers, Javert pursues him, rather than waiting for him at the sewer's end, and again, there's no Thénardier to meet him. The injured Marius is taken to Valjean's house, rather than Marius's grandfather, where Cosette and Marius are reunited. Valjean says that he will leave for England without them, not mentioning the fact that Javert is coming to arrest him. When Valjean emerges, he sees Javert walking off and into the River Seine. He runs after him, but it is too late, and the film ends there, with Javert's cane floating down the river, and Valjean left alive. All of these changes, as mentioned, seem to be an effort to cut down the runtime and centre the story on a much smaller cast. Other changes in the film are much more detrimental to the novel's themes. The revolutionaries are diluted to being prison reformers. They state explicitly that they are not revolutionaries, and this cheapens a big part of the novel, although perhaps the historical component has less relevance in this Hollywood version than it did the French ones. The hinting of there being some romantic element between Valjean and Cosette was also unnecessary. The story has enough for Valjean to be conflicted about without introducing that. Fantine's struggle and her resorting to prostitution and such is also removed. These changes can probably be explained by the introduction of the Hollywood Code, introduced a year earlier, which introduced a standard for what was, and not, acceptable for portrayal in films produced in the US, clearly depicting revolutionaries as the heroes. Prostitution, death of children like Gavroche, did not conform to that code. Overall, this 1935 version hits some of the correct notes, but often feels like a summary of the novel as it zips from one scene to the next. It has a strong cornerstone in focusing on the dynamics of Valjean and Javert, and is a unique take on it thanks to Lofton's portrayal of the inspector. If you've never read the novel, you can follow the story and get some typical Hollywood action and drama thanks to its relatively short runtime and accessibility. But those more familiar with the source material, like myself, may find the absence of a lot of the characters and depth too distracting to make it a well-rounded and faithful adaptation. The next film is an odd one. It's not so much a direct adaptation of Les Miserables, but uses specific characters and settings from the novel to tell a story that's a little different. Gavroche was released in the Soviet Union in 1937, and as you can probably tell from the title, centres on the street urchin Gavroche. The opening scene sees an old man hiding from the police after seemingly escaping from a hard labour prison, and a youngish, well-dressed man taking him in. Next, we're introduced to Gavroche, who is a fair bit older than the child of the book, and is more a teenager here. He still retains a light, jolly and streetwise approach to life. Gavroche is approached by Enjolras and tells him he and his friends are planning a prison breakout, and they want Gavroche's help. Meanwhile, a group of royal soldiers evict a building of poor people to find the escaped convict from earlier. Gavroche manages to talk to him before he is taken away, asking if he knew his father, who was also taken to a hard labour camp. The man can only inform Gavroche that his father died there. Now, in the novel, Gavroche's father is supposed to be Monsieur Thénardier, but even though Thénardier does go to prison after he's arrested by Javert, he doesn't die there. It's not a major plot point that Thénardier is Gavroche's father, and Gavroche had no real interest in his family anyway. In this film, Gavroche is clearly devastated at the news and joins the revolution. The scene with Gavroche finding the two young boys, giving them bread, and taking them to the elephant monument is recreated in this film, and is the first time we see the actual monument on screen. Although Gavroche is not a faithful adaptation of the novel, its themes do ideologically coincide with the themes prevalent in Soviet cinema, such as the plight of the workers and revolution to overthrow the ruling class. As such, this part of the novel is captured fairly well, as a majority of the film focuses on the setup to and the establishing of the barricades. While there is a notable absence of a lot of the characters, such as Valjean, Cosette, Marius and Eponine, we do get a new character, Madeleine, a flower girl who doubles as a messenger for the revolutionaries, and we do see Javert in a minor role. The film unfolds more or less in line with the book as the barricades are erected, culminating in the sad death of Gavroche as he goes to collect ammunition from bodies outside of the barricade. The film does change the ending a little, as the royalist forces are driven back by people throwing things out of the window at them, and the barricades are informed that reinforcements will be arriving in a few hours, the complete opposite of what happens in the book. This change is undoubtedly due to Soviet cinema not wanting to show the revolution ending in failure, even if it is historically accurate. Nevertheless, the death of Gavroche does end the film on the right note. Production-wise, the sets are a little smaller and the camera work is often shaky, but big crowds with plenty of extras give it enough life to capture the necessary mood. Gavroche as a film is a neat little character study that, although does not adhere to the novel in terms of characters, captures at least some of the most important themes to offer a small slice of the story. A little bit of trivia on this one too. The film was directed by Tatiana Lukashevich, one of the earliest female directors. A 1937 adaptation comes once again from Japan called Kyojinden, or The Giant, the title being in reference to Jean Valjean's hulking stature. The good news is that this film survives intact, which makes it the first Japanese version of Les Misérables to do so that I am aware of. The bad news is that I could not find a copy available anywhere. The film was shown at an Italian film festival in 2017, and there is one surviving complete reel of the film, and two incomplete 35mm reels held at the National Film Archive of Japan, but nothing available to the public that I'm aware of. We do, fortunately, have a fair bit of information about it. Directed by Mansaku Itami, who was typically known for his satire films, such as 1935's The Letter, Kyojinden was Itami's last film, and obviously a departure from the satire he was known for, since Les Misérables doesn't quite fit into that genre. Produced by Toho Films and running for 2 hours and 7 minutes, the film relocates the action to Japan in the Meiji era between 1868 and 1912, a little after the time of the novel, but a similar age of political transformation, as the consolidation of political power transferred from the military rulers of the shogunate to the emperor. The story follows the novel, with Sampai being released from prison and following a conversation with a priest, decides to adopt a new name and become a mayor, and so forth. Obviously I can't comment on the accuracy or quality of the story since I haven't seen it, but at least the core points seem to be there. This is probably one of my most wanted versions that I am yet to see, since I know it exists and it is so near, yet so far. Now we head to 1943, and it's Mexico's turn to produce an adaptation. Los Miserables was directed by Fernando Rivero and filmed in Mexico City. Let's see what it brings. This one starts much later in the story, with Cosette graduating from the nunnery in Paris, while Valjean, or Fauchelevent, looks on. Actually, some of the names are slightly altered to their Spanish counterparts, with Cosette being Cosetta and Monsieur Fauchelevent being Ponchalevent. Nevertheless, it is still set in France. Valjean goes to buy Cosette a necklace, and while leaving the store, a man sees them and stares intently, and with those long mutton chops, you know it's Javert. Valjean goes to a bookshop and regales Cosette with a story of a long time ago when he was alone and hungry. He sat alone on a bench at night, as his physical hunger waned and a spiritual hunger remained. He promised one day he would return to that same spot with a used book and fulfill that hunger. At the bookstop, which is apparently owned by Enjolras, he and Marius are discussing secret plans when Valjean buys a book, and after he and Cosette leave, Marius follows them to the park, creeping on Cosette as he does. Valjean sees a man whipping his horse violently and goes to intervene, cryptically saying to Cosette that the noise reminds him of his past. A lot of this is in the spirit of the novel, but obviously a lot different in terms of its actual setting. At their new home, Valjean looks out of the window to see Marius standing outside on the street, and later looks again to see Javert, whom he recognises. Next, we see Valjean giving money to a man while a young woman, Eponina, looks on. The man has a deal with Eponina's father, Monsieur Thénardier. Eponina pays him a small amount so that they can get his list of rich clients, which they can beg for charity from. Javert goes to his superior about Valjean, but he is not interested, saying that a man who supposedly drowned years ago is not important. This is interestingly the first time on film that Valjean's second escape from prison by faking his own death by drowning has been mentioned. Javert, perhaps uncharacteristically, questions his superior's judgment, but does persuade him to let him carry out his investigation. Eponina heads to Valjean's address and asks for charity, and Valjean agrees to visit her and her family. This plays out fairly similar to the novel, with Thénardier breaking a chair and a window to emphasise his family's destitute living, and Valjean returning and being ambushed by Thénardier's gang, although Marius does not watch from his room next door and is instead on the street with Javert. Marius and Cosette begin seeing each other through the gate of Valjean's property, as Eponina looks on heartbroken. He sees Eponina and wonders why she has been following him, clearly is oblivious as ever to her feelings. It is next that we see the scene with Valjean lifting up the horse cart single-handedly, which takes place a lot earlier in the novel. Javert looks on, saying only Jean Valjean could have the strength necessary to accomplish this feat. In the novel, this is where Javert becomes suspicious of Monsieur Madeleine's true identity, but here it becomes the point that Javert arrests Valjean. Valjean is taken for questioning, but the prefect does not believe that he is Valjean after an intense standoff between Valjean and Javert. Again, Javert does not accept his superior's judgment, and is adamant he will show him the truth. At the ABC, everyone learns of General Lamarck's death, which sparks calls for taking to the barricades. Marius is in step with Enjolras as part of the revolution, while in the novel, he is always to the side or less committed to the cause. Marius returns to Cosette to say he must join the barricades, and staying away from her would be selfish, as everyone must fight for one another. They are caught by Valjean. Valjean threatens to turn him over to the police for his intrusion, but Marius tells him he witnessed his escape from the Thénardiers, and asks him not to be condemned the same way he does not condemn Valjean from looking like a criminal. Valjean allows him to leave, admonishing Cosette for disobeying him, but responding with that she loves Marius as a man that fights for the future of France. The battle rages on at the barricade, while Cosette wishes to see Marius. Valjean relents and goes to get him as usual. Valjean goes to the barricade while Mario makes his way there, tailed by Javert. Eponina recognises Javert, and he is apprehended as he himself is trying to apprehend Valjean. At the barricade, Eponina takes a bullet for Marius, and her death is played out in the usual way, with the emotional weight it deserves. Valjean spares Javert, saying his life belongs only to God, echoing the bishop's words to him at the beginning of the story. Well, not in this version, but you get the idea. Javert actually makes it back to the prefect, who gives orders to patrol the sewers and arrest anyone fleeing the barricades. Obviously, this is different than Javert acting on his own from this point. Javert apprehends Valjean with the injured Mario at the sewer exit, without Thénardier showing up. Who does show up, though, is Enjolras, who goes to stop Javert, but Valjean stops him, saying to leave it to Javert's own inner duty to decide what to do. At his desk, Javert is clearly distressed at his inner thoughts, the close-up of sweat on his forehead proof of that, if nothing else. He writes the letter and then reaches for a gun, and off-screen pulls the trigger, ending his life in this way rather than throwing himself into the Seine. So it turns out that he did let Valjean go, as he and the injured Mario turn up at Mario's grandfather's house, and the first time we get to see this character. Months later, Cosette is still waiting for news of Mario, while Valjean still insists that she will eventually, essentially, get over him. Valjean goes to visit Mario and persuade him to abandon Cosette, telling him the full truth, that he is an ex-convict, that he is Juan Valjean. He recounts the story of Juan Valjean that happened prior to the start of the film as told in the novel, with intermittent flashbacks to the Bishop of Muriel. Honestly, he tells it quite well and gets the important points and moods of the novel captured fairly succinctly. From the stealing of the coin from Petit Gervais, Javert's suspicion of Valjean as Mayor Madeleine, and Valjean's confession at the trial, the story of Fantine, and Cosette's rescue from the Thénardiers. After the confession, Mario says that the deeds he has mentioned are those of a great man, but Valjean does not listen and leaves feeling ill. Next, we cut to Mario and Cosette being married for a month, so I suppose that happened. Cosette remarks the only thing missing in her life is her father, who, as the story usually goes, cuts off contact with Cosette as he does not want her name tarnished by that of a convict such as himself. Learning that Valjean is close to death, Mario and Cosette visit Valjean one last time as he slips away and the scene moves to focus on the ever-present silver candlesticks. As you can tell, there's quite a few differences to the novel here. Let's look at the big one more closely first, starting the film off over a third of the way through. Obviously, if you're making a film with a standard length of around 2 hours or so, Les Miserables just isn't going to fit into that time frame in its entirety. Focusing on the story from the point of Cosette being grown up does allow most of the story after that point to be told fairly faithfully, but there are a few issues with it. One, I don't think we have the necessary sympathies for Jean Valjean or his struggles to empathise with him. He is very protective of Cosette, as you expect, but since we don't see why that is so, or how Cosette even came to be in the guardianship of Valjean, he comes off as overly possessive. Likewise with Javert, his obsession is only briefly explained. The Thénardiers are relegated to a very minor role, and while their motivations against Valjean are explained, it does not have the same impact if we had actually seen it. Giving us the missing part of the story in a 10-minute flashback at the end does get the missing parts into the film, but it's a little disjointed to have none of the characters' motivations that were set up there established beforehand. In terms of the characters, as mentioned, I think Juan Valjean doesn't have the necessary setup to endear him to us as a lead. He's clearly trying to do what is right by being so protective of Cosette, but is very dismissive of what she wants without the viewer knowing his backstory. His portrayal by Domingo Soler captures the character's large stature and strength, while also injecting in the necessary quietness too. Inspector Javert, played by Antonio Bravo, has a bit of Charles Lofton's Javert from the 1935 film, an element of unhinged obsession, not so much in the fast-talking rabblings of Lofton, but that slight hint of madness in the eyes, as Bravo's eyes bulge out of his face when he sees or thinks about Valjean. As we discussed, he does verbally disapprove of his superior's orders to not pursue Valjean, when part of Javert's character is to never question authority. While he expresses disapproval, he never disobeys authority, so it's not too severe a departure. I think the acting highlights of the film go to the two female leads, Cosette, played by Manolita Saval, and Eponina, by Margarita Cortez. Cosette has a charm and life about her which is sweet, and an embodiment of everything Valjean wants to protect. Cortez captures the tragedy of the character not only in the delivery of her lines, but also in her expressions and movement. She also has a slightly bigger part to play, since there is no Gavroche anywhere in this film. She does some of his errands as a messenger. Being far removed from 1830s Paris in 1940s Mexico, there's less authenticity in the sets and designs, as most of it is clearly shot in a studio. Some of the clothing also doesn't seem like it reflects the time, and a lack of uniform for Javert, instead just dressing him all in black, diminishes his presence somewhat. The big scenes at the barricades and such are still brought to life quite well with the big crowds. On the whole though, it feels like the revolution aspect of the story takes a back seat in this version, as it instead focuses on the romance between Mario and Cosette, and Valjean's sense of duty. Los Miserables gives a good attempt at condensing the story into a standard runtime. Its bold restructuring of the story gives ample time for most of the content to be fleshed out, but does skip out on establishing some of the characters that is necessary. I think this version works better if you have already read the novel, or at least seen another complete version, as you would have the necessary background for part of the story that is skipped. There's some good performances in here, and it's definitely not a bad interpretation, but some big changes and shifting focus to the romance story does leave some aspects undermined. In 1944, we have our first Egyptian translation. Al-Boassa, direct translation of Les Miserables, was directed by Kamal Salim and runs for just over 2 hours. Starting out, we see a rough-looking man wandering the streets as people flee and avoid him. You'll quickly notice that this is not 19th century France, and the film has been relocated to a modern-day 20th century Egypt. The man is El Shakawi, who is this film's Jean Valjean, and is turned away from an inn. Finding nowhere else to stay, he stays in a literal doghouse, well, until the dog throws him out as well. A priest shows up and offers Valjean a place to stay. Valjean devours the meal provided for him, clearly portraying him as more animal than man. Lighting a cigarette, he tells his story to the priest, how he broke a window and stole a loaf of bread to feed his family, but was caught and sent to prison. The story unfolds fairly typically here. Valjean wakes up in the night and steals the cutlery, is caught and brought back, and is given the candlesticks by the priest. Out on the road, he puts his foot over a young boy's coin that he drops, and quickly realises the error of his ways. We move to the next part of the story, as Valjean is now the mayor, who has provided a town with jobs, schools and the like, and is being recognised at a ceremony. In the audience, Inspector Fahim, this film's Javert, looks on suspiciously. At Valjean's factory, Fantine looks at a letter, while the other women of the factory make fun of her. We see Fantine departing a train to visit the home of the Thénardiers and her daughter Daria, or Cosette, as we usually know her. It seems that a woman from the factory has followed her and learns of her daughter and arrangement, and gossip amongst the factory workers spreads. This is obviously a divergence from the novel, as Fantine never visits the Thénardiers or her daughter. Fantine loses her job, and while clearly ill, she sees an advertisement for a theatre, and we cut to a dance number and then a musical performance on stage featuring Fantine. She loses her job there too, as her illness gets worse. She is forced to sell her hair, as in the novel, as Thénardier writes another letter saying the money isn't enough because Cosette is ill, leading to her selling her teeth, again like in the novel. The horse cart scene happens next as Shakawi frees the man underneath, and Fahim looks on, clearly suspicious about Shakawi's true identity. Meanwhile, Fantine tries to sell herself. A man pours ice down her back and she attacks him, Shakawi looking on from a balcony. Fantine is arrested and brought before Fahim, who sentences her to prison. Not too much to say about this here, it's all fairly accurate, and the performances are impassioned. Shakawi turns up, Fantine slaps him, but he orders her release after hearing her story. Shakawi helps Fantine, providing her new teeth, somehow, and a place to stay, as he promises to bring her daughter. There seems to be some hints of a romance between Shakawi and Fantine, as he gives her a ring as a gift, but Fantine's illness grows worse. Fahim visits Shakawi asking to be dismissed, and also to inform Shakawi about the arrest of another man believed to be him. Shakawi monologues about his dilemma, hearing the voice of the priest reminding him what he must do. The courtroom scene plays out with no surprises, and Shakawi returns to Fantine's side as she lies dying. Fahim arrives to arrest Shakawi, Fantine dies, and Shakawi is thrown in jail, but escapes and goes to get Daria, finding her in the woods fetching water. We see Shakawi arrive at the Thénardiers. He goes to get a doll for Daria, and Shakawi takes Daria with the usual scheming from the Thénardiers to try and rinse more money out of him. After Shakawi leaves, Fahim turns up and the Thénardiers play the victim of being robbed by Shakawi. Valjean is pursued through the streets where he jumps over a wall into a garden of a girls' school and is met by a man who knows him. Valjean stays there as a gardener while Daria attends the school, much like the novel. The years go by and Daria graduates from the school. Shakawi and Daria board a train to Cairo, where they share a carriage with a few men, including a young man who seems quite taken with Daria, much to Shakawi's annoyance. They depart, but Daria drops a locket with her photo, and the young man named Khalil, our presumed Marius, holds on to it. We get a song and dance number here, which I guess makes this the first musical number based on the novel, predating the stage show by some 40 years. It turns out that Khalil actually works for the Public Prosecution's Office, unaware that the father of his newfound infatuation is a wanted criminal. Later, Khalil stumbles upon the Thénardiers' plan to lure al-Shakawi into their trap and to extort money from him, similar to the scene in the novel. Khalil goes to Fahim to inform him of the scheme. El-Shakawi escapes before Fahim and Khalil arrest Thénardier and his gang. El-Shakawi learns that Daria has been secretly meeting Khalil and tells her to cease doing so. She meets Khalil one more time to end things. Back at home, El-Shakawi receives a note from Thénardier, who essentially says he wishes to trade him for Fahim and Khalil, who have now been tied up and kidnapped. Valjean heads there, takes the gun from one of the gang, and proceeds to get involved in a shootout with the gang. Kicking all kinds of ass, Shakawi finds and recognises Fahim, the inspector who has pursued him for so long, tied up. As always, Shakawi lets Fahim go and rescues the injured Khalil, taking him to his home. Next, we see the wedding of Daria and Khalil, where Thénardier comes to try and blackmail Khalil with Shakawi's true identity. Khalil sees through this absurd disguise and throws him out. The film ends with a bit of dancing when Fahim shows up and Shakawi just walks off into the garden next to the ghostly figure of Fantine. Happy ending, I guess? I think this is a pretty good adaptation, honestly. The pacing is good, it fits most of the content of the novel into the runtime, and the changes to both the culture and time it takes place do not disrupt its core ideas. There's not much room for anything particularly deep given the comparatively short runtime, but yeah, it flows nicely and presents a coherent story. The whole revolution and barricade story is done away with, putting Marius or Khalil in the role of public prosecutor instead, which connects him to the story between Shakawi and Fahim in arguably a more interesting way. The Fauchelevent character, originally the man who Valjean saves from underneath the horse cart, becomes a semi-regular character, and is a bit of comic relief, played by Bashar Wakim, who played similar kinds of characters in many films before and after this one. El Shakawi, or Valjean, is played by Abbas Faris, another experienced actor who really embodies an aggressive, rugged Valjean at the start, but a more civilised and kind-hearted one at the end. Amina Rishk as Daria or Cosette is another superb actor whose career spans nearly 60 years, so there's a solid, experienced cast at work here. Obviously, if you're looking for a more accurate telling of the novel, you're best off looking elsewhere. It's missing a few key characters entirely, such as Gavroche, and the displacement of the time and country means some of the themes of revolution and historical context are lost. But it's a somewhat fresh take, and an interesting opportunity to see how the story translates into this new setting. Some of the scenes, though, do adhere quite closely to the novel, such as the courtroom scene, and are very recognisable to those familiar with the story. Continuing our country hopping, we now move on to Italy in 1948, and another film adaptation. I Miserabili was directed by Riccardo Freda and released in 2 parts. Manhunt, which covers up to the death of Fantine in the story, and the second part, Storm over Paris, releasing just over a week later, covering the remaining portion of the story. Combining the 2 parts together, the film totals around 3 hours. Freda had directed a few historical drama films, including an adaptation of the novel Dubrovsky by Alexander Pushkin, released as The Black Eagle, and a semi-biographical film based on the Italian painter Caravaggio. The film starts with Jean Valjean, played by Gino Cervi, eyeing up a loaf of bread. He, of course, breaks a window to steal it and run. In a bit of a twist, he is actually shot by the baker as he is fleeing. Sentenced to 5 years of hard labour, he attempts an escape in an unconventional action scene by holding onto a runaway minecart and then a horse chase. He is, once again, shot and recaptured by one of the prison guards, of course it's Javert. His prisoner number is again not the famous 24601, but is changed like the 1935 version, this time to 872. Like I said for the 1935 version, 24601 didn't really become as iconically associated with Valjean until the musical, so in retrospect, changing it does emphasise, like Javert says, that he is just a number. Anyway, Valjean is sentenced to 3 more years for trying to escape, eventually amounting to 18 years served after more escape attempts, as seen in flashbacks. He is released on parole and the usual events unfold as Valjean is turned away from everywhere due to his criminal background. He goes to visit the bishop, who gives him a place to stay, and where he recounts his story. He leaves during the night, and in a slight reversal, Valjean steals the candlesticks and is given the cutlery when he is brought back by the guards. Given how symbolic the candlesticks are and their significance in being granted as a gift, this is a bit odd. Valjean does the usual stepping on the coin that Petit Gervais drops. Valjean realises that he stepped on the coin without even thinking, and goes then to find him, with no success, making him realise the error of his ways. Many years later, a group of people travelling on a carriage to the village of Montreal remark on its transformation into an industrial, prosperous town thanks to the mayor. They mention he is currently in mourning over the death of the Bishop of Digne, which arouses the attention of one of the passengers, one Inspector Javert. This exposition is told via the narrator in the novel, but this is a decent way to tell it in visual form. Valjean, now Monsieur Madeleine, is in his office helping a young boy with a street monkey. Not Gervais, but an intentional reference to him, I suppose. The factory supervisor comes in asking to dismiss one of the workers who always comes in late on Saturdays, but the mayor sees no reason to do so. This worker is obviously our Fantine, who is subsequently dismissed by the supervisor anyway. Fantine attacks the man who puts snow down her back in an impressive display of rage and is arrested by Javert. While Fantine is supposed to be poor and destitute, I'm not sure why she is wearing large fancy earrings and a necklace in these scenes. It seems to obviously distract from that. Fantine recounts her past while Valjean takes care of her, and we get a well-rounded picture of her story, something which many of these versions have skipped. Javert goes to the mayor to ask for his dismissal, saying he disrespected a superior and reported him for being Jean Valjean, although it turns out that Valjean has already been arrested. No scene with the horse cart this time around. Valjean is obviously conflicted about this and explains the hypothetical situation to a nun, Sister Simplice. Now, it may be argued that this cheapens Valjean's decision to turn himself in by having him talk it over with someone else, but the scene is handled well, and Valjean himself verbalises his thought process while the nun is mostly passive, so I suppose this is a way of having Valjean verbalise his decision rather than having it in his head, which is not as well translated to the screen the way it can be written about in a book. The film skips the trial completely. Valjean writes a letter to Javert confessing his identity, and while visiting Fantine, Javert turns up to arrest him. It feels like the trial and Valjean's confession is one of the most important aspects of the story, and cutting it out is an odd choice. If you wanted to save runtime, there are many other scenes of less importance that could be cut instead. Nevertheless, the consequences are still played out well, as Fantine dies learning Valjean's identity, Javert gets incredibly menacing, and Valjean is led away through the foundry. While being escorted, one of the workers spills the molten metal to cause a distraction. Javert shoots him, and Valjean escapes amidst the fire and panic. Obviously this isn't in the novel, as the film adds in another spectacle, just like it did with that odd minecart chase at the beginning. Valjean comes across a girl in the woods, who he learns is Cosette, the girl he is looking for. The Thénardiers are introduced as their usual charming selves, as the usual story unfolds. When Cosette hides under the table after being shouted at by Thénardier for playing with the doll, the camera moves to Cosette's position, giving a powerful perspective from her point of view. Valjean takes Cosette without any mention of the letter Fantine usually writes in the story, authorising him to take her, and Thénardier goes to the police to report Cosette as being kidnapped. Valjean learns that he is being hunted, and people are looking for a man with bright eyes and a girl with a large doll. Valjean tells Cosette to abandon the doll, which obviously upsets her, and Valjean puts on dark glasses and pretends to be blind to cover his bright eyes. He goes to another hotel room, where a police officer finds it suspicious that Valjean naturally picked up a key easily, even though he was supposedly blind. The police arrive, and Valjean and Cosette escape yet again, leading to Valjean and Cosette escaping over the wall into the convent. Whereas in the novel they find Monsieur Fauchelevent, who Valjean saves from underneath the horse cart, that scene and character are not in this film, so instead Valjean finds Sister Simplice, the nun he spoke to before confessing his true identity. She agrees to take in Cosette when Javert arrives, and asks her if she has seen anything, to which she lies and says no, breaking her oath as a nun to never lie. This scene happens in the novel, but it is earlier, after the death of Fantine, when Javert is looking for Valjean then. Either way, this part of the film ends with Sister Simplice, Valjean and Cosette approaching the altar. Part 2 starts off with a brief recap of events in the pages of a book, as we move on to the Friends of the ABC printing revolutionary material to distribute. We see the usual suspects, Marius, Mario in this Italian version, Gavroche, Enjolras, as well as Grantaire, the eccentric elderly gentleman who likes to hang around the cafe. I think this is the second appearance of his character, having first been in the 1925 version. The police raid the hideout and a shootout occurs, while the ABC make their escape. The ABC certainly seem more organised in this version, and Marius has a much more included part of their operation. Anyway, Marius flees and learns that the police have the neighbourhood surrounded, and manages to get into a house to hide. It turns out that he has wandered into the house of Jean Valjean, and when the police come knocking, Valjean goes to dismiss them. Cosette wanders in and sees Marius and patches up his wounds. You may notice here that Cosette is played by Valentina Cortez, who also played Fantine. Marius tells Cosette that she is a prisoner in her home, because Valjean doesn't let her go out much, which I think is a bit rude considering he just entered their house and pointed a gun at them, then has the cheek to ask to see Cosette again. Marius leaves after the police do, but not before slipping his business card into one of Cosette's books, which Valjean finds and takes first. In the next scene, Javert reports to his superior about the successful raid. The superior suggests that those caught should be deported. He also asks of any news of his son, revealing that this is Marius' father. Obviously in the novel, Marius' father was saved at Waterloo by Thénardier, but he dies just before Marius can go to see him. Marius' grandfather is a royalist and a bit of a party animal, but he is not in the film, so I feel like Marius' father in this film is a bit of both. A royalist who disagrees with his son's revolutionary ideals, but his actual father rather than grandfather. More changes abound in the next scene, as Marius is in his room in an inn run by the Thénardiers. And we also see Gavroche there, who usually doesn't have any contact with his family. Thénardier himself is looking at a wanted poster with a reward for 1,000 francs for helping catch anyone who has revolutionary documents or propaganda, which they know Marius has because they rifled through his things when he was not there. Valjean knocks on the door of the inn, having been led there by Marius' business card. He leaves a letter with Thénardier and leaves himself, not recognising the innkeeper. But Thénardier is left with the impression that the two of them have met. Marius reads the letter, which says not to see Cosette again, and leaves. Thénardier remarks that he would turn in Marius, but his hatred of dealing with the police is the only thing that stops him, and then remembering that the man at the door was Valjean. Marius and Cosette secretly meet in the garden, with Marius saying he may be away for a few days, probably due to starting a revolution or something. Cosette is informed that a man is here to see her, which turns out to be Thénardier in disguise, telling her he knows of her past. Valjean enters and Cosette leaves, as the two men come face to face. Thénardier threatens to expose Valjean unless he is paid. Valjean agrees to visit him at his inn tomorrow to negotiate, setting up the trap for Valjean that we're used to, just in slightly different circumstances. Valjean refuses any kind of blackmail and pulls a gun on Thénardier. Wow, this Valjean does not mess around. He fights his way through the gang when Madame Thénardier sounds the alarm that the police have arrived. Everyone in Thénardier's room, Valjean included, stay perfectly still and silent as Javert enters and makes inquiries, and Madame Thénardier attends to washing dirty glasses. With Javert leaving and Valjean tied up, Thénardier tries to get Valjean to write a letter without success. Thénardier goes to stab Valjean, but is shot before he can, as Javert enters the room once more. He says that he found it suspicious that Madame Thénardier's heavy washing of glasses struck him as suspicious in an inn well renowned for having dirty ones. Good one, Javert. Valjean escapes, but thanks to Thénardier, Javert knows where he lives. He raids the house with a small army of policemen, but they find no one there. He does, however, find a book with Marius' name and address written in it. At their new home, Valjean says he will leave for England, but Cosette refuses, saying she is in love with Marius. Meanwhile, at the Thénardiers' inn, Marius' father arrives with Javert, presumably after Javert showed him the book with Marius' name and address. The Thénardiers' gang launch themselves out of a window, somewhat comically to get away. Marius and his father meet in Marius' room, where Marius' father begs him to abandon his revolutionary ideals, but Marius refuses. Next, as royalist soldiers ransack the building where revolutionaries have been hiding, a fight breaks out between the soldiers and the poor, resulting in a little girl being shot and killed. This provides the spark for revolution. A large-scale battle ensues as the revolutionaries take to the streets and against the royalists. Amidst the battle is Cosette, who has come to find Marius. She makes it to the Thénardiers' inn, where she is greeted by Éponine. She does not know where to find Marius, but Valjean walks in soon after and orders her to go home. Cosette refuses, and Valjean slaps her. Yes, slaps her. This Valjean does little to endear us to him. He does immediately recognise the horror of what he just did, but still, that's not the Valjean I know. Back at the barricades, the royalists roll out the cannon. Marius goes to push some barrels in front of the barricade, but Valjean turns up and stops him by punching him to the floor. Valjean pushes the barrels down and they roll down the street, causing the soldiers to flee. It amazes me how this version just suddenly decides to become a cartoon whenever it feels like. Swinging back the other way almost immediately, we get Gavroche's death in the usual way, as Valjean emerges from the barricades to bring his body back. Marius is injured, and Valjean carries him away, while the barricades fall and the revolutionaries retreat inside the café. This is a pretty action-packed sequence, as the soldiers constantly get thrown over the railings and out the window. The remaining revolutionaries are lined up before a firing squad as Grantaire turns up too and voluntarily joins his comrades in solidarity, which, while a lot has been changed from the novel at this point, it has kept this part in when so many other versions haven't. Valjean escapes with the injured Marius into the sewers, and you'll notice we didn't have Eponine's death or Javert's infiltration of the barricades, and subsequently Valjean's releasing him, a rather key moment of the story. After a long trek through the sewers, they exit, only to find Javert as he just so happens to be walking along. He does not recognise Valjean, but Valjean gladly gives his name, asking Javert to bring the injured Marius home. I suppose at this point Valjean has decided that it does not matter what happens to him now, that Cosette will leave him for Marius, but it's still a bit odd to offer this confession in such a nonchalant way, and for Javert to barely react. Javert recognises Marius as the son of the police minister. Javert is shocked that Valjean rescued Marius from the barricade and took him through the sewers, seemingly unable to comprehend why a criminal would save the life of the police minister's son. Marius, Valjean and Javert ride in silence in a carriage to the minister's house. Javert brings Marius inside as his father enters. Javert says that Marius was saved from the barricades by a convict, but his father says that the man is a hero and deserves praise. Javert seems shocked at this statement from the head of police, praising a criminal, but heads back to the carriage to Valjean and the two ride off. Valjean asks for one last request to visit his home. Javert agrees. As Valjean walks up the stairs, he looks out the window to see Javert leave. He has gone to his office, where he sits on a lone chair in the middle of the room, seeming lost and confused. Picking up Valjean's file, he puts it into the fire. He begins writing a letter to the minister, saying he is leaving his post for two reasons. One, that he, as an officer of the law, let a convict go free, and he no longer believes that the law is absolute, and there are things that cannot be judged by the courts. He says that he has admiration for a convict, and that he has unjustly pursued that convict for most of his life. He is not a miserable, he is an honest, righteous man. He also writes that he will take his own life, and we see him plunge into the Seine as we have done so many times. This rounds out Javert's story, but I feel that without Valjean saving his life at the barricade, it doesn't really have the necessary impact to force Javert to take his own life. Obviously, the impetus for this instead is that Valjean saved Marius, the police minister's son, through the sewers, but that doesn't really seem to have the necessary weight, and I don't see any reason why the whole sequence with Javert at the barricade was cut. Anyway, next we see Cosette getting ready for her wedding. Marius, Valjean, and Marius's father enter, as the two young lovers talk and their fathers leave to talk elsewhere. Marius's father tells Valjean that a man named Thénardier is coming to see him with some very important information later. Valjean, knowing that if Thénardier reveals Valjean's identity to Marius's father, Cosette's happiness is at risk. Thénardier is at home getting ready for his meeting when in walks Valjean, with a cold, dark look in his eyes. Valjean walks towards Thénardier. Thénardier shoots at Valjean, but also not looking where he is going, stumbles down a hole into the water and to his death. Cosette and Marius get married, noticing that Valjean is not there. He makes his way home. Having been shot by Thénardier, he is brought to his chair by Cosette and Marius, where they see that he has been shot. Valjean tells Cosette about her mother, and asks Cosette to read to him one more time as he lies dying. Cosette agrees, and we get probably one of the most emotional finales, with Cosette trying to read a book, tears streaming down her face and struggling to get her words out. Valjean finally dies, the window flies open, and we see the nighttime skyline of Paris, with Notre Dame visible in the distance. Director Ricardo Freda has cited Les Miserables as one of his literary favourites, so he knew the source material well. With that in mind, there are a fair few changes made in this adaptation, particularly in the second part, that I have trouble squaring with the novel. First of all, I want to say that this adaptation has plenty of good points. The acting is pretty solid, it gets most of the story into the 3-hour runtime, and the big scenes are well composed and create a big spectacle. My issue is that the changes to some of the characters' story arcs impact the telling of the story. Let's start with Jean Valjean, nicely acted by Gino Cervi. He delivers the tall, strong physical characteristics of Valjean well. However, I felt like he was a little too rough throughout. Obviously, Valjean always has that element of roughness about him after 18 years a prisoner, but the contrasting nature of his spiritual side isn't prevalent enough to balance it out. Like when he pulls a gun on Thénardier, in the novel it does mention that Valjean is prepared to do whatever it takes to keep Cosette safe, but to actually see him pull a gun on someone is quite wild. His protective nature towards Cosette hardly ever feels like a spiritual duty, but more of a human jealousy that he barely overcomes or grows from. Obviously in the novel, Valjean also has some of that human desire to keep Cosette for himself, but there's a realisation of his error and his actions are clear and defined. In this film, the development of his character feels fairly stunted, and there's that slap that he gives Cosette. Even if he immediately recognises his wrong, it just doesn't feel like Valjean would ever cross that line. Javert is performed well by Hans Hinrich, and is very much in line with most of the other Javerts I have seen thus far, capturing that menacing adherence to the law and his obsession with Valjean. The issue with Javert's role in this film is that his role as primary antagonist is displaced a little by Thénardier, who is a more prevalent cause in Valjean's ills, including his death. As such, Javert never ascends to the level of Valjean to make the necessary comparisons between them as a man of law and a man of spiritual duty. The main cause of this being the baffling decision, in my opinion, to remove the scene where Valjean saves Javert's life at the barricade. Marius having a more central role in the revolution is a change a few of these films make, and I think it's a muddy point in the novel that he is somewhat involved and detached at the same time, as if trying to keep the romance and revolution separate, so I can understand when the film adaptations change it up a little. This film makes an intricate web with Marius's father being the Minister of Police and actually being alive, but obviously this removes the plot thread of Marius's father being a soldier at Waterloo and Thénardier saving his life, and hence removing the link between Marius and Thénardier. But Thénardier has plenty going on in this film already. I also found Marius's character to be a bit arrogant, having barged into Valjean's house, pointing a gun at him and Cosette, then deciding to immediately tell her how to live her life and romance her. Fantine and Cosette are played well by Valentina Cortese, but I think her portrayal of Fantine is better. She brings a very spirited portrayal of her, and I feel the same energy in Cosette is a bit askew of a character who is more a picture of innocence, particularly as she argues with Valjean a fair amount. The biggest losers are characters such as Enjolras, who barely appears, since Marius is now the central revolutionary. Eponine appears in 2 scenes, and her character arc is nowhere to be seen. It is mentioned that she is in love with Marius in her first scene, and after that, nothing. Gavroche, likewise, never really gets a chance to shine. He appears in a few scenes with a few lines of dialogue, but his death scene is still preserved in full, so at least he gets that, I guess. While I don't think a lot of the added action scenes are necessary, they are well executed and shot well, clearly showing a level of expertise that Frida had. The camera moves between important parts of the scenes, and action scenes involve some carefully choreographed stunts, including throwing a lot of people over railings. This is overall a decent adaptation that makes some bold changes, slowly diverging from the novel as the story progresses. These changes still come together to make the story work, but change some of the dynamics in a way that fails to bring some of the most prominent ideas of the novel to the forefront, such as the parallels between Valjean and Javert. While it does streamline the story by reducing certain characters such as Eponine and Gavroche without much impact, the omission of some of the most important scenes like the trial at Arras and Javert being at the barricades leaves some of the main characters devoid of some of these most crucial moments. So yeah, it's not one of the more faithful adaptations, but a good production and full of good performances. For a more complete adaptation though, I would look elsewhere. In 1949, a short film was released called Les Nouveaux Misérables. This one sadly seems to be lost media, and I could only find a small amount of information on it. The film was directed by Henri Verneuil, a filmmaker whose career spanned 40 years. However, 1949 would have been before his first feature film, so a very early one from him. The film apparently only ran for 15 minutes as well, so we can probably assume it's not a thorough and complete adaptation. Maybe 1 or 2 scenes like the adaptations of the play The Bishop's Candlesticks? Impossible to tell with the information we have about it. Also in 1949, we get the first TV adaptation of Les Miserables. The Bishop's Candlesticks, again based on the play by Norman MacKinnell, was aired on the BBC in the UK on Wednesday the 24th of August, 1949 at 8:30pm with a runtime of 30 minutes. Bless the BBC for preserving all of their broadcasting schedule. Unfortunately, they did not afford the same rigour to preserving the media itself, as this adaptation is lost. Doctor Who fans will know the pain of the BBC's film preservation policy, or lack thereof. All we have of this adaptation is that it was produced by one Vivian Milroy, the cast including David Feffian as Jean Valjean, and a drawing of the production which shows Valjean entering the bishop's home, with the bishop sitting at the table and his sister and housekeeper in the background. All of this courtesy of an archived copy of the Radio Times. Across the pond in the US, and also in 1949, the TV show Your Showtime was a 26-episode series in which each 30-minute episode was dedicated to adapting a particular story or piece of literature from authors such as Charles Dickens and Mark Twain. Episodes were introduced by Arthur Shields, portraying a bookstore owner who would introduce the story to the reader. Episode 21 of the series was titled The Bishop's Experiment, and perhaps unsurprisingly to us now, is an adaptation of The Bishop's Candlesticks. The experiment referred to in the title is the bishop's test of leaving his door unlocked so anyone can walk in, which Jean Valjean obviously takes advantage of. Of the 26 episodes produced for this series, only 9 of which survive, all of which are held on reel at the UCLA Film and Television Archive, one of which is The Bishop's Experiment. Unfortunately, I can't find any version that's available to view, but maybe one day a version will find its way to the public. Meanwhile, if you are interested in Your Showtime, I did manage to find copies of 2 of the episodes, The Adventure of the Speckled Band, an adaptation of a Sherlock Holmes story and one of his first TV appearances, and The Curse of the Mummy's Foot, based on the 1940 story The Mummy's Foot by Théophile Gautier. Back to the cinema, we have yet another Japanese film adaptation of Les Miserables, directed by Daisuke Ito for the first part and Masahiro Makino for the second. As I mentioned for the 1931 Japanese film, this 1950 version may be a remake of that earlier film. Ito and the 1931 director Tomo Ishida had worked together, and both films are 2 parts, but I am basing this on research without actually seeing the films myself. Now, I do believe that this film survives and is watchable somewhere. Unfortunately, I could not find it anywhere or any way to do so. There's some information online, including reviews from people claiming to have seen the movie, so I'll present all the information I could get here. As mentioned, the film is split into 2 parts, with part 1 being subtitled Gods and Demons, and the second being Flag of Love and Liberty. Also again, similar to the 1931 film, the setting is relocated to Japan and the Meiji period of the late 19th century. In the opening, a man, Iwakichi, this film's Jean Valjean, attempts to steal a bowl of rice, but is caught and sentenced to prison for 19 years. Released into a world that has no place for a criminal, he seeks refuge at a church, and the usual events unfold. Iwakichi steals a candlestick and cutlery, is caught and returned to the bishop, who says that they were given to him as a gift, and that the candlesticks are meant to be in pairs, giving Iwakichi the remaining one. Iwakichi decides to become an honest man and becomes a successful businessman and pillar of the community. At his factory, a woman named Okinu, this version's Fontaine, is sending money for the care of her daughter, but she develops a lung condition from overworking and is let go. In order to get money, she sells her hair, like in the novel, and goes to work at a brothel. One night, a man refuses to pay, and in a struggle her wig falls off. Another man arrives and Okinu spits on him, and it is revealed that he is a police officer named Kumakichi, who just so happens to be the Javert of the story. Iwakuchi goes to fetch Kuyuki, Cosette, and the two go and live together. I couldn't find any real information on the second part, other than Marius's equivalent being named Yamaichi, but the first part is fairly accurate by this account, so I see no reason why the second part wouldn't be. Like I say, I couldn't find a copy of this one, just some images of the movie poster, but there remains the possibility that it exists out there somewhere. Still in 1950, we have our first Indian adaptation, released as Plight of the Poor, which was the title given to a Tamil language translation by Sudhananda Bharati. The film was simultaneously shot and released in Tamil and Telugu languages as Esai Padum Padu and Beedala Pachu respectively. With a runtime of over 3 hours, it would seem we have another full adaptation on our hands, so let's take a look. The film is, first of all, relocated to India in a contemporary time, the revolutionary era of France being replaced by an India on the verge of being independent of British rule. In the opening scene, we see officers escorting a chain gang of prisoners. One of these is our Jean Valjean, or Kundan Dayalan, who recounts his story to another prisoner. He worked as a lumberjack to bring firewood to his neighbours for barely any money, which would support his widowed sister and her children, same as in the novel. One day, the owner of the land begins charging Kundan extortionate rates to cut down the trees, meaning he can no longer afford to do it. This version does a good job of highlighting Kundan's past and the poverty he and his family are in. In his desperation, he steals some food but is caught and sentenced to prison. This time his inmate number is 55. He escapes and returns to his sister's hut to find her dead from hunger, surrounded by her children. Eesh, that's dark. He's recaptured by Javert and his soldiers and sentenced to 10 years in prison. One thing you'll quickly notice is that Kundan doesn't really seem to have become the hardened criminal Valjean usually is at the end of his sentence. He is very poetic with his words and rife with sadness instead. He also laments about wanting to find his sister's daughter, who visited him in jail. Cut then to a circus of sorts, where a young woman is having knives thrown around her, escalated to knives that are on fire, then the knife thrower being blindfolded while throwing knives on fire. No stunt doubles or special effects here, this is the real stuff. Here's where things get a bit interesting. The woman who was having knives thrown at her is Kundan's niece, Valjean, who also is this film's Fantine, having been taken in by the circus after Kundan went to prison and she had no one to care for her. Obviously, having Fantine actually be related to Valjean connects things up in a very different way. A wealthy man named Ram Gopal visits the circus and offers to marry Valjean, making promises he can't keep. When Kundan is brought up for parole, suddenly a roof collapses in the prison and Javert is trapped underneath the rubble. The prisoners look on, unwilling to help, but Kundan goes in and lifts the rubble, freeing the inspector, and barely getting a thank you. The Valjean we know from the book would probably have done nothing as well after leaving prison a hardened criminal, but Kundan still seemingly has a conscience. Meanwhile, Fantine is married to Ram Gopal and conspires with his comic relief friend to pretend a friend is ill in hospital, so he can go and watch a theatre show instead, allowing the film to partake in another dance number, a tap dancing one to be precise. Back with Kundan, the usual post-prison sequence occurs with him being turned away from everyone in town due to his prisoner status. He eventually comes across the home of a Christian priest who feeds him. Meanwhile, with Fantine, her husband Ram Gopal has become riddled with debt, and with Fantine announcing that she is pregnant, it seems that things are going to get worse for them. Being the scoundrel that he is, he decides to run away with Fantine's jewellery, leaving her pregnant and poor. Kundan returns to the home he shared with his sister and her children 10 years ago to find nothing there. He learns that the house was washed away in the storm that night. An old man tells him that his family, if they are alive, will not bother to find him if he is poor, which leads him to the revelation that he who has no money has nothing, and he needs to get rich. Remembering the bishop's silver plates, he returns at night to steal them. He runs off, but the next day is caught and returned to the priest, who says that he gave Kundan the plates, and furthermore gives him the candlesticks that he says he left behind. You know the story. Again, what makes this different is that Valjean is not the hardened criminal, stealing because society expects him to be a criminal, but he is doing it because he believes it will help him find his family by getting rich. Kundan is always so sad and wide-eyed, like he is on the verge of tears. The priest also gives him a book on glassworking techniques and tells him to study them. Back again with Fantine, her scoundrel husband's debtors are hounding her for pavement as he is long gone. She is thrown out of her home to another musical number, sung by Kundan, who is also on the road with his new lease on life. The two unknowingly walk past each other on the road during this number, obviously going separate ways in life. 5 years later, two rich men travel through a town that has Dayalan's name on every public building. After Kundan has taken on that name, he has become rich from the glasswork technique the priest showed him to study. Fantine goes to get a job at one of Dayalan's factories, still not recognising who he is. Dialan is meanwhile offered the post of mayor of the town, and accepts when he sees that the townspeople wish it too. Dialan meets the officials of the city, including Javert, the newly appointed inspector. At another factory, workers are demanding fairer pay, but the factory is run by Fantine's husband, Ramgopal, who is cursing the name Dialan for stealing all their business, coming up with a scheme to put him out of business. The horse cart scene unfolds next, with Dialan saving him and Javert seeing this, in this version reminiscent of the same incident that happened in prison when Dialan saved him. Back on the factory floor, some of the worker girls are gossiping about Fantine, saying that she has a child named Lakshmi. Cutting to the Thénardier equivalents, Nagan as Monsieur Thénardier, and Nagui, his wife, they receive a dress for Cosette or Lakshmi by post, but they give it to their Eponine equivalent daughter instead. The Thénardiers are their usual charming, scheming selves. Fantine received a letter from the Thénardiers because Cosette is sick, and when she is called into the manager's office after he learns about the scandal of her having a child and not being married, feeling her situation is distracting from the other workers, she is fired. She sells her hair but still doesn't have enough. In a divergence from the novel, Fantine heads to the Thénardiers to see Cosette, but they refuse to let her unless she pays an extortionate amount of money. They don't even pretend to be nice here. Fantine returns to town to see her estranged husband, who doesn't recognise her, or if he does, he doesn't show it. He shoves her to the ground as Dialan and Javert arrive to see what all the fuss is about. Javert arrests her and takes her to the police station. He orders her released to Javert's indignation, but she collapses soon after, and is taken to Dialan's home. Fantine recounts her story to Dialan, and he finally realises that she is his niece. This joyous reunion is cut short as Javert requests a meeting with Dialan immediately. Javert says he suspected Dialan of being Kundan, but since they have arrested him elsewhere, and he will be sentenced tomorrow. Javert of course asks to be dismissed and punished for disrespecting a superior, but Dialan refuses. Dialan struggles with what to do, as he is confronted with visions of his past self, Fantine, and his workers, in a good visualization of Valjean's inner struggle, only ending when a picture of the priest that gave Kundan the candlesticks falls down, after he rushes to grab them. At the trial, the man believed to be Kundan protests his innocence to little avail, as the prisoners of Kundan's chain gang say it is him. The real Kundan steps in and confesses, providing again an emotional plea much more than Valjean typically does. Kundan returns home to news that the Thénardiers will not send Lakshmi or Cosette to him, without, of course, sending more money. Javert arrives to take Kundan, Fantine dies, and Kundan and Javert face off, both unwilling to yield with regard to their respective duties. Kundan knocks out Javert and escapes to rescue Lakshmi from Nagan, but not before leaving his assistant Vedagiri in charge of the factory. On his way, Kundan sees a young girl trying to pull a bucket of water from a well. He helps her, and this of course turns out to be Lakshmi. Nagan and Nagi, not running an inn in this version, also don't hide their contempt of Lakshmi. Either way, Kundan takes Lakshmi and the two leave. Javert arrives. Nagan tells him his child's been kidnapped, obviously a lie, and Javert gives chase. A musical number shows Lakshmi being cared for by Kundan. As the song ends, we cut to Lakshmi grown up singing her own song. Kundan/Dialan has changed his name to Ambalavana, with Vedagiri being the only one who knows his identity. I'll keep calling him Kundan, just be aware of that. Kundan finds a book with a love note to Lakshmi, written by Vedagiri's son Umagafan, who is Aunt Marius. Musical number time, however, it does get interrupted by Umagafan, who calls for the students to quit school and fight the War of Independence. This is where one of the more interesting elements of the film kicks off. As we mentioned at the start, the film is set in a contemporary India, around the time of Indian independence, which was officially in 1947, 3 years before this film was released. It wouldn't have been made and released prior to independence, I suppose. This also very neatly fits into the story of Les Miserables, obviously being a good substitution for the revolutionary actions of the students in Paris, and having similar themes. Anyway, Umagafan is the leader of the student revolutionaries, rather than being adjacent to it, effectively replacing the role of Enjolras, as these adaptations sometimes do. His father, Vedagiri, as mentioned, opposes his son's revolutionary ideas, setting him up as the equivalent of Marius's grandfather, although obviously being a friend of Kundan shifts the dynamic just a little bit. Umagafan leaves the school and goes to rent a room with Nagan and Nagi. Just time to squeeze in a musical number here, this time introducing Eponine's equivalent Anjali, begging in the street. She meets Kundan, who hears her story, and agrees to take her home and see her living conditions, and this scene unfolds as you would expect, with Nagan or Fanade putting on a performance to show how destitute they are before Kundan. When Kundan leaves, he sees Umagafan, who is staying there, and since Lakshmi is with him, Nagan and Nagi recognise her, scheme to blackmail Kundan. Umagafan leaves with Kundan and Lakshmi as Anjali looks on, giving us, a musical number with her unrequited love overshadowed by Lakshmi and Umagafan. We then get another song exclusively for Anjali, which is quite good, and gives her the opportunity to show her thoughts and feelings. Kundan returns, Nagan springs the trap with his gang, Anjali overhears Nagan's talking about Kundan's real identity as a wanted prisoner, and comes up with a plan to win Umagafan herself, going to him after he finished a rally at a park and telling him about what he heard and how Kundan purchased Lakshmi as a slave, unaware that she is his own niece. Back with Kundan and Nagan, Javert bursts in with the police, and Kundan flees. Javert goes to raid his house next with the address Nagan gives him, but it is empty. Umagafan does not know where they have gone to, but Anjali agrees to help him, again hoping to win his favour. Kundan is preparing to flee with Lakshmi, who is sad that they did not tell Umagafan where they were going. Anjali tracks them down, but Umagafan does not go, as he is committed to the revolution now. He gives Anjali a letter for Lakshmi and heads off. She delivers the letter to Kundan, who reads that Umagafan has gone off to fight for freedom, and he is in the process of ripping up the letter, when a servant brings out the candlesticks, and Kundan once again remembers his duty. He heads off as Umagafan is speaking at a rally, and leads the other students to fight. Javert is following them, but is caught and tied up. Kundan arrives and tells the young people not to commit the sinful act of killing, and that he will do it himself. When the students leave, Kundan unties Javert, who tells him to stop, saying that it is not a convict's duty to save a man of the law. Kundan replying that he only has a duty to humanity. Umagafan marches with his fellow students, and they are shot as they advance. Anjali turns up just in time to see Umagafan alone, and she runs up to take a bullet for him, and the two end up being shot. Anjali gets her last words in as she dies, and Kundan shows up to rescue Umagafan and takes him down into the sewers. Javert is watching though with his steely gaze. He follows Kundan through the sewers, but at the end, he is tormented by his inner thoughts about his duty to the law and to the man that saved his life. Kundan arrives home with Umagafan. He approves of Lakshmi's and Umagafan's marriage. Meanwhile, we see the silhouette of Javert with handcuffs, listening to Kundan saying how the duty of love is superior to the duty of law. He watches and listens to Kundan as he gives the couple his candlesticks that he received from the priest and exits, expecting to find Javert waiting. But all that remains is a pair of handcuffs on the floor and a notebook saying that he cannot simply abandon the law, but he cannot arrest Kundan. Javert walks to a nearby bridge and throws himself off. Kundan chases after him, but it is too late. Ram Gopal learns from Vedagiri that Lakshmi is his daughter and goes to claim her so he can get her money. Kundan lies dying, surrounded by Lakshmi and Umagafan, when Ram Gopal and his cohort come in, telling how Kundan is a convict and not Lakshmi's father. Kundan reveals that he is her uncle, and Ram Gopal abandoned her mother Rajam after he was debt-ridden and has brought disgrace to his family. Exposed, Ram Gopal runs away but is arrested, and that's the end of him. We return to Kundan dying, as he forgives Vedagiri for his actions, who thought Kundan being a convict would bring shame to his son, marrying the daughter of a convict. He says to never forget Rajam's actions as she tried to do good, and he dies, bringing this adaptation to its conclusion. This is an adaptation that not only provides the full story of Les Miserables, but also makes changes that reflect its altered setting, and also retaining the message of the original. The strong points of the film are its portrayals of poverty, particularly at the start. Also setting the film in the context of the Indian struggle for independence is a smart transplant for the French Revolution of the Barricades. Les Miserables presents timeless ideas, and it does not necessarily need a faithful adaptation, in that its ideas apply to any society that allows poverty and injustice. A lot of the film is faithful to the story, but there are some changes to the characters and different portrayals in some cases than you may be used to. Valjean, or Kundan, as mentioned, as being a lot less rough than usual portrayals. He emerges from prison broken, but not a hardened criminal that society expects him to be. He only steals the candlesticks in a moment of madness, and is almost immediately repentant. Kundan is played by Chittor Nagaya, and is done so in a different way than usual. He almost always has these big sad eyes, and is very vocal and poetic about his hardships, whereas he often shows very little emotion and his thoughts are rarely vocalized. But as I've said before, this often does not make an interesting movie, so there must be some way to visualize or vocalize these thoughts so that they are graspable to an audience, and Nagaya does this well. The change-making Fantine, or Valjean, a relative of Kundan, is a big difference, but the film does manage to tie it into the story well with no inconsistencies. I think if you wanted to find an issue with this, it's that it gives Kundan a prior motivation. Let me explain this. Valjean is of no relation to Fantine. He doesn't know she exists until she tells him as she was fired from her job at his factory. He takes on the responsibility of looking after her child after his own actions unknowingly caused the state she was in. Making Fantine a relative of Valjean gives him a motivation to look after her, and it's certainly not a bad one, it's just different. Perhaps it makes Valjean's actions less significant if he has a duty to family rather than a spiritual duty to the poor. It's something to think about. I don't think the change is good or bad, it just has some interesting implications if you want to dive into them. Also, a lot of Indian cinema, particularly at this time, is wrapped around this kind of family drama, such as the status of two people getting married and negotiations between the families, so there's a cultural factor that brings the novel into its new setting a bit easier. The inclusion of Rajan's husband Ram Gopal gives this element a bit more weight, as well as Umagathan's father being familiar with Kundan. Javert is another interesting character in this version. First of all, his name isn't changed or localized, he is still Javert. He is played by N.C. Fireman, and this part became so iconic that he actually went by the name Javert C. Fireman for the rest of his life. As Javert, he's pretty standard stuff. He still has the sideburns, and he is strict about his duty. He definitely has a unique look and feel in this film, but I feel like I wanted to see more of him. Eponine, or Anjali's story, is presented in full. The Thénardiers play their part, although having Ram Gopal as another antagonist does somewhat bloat the list of villains. There's no Gavroche or Enjolras, whose role as a lead revolutionary is taken by Umagathan, and I've already addressed the impact of this, so I don't need to go over that again. So yes, overall I think this connects with the themes of the novel quite well, while at the same time transplanting it into a new setting with the same issues raised in the novel over 100 years later. It is a testament to the timeless plights that it raises. Obviously the changes make it one of the less accurate versions of the story, and there's not really any highlights that set it apart from other versions for me, but I also know that those more versed in the time, place and culture of this version might resonate with it more than me. 1952 brings us our next English language adaptation of Les Miserables, produced in the United States and directed by Louis Milestone, perhaps best known for his 1931 film All Quiet on the Western Front and 1961's Ocean's 11. Let's take a look. First of all, the film has a runtime of about 100 minutes, so we can probably expect a fair few cuts within the short runtime. The opening scene is in a courtroom, with Valjean explaining his actions to the judge of stealing a loaf of bread. A small change here is that the woman and her family are not his sister and her children, but just a friend, as Valjean says. Valjean is unceremoniously sentenced to 10 years in prison, with the opening credits showing the torrid conditions of prison life. Next, we cut to a boat on the ocean amidst a storm, with the prisoners manning the oars. The ship hits a rock and the hull splits open, causing damage and a prisoner to be trapped under some rubble. Another prisoner, Jean Flou, tells Valjean to help, but he doesn't seem interested until Jean Flou basically orders him to do it. Whereas the Valjean in the opening courtroom scene was very meek and scared, this one 10 years later seems fully hardened and indifferent to the suffering around him. Valjean saves the man and is ordered back to rowing by Javert. Another interesting note, he is referred to as Etienne Javert, giving him a first name which the novel does not. The only other version thus far which gave Javert a first name was the 1935 version, also produced in the United States. Back on dry land and the storm over, Javert intervenes in an argument between Valjean and Jean Flou. Jean Flou tells Javert that his father would not approve of his cruelty, who apparently was also in the prison before he died. Javert gives his backstory of how he was born in that very prison, and how he was raised by the law, setting up his character quite nicely, in part thanks to actor Robert Newton's menacingly strict portrayal of the lawman. Jean Flou offers some abstract poetics about Javert, and we cut to the next scene with Valjean being released on parole. Valjean is, as typical, not paid the full amount for the time he spent in prison, but in a twist, Javert actually intervenes and reprimands the officer, ordering him to give him the full amount, saying the law must be implemented correctly. An interesting touch to show Javert applying the law justly to Valjean. On his travels, Valjean is chased and beaten by children with sticks, and suffers the typical indignities shown to someone of his status. This culminates in him being turned away at an inn and flipping a table in a rage, leading to him being chased. He escapes into the bishop's residence, and the usual scenes unfold. The bishop does give a bit of his backstory here, in reference to the novel's opening of giving a somewhat biographical account of his life, something which we haven't really seen incorporated into one of these adaptations. Next morning, Madame Magloire, the bishop's maid, notices the silver missing, but the bishop is unperturbed. Valjean is brought back, the bishop says the plates were a gift, and gives him the candlesticks, and says the guards should also overlook the disturbance at the inn. What stands out here is the bishop's dialogue is, while quite wordy, very poignant, and hits the mark very well. It's quite a good performance. Valjean goes to sell his silver plates, instinctively going to steal the shop owner's pocket watch on the counter before he realises what he is doing and stops. He decides not to sell the candlesticks when a runaway horse cart speeds through town outside. Valjean stops it and is hailed a hero. The man whose grandson Valjean saves offers to show him his pottery shop, before offering him travel to the nearest town, where he is supposed to report to the police station. Valjean is given the idea to buy the shop from one of the workers, Robert. Upon adopting the name Madeleine and heeding the bishop's advice, Valjean transforms it into a successful factory, thus ending the first part of the film. Cutting to 6 years later, and Valjean or Madeleine has built a successful business upon which the town depends. He is offered the position of mayor, but does not want to accept it, confiding in Robert that he is an ex-convict, although he already knew after he saw the marks from the prison collar when they first met 6 years ago, and Valjean eventually accepts the position. Next, Javert arrives, as he is assigned to the police in the city. Valjean recognises him, and the two have an amicable agreement, where Valjean asks Javert not to go looking for trouble where there is none, Javert responding that he would never improperly apply the law. One thing this film does well is that the dialogue is fairly robust and brings out the characters' personalities well. Madeleine leaves a tavern one night and passes a young woman who is grabbed by a drunken man. As she tries to fight him off, Javert arrives and has her locked up, while Madeleine hides nearby, clearly facing a dilemma about whether to intervene or not. He travels to Javert's office and orders her release, where she explains her woes and her backstory. We don't actually get to see Fantine's story and her being fired here. It is told through very rushed exposition as she lashes out at the mayor, obviously to save time. Valjean overrules Javert to order her release, much to his indignation. Valjean says he will go fetch Cosette and bring her. Soon after, Fantine collapses due to her illness. The next scene is Valjean arriving with Cosette. Yep, this version skips entirely the visit to the Thénardiers, Cosette's backstory, and also brings her to her mother while she is alive. Also, Cosette is a fair bit older in this version, a teenager rather than a young child. Fantine herself does not recognise her, having not seen her for 6 years. Valjean leaves as the two are reunited. While obviously not faithful to the novel, it is heartwarming to see Fantine and Cosette reunite. Again, this change also happens in the 1935 version. Javert sees Valjean and tells him he is off to Arras to see the trial of a captured man they believe to be Valjean. The courtroom scene is played out to its fullest extent, with one of the prisoners being brought in to identify Valjean being Jean Flou, who was established as a minor character at the beginning of the film. A big change is that Javert seems to be aware that Champmathieu is not Valjean, and is waiting for Valjean himself to confess his own identity. I'm not sure having Javert wait to play out a mock trial and have an innocent man sentenced really fits his character, and neither does his scheming to get Valjean to confess. Jean Flou is reluctant to confess Madeleine is Valjean, clearly wanting to protect his friend, but Valjean insists he does, to avoid an innocent man being sent to the galleys. Valjean returns to Fantine as she lies dying, promising that Cosette will be cared for. Javert arrives, Fantine dies, and Valjean attacks Javert to escape. Valjean, in hiding, signs everything over to Robert, including the care of Cosette, whom he tells Robert to take to the convent in Paris, thus ending the second phase of the film. The third part opens with the convent in Paris, where Valjean is working as a gardener, and Cosette passing her exams. In the next scene, fighting erupts outside the convent, with royalist guards chasing down young revolutionaries. One of them jumps over the walls to hide, and Valjean takes him to his cottage to hide. This man is unsurprisingly Marius, who is injured from a sabre cut. Valjean goes to check outside while Cosette enters and, unexpectedly seeing the young Marius, treats his wounds. Valjean returns and tells Marius to leave, obviously jealous of him. Valjean and Cosette move to a new house in Paris, where a boy, perhaps Gavroche, gives a message to Cosette from Marius to meet her. Cosette leaves, and Valjean returns to his business with Robert, who is also there. Valjean, however, decides to follow Cosette, and at the park he spies Cosette meeting with Marius, also noticing that a policeman was spying on him. Valjean returns to Robert with this troubling news, concerned that Marius will eventually lead the police to him. Valjean decides that he must flee to England, and Cosette agrees to go with him. Marius has followed Cosette home to see Valjean, but Valjean says that he and Cosette are leaving for England, and that their affair is over. Cosette and Marius speak alone, and Marius is persistent about being with her, telling her to stay with him, although she ultimately refuses. When he leaves, he confronts Valjean, telling him that there will be other men, and Valjean only wants to keep Cosette for himself because he is in love with her. Now, we've gone over this before with the other US version from 1935, but having Valjean in love with Cosette himself is just a strange adjustment that doesn't do any of the characters any favours. This, compounded with Marius's forwardness and borderline arrogance, makes him much less endearing. Valjean sees a policeman watching the house and decides to leave for England that night. At the police precinct, an officer reports on Marius's movements, and his superior decides to arrest the residents of Valjean's house. Before the order can be given, though, Javert arrives with orders from the king that they are to attack the barricades and the revolutionaries. Gavroche returns to Valjean's house with a message for Cosette. Valjean reads it as Marius once again admonishing Valjean as wanting Cosette for himself. Something changes in Valjean, though, as he heads to the barricades. He passes Javert, who recognises him. Valjean tells Marius he is free to go to Cosette, but he now says it is too late and he is committed to the revolution. The pair see that Javert has been captured as a spy, and Javert reveals Valjean's identity as a convict to Marius, who realises that is why he wants to flee to England. Valjean asks to settle things with Javert, and Marius hands him a pistol. Fighting breaks out, and Valjean and Javert are left alone. Javert says that his duty is fulfilled after arresting and hunting down Valjean here, and Valjean should end him there, fulfilling his role as the convict and he the lawman. Valjean frees him, but Javert insists he kills him. Again, Valjean refuses, telling him to leave. Javert refuses to take Valjean's pity and attacks Valjean, causing Valjean to knock him out. An interesting change there, that Javert, even when freed, refuses to accept his freedom, and that Valjean must play his part. Fierce fighting breaks out on the barricades and Marius is shot. Valjean takes him through the sewers, while Javert follows. Valjean exits the sewers with Marius as Javert follows him home. He arrests both Valjean and Marius at gunpoint, saying that Marius as a revolutionary is also a criminal, and has no interest in getting him medical help. Javert eventually relents, and even aiding Valjean with the unconscious Marius. Robert restrains Javert, but Valjean tells him to let him go. Valjean and Cosette go to the injured Marius, while Javert says he will wait outside. Robert confronts Javert, saying that Valjean could still escape, but Javert has taken the word of a convict that he will not escape. Having Robert being the somewhat voice of the inner thoughts of the novel, I don't think it's necessary to explain what is going on, but it's just another way to tell the story, I suppose. Valjean leaves his home to see Javert walking away and onto a bridge. Realising what Javert is about to do, he goes to him, but it is too late to stop him throwing himself into the river. Valjean returns to Cosette, Marius, and Robert, and the film ends there. Happy ending, I guess? There are a lot of similarities between this and the other US version released in 1935, although I'd stop short of calling it a remake. They both have a similar runtime and have to make a lot of cuts to the novel. I think this version does take a lot more, in particularly completely removing the Thénardiers as a plot point. Other omissions such as Eponine and her storyline, Enjolras, Gavroche barely getting a look in again, do miss significant parts of the story. Adding in new characters such as Jean Flou and Robert provides someone for Valjean to vocalise his thoughts, which, as I have mentioned before, is pretty difficult to do on screen without a narrator telling a story. This is all the characters do though, they don't really have a personality or role in the film otherwise. There's too much change to make this a faithful adaptation, and lacks the depth to address the novel's themes with any resonance or thoughtfulness. Director Louis Milestone essentially called the film just another job in an interview, and clearly had little love for it, and the major actors were all contractually obligated to appear by 20th Century Fox. Milestone was at the end of his career at this point, but maybe his attitude wasn't helped by a poor script that cuts a lot of the novel out. Either way, there's little love for this film on the director's part. Nevertheless, it is competently produced in terms of the camera work and lavish sets and costumes. I think there are 3 things that save this film. 1 and 2, the performances of Michael Rennie as Valjean and Robert Newton as Javert are solid and capture the characters brilliantly. Newton in particular is a brilliant Javert, perhaps one of my favourites thus far. He has a bit of Lofton's Javert from the 1935 version, but much more menacing and sharp, whereas Lofton's Javert was much more unstable. Rennie as Valjean exhibits the emotional depth and variety, and his tall stature gives him the look, although perhaps a bit too thin to be convincingly strong. The rest of the cast don't really match up to the 2 leads. Cosette and Fantine don't really stand out, no Thénardiers or Eponine or the like. Marius' character stumbles into the trap once again of being very forceful and argumentative with Valjean, coming into the film over halfway through and trying to be the star. I think Marius is becoming the most misrepresented character thus far. His character is supposed to be timid, but driven by his feelings for Cosette to be bold. When these films have him take the role of Enjolras as a central figure for the revolution, he loses that softness and becomes often very pushy and righteous that he knows what is best for Cosette. Also, Cameron Mitchell seems to be a bit too old to play the role. The rest of the cast is mostly forgettable, and yes, as mentioned, a lot of them are missing. The third thing I think saves this film is the dialogue that brings voices to the inner thoughts and turmoil of the characters, which is a huge part of the story. It links the characters to each other and reveals their personalities well, although sometimes it is a bit too wordy, with characters delivering a lot of words very quickly to fit a lot of exposition in. I think this makes the film a serviceable drama, but misses way too much of the original story to be a true adaptation. Also in 1952, the BBC broadcast another television adaptation based on the play The Bishop's Candlesticks. Entitled The Bishop's Treasure, it debuted on Thursday the 15th of June at 5:10 p.m. with a runtime of 30 minutes, interestingly advertised as children's television according to the schedule. It was also repeated the following Sunday. As with the prior BBC television series, this version no longer exists, if it was ever committed to film. All we know about it is again preserved in the Radio Times TV listing, which also lists the credits and cast members, including Patrick Crean as Jean Valjean and Harcourt Williams as the Bishop. While there's no footage or details of this programme that I could find, we can assume it follows the play and hence the scene of the novel without surprises. Moving on a year to 1953, another TV adaptation shows up, this time in the United States as part of the television series The Medallion Theatre. Broadcast live from New York, each weekly episode adapted a different story into its 30-minute runtime. Episode 19 is The Bishop's Candlesticks, aired on the 14th of November 1953, and is unsurprisingly another adaptation of the play of the same name, starring Victor Jury as Jean Valjean. As it was broadcast live, no footage of any of the series has survived, even if any was made, so it's another extant adaptation. Also in 1953, we have another TV adaptation as part of an anthology series. Monodrama Theatre aired in the United States on the Dumont television network for 40 episodes between May 1952 and December 1953. The episode Jean Valjean was broadcast on Monday, July 6, 1953. In the programme's time slot of either 15 or 30 minutes, the monodrama format is very bare bones, just an actor reading lines in front of a black wall. That's all we know about this one, sadly, as no known episodes are known to survive. The Dumont network went bankrupt in the mid-1950s, and any recordings of its programs that were brought up were reportedly dumped into New York City's East River to make space for videotapes. Maybe there's some surviving film down there if anyone is willing to take a dive. 1954 gives us another Japanese adaptation, and the first TV series to be broadcast in that country. According to the Japanese TV drama database, it aired on the NHK television channel between the 10th of February and the 27th of July 1954, and was comprised of 14 episodes. Broadcast between 6:30 and 7 p.m, the only other information that is available is the cast list, with Tatsuya Ichiguro playing Valjean in the first episode and Junichi Takagi in the rest, presumably marking a transition between the young Valjean when he is imprisoned and the Valjean who emerges from prison all those years later. That is, unfortunately, all of the information we have. 1955 returns us to the cinema of India with the Hindi language film Kundan. It is the first Hindi language adaptation of Les Misérables, as the 1950 version was shot in both Tamil and Telugu. The title of this version is the name of Valjean's character Kundan, which is nearly identical to his name in the Tamil language version that we saw, Kundan. The film was directed by Sohrab Modi and has a runtime of 2.5 hours. Not the longest adaptation, but not the shortest either, so let's have a look. The film starts off with Kundan, this film's Valjean, stealing some bread for his niece Radha and her mother. He is typically caught and arrested and sentenced to prison. Radha sees her uncle being taken away, where he promises he will return. He tries to escape but is sentenced to 5 more years. One of the prison officers is Sher Singh, who takes the role of Javert. Also, little trivia, Valjean/Kundan's prisoner number is 335 this time, still no 24601. After another attempted escape, Kundan is sentenced to a total of 14 years working in a labour camp. While there, a blast leads to a boulder falling on another prisoner, and Kundan uses his inhuman strength to free the man as Inspector Singh looks on. Meanwhile, Kundan's niece is seen grown up with her own child and married to a man named Gopal. Musical number time? At this point, you may have noticed that this adaptation bears a resemblance to the 1950 version Beedala Patlu, which we looked at earlier. In fact, most of the changes, including making the Fantine character Valjean's niece and marrying a scoundrel, are nearly identical, as well as updating the setting to India just before India's independence from Britain. Whereas both versions were filmed and released in India, the 1950 version was released in the Telugu and Tamil languages, whereas we mentioned this 1955 version is in Hindi. Gopal pretends to start an argument with another man about his debts, so Radha will give him her jewels to sell to pay those debts. Musical number with the Thénardiers, Sukiya and Joko, as Radha comes past with her young daughter Uma. Cutting back to Kundan, he is being released on parole and goes back to try and find his niece Radha, but finds nothing. Word spreads that Kundan the thief is in town. Back to Radha, she recounts her story to Sukiya, saying her husband abandoned her, and asks Sukiya to look after Uma, Cosette, so she can focus on her job. Kundan tries to get food but is turned away throughout the town, even getting kicked out of a literal doghouse. He's directed to the home of the priest Guru Dev, and the usual story unfolds, although we get a song for when Kundan is brought to the bishop after being arrested and given the candlesticks, during which Kundan and Radha unknowingly cross each other as they cross a river, just like the musical number in the 1950 film. Kundan comes across a pottery shop and buys it with the bishop's silver plates, which he transforms into a successful factory and business. 5 years later, the town is transformed, as Kundan takes the name Din Dayal and a fancy moustache too. Kundan/Din Dayal is offered the position of mayor, which he is persuaded to agree to. Inspector Singh is assigned to the city and meets Kundan when a horse cart falls onto a man. Kundan lifts it single-handedly, which reminds Singh of the incident in the prison, or the usual. Radha is working at Kundan's factory, where the other women go to tell the foreman about the rumours that she has a child. Back with the Thénardiers, Sukiya and Joko, Radha is sent a vest for Uma, but Sukiya gives it to her own daughter Ratna instead, who takes the part of Eponine. Radha loses her job and goes to get Uma, but Joko and Sukiya refuse to let her take her without paying them 500 rupees. Unable to pay, she is persuaded to join a theatre group to earn money. Perfect time for another song. She goes to the theatre where she sees her estranged husband Gopal, who does not recognise her. She causes a scene and Singh has her arrested. Kundan steps in and has her released when she collapses, and Kundan has her brought to his home. The two realise that they are related, but Singh requests a meeting, requesting to be fired, saying he has mistakenly reported the mayor as Kundan and disrespected a person of authority, and the real Kundan has been arrested. The courtroom scene unfolds, where Kundan gives an impassioned account of his life, and after confessing, Kundan returns home to find Radha ill. Singh also arrives to take Kundan away. Radha dies, Kundan escapes, and leaves his business to his associate, Sevrakam. Jokar gets another song here, flirting with a market girl, when his wife Sakia sees him and throws a brick through the girl's stall. Funny stuff. Kundan shows up to take Uma as Jokar tries to fleece him out of more and more money. Kundan leaves with Uma, and Singh turns up on his motorcycle to inquire about Kundan, and Jokar says he was there and kidnaps Uma. No horses for this Javert, he's riding in style. Kundan escapes into the garden of a girls' school, where he meets Garib Das, the man who he saved from under the cart, and, in keeping with the novel, Kundan pretends to be his brother named Dharma and gets him a job at the school, while Uma enrolls there, thus ending the second part of the story. We see Uma grow up as she progresses through school, eventually seeing her as an adult played by Nimi, who also played Radha or Fantine. Kundan sends word to Sevrakam to prepare a house for them so that Uma can continue her studies. At this point, we cut to Amrit, the film's Marius, as he is talking to Jokar and Sukiya's daughter Ratna, as mentioned, Eponine, as she laments his disinterest in her. He's instead more interested in fighting for India's independence, and what better way to express that than through another song? This one's pretty catchy too. The police raid the meeting, and Amrit escapes, taking refuge in Kundan's house. Uma tends to Amrit's wounds, and the usual romance begins. Uma takes Amrit for a ride in her car, and we get a song while doing so. Uma passes her exams, and Kundan arranges for her study in London, which means she won't get to see Amrit anymore. Amrit goes to ask Kundan to marry Uma, but he refuses, saying that his revolutionary actions would make Uma unsafe. After a song though, Kundan changes his mind, and allows her to marry Amrit. Uma goes to see him at the hotel where he is staying, which is of course run by Jokar. He recognises her and, leaving Uma with his wife, goes to see Kundan to blackmail him. Imprisoned, Uma meets Ratna, who lets Uma escape in case something happens to Amrit. Kundan arranges for him and Uma to leave their home and move away that day, as riots have broken out in the city. Here we get shots of protests from the Indian Revolution, including actual stock footage of Mahatma Gandhi and other independence leaders. Ratna shows up and finds Uma, who says that Amrit is in danger and begs Uma to convince Kundan to help him. He agrees and goes with Ratna to the barricades. Kundan tells Amrit that his methods are wrong and he should follow the leaders of the independence movement by adopting methods of non-violence, but Amrit says that will not work, and the British have already locked up all of the leaders. Singh is captured and brought before Amrit, but Kundan convinces them to hand Singh over to him. Amrit goes to the front of the barricade, but Ratna pulls him away and is shot and killed herself. Kundan saves Singh, who fails to grasp why. Amrit is shot and injured, and after overpowering Singh, Kundan takes Amrit through the sewers to escape. Singh gives chase, shouting after Kundan. At the exit, Singh is waiting. Kundan manages to convince Singh to take him home, saying he cannot leave him to die before the law can judge him. He is taken home, and Kundan asks Singh for 2 hours to save Amrit's life, after which Kundan returns to Singh to find him gone. All that remains is his notebook, in which Singh has written he has dispensed justice to 2 prisoners, but committed an injustice to the law, and as such can no longer service. He heads to the river, and Kundan follows, but can only watch as Singh jumps in and drowns. The next scene sees Kundan sitting on a bench when a man runs up to him and begs for forgiveness. It is Gopal, Radha's husband, who abandoned her. Jokar also turns up and begs forgiveness for wronging Kundan, although still begs for money. The three look on as Uma and Amrit row away on a boat, and the film ends in a nice, happy ending, I guess. As mentioned, story-wise, this bears a lot of similarities to the 1950 version, with Radha, Fantine, being Valjean or Kundan's niece, and her getting married to a scheming, good-for-nothing husband. It does simplify some elements of the script, though, such as removing the character of Marius's father, who was also Kundan's assistant at his factory. This isn't too much of a loss, and the plot still flows nicely. It adapts a good amount of the story, just lacking a little depth in terms of some of the characters such as Ratna or Eponine. The dialogue in this film is also a lot tighter in reflecting the themes of the novel, and even the songs do a good job of capturing the flow of the story without spelling it out. The role of Kundan, played by Sohrab Modi, is fleshed out well across the different stages of his life, and Modi's portrayal is very strong. Modi also serves as director and producer. Best performance though goes to Nimi, who plays both Radar and Uma, or Fantine and Cosette, a double role a few of these adaptations have done. Not only does she bring both characters to life accurately to the novel, but she does so with no overlap. It really is like they're two different people. Ullas's Sher Singh, or Javert, plays the part well, but I would have liked to have seen more depth to his character. Also, he is always going to pale in comparison to the 1950 Javert, who, as we mentioned, became a cultural phenomenon to the point the actor went by the name Javert for the rest of his life. Amrit as the Marius character is also more likeable than the 1950 version, as you actually get a sense of romance between him and Cosette or Uma. Jokhar and Sukiya as the Thénardiers are also spot on. Their song fits really well, nearly giving the musical a run for its money. Overall, I think this version is slightly better than the 1950 one it is clearly based off, and it incorporates the majority of the story well, with good performances and musical numbers that capture the characters and the spirit of the story, again replacing the backdrop of the French Revolution with the Indian independence movement, showing the timeless struggle of the people. Also in 1955, there was yet another Japanese Les Miserables adaptation. According to the Japanese TV drama database, it was a 31-episode TV series broadcast on the NTV network in Japan between the 10th of October 1955 and the 5th of May 1956, between the times of 7:30 and 8 p.m. It relocated the story to Japan and had Sesue Hayakawa as the lead. This series is sadly lost media, and yet another Japanese adaptation lost to us. A year later in 1956, it's Sri Lanka's turn to do an adaptation, with Duppathage Duka, which translates to Sorrow of the Poor, probably taking its name from the 1950 Indian version Plight of the Poor. I wasn't able to find a copy of this film, if it does indeed exist in its entirety, but there's a 15-minute clip of the film online, a bunch of photos, some of the songs, and a review of the film from the Sri Lankan newspaper archives, which details most of the story, so let's run through it. The film is set in a local setting, transporting the story to a modern-day Sri Lanka. The start of the film seems to follow the novel, with Baladeva, Valjean, being arrested for stealing bread to feed his sister's family. He is sent to prison, where his eldest niece comes to visit, and he then escapes to see the family. He returns to the family home as his sister dies and is rearrested, sentenced to another 10 years. This sounds very similar to the 1950 Indian adaptation, which did the same thing. This version also makes Valjean's niece the character of Fantine, here named Padma, marry a sleazy man who abandons her. Baladeva is released from prison and finds refuge at the home of the bishop. Here's where the only clip I could find begins, as it shows the scene with the bishop. The bishop's assistant warns him that there have been reports of a criminal around town, to which the bishop has little concern. Sure enough, the criminal enters and the bishop invites him to dine with him, and offers him a bed for the night. In the morning, the bishop's assistant tells him that the plates have gone, but the bishop doesn't seem too fussed. Baladeva is brought back by soldiers, but the bishop tells him that the plates were a gift, and gives him the silver candlesticks too. You know the story by now. He also hands him a copy of the Bible as well though. Baladeva goes on the road as he sings a musical number. He also inadvertently walks by his niece Padma, as she is carrying her baby daughter Cosette, or Nalini as she is named here. This again is similar to what happens in the 1950 and 1957 Indian films. Tilak, Marius, is the son of the Inspector General of Police, whereas in the 1950 and 1957 films, it is just mentioned that he disagrees with his father's position on the state and is never shown. This is actually similar to another version we looked at, the 1948 Italian version, in which Marius's father is Javert's direct superior. Although whether this 1957 film deliberately copied this one is dubious. I assume not, as it would have been very unlikely, but not impossible. for someone from Sri Lanka seeing a 1948 Italian film when it was shown, and then getting involved in making a Sri Lankan film, but who knows. Javert, or Jaya Singh, is confronted with the question from Baladeva that there is one rule for the IGP's son, who Jaya Singh has been charged with finding by his father, and another for the common man. This causes a crisis in consciousness that leads to the inspector's death. The final change is at the end, when Baladeva actually dies as he does in the novel, giving his blessing to Tilak and Nalini, whereas in the other Indian versions, the Valjean equivalent carries on living. I can't comment on the intricacies of the film, but yeah, based on what we do know, it's very similar to versions I've already seen. A year later in 1957, another Sri Lankan adaptation was released entitled Sirakaruwa, or The Prisoner. Like the previous Sri Lankan film, I wasn't able to find a copy of this one, or hardly anything. It was directed by Sirisena Wimalawira, who directed a few films in the 1950s, and the cast list of the film is available, but apart from that, only a few songs that are in the film are available online. 1957 also provided a short French film, La Derouté, ran for 16 or 17 minutes, and was about how to make money following Napoleon's disaster at Waterloo. Based on this, we can safely assume this short film was a recreation of the scene at Waterloo, with Thénardier robbing the bodies of the dead soldiers, and inadvertently saving the life of Marius' father. The film was directed by Adonis Curieux and starring Jean Sauvé, but these are the only things known about it, and no copies of the film or image stills seem to survive. A year later, again in 1958, we have another French adaptation, and a big one at that, directed by Jean-Paul Lechenois, and with a runtime of over 3.5 hours. That said, most releases of this film have the runtime at 188 minutes instead of the cinematic release of 217 minutes. I managed to find both versions, so I'll point out the cut content as we go. I'll be referring to them as the 188 version and the 217 version to try and keep it simple. It should be said though that the director Jean-Paul Lechenois originally had the film at 5 hours and 15 minutes before cutting it back to 217 for the cinematic release. The full unedited version should exist at the French Film Archives, but there's no confirmation of that. Also, this is the first version that is in colour. It feels like we're making progress. Let's see how it stacks up. At the start, we see a chain gang being marched through a town to a quarry where a narrator gives the historical background. The 217 version has a slightly longer shot of the gang marching, but nothing of any substance. We see an old prison guard, referred to as Old Javert, marching through with his young son, pointing out Valjean, or prisoner 3021, who he describes as a dangerous man who has tried to escape twice already. An explosion in the quarry leads to a prisoner being caught under some rubble, and Valjean breaks his chain to save him. Valjean's reward for this by Old Javert is to be sentenced to lashes for trying to escape. We cut later after Valjean has served his 19 years and is released on parole. We see Valjean wandering alone through the countryside. Again, this shot is slightly longer in the 217 version, with a few lines of extra narration. In the town of Dean, a clearly high-ranking member of the papacy arrives at the bishop's residence, finding the grand building has been turned into a hospital, and the bishop instead is living in a modest house nearby. This showcases the nature of the bishop, who chooses to live a life of modest means, turning up on a donkey and showing his guests to an again modest bed, to which the papal guest replies he will go to the inn instead, setting up a contrast between the two very different practices of the religious officials. We now cut to a time later where Jean Valjean knocks on the door and enters asking for shelter, as the bishop welcomes him in, feeding him and providing him a bed. No surprises here. Cut to the next morning where the bishop is tending his garden when Mademoiselle Magloire tells him the silverware and Valjean are gone. They are interrupted as soldiers bring Valjean back, and the bishop tells them the stolen items were a gift, and that he also forgot the candlesticks, giving them to Valjean, saying that he has brought his soul for good with this gift. Valjean, after walking so far, according to the narrator, is resting on a log and staring at the candlesticks. This is the first time one of these versions I've seen has had a narrator. It's a very divisive element to have in films, having to explain the plot rather than let the story tell itself on screen. On the one hand, the book has a narrator of sorts, so it's faithful to that, but also I don't think it's too necessary, as the film does a good job of setting the scene even without narrating. Then again, I would say that, after watching so many versions of this story, I'll reserve judgment until the end. Petit Gervais rolls up as usual, and as he is throwing his coin up and down in his hand, Valjean catches it and tells him to go away, slightly differently from putting it under his foot. Valjean chases after him after he realises what he has done. We cut to a few years later, as Montreal-sur-Mer has risen as a town, thanks to Monsieur Madeleine, who has built a large home, turned it into a hospital, and chosen to live modestly nearby, echoing the bishop's practices. The town confers on Monsieur Madeleine, obviously actually Valjean, the title of mayor. The mayor gets his usual visit from Inspector Javert, who is the son of old Javert that was a guard where Valjean was imprisoned. This change is one of the biggest changes in the film's story, but is necessitated by the difference of age between the two actors, with Valjean's actor Jean Gabin being 15 years older than Javert's Bernard Blier, who also plays old Javert in the prison, with more makeup. I suppose it makes sense that they would have to make this change, but I do think that having Javert and Valjean the same age is quite important, as they are simply two men who are a mirror of each other, just having taken different paths. Nevertheless, we get the horse cart scene, and Javert recalls that only one man he has ever known could do such a feat, to which Monsieur Madeleine replies he now knows too. The next scene shows a cafe where some young men of the town are practicing some debauchery when Fantine walks by, obviously engaged in prostitution, and the young men play the trick of pouring snow down her back, to which she lashes out and is arrested by Javert. While we have skipped the whole scene of Fantine being employed at Madeleine's factory, being fired, etc., I appreciate that the film actually shows Fantine engaging in prostitution and doesn't shy away from it, alongside her being abused for it by young men, hence not shying away from the message and contrast displayed in the original story. Fantine is sentenced to 6 months in jail, which she protests because she has a daughter she must pay for. Valjean walks in and orders her release, to Javert's indignation. She explains how she was fired from his factory, and Valjean promises to make amends. A flashback scene occurs with Fantine and Cosette on the road, and arriving at the Thénardier's inn. Fantine decides to leave Cosette there while she looks for work. We also get the reference that Thénardier was a sergeant at the Battle of Waterloo, a story element which sometimes is omitted in these adaptations. Back to Fantine, she is in bed ill, as Valjean learns from a messenger that the Thénardiers refused to give her up without more money. Javert meets with Madeleine asking to be dismissed, and also that Valjean has been caught elsewhere, and the trial at Arras is to be held. We get a scene of Valjean debating his options between confessing and also his responsibility to Fantine. In the longer 217 version, this scene is extended as Valjean, via the narrator voice, considers further his options, including his plan to amass a fortune of 10 million francs that he would use to help the poor, and which would be foiled if he were to confess. Eventually, a knock on the door comes as a woman announces to Valjean/Madeleine that his carriage is ready. Both versions converge at the courtroom as Champmathieu maintains his innocence and Valjean arrives to confess his true identity in keeping with the novel. There's a few extra lines in the 217 version, but nothing substantial. Fantine awaits the return of Cosette in her hospital bed as Valjean arrives back from the court. He tells Fantine that Cosette is there to comfort her, but she cannot see her yet in case she catches Fantine's illness. Javert arrives to arrest Valjean, Fantine dies from shock, and Valjean is taken away. The 217 version has a short scene after this of the townspeople gossiping about the news that the mayor has been arrested, and rumours that Fantine was his concubine. In jail, Valjean escapes using some wire to break the bars, and heads back home to fetch the candlesticks and money. He returns to Fantine and Sister Simplice, whom Valjean hands the money to give Fantine a burial. Simplice also gives Valjean an address for the convent in Paris where he may get help, something which doesn't happen in the novel, where Valjean stumbles upon the convent purely by chance. Simplice tells her first lie to Javert that she hasn't seen him, as it is in the novel, and Valjean escapes. In a unique scene for the 217 version, Javert is petitioning his superiors for men and horses to reach Montfermeil before Valjean, since he knows that's where he will be heading. But his superior says it is Christmas, and no one would be available, but obviously Javert says that the Lord does not rest for Christmas. Also, Javert will be reassigned to Paris if he has let Valjean escape, setting up his being there in the next part of the story. The narrator next tells of the rumours of Montfermeil of a devil who appears in the woods at night, which is actually Valjean digging up his fortune. Thénardier is at his inn, having a laugh at the rumours, when Cosette is ordered to go fetch a bucket of water from the woods. Valjean comes across her and takes her back to the inn, and the scene unfolds as in the novel quite faithfully, so there's no need to recount it once again. There is also a funny little moment with a close-up of Madame Thénardier with tears in her eyes, but it turns out she is just cutting onions. The only change is during the escape, where Javert and his men arrive after Valjean gives Thénardier Fantine's letter, and Valjean makes his escape from the inn with Cosette. Thénardier sees him, and Valjean drops a platform on his head, and Cosette and Valjean escape from the roof. There's a bit of extra footage of Javert searching the rooms in the 217 version, but not much. We then cut to the convent where Cosette and Valjean are now staying, although Cosette is still the same age. A short distance away is shown to be a farmer named Colonel Pontmercy, who, while a soldier at Waterloo, with the restoration of the monarchy, has been forbidden to show his medals, and given a very meagre pension, as his son taken by the colonel's father-in-law to raise. This is a very rare glimpse at Marius's father, as he is very rarely mentioned in much detail, let alone seen, unless the story is heavily altered. Anyway, we now cut to Marius, living with his grandfather, Monsieur Gillenormand, who tells him that his father is dying and he must go see him, even though he had previously forbidden Marius from seeing his father. Marius arrives to find his father dead, and he learns what he did serving Napoleon. This is quite accurate to the novel, and also the first time we've really got to see this scene with his father play out. As we have seen in many of these adaptations, his role is just to play Cosette's love interest. Next, we get a flashback of the Battle of Waterloo itself, a big digression in the novel, and also which, once again, is barely shown in these adaptations. This is also where a lot of the original 5-hour reel was cut, as the director has stated that he had to cut some from the battle. We see the Thénardiers there. Monsieur is a sergeant hiding under a wagon, and Madame Thénardier supplying food and water. They look over the battlefield and see it isn't going well, and Monsieur Thénardier pretends to be dead to avoid going into battle. At nightfall, we see stretches of dead bodies, as Thénardier is looting the corpses. He comes across a sergeant and proceeds to loot him as well, only to discover he is alive. Thinking Thénardier is saving him, the two hide as the English soldiers go past, and we cut to Marius reading a letter from his now deceased father, stating, as it does in the novel, that should Marius ever find a man named Thénardier, he should help him in any way. Marius learns of his father's legacy and sets him up in conflict with his royalist father, as Marius leaves the house and goes to stay at an apartment next door to, unknowingly, the Thénardiers. There we are also introduced to Éponine proper and Gavroche, who, while he is the son of the Thénardiers, we usually don't see with them at all. Marius goes to the Luxembourg Gardens to work, since the Thénardiers are making too much noise. It is here that he, of course, sees Valjean and Cosette for the first time. Thus begins Marius's and Cosette's meetings in the park, and Valjean noticing. Eventually, Cosette and Valjean stop coming to the park, but Marius notices another man wandering around looking for something. It is Javert, forever searching for Valjean. Thus ends the first part of the film. The second part opens with the news that General Lamarque is ill, the one general that was friend to the poor, as Javert looks on at the agitators. Marius is hanging around with the friends of the ABC, led by Enjolras. The 217 version here introduces all of the different members of the ABC via the narrator. Javert's superior outlines the trouble they are expecting with the death of Lamarque, and Javert is assigned to investigate the members of the ABC. Back at Marius's room, Éponine tries to charm Marius without success, and we get a unique scene next, where Éponine steals a loaf of bread and is caught, while it just so happens Valjean and Cosette are walking past. Valjean pays for the bread, and he invites Éponine to dinner. Cosette gives Éponine a new dress too, and it's quite nice to have Cosette and Éponine have a bonding moment, even if they don't in the novel. Valjean offers to bring food to Éponine's family, unaware they are the Thénardiers, and back at their house, Marius looks out the window at an arriving carriage to surprisingly see the man he saw at the park, and Cosette herself. Thénardier does his usual bit of making their situation look worse than it is, while Éponine doesn't wish to lie to them in thanks for their generosity towards her. That said, he doesn't do the iconic breaking of the chair legs. Thénardier recognises Valjean, and Valjean seems to hint that he recognises Thénardier. Valjean says he will return later with money, and he leaves with Cosette as Marius fails to follow them. Thénardier hatches his plan to extort Valjean when he returns, and Eponine goes to show her new dress to Marius, but he's more interested in Cosette. Back with the Thénardiers, Monsieur Thénardier asks Eponine where he lives, as he plans to rob the pair, but Eponine says she doesn't remember, and she refuses to help him when Valjean and Cosette were nice to her. Marius meets with Javert and informs him about the plot, as he prepares to spring an ambush of his own. When Valjean returns, the story changes slightly, as Valjean offers Thénardier, who he still doesn't admit to knowing, a large sum of money to relocate his family to the Americas. Thénardier refuses the offer, instead enacting his plan to extort Valjean for much more with the aid of the Patron Minette gang. He shows Valjean the painting of the Sergeant of Waterloo, and reveals his name as Thénardier, which Valjean pretends not to know, but Marius, who is listening in, recognises as the man that his father told to look after. Torn between his father's wishes and Cosette's father, Marius stalls alerting Javert until Valjean is in danger, and Javert bursts in with the guards. This whole scene is recreated very accurately again, although Valjean does escape through the door instead of the window, and also Javert recognises him. The next scene is exclusive to the 217 version, where Eponine and Azelma go to see Gavroche, since they have nowhere to stay after their father was arrested. A man comes in who is a friend of the ABC, who Gavroche has been working with to steal lead, so that they can melt it down into bullets. The next scene announces the death of General Lamarque at a meeting of the ABC, where they plan to start their revolution at Lamarque's funeral, with Marius standing beside them. Eponine meets with Marius, who reveals that she knows Cosette's address, but doesn't want to tell it to Marius. Marius fails to notice the obvious, and she tells him because she doesn't want him to hate her. Marius leaves Cosette a letter in her garden while Valjean is away digging up his money in the woods again. Marius and Cosette finally meet in the garden that night, while Eponine looks on. In the 188 version they only hug and sit together to share a brief kiss with no words exchanged, while in the 217 version the scene is extended with a longer kiss and them telling each other their names. The funeral of General Lamarque gets underway, and the friends of the ABC join the crowds to enact their plan. Javert and his officers are also nearby, and join in undercover to stop trouble when it arises. The plan is enacted as the revolutionaries try to hijack the procession, and the soldiers try to stop them. The scale of this scene is very impressive, with the crowds of extras, the throwing of furniture out of the windows, and the colourful flags and uniforms. Again, this is the first adaptation that we've seen in colour, so it has a striking effect for that reason alone. Next, the revolutionaries set up the barricades, as Javert has joined them undercover. The 217 version has an extra scene here, as the narrator tells how the revolutionaries had opened the gates of the prisons, allowing the convicts inside free. Thénardier is here shown with 2 horses, obviously stolen, bringing them to a shopkeeper for some no doubt nefarious scheme. Back at the barricade, Gavroche points out Javert to Enjolras, and they take him to be restrained and shot if need be. The 217 version shows Marius leaving the barricade to attend some other business. Valjean and Cosette are leaving their house for a new address as Eponine looks on. She takes the letter Cosette has left under a rock on the bench and takes it for herself, hoping to scupper any reunion between Marius and Cosette. She waits in the garden until night in Cosette's place. She tells Marius that Cosette and Valjean have gone to London and won't be back, not mentioning the note. Marius then commits to dying at the barricade having lost Cosette, and Eponine joins him. The 217 version looks over the skyline of Paris as the narrator tells how night has fallen and the state of the city. Both versions then show Marius and Eponine returning to the barricade as the soldiers advance upon it. Mabeuf appears to the soldiers to join them, but is unceremoniously shot dead atop the barricade, and the battle gets underway. Eponine is shot, saving Marius' life. The soldiers retreat after an explosive keg is thrown at them, and Eponine gets her death scene, powerfully acted and executed. She even gets a kiss before she dies, rather than a kiss on the forehead after her death. Eponine is laid next to Mabeuf, as Gavroche watches his sister put down. The narrator surveys the scene of the barricades, those living and those dying. Marius tasks Gavroche with delivering a letter to Cosette. At his new address, Valjean finds evidence of the letter Cosette wrote to Marius, as he hears a knock on the door, and Gavroche delivers Marius' letter to him. Valjean reads the letter and resigns himself to save the young man's life for Cosette's sake. The 217 version has an extended scene as Enjolras gets philosophical about the revolution, and he gets the news that the other barricades have fallen, and the people of Paris have not come to join them. He informs the revolutionaries of the bad news, and that some of them should live rather than face their inevitable death. Both versions next show the soldiers rolling out a cannon to bring down the barricade. The soldiers are driven back, and in the 217 version we see Gavroche telling Marius that his letter has been delivered, and when asking for a reply, he turns to see Valjean. Both versions next see Gavroche scavenging the battlefield for ammunition, while the 217 version has a small extra scene of Valjean taking a rifle from Enjolras and shooting the hats off some rooftop shooters and scaring them away, as Enjolras remarks that he is not shooting to kill. Gavroche is shot and killed, and his body is brought back to the barricades to lie next to his sister by Valjean. Seeing Javert, he offers to deal with him and takes him outside. Javert, showing no emotion, treating it as a matter of fact that the convict should kill him. Valjean obviously sets him free and tells him his address to find him later. The epic battle rages on as the soldiers storm the barricade with their bayonets. Marius is wounded, the remaining revolutionaries bar themselves in the wine shop for a final stand, and again the fighting reconstructs the description of the novel, with the revolutionaries taking refuge upstairs and cutting away the staircase. They are eventually overwhelmed and set before the firing squad, and the drunk Grantaire demands to stand with Enjolras as they are killed. Thénardier is then shown looting a jeweller's, with the narrator in the 188 version saying how the convicts had been released from prison during the uprising, which was already done by the narrator in the 217 version in the scene which was cut from the shorter one featuring Thénardier escaping. Either way, Thénardier is caught by some soldiers but escapes into the sewers when the soldiers are fired upon by snipers. We also see Javert back at headquarters with his superiors, detailing the plan to lock up the sewers and trap anyone who might try to escape through there. Valjean takes Marius through the sewers, and the narrator gives us an account of them, although not in the detail that the diversion in the novel does. The 217 version also extends some of the shots of Valjean's traversal. Javert is positioned at the exits with his men. We also see some soldiers in the sewers pursuing Valjean, something we don't see in the other adaptations. Valjean reaches a locked exit, where Thénardier is watching in the shadows. He offers to give Valjean the key for some money, which he agrees, although he does seem to recognise Valjean in this version. Javert apprehends him, and Valjean shows him a letter on Marius' body to deliver him to his grandfather, which Javert agrees. They do so, and Javert allows Valjean one last request to visit his home. Javert asks Valjean why he saved his life, to which Valjean can only show pity that he does not understand. Valjean looks out his window to see Javert gone. We get an extended scene in the 217 version at Javert walking along the street, seeing a dead body and the poor being dragged to the police station, as Javert looks on, almost as if it is the first time in his life that he has seen such things. Both versions see Javert walking along the Seine, Javert almost unaware of everything that is going on around him. Staring at the water, he silently puts on a pair of handcuffs and throws himself into the water in quite a powerful scene. He doesn't throw himself off a bridge or write a letter to his superior as he does in the novel, but yeah, equally powerful. It's also interesting that the narrator doesn't offer us an insight about what Javert is thinking at this point, like they do for Valjean in other parts. We now see Paris return to normal life, as the narrator also remarks the return of the same. Marius and his grandfather have reconciled, and Valjean and Monsieur Gillenormand are chatting in Gillenormand's home, while Marius and Cosette do the same. This is a short scene in the 188 version, but the 217 version has Marius remarking to Cosette about the identity of the man who saved him. Valjean is also talking to Gillenormand, saying how he is not Cosette's actual father, but raised her, and presents the necessary documentation. The wedding of Marius and Cosette takes place the next day, but Valjean is unable to attend after injuring himself. He goes to see Marius the next day to confess his identity and that he was never injured, only pretending to be so that he would not have to sign anything at the wedding and ruin Cosette's marriage. Again, all of this is present in the novel. Valjean says that he will come by every so often to see her, but Marius declines his offer. Cosette comes in and Valjean gets to say goodbye before he says he is leaving for London, which he is not. Valjean is shown sometimes watching Cosette in her garden, but never approaches. In the 217 version, we also see Valjean nearly collapse outside near his home, obviously showing his poor health. Meanwhile, Marius is obsessed with finding out the identity of the man who saved him. In the 217 version, The narrator instead talks about how Marius could not reconcile the image he had of Valjean imprisoned for stealing a loaf of bread with the Valjean he saw lead Javert away at the barricade, and, he believes, killed him. Marius receives a letter from a Baron Thénard, obviously Thénardier, who is waiting for him. He reveals that Valjean is a convict, which Marius already knows, and Marius reveals that he also knows who Thénardier is underneath his ridiculous disguise. Thénardier also tells him that he also saw Valjean in the sewers carrying a body, proving that he is a murderer. Marius realises that it was, in fact, him, thus validating Valjean. The 217 version extends this scene a bit and adds a lot more information. Thénardier calls Valjean an assassin, which Marius believes him to be as he murdered Javert, but Thénardier gives the backstory about how Javert died by suicide, including the letter he wrote which wasn't mentioned earlier, and Thénardier also produces the police report that confirms this. I get that this is meant to exonerate Valjean of Javert's murder, but I'm not quite sure why Thénardier would have the report that would help him in this blackmailing, since it exonerates Valjean of murder rather than condemns him. Maybe this is why this scene was cut out. Either way, we cut to Valjean ill in his chair, the bishop's candlesticks lit, and the doctor proclaiming that he is dying. Marius and Cosette enter, and Valjean's death is played out beautifully. He requests a plain gravestone with no name because he is poor, and the final scene sees us zoom in on an unmarked gravestone as the narrator reads the words that the novel says were enshrined upon it. This is also the first time we get the ending of the novel, as the adaptations we've seen so far typically end at Valjean's death, surrounded by Cosette and Marius. This is, quite simply, a brilliant adaptation. It is accurate to the novel in the scenes it brings to the screen, the performances are solid, the production is smart and in-depth, and it captures the themes of the story well. In terms of accuracy, it gets all of the major scenes in the novel. The only one I can think of that is missing is Fantine's getting fired from her job. Other than that, everything of significance is included and executed in a very accurate manner. It also gets across the atmosphere and themes quite well, whether that be the sense of poverty or the fierce fighting at the barricades. The film does feel a little rushed in the first part to get to introducing adult Cosette and Marius, but it's not too much of an issue. One big issue that perhaps will cause the most contention is that of the narrator. On the one hand, the narration is mostly just reflecting the narrator of the book, and only narrates certain scenes, and it does provide some context when the film is moving between all the different characters. On the other hand, its narration of the inner thoughts of the characters I feel is not often needed, as the film sets the scenes through its performances quite nicely. As I mentioned earlier, I also know that I'm not the only person that needs the narration anyway, after watching so many of these adaptations and reading the novel, but it might help guide new viewers. The characters are, again, really good. Jean Gabin as Jean Valjean is almost the exact image of Valjean I had in mind when I read the books, and his performance as the big, strong man who says little and responds outwardly to nothing is again perfectly captured here. Javert is obviously the biggest change, with him being a child when he first meets Valjean alongside his father, who is a prison warden. This was, as we mentioned at the beginning, as being facilitated by the difference in age of the actors rather than any story reason. By the time the story starts proper, this change has no real relevance and doesn't impact the story in any way. Bernard Blier is good as Javert, never loud but always stern and focused. Not the image I have of Javert, but still a good performance that grips the character well. Danielle Delorme as Fantine, also very good. Fantine's sufferings are also brought to the forefront on the screen, showing her attempts of prostitution, her cut hair that she sold, and even her 2 front teeth missing, also sold as mentioned in the story. Thénardier is often portrayed as a somewhat comic relief character. His actions are typically exaggerated, and his scheming played out as over the top. Elfriede Follin's portrayal of the innkeeper is a bit more serious than usual, but still retains his sleaziness and scheming. Also, seeing his background as being at the Battle of Waterloo fleshes out his character a bit. The rest of the cast, Cosette, Eponine, are well acted too. But one of the most standout performances in the film I have to give to Marius, played by Gianni Esposito. Now, I have mentioned this before, that I think Marius is the most problematic character to adapt. He interacts with many of the characters, plays many different parts, and it's difficult to get across his personality. This version I think more or less gets it right. His character is inspired by his father's actions at Waterloo, and his backstory is properly developed, but still maintains a sense of innocence in his romance with Cosette and his aloofness with regard to Éponine's love, so it somewhat balances out like I think it should. I have mentioned how this is the first version to be filmed in colour, and this really adds something special. The colours bring the scenery to life, and on top of that, the sets are well constructed and detailed, and there were many points I was surprised at just how close the film got to what I imagined when I first read the novel. With regard to the different versions, the 2017 version only preserves a handful of short scenes that don't add too much, and most of the extra runtime is just shots lingering a few seconds longer at the beginning or end of scenes. So I think the 188-minute version is perfectly serviceable. In summary, this 1958 version is a solid adaptation that features stellar performances, attention to detail, and a thorough explanation of the themes of the novel, bringing the story to life for those familiar with the story and those who are not. This one is very near the top. Also in 1958, perhaps overshadowed by the French film, there was a Brazilian TV series. Os Miseraveis was shown on the TV Tupi network, directed by Dioniso Azevedo. It starred Fernando Bellaroni as Jean Valjean, Laura Cardoso as Fantine, and Deborah Derouté as Cosette. This is about all the information I could find about this. There's no footage or information about how many episodes there were, so I think I'll just have to conclude that this one is lost to time. 1958 also provides another TV adaptation. The anthology series General Motors Presents, sometimes known as General Motors Theatre or CBC Theatre, aired for 6 seasons between 1952 and 1961. The Other Man was an episode broadcast on Tuesday, March 11th, 1958, for the usual time of 1 hour, and is a part adaptation of Les Miserables. Of note here is that it seemingly chooses to adapt the courtroom scene at Arras, based on the cast listing containing Champmathieu, who doesn't appear in any other part of the novel. Once again, this episode does not seem to exist, at least it's not available publicly. The only episode I can find is based on Billy Budd, Herman Melville's unfinished novella. Perhaps the most interesting bit of trivia about this episode is a very early appearance of a very blonde William Shatner. I suppose if this one episode exists, others might do in some archive somewhere, but I've seen no evidence of this in my research, so we'll consider this Les Miserables adaptation lost, or at the very least unavailable. We advance into 1961 next, with the first and only South Korean adaptation. Jean Valjean is an adaptation that, like many others, is not available anywhere, at least to the public. The only information on this version I could find comes from the Korea Movie Database website, which provides the names of the production staff and a film poster, presumably showing Jean Valjean, played by Sung Ho Kim, and Cosette, played by Soo Il Bang. There is also a single film still, which presumably shows Valjean being released on parole. We can't really infer much from this still, although the presence of a telephone on the desk suggests that the film is set in a more modern time period than the novel, in which telephones hadn't been invented. The same website also lists a number of copies of the script that are stored in its archives, so I believe there may be a copy of the film itself in there too, but like I say, it's not open to the public and has never been commercially released, so we won't be seeing this one for now. Le Théâtre de la Jeunesse, Theatre of the Young, was a French TV series that ran from 1960 to 1968, the premise of which was adapting famous literature works, or parts of them, to television, and aimed at a young adult audience, as the name implies, similar to the US TV show Your Showtime, which we looked at earlier, having an episode dedicated to the Bishop's Candlesticks. The Theatre of the Young adapted a number of famous literature works over either 1 or 2 episodes, including Don Quixote, David Copperfield, The Prince and the Pauper, and, you guessed it, Les Miserables. In fact, it adapted Hugo's novel 3 times, each focusing on a different character and part of the story. Cosette was aired in 1961 over 2 episodes, Gavroche in 1962, also over 2 episodes, and Jean Valjean in 1963, in just 1 episode. Fortunately, the entire series is available to watch online via the official French INA website, so we can watch through all of them fairly easily. Let's do so in chronological order and check out the Cosette episode first. Starting off, we get an introduction by the presenter Claude Santelli, who provides the introduction to the story for every episode in the series. It opens proper as Fantine and a young Cosette arrive at the Thénardiers' inn. It unfolds fairly typically as Fantine leaves Cosette with them after seeing her and the Thénardier sisters playing together, as the Thénardiers rinse Fantine out of as much money as they can get. Fantine leaves and the Thénardiers give Cosette's clothes to their own daughters, while Thénardier dumps an old mattress under the stairs for Cosette to sleep on. Charming. Cosette is a little older than she is usually portrayed, so it is interesting to see her point of view with her own voice. Fantine finds work at a factory, but the forewoman finds out she has a child and fires her. Valjean turns up and asks about the goings-on on the factory floor, but she fails to adequately mention Fantine. Meanwhile, the Thénardiers have put Cosette to work with her trademark broom. Thénardier writes to Fantine to wring more money out of her as usual by saying she is ill. We also see Fantine struggling to read the letter, as her illiteracy is canon to the novel too. A man arrives at her apartment to cut her hair off and buy it from her. Fantine gets more ill and collapses in the street. Valjean intervenes to help, and Javert is close by too. As Valjean takes Fantine home, Javert watches on from the street, seemingly suspicious of the mayor. Valjean learns of Fantine's situation and promises to take care of things. Javert visits his superior to relay his suspicions about Monsieur Madeleine being Jean Valjean, which his superior is very sceptical about. Back with Cosette, we see her playing with bottles with clothes and pretending they are dolls, which, while Cosette is cheerily doing so, still has that strange air of sadness about it, is that this is all she can do to play. The Thénardiers receive a letter with the money that they are owed and telling them to return Cosette, which they refuse. While Valjean is attending to Fantine, Javert manages to convince his superior to arrest Valjean. No courtroom nor Champmathieu this time, I suppose. Fantine passes away and Valjean resolves to find Cosette, but Javert storms in to arrest Valjean. The first part ends with Cosette sitting alone as the screen fades to black. The second episode, after Santelli's introduction, sees us return to Cosette at the Thénardiers. Javert walks in, warning Thénardier that he is looking for an escaped convict and to report to him immediately if he sees him. Cosette goes to the woods alone to fill a bucket of water. Valjean appears to help her, learning who she is, and the story unfolds in the ordinary way. Valjean and Cosette return to the inn. Valjean buys her the doll, the Thénardiers see an opportunity to make money, all the usual. Valjean in this version, however, seems much less tolerant of dealing with the Thénardier nonsense. Eventually, Madame Thénardier goes to fetch Javert, and Thénardier locks him in his room. Valjean escapes through the window as Javert bursts in, ordering guards to follow him. Valjean and Cosette are next seen in the woods on the road, when Thénardier shows up again with a big stick, unwilling to let Cosette go. He's no match for Valjean though, giving him a good thrashing as he goes on his way, thereby ending the story of Cosette. Obviously, these two episodes only capture a part of the story, but they do it pretty well. The only significant part that is omitted is the courtroom at Arras, which makes sense as the focus is on Cosette, and that scene solely concerns Valjean, who has his own episode in the series later on. The focus on Cosette is achieved by showing her life at the Thénardiers in a good amount of detail, and with her being a little older than most other versions portray her as, she has more dialogue and character, so we understand her point of view better. All the actors are fairly good. Sylvain Margaux as Cosette is really good, and I liked Marcel Boffuzzi as Javert too. His menacing portrayal might be a bit over the top from what we expect from Javert, but he makes a good villain for this part. As the title of this series implies, this is very much a theatrical production, with the sets being very limited like theatre sets. As such, there's very little room to position the camera around the flat sets, and it occasionally bumps into things and stutters as it moves around, but it's not too much of an issue. There's also one or two instances where the dialogue is very quiet due to the speaker being ill-positioned, but again, not a major concern. It's a decent, self-contained episode with a few omissions to references in the larger story, but as mentioned, gets across Cosette's perspective well enough. Keeping with the theatre of the young TV series, let's move on to the next episode that adapts part of Les Miserables. This time it's the turn of Gavroche, the two episodes airing on Sunday the 4th and Sunday the 11th of March 1962. This episode starts off with a recap of the Cosette episode, narrating the story over some footage. The opening sees the streets of Paris as two young boys are thrown out of a bakery for trying to steal bread. Gavroche shows up and offers to buy them some bread with his own money, as the streetwise Gavroche haggles with the baker. Another scoundrel steals his money though, and the children get thrown out of the bakery. A moment later, Valjean and Cosette walk by giving money to a street musician as Javert skulks in the shadows, eyeing them up. Gavroche takes the two boys to the giant concrete elephant where he has set up home, and welcomes them in. This is, as an aside, an accurate recreation of this scene from the novel, and one of the few times we have seen it on screen, undoubtedly because it would be quite difficult to recreate the giant concrete elephant in earlier films. It is also mentioned in the novel that these two boys are coincidentally Gavroche's brothers, but none of them are aware of that fact. We return to Valjean and Cosette, as Valjean walks away for a moment to buy food, and Javert walks by in disguise as a street performer, presumably borrowing the instrument from the street performer we saw before. A fair-haired man speaks to Cosette, who introduces himself as Marius, who wishes to meet her later, and vanishes before Valjean returns. Cosette speaks to Valjean about their changing identities, but Valjean reassures her. Valjean goes to give money to the street performer, but recognises the face of Javert. He gives him a coin and walks away with Cosette, Javert giving him an icy cold glare. Back with Gavroche, he swipes a bowl of milk meant for a cat, when Marius pulls him into his room. Marius tells Gavroche about his father, a hero at Waterloo. Marius tasks Gavroche with finding out about Cosette. Later, Gavroche and the two boys are following the scoundrel that stole Gavroche's coin earlier, as he is lying in wait. He is identified as Montparnasse, a criminal who shows up a few times in the novel. Montparnasse tries to ambush Valjean, but is easily dealt with. Valjean shows mercy and lets him go, handing him a pocket watch as well, but Montparnasse doesn't seem to learn his lesson. Gavroche sneaks upon him and relieves him of the pocket watch, meaning that Montparnasse is no better off after all. Marius is visited by Enjolras, who implores him to join his revolutionary cause. Gavroche comes in, and soon after, a messenger from Marius's grandfather, urging him to come home and offering a gift. Marius refuses and sends him away. Next, Eponine enters with a letter for Marius. After Eponine leaves, Marius peeks through the hole in the wall to look at his neighbours. Here we see the Thénardiers, Azelma ill in bed, as Thénardier himself comes in from a day of scheming. Eponine also comes in, saying that a rich man, Valjean, will be visiting them, and Thénardier does the typical setup of breaking a window and making the place look more destitute than it is. Valjean and Cosette enter. Thénardier tells them of his situation, with Marius looking on through the hole in the wall. On the way out, Marius stops Cosette to try and speak to her, while Thénardier remarks to his wife that the girl is Cosette, and Thénardier hatches a plan to get revenge on her and Valjean, thus ending the first episode. Episode 2 picks up with Thénardier scheming to trap Valjean when he returns. Marius follows Thénardier through the streets, as he meets up with his gang to scheme a scheme, including Montparnasse, who we met last episode. Marius makes his way to the police to inform them of Thénardier's plans, speaking to Javert. They are interrupted by Gavroche, and the two boys being brought in by the baker from the last episode, accused of stealing. Marius intervenes and tells the soldiers to send them to his grandfather's house with a letter. Returning to Javert, he hands Marius a gun as he does in the original story, to fire into the air when his guards will come and stop Thénardier in the act. Gavroche and the boys arrive at Marius's grandfather's house and deliver the letter for him. This whole diversion is not in the novel, but does bring the focus back to Gavroche. Marius's grandfather agrees to look after the two boys, while Gavroche returns to the streets. Back with the Thénardiers, they plot the final stages of their scheme, as Thénardier tells his daughter to make sure their neighbour Marius is out. Eponine finds Marius in his room, but he manages to persuade her to lie to her father, further requests that she bring Cosette. Valjean arrives and the plan unfolds in the usual way. The gang arrives as Thénardier tries to extort money from Valjean, who is having none of it. Eponine brings Cosette to Marius as he requested. Valjean breaks free in the other room, as Marius bursts in with his gun, but is tackled, firing the gun into the air and alerting Javert, who bursts in with his guards moments after. Valjean manages to escape, and Marius and Gavroche share a scene on the street as the episode ends. This ending is a bit mixed up. While Valjean escapes and Thénardier and the gang is arrested, it does leave Marius, Cosette and Gavroche's stories a bit open-ended, and the end doesn't really focus on Gavroche at all, as the title suggests. I do praise these two episodes though, for focusing on some of the lesser adapted parts of the novel, including Gavroche's brothers, the concrete elephant and Montparnasse. It's slightly more light-hearted than the Cosette episodes, due mostly to Gavroche's cheeky demeanour and Marius's grandfather Michel Guillemot's eccentricities, but it still carries the feel of the story well. Like the Cosette episodes, the production is rather limited in terms of sets and camera work, and I definitely saw the arm mic fall into shot once, but these are very minor issues which don't disrupt the telling of the story. The final episode of Theatre of the Young, which adapts a part of Les Miserables, is Jean Valjean, focusing on the titular character. Composed of a single episode, it aired on Sunday the 1st of June 1963, although it ran for nearly 2 hours, whereas the Cosette and Gavroche episodes were around an hour each, so the overall runtime is about the same. After a recap of the story so far, the episode starts with Eponine entering Marius' room while he sleeps and waking him up. They are about to head out when Enjolras and his friends turn up. Turning to Valjean, he arrives at his new home and unpacks the Candlesticks. The Patron Minette gang are shown next, breaking Thénardier out of prison with the help of Gavroche. While they are scheming, Gavroche sneaks away to join Enjolras and friends, as they scheme their own scheme, this time for revolution. We see the revolutionaries constructing materials and getting their weapons ready, as Enjolras gives a rousing speech. Marius, however, is distracted with a letter he has written to Cosette, but still unaware of her address, has nowhere to send it. Gavroche recognises Javert as a police inspector, and Enjolras has him detained. With the barricades built, their revolution gets underway and we see the battle unfold. As we have mentioned, this version has a limited production, much like a theatre as the title of the series suggests, so the battle is a little more constrained. It is, however, still well produced and sets the scene well. During the battle, Eponine is shot, and in her dying words gives Marius Cosette's new address. Marius gives Gavroche the letter to take to Cosette right away. Meanwhile, Valjean is listening to the gunshots of the fighting outside, when Gavroche arrives with Marius's letter. Valjean takes it and reads it himself as usual. He decides to go and fetch Marius, adorning a French soldier's uniform to get past the soldiers themselves, a detail that has been quite often missed in these adaptations. Back at the barricade, bad news that other barricades have fallen reach Enjolras, and he vows to stay and fight, selecting a few who he says should leave and live. Valjean turns up and offers them the soldier's uniform he brought. Hearing that they are running out of ammunition, Gavroche goes out to collect some, leading to his own death. This scene is quite nicely done, as bodies fall around Gavroche and he collects their bullets. Valjean recognises Javert tied up, and as Javert recounts his crime, we get a flashback sequence to the beginning of the novel, as the Bishop Myriel is at home, and the newly released convict Jean Valjean comes in, looking for a place to stay. Honestly, I figured this was the only part of the story that wasn't going to be adapted across these 3 episodes, but they've got it in eventually. Anyway, this scene unfolds as in the novel and as you would expect it to, providing a good amount of detail, and as all of the Théâtre de la Jeunesse episodes have. The flashback ends with Valjean leaving the bishop's home. Returning to the barricade, Valjean offers to deal with Javert in the usual way, releasing him when everyone is gone. After Javert leaves, Enjolras brings in an injured Marius, and Valjean takes him before the soldiers storm in. Enjolras is about to be put to the firing squad before the drunk storms down the stairs and joins Enjolras in solidarity, presumably Grantaire. Valjean traverses the sewers with the injured Marius. Coming to a locked gate, he also stumbles across Thénardier, who offers him the key to the gate for a price. Thénardier tears a piece of Marius's coat off to recognise him later, as he does in the novel. Through the gate, Javert is waiting. Valjean pleads with Javert to take Marius to his grandfather's house. Doing so, and Valjean and Javert leave before Monsieur Gillenormand can see that it is Valjean who brought him, again as in the novel. Valjean and Javert stop off at Valjean's house, as Javert waits outside. He leaves as Valjean watches from the window, and is reunited with Cosette. Javert heads to the waterfront and converses with an old woman. As the camera zooms in on her face, she watches Javert seemingly jump into the Seine. The narrator tells us of the wedding of Marius and Cosette, mentioning how Valjean or Fauchelevent did not attend due to an injury. The next day, Valjean visits Marius to confess all, saying he faked an arm injury to avoid signing anything using a fake name and such, giving all the details in the novel, and saying he should not see Cosette anymore. Valjean stops eating and his health deteriorates, and back with Marius, he is visited by Thénardier in his silly disguise, which Marius sees through. Thénardier tries to blackmail Marius with information about Valjean that he already knows, and shows the fabric he tore from Marius's coat, inadvertently revealing to Marius that it was Valjean that saved his life. Marius throws Thénardier out, and he and Cosette go to Valjean, who is already dead, a change from the novel where Valjean tells Cosette of her mother before he dies. Remarks made on the production of the previous episodes of this series apply to this one. It feels like a theatre production and is limited in some regards, but still pulls off the story well, and the acting is well done on the whole. Taking the episodes together, we have more or less a complete adaptation of the novel, with a runtime of about 6 hours. In doing so, I would say this is a very accurate and robust adaptation. It gets in a lot of the little details and scenes from the novel that rarely get adapted, such as Gavroche and the young boys at the Concrete Elephant. We also get some of the minor characters given a more robust portrayal too. I'm thinking of Enjolras, the Friends of the ABC, and the Patron Minette gang in particular. I don't think any of the performances stand out, but they are all pretty good. So for an adaptation of the novel, this ranks very high. It doesn't have the moments of spectacle or emotional drama, for instance. There's no blossoming romance shown between Marius and Cosette, and we only see the two interact face-to-face briefly a few times before their wedding. It's not necessarily a bad thing, as the romance can in these adaptations overshadow other things going on, or be adapted poorly, thus dedicating Marius's character to simply a love interest for Cosette, rather than all the other things he has going on. As mentioned before, I feel this is why Marius is one of the trickiest characters to adapt, and this version, whether by inadvertently omitting Marius and Cosette's romantic meetings or not, gives the young man the space to showcase his multifaceted character. So yes, overall, this is a very good adaptation from perhaps a surprising source. The limited production still capturing many themes of the novel, if a bit disjointed from breaking it up into 3 episodes over 3 years. Moving on to 1964, we return to Italy and the first Italian TV adaptation. Airing over 10 episodes that range from between 45 minutes to 90 minutes, the series runs for a combined runtime of nearly 10 hours, the longest adaptation we've seen so far. Given that these adaptations are going to be a lot longer as we move closer to the present, I'll try and condense my overview of them where possible, or we'll never get through all of them. Episode 1 starts at the point of Jean Valjean having been released on parole, turned out by the people of the town. Valjean, here played by Gaston Mochin, is captured very well, portraying his large stature and gruff demeanour. He eventually makes his way to the bishop's residence, where the usual scenes unfold in keeping with the novel. You'll also notice the cross on the wall almost glowing in a not so subtle way. At dinner, Valjean observes the Candlesticks, remarking that they are worth more than what he earned in prison for 19 years. After Valjean is given the Candlesticks by the bishop, the focus shifts to Paris in 1817, where a young Fantine with her friends reside, and we get her backstory of her being abandoned by a young French noble, and showing Fantine with a very young Cosette. In this first episode, lasting 67 minutes, there is lots of time given to each character, and scenes take the time they need, compared to the often more quickly paced films, in which every scene is more purposeful. Les Miserables is certainly a story that benefits from a slower pace in parts, as it needs the time to unfold certain details of even minor characters. Fantine shows up at the Thénardiers' inn and leaves Cosette there while she goes to look for work elsewhere, again in keeping with the story. Moving forward again to 1821 at the factory, we see Inspector Javert smoking a cigarette, talking with the factory manager. After work is finished, Fantine asks another worker to read the letter she got from the Thénardiers, owing to the fact she cannot read, again, accurate to the novel. The Thénardiers are of course demanding more money, and when the forewoman finds out that Fantine has a child, she is fired by the manager, who refuses to let her see Monsieur Madeleine or Valjean herself. The episode ends with Valjean and Javert walking along the street, and the horse cart scene takes place, igniting Javert's suspicions about Monsieur Madeleine's true identity. Episode 2 starts off, after a recap of episode 1, at the Thénardiers. Monsieur Thénardier has the idea to write to Fantine saying that Cosette is ill to get more money out of her. Cut to Fantine, with the short hair, after she has cut it to sell, is being read the letter by her landlady. She heads out and finds a merchant willing to buy her 2 front teeth, and of course, she accepts. Continuing Fantine's downfall, she begins selling herself on the streets. The incident occurs, and she is arrested by Javert. We get a fairly lengthy monologue from Fantine here, as she turns to pray to be able to help her child. Again, the TV series format gives the space for moments like this. Valjean arrives and orders her release, putting her in the care of the hospital and Sister Simplice as her illness gets worse. Javert visits Valjean and asks to be dismissed for his conduct, as well as informing Valjean about Valjean being caught elsewhere and his trial being held in Arras. After Valjean's monologue, the episode ends. Episode 3 starts with the Thénardiers receiving a letter ordering them to return Cosette, but they of course only see an opportunity to make more money. Fantine's health deteriorates, and she again gets a long monologue outlining her perspective in detail. Valjean arrives at the courtroom with Marchand playing Valjean and Champmathieu. The prosecution provides again an incredibly wordy performance, and quite energised too. He seems to be enjoying himself. Valjean's confession and his serious nature very nicely plays off against the prosecutor, who treats the truth with a certain flair and performance. Valjean goes up to the other prisoners and shows that he knows them by angrily shouting at them, revealing the gruff nature he would have exhibited when he was a prisoner, which is a nice touch. The episode leaves as Valjean leaves the courthouse, and episode 4 begins with Valjean returning home. He writes a letter for Fantine to sign in order to release Cosette from the Thénardiers into his custody. Fantine's death and Javert's arrival are handled in the usual way. Javert stands motionless as Valjean tends to Fantine. The next morning, the townsfolk gossip about the night's events, a detail from the novel often overlooked. A scene even more overlooked next, as we actually get to see Valjean rearrested and in prison labouring aboard a ship. You'll recall that nearly all of these adaptations thus far have had Valjean simply escape from Javert after Fantine's death and head directly to collect Cosette. Valjean goes overboard off-screen and is believed to have drowned, as the novel describes. With the Thénardiers, Cosette is ordered to go and fetch water from the forest, and you may notice that Cosette is a little older in this version than perhaps we're used to. This episode ends in the middle of the scene at the Thénardiers, as Valjean buys the doll for Cosette and prepares to retire for the night. Episode 5 resolves the scene in again an accurate manner. Valjean and Cosette arrive in Paris and spend the night in a rundown room, with a focus on the rundown nature of the streets of Paris. We also cut to Javert as an inspector in the same city, working his lackeys to the bone. A statement from Thénardier comes by his desk concerning the kidnapping of Cosette, so he says, and Javert instantly figures the man is Valjean, subsequently questioning locals and finding out where he is staying. Cutting to Valjean, he hands a beggar a coin, who is Javert in disguise. Javert goes to fetch more officers, while Valjean realises what is going on and makes his escape. As the police pursue Valjean and Cosette through the streets of Paris, Valjean runs to a dead-end street, and he and Cosette escape over the wall into the convent, where he runs into Monsieur Fauchelevent, whom he saved from under the horse cart. This version also keeps the details of him having a little bell that warns the nuns of the convent when he is approaching, so they know to avoid contact with him, as all nuns must do with men. Fauchelevent also shows Valjean the bishop's candlesticks that were sent to him. They plan to sneak Valjean and Cosette out of the monastery so they can arrive at the front door. They enact the plan to sneak Valjean out in a coffin destined to leave for the cemetery. This is a scene thus far we haven't seen in any of these adaptations, but is meticulously recreated here. As such, their plan goes awry when a new grave digger turns up at the cemetery and starts burying Valjean alive. They manage to get out of it though, and Valjean and Cosette arrive at the front door of the convent to end episode 5. Episode 6 takes us somewhere new, back to Montfermeil, and a theatre performance of sorts at the Thénardiers Inn. The player on stage mentions the Emperor, Napoleon, and Thénardier in the audience shouts him down, saying not to mention politics and attract the police, owing to the fact it has been illegal to speak of the Emperor for 15 years. The actor tells the tale of Waterloo, dressed as Napoleon, and the episode moves to its reenactment, echoing somewhat the lengthy diversion that the novel gives of that historic battle. Monsieur Thénardier recounts his experience at Waterloo, including his inadvertent saving of Baron Pontmercy's life when he was scavenging from the dead bodies. We then cut to Monsieur Gillenormand, who is reading a letter announcing the death of Baron Pontmercy. Marius enters and learns of the death. While Gillenormand's character is originally a flamboyant playboy, he is here a much more serious character, as he argues with Marius about the foolishness of the revolution. Then again, everything about this adaptation is more serious. After a long argument between the two, Marius leaves. As he leaves, he is stopped by two young men, L'Aiglé and Courfeyrac, who introduce themselves and join Marius on his ride. They pass Cosette and Valjean, and continue to Café Musain, where Marius is introduced to Enjolras and the rest of the ABC. Marius finds a room to stay in, and the first meeting between Marius and Cosette takes place at the park. Back in Marius's room, Eponine enters and introduces herself, again very faithful to the novel, with Eponine showing to Marius that she can write. She returns next door to Thénardier, and they prepare for the arrival of the philanthropist as Marius looks on through the hole in the wall, and the episode ends with Valjean and Cosette walking through the door. Episode 7 picks up where 6 left off, and continues the story through the whole scene with no real changes. Thénardier meets with Montparnasse, Madame Thénardier and Azelma discuss their living situation, and Thénardier tells them who the man was. It's also really emphasised just how much Madame Thénardier hates Cosette in this version. Any mention of her sends her into a rage. Marius is listening in from his hole in the wall and goes to Javert, still smoking, and the plan takes place to catch them in the act. During the trap, Valjean plays it the same as the novel, answering the bare minimum and denying he knows Thénardier. Of course, Marius is listening in, and hearing the name Thénardier, remembers his father's dying wish that the man named Thénardier, who he believes saved his life at Waterloo, should be found and done good by. Marius warns them by throwing the note Eponine wrote earlier, which read, "The police are here," to put a stop to things before Thénardier is arrested. However, the police are already on their way in, and grab the gang, while Valjean escapes through the window. Javert notices a coin sharpened on one side that Valjean used to cut the ropes, remarking that he has only ever seen that trick when he was a prison officer in Toulon, thus knowing that it was Valjean that was there. Episode 8 introduces Gavroche singing his usual song, heading back to his parents' house to find that the Thénardier family has been arrested. Gavroche, like young Cosette, is a little older than we are used to, but maintains his cheeky, chipper attitude. He heads to a bakery to buy some bread, but runs into the two boys on the way out, begging for food. He takes them to the big concrete elephant to stay the night. The young actors very nicely play out the scene, particularly given how dialogue heavy it is. At the meeting of the ABCs, Marius lends 5 francs to give to Thénardier in prison, owing to his father's dying wish, believing it better to owe money to a revolutionary than a murderer, probably referencing his grandfather. Marius leaves and meets Eponine, who had been looking for him after getting out of prison. She says her mother is still in prison and her father has already escaped. Monsieur Thénardier has already started a new scheme to rob a house with Montparnasse, which just so happens to be Valjean's house. Eponine is obviously heartbroken that she has to bring Marius to Cosette, but will of course do it to see Marius happy. Again, Eponine's character is really fleshed out here, and you really get the heartbreak she is going through, and the tragedy of her story as a whole. Marius enters the garden of the house, and leaves Cosette a letter on the bench, which she finds. Valjean seems to know about Marius sneaking into the garden, but ascertains that he isn't a policeman. Valjean and Cosette reminisce a little about Fantine, and Valjean tells her of his plan to move to England. Later, Cosette and Marius meet in the garden for the first time, while Thénardier and the gang prepare to rob the house. Eponine steps in and threatens to screen and draw attention to their presence, after which they back off. This is again an important scene for Eponine's character, as she disobeys her father and risks her life just to protect her love rival. It is excellently performed by Angela Cardile, and you really get the sense that her story is the most tragic of all. Marius goes to visit his grandfather for permission to marry, but he refuses, suggesting he take her as his lover instead, to which Marius leaves. Again, very accurate. Marius returns to Cosette's home, where Eponine tells him that they have moved away, and that his friends want him at the barricades, which have now been erected on the streets of Paris. Marius does not see Eponine's new appearance with her short hair, something which plays out later, and the episode ends with Javert in close-up. Episode 9 begins with a barber and customer discussing General Lamarck and his funeral, with the series choosing to describe the event rather than show it. The two boys from earlier enter and beg for money, but are sent away multiple times. Eventually, the barber has a brick thrown through his window by the boys, who run back to Gavroche. He himself goes to requisition weapons for the revolution, and heads for the barricades. There, Gavroche recognises Javert, and he is tied up and forced to listen to the drunk rabblings of Grantaire. One of the Patron Minette gang joins them and kills an innocent man, and Enjolras executes him for it, saying that he must bear the weight of his actions, but the revolution must not be tarnished, in a very wordy monologue, as we have come to expect. Grantaire is awoken out of his drunken stupor and declares he is ready to die for Enjolras' ideals. Marius arrives and threatens to blow up the barricade, forcing the soldiers to retreat. Eponine takes a bullet meant for Marius, and with her death we finally get to see him show Eponine the attention she wanted from him. She gives him the letter from Cosette and her address before she dies, and Marius tasks Gavroche with delivering his letter. Valjean takes the letter and reads it, momentarily reverting to his animal self as he reads it, jealous of Marius taking Cosette away. Back at the barricade, Enjolras looks worn and tired, knowing that their time is up, and no reinforcements are coming. Valjean arrives at the barricade, Gavroche dies, and Valjean frees Javert in the usual way. The final battle unfolds as Enjolras is put to death, with Grantaire joining him. Amidst the dead, Valjean picks up the injured Marius and takes him through the sewers. After a long journey, he comes to the locked gate, and also Thénardier, who fails to recognise Valjean. Valjean bargains with Thénardier to open the gate, and the episode ends there. The final episode, episode 10, is a fair bit longer than the rest, coming in at nearly 1.5 hours. Valjean emerges from the sewers, where Javert is waiting. Valjean pleads with the inspector to take Marius home. Javert remarks that Valjean has travelled 2 miles and 12 hours to rescue this boy, which he is struggling to comprehend why he would do this as a criminal. They leave Marius at his grandfather's, and Javert allows Valjean a final visit to his home. When he enters, Javert sends the carriage away, and we get a monologue from Javert as his mind unravels. It is the depth that Javert's final scene deserves. 10 minutes of Javert, lost in thought, a single take expertly delivered. That if one Miserable may be a good person, could not any of the others be? He wants to be told what to do, but the law can no longer tell him that. He answers his own questions, but they do nothing to reconcile himself with himself. He ends by throwing himself in the Seine, not writing the letter he does in the novel to his superior. But honestly, I think he did enough by this point. Marius is looked after by his grandfather, who laments his own actions towards his grandson. Valjean and Cosette visit Marius and his grandfather, who gives his blessing to the couple, and we see the rather extravagant wedding. The next day, Valjean comes to tell Marius everything, and this version, again, keeps the details of the novel. Valjean sees Cosette one last time before he says he has to leave, and in the next scene, Thénardier shows up to blackmail Marius about Valjean's identity, but inadvertently reveals the truth that it was Valjean that saved him. Marius and Cosette rush to Valjean's side as he lies dying, but he manages to get out what he needs to say. It ends on a close-up of Valjean's face as he dies, and Cosette's cries into him, an abrupt ending to a haunting and powerful adaptation. From start to finish, the director of this adaptation, Sandro Bocci, alongside the writer of the screenplay, Dante Guardamagna, clearly had a vision for how they wanted to bring this story to life. The limits of the TV medium and the smaller production clearly did not hinder what they wanted to do. The result is an adaptation that is dark, serious, and well produced for its time. The series seems to have no need for compromise on its running time. As mentioned, episodes vary in length from 47 minutes to nearly 90 minutes. Each episode would run at 9 PM on a Sunday when it originally aired, but clearly just ran as long as it needed to, meaning they didn't need to cut or stretch anything to fit the programming block. The screenplay is full of meticulous detail that echoes the novels, making this one of the most faithful adaptations. It even gets some of the scenes we rarely, if ever, gets adapted for the screen, such as Valjean's rearrest and escape, Gavroche taking his brothers to the concrete elephant, and Valjean's escape in the convent in a coffin. It is clear that the producers were very knowledgeable on the novel. There's a few scenes which don't make it in, notably we don't see Valjean and Javert in the prison at the start, and we don't see Valjean rob Petit Javert of his 40 sous. This leads to an odd scene in episode 2 where Javert seems to imply that Valjean is being hunted for the crime of stealing the bishop's candlesticks, which were given to him by the bishop. This is very small stuff though. Another element of the production that deserves praise is the long scenes and the dialogue that capture the feel of Hugo's narration. Given that Les Miserables hinges on Hugo's elaborate descriptions of events and state of minds, this series neatly brings that into extensive monologues by the characters, without it making them too talkative. Gaston Mochin as Valjean is brilliant. He perfectly captures the silent strongman, but with moments when the prisoner of 19 years comes out and gets rough. Tino Carrero as Javert is good too, more of a chain smoker than the Knowles Javert, but that's the only real difference. Giulia Lazzarini in the dual role of Fantine and adult Cosette embodies both roles very well, and Marius is brought to life by Roberto Bisacco, who perfectly balances Marius's different roles within the story, while maintaining his innocence. Angela Cardile as Eponine really sells the tragedy of the young Thénardier girl to make her story an emotional highlight. It is not just because this adaptation sticks so close to the novel that the characters are captured so well. The actors are clearly professionals and know what they are doing. As mentioned, the scenes in this adaptation are very long. They can run 5 to 10 minutes in length, and are often done in one take with a single camera. This obviously means that the actors have to give their performances with no mistakes, and with such extensive monologues too, that's a seriously big achievement. This made-for-TV production is able to very smartly make the most of the limited size of the sets of the TV studio and the like. While not able to make the big scenes in this manner, it smartly circumvents them without harming the story. The biggest example of this is episode 6, which is clearly meant to be a flashback episode to Waterloo, but it sets it entirely as a theatre production in the ruins of the Thénardier Inn, as the innkeeper himself comments on the play of Napoleon at the battle with his own experience there. This brings together Hugo's description of the battle with the story elements of Thénardier's encounters of Marius's father there. It's very clever, and you don't feel like you're missing anything in the story being told this way. The start of episode 8, with the barber and his customer discussing the beginning of the revolution at Lamarck's funeral, and the erecting of the barricades, both avoid having to produce an elaborate spectacle and set, but also cleverly show how some of the people of Paris are just going about their business as usual, and ignoring the plight of the poor. Again, very smartly done. Even the scenes at the barricades, which are limited to a narrow shot without a larger view of the street, still work well. Another aspect of the production's minimalism is that there's little to no background music. Sometimes you are left with nothing but a close-up of an actor's face as they speak their long monologues, creating an intense focus, and again, props to the actors for pulling off some of these shots in one take. This is an extremely good adaptation, one of the best thus far. That said, I know it won't be for everyone. It is slow, dark, it takes time to tell the story without compromise and without spectacle. Those looking for a cinematic experience will not find that here. As such, I think this is one for those who have read the novel. The readers will appreciate all of the details and the scenes which rarely get adapted to screen, and can invest in the strong performances without worrying about following the story amidst the dark scenes and close-ups. There is so much to appreciate in this version, and big fans will almost certainly enjoy the care put into bringing the novel to the small screen in this way. Next, we return to Japan for another TV series adaptation, the third from the country in 10 years. Like the other two though, this one is probably lost and certainly has had no general release. Looking at our ever-faithful reference, the TV drama database, we can see that the series ran for 13 episodes, each at 30 minutes. The series was directed by Tatsuo Yamada, with the screenplay written by Eijiro Hisaita. Apart from a cast list too, this is all the information on this version that exists. Time for another anthology TV series, this time providing our first adaptation from Spain. Nuestro Amigo el Libro, roughly translated as Our Friend the Book, aired for 22 episodes between 1964 and 1966. Episode 15 was Los Candelbros de Plata, or The Silver Candlesticks, and aired in August 1964, and is probably another adaptation of the opening scene between the newly released convict Jean Valjean and the Bishop of Digne. But once again, there's no copies of any episodes of this show that I can find, so it's difficult to comment on it any more than this. Another TV series next, and this time we return to the UK with a BBC production. It ran for 10 episodes like the 1964 Italian series, but this is for just over 6 hours, rather than the 10 hours that the Italian series did. Although the series was produced in colour, it was subject to the BBC's habit of the time of getting rid of master tapes, and a 35mm film copy of the series does survive. It is in black and white and not the original colour. The series was directed by Alan Bridges, who also did a 10-part adaptation of Charles Dickens's novel Great Expectations earlier in the same year. Let's see what he and the BBC could do with Hugo's story. Episode 1 is titled Release and opens in the prison with Valjean displaying his huge strength, holding up a sign single-handedly. The prisoners are notably all very dirty and ragged, with Valjean having a long scraggy beard and shaved head. Javert looks on, sporting some impressive facial hair himself, as he asks the warden who the prisoner is. The warden replies, he is 24601. The warden has to look up his name, since names mean little in prison. We get an overview of Javert's character here, as the warden tries to engage Javert in conversation about politics or the like, but Javert is only interested in speaking about the law. Valjean is released the next day, and with the usual payment error, Valjean can only shout about what he thinks he owes as he is thrown out. Still dirtied, he arrives in Digne and is harassed at every turn by police to present his papers, and locals turn him away. He arrives at the bishop's residence and the whole scene unfolds with no surprises. A small change occurs when Valjean runs away after the bishop declares he has brought his soul for good, to which he shouts no and runs off. Petit Gervais also walks by the fleeing Valjean to the bishop's house, who decides to find some money for the young boy, tying the bishop to Gervais too. The scene with Valjean and Petit Gervais again unfolds fairly accurately, and the episode ends with Valjean chasing after Gervais, trying to give him his coin back, and ending with a rather poignant scene of Valjean on his knees, weeping loudly and uncontrollably as the camera zooms out, once again capturing that moment in the original story. Episode 2, Fantine, starts with the appearance of Valjean, now Monsieur Madeleine. Elsewhere, we see Javert learning the story of Monsieur Madeleine, who arrived in town one day and rescued 2 children from a fire at the home of an army captain, who welcomed him without seeing any papers or such. This is in keeping with the novel. We next see Fantine at the Thénardiers, leaving Cosette there before going to look for work. Fantine is played by Michelle Dautrice, who British people might recognise as playing Betty Spencer, wife of Frank in the BBC sitcom Some Mothers Do Have 'Em. It is, initially, quite jarring to hear Fantine with a northern British accent, I must say. Valjean learns of the death of the bishop, more or less in the same manner as in the novel, and also meets Javert as he comes to offer his condolences, and the two share an awkward exchange, with Valjean clearly recognising the inspector, and Javert curious about who Valjean is mourning, and the Candlesticks. Fantine sends more money to the Thénardiers, who are a lot more menacing in this version, laughing as they read Fantine's letter about providing for her child. The horse cart scene unfolds with Fantine looking on, as well as Javert, who he says only one man could lift that horse cart. Valjean nevertheless does it, increasing the inspector's suspicions. Episode 3, Cold Weather, sees Valjean visiting Monsieur Fauchelevent after rescuing him, and offering him a position as a gardener at a convent, which obviously comes up later. The back and forth between Fantine and the Thénardiers results in Fantine selling her hair and teeth, and even selling her services as an escort, something I figured they would have cut from the BBC version, but nope, she goes to register her services formally, where Javert reminds her that she is merely tolerated, and any transgression of the law will be dealt with. A nobleman knocks her hat off, rather than pouring snow down her back, and she is quickly grabbed by Javert and taken in. Anthony Bate as Javert does not portray the inspector as having a sharp, barking voice as he administers justice. Rather, he is very soft-spoken, although always icy cold in his deliverance. Madeleine orders her release, and we get a glimpse, just a glimpse, of that menacing snarl from Javert. Whenever Madeleine or Valjean speaks, Javert responds without pause or thinking, never needing to hesitate in his responses. Javert pens a letter to the Paris magistrate to inform them of his suspicions that Madeleine is Valjean, but gets the letter back that Valjean has already been rearrested. Valjean walks in and Javert immediately offers his resignation without hesitation again. The episode ends with a close-up of Valjean's face as he hears that another man is to be tried in his place. Episode 4 is Buried Treasure and continues the scene with Javert asking to be dismissed. The dialogue is very direct and accurate. Valjean is reflecting alone in front of the bishop's candlesticks, clearly displaying distress over his situation when he learns of Fantine's worsening condition. The courtroom scene gives time for Champmathieu to ramble as he does in the novel, and when Valjean confesses and leaves, Javert is clearly distressed. Valjean returns to Fantine, and Javert of course shows up. When Valjean makes a request to fetch Fantine's child, Javert begins to laugh. This being the only display of emotion he has shown makes this menacing display very powerful.
It is a request. It is refused. Give me 3 days to fetch Fantine's child.
Valjean utters the famous line to Javert, "I advise you to not disturb me now," again sending shivers with his delivery and compliment to Javert's. Fantine dies, Valjean is locked up but escapes to Sister Simplice and to retrieve his candlesticks. Sister Simplice breaks her vow to lie about not seeing Valjean, and he escapes to retrieve his fortune from the bank and bury it in the woods. He returns to the bank for the remaining amount the next day, but Javert is waiting for him. We see Valjean in prison doing shipbuilding, as in the novel, and the episode ends on that note. Episode 5 is Cosette, and continues where episode 4 left off. A prisoner becomes tangled in the mast, and Valjean volunteers to free him. With his chain removed, he does so, but jumps into the water, with him being believed drowned. This is a scene from the novel we rarely get to see adapted. We return to the Thénardiers' inn, where Monsieur Thénardier is regaling his story of being at Waterloo. Cosette goes to get water in the forest, while Valjean goes to dig up his money. Thénardier continues his tale of Waterloo. Valjean goes to fetch Cosette a doll, although we don't see her looking at it beforehand. In a change, Valjean hands Thénardier the letter from Fantine and takes her after paying the 1,500 francs, without the extended haggling we usually see. Back with Javert, he arrives at his new post in Paris, immediately getting to work. Valjean arrives in Paris, where he rents a room and heads out. The landlady finds money in Valjean's coat, but another man says he will report him to the police instead to get a bigger reward. He goes to Javert, who recognises the man's description of the suspect dragging one leg as being the mark of someone imprisoned in a chain gang, as in the novel. Valjean realises his coat has been messed with, and the two leave. Valjean passes the beggar and drops a coin in as Javert's face stares up back at him. Valjean quickly walks away as the episode ends. Again, this is all fairly accurate to the novel. The series obviously cut the scene at Thénardier's inn to get all these little scenes in, and it flows nicely because of it. Episode 6 is Sanctuary and covers Valjean's escape to the convent, using the rope to haul himself and Cosette over the large wall as in the novel. Fauchelevent and Valjean plan to sneak himself and Cosette out and enter the normal way, as they do again in the story. The intricacies including sneaking Valjean out in the coffin, reserved for the Reverend Mother, and Cosette in a fruit basket are all included. The only time we have seen these adapted thus far is in the 1964 Italian series we previously looked at. Unlike that version though, this one has more scope in its sets, having some outdoor on-location shots rather than TV stages. Dedicating an entire episode to this is a luxury that a TV series has that a film often does not. Episode 7, Marius, starts with Valjean gardening in the convent and an older Cosette, played by Fantine's actor Michel Dautrice. The dual role of Cosette and Fantine is basically a tradition at this point. Cosette, however, is sporting dark hair instead of Fantine's blonde, which again is in keeping with her character in the novel. As Valjean wanders about taking Cosette out of the convent now that she's older, we cut to Monsieur Gillenormand and his grandson Marius. In a change to the novel, Valjean and Cosette move next door to Marius and his grandfather, and Marius has noticed Cosette's beauty from their house. Marius runs into Valjean and Cosette in the gardens and follows them, and in another change, Valjean confronts Marius and dismisses him. Continuing their walk, they pass Eponine, who reports back to her father, Thénardier, as a potential target for charity. Back with Marius and his grandfather, they receive a visit from Enjolras, who informs Marius of his father's death. Again, this is a change having Enjolras know Marius' father and relay the news of his death. Eponine visits Valjean asking for charity, saying that her brother has left home, and interestingly her sister died of cholera, another change since Azelma is alive and fairly well in the novel and most of these adaptations. Marius visits the cafe where Enjolras and the revolutionaries meet. Marius wishes to find a room and move away from his grandfather, and Enjolras introduces him to Eponine, who says she knows of a place. Eponine returns to her father and they prepare for Valjean's arrival, with Eponine breaking the glass in the window rather than Azelma, who is, as mentioned, dead. Other than that, the scene unfolds quite accurately. Marius looks through his hole in the wall and sees Cosette, all the usual proceedings. The Trap is episode 8, beginning with Cosette worrying about Valjean's visiting the Thénardiers or Jondrettes again, but he reassures her. Marius spies on Thénardier as he sets up his trap and learns his identity as the man who saved his father. In the novel, he learns this later when Valjean is being held captive. We are next introduced to Gavroche, serving Enjolras and Courfeyrac wine in the cafe, when Marius joins them. Gavroche is a fair bit older than we're used to here. Marius relays his dilemma to his new friends, taking care not to alert Gavroche, who is Thénardier's son, obviously. Marius goes to Javert, who formulates the usual plan with his distinct coldness. The trap is sprung. Valjean is tied to the bed, but breaks free. Eponine alerts the gang that the police are here, and they try to escape through the door at the same time. Javert bursts in, taking his hat off, suggesting they draw lots to decide who goes first, more or less copying the novel with this iconic entrance, and being the first adaptation to do so. Madame Thénardier threatens Javert with a hot poker, but he fearlessly walks towards her and takes it. Despite being soft-spoken, this Javert is kind of a badass. Valjean slips out the window, leaving Javert to remark he should have arrested the victim first. Episode 9, Insurrection, sees Valjean and Cosette move to their new home, and Cosette dress Valjean's wounds after his little encounter with the Thénardiers. Marius goes to the cafe to task Eponine with finding Cosette's new address. Valjean watches the chain gang go by. Cosette asks if they are men, and Valjean replies, "Sometimes," reflecting the same scene of the novel accurately. At the cafe, Enjolras is planning the revolution, while Gavroche informs Eponine of their father's escape from prison and has gone to hide in the sewers. He also knows that Thénardier is planning to rob a house which happens to be Valjean and Cosette's new address, which Eponine gives to Marius. Cosette and Marius finally meet in the garden, leaving it quite late in the series, the middle of episode 9. Nevertheless, the scene is pretty solid. Marius comes off as gentle and innocent, as I think he should, rather than overbearing in his following Cosette about, which I think has been a difficult thing to pull off in these adaptations. It does skip the whole business of Marius leaving letters and dragging it out, which I think helps the romance feel a bit more natural. Later on, in a bit of a twist, Thénardier arrives at Valjean's house, and the two come face to face for a confrontation. Thénardier once again tries to extort Valjean, who says he needs 3 days to get the money together. Valjean decides to travel to England before Thénardier returns for his money, and tells Cosette while Eponine looks on, hiding in the garden. At the cafe, Enjolras and his friends sit in silence, awaiting the signal. The barricades are raised, and they fight back a wave of soldiers. Javert wanders and is caught. The scene switches to a fancy restaurant as the bourgeois customers laugh and dine with cannon fire in the background, obviously paying a little attention to the revolution. It cuts to the next scene as the young revolutionaries lie dead in the street, obviously setting up a powerful contrast between the two sides of the people of Paris. Cosette looks on in her garden as the sound of cannons continue, as she pleads to Valjean to find Marius at the barricades. Valjean, holding the bishop's candlesticks, simply says to himself, "There is no end to this road," as the episode ends. The final episode, Redemption, sees the fighting at the barricades continue. Eponine raises the flag on the barricade, but is shot and killed, not getting her final scene with Marius, their romance being reduced to some minor implications in previous scenes. Enjolras tells Javert to be brought out, and in doing so, he and Valjean meet again. Valjean informs Javert he asked for the privilege of executing him, and Javert does that creepy, horrifying laugh again. Seriously, it haunts me. Valjean takes Javert past the line of dead bodies, including Gavroche. Maybe the BBC didn't want to show his being killed on screen, although the line of bodies is still quite dark. Valjean frees Javert, which nearly lets slip his anger that Valjean is not fulfilling his role as a criminal, before recomposing himself and leaving. The barricade is overrun and Enjolras is shot before the firing squad, and Valjean takes the injured Marius through the sewers. Valjean exits the sewers, no Thénardier waiting for him this time, and there, Javert is waiting and requests permission to take Marius indoors, which he does. Valjean leaves Marius with Cosette, and before Valjean can return to Javert, he hears the carriage leaving. Javert heads to the river, takes off his hat, and walks calmly to the river without saying a word, before leaping in. It feels like there's something missing here. We don't really get to see any notion that Javert is conflicted that would result in his throwing himself into the Seine. It just happens. I was kind of looking forward to seeing this soft-spoken Javert finally break. Anyway, next we cut to the wedding of Marius and Cosette, with Valjean's seat empty. He is at home, crying into his bed. It's pretty haunting. It's reminiscent of his crying at the end of episode 1. The next day, Valjean visits Marius to confess his real identity and crimes, and leaves. We cut to Valjean alone on a park bench, scruffy hair and overgrown, as winter sets in. Back with Marius, Thénardier walks in and attempts to extort Marius as usual. He mentions that he met Valjean in the sewers carrying a dead man, which is in keeping with the story, but somewhat odd that it isn't actually shown in this adaptation. He produces a purse from the body, which Marius recognises as his own. Thénardier is thrown out, and Cosette receives a letter saying that Valjean is ill, and the couple to go to him. Valjean is clearly ill and near death. His death is handled accurately, including his request to be buried in an unmarked grave. The final scene shows a shot of that grave, with Cosette saying the words told in the novel to be etched upon it. This is another really good adaptation. It has a focus on accurately bringing a number of scenes and their dialogue to the screen, and it pulls it off well, for the most part. The series is very front-loaded. It takes time to accurately reproduce the first part of the novel. We don't see Marius until partway through episode 7. As such, the latter half of the novel does skip a fair amount. Most notably, the romance between Marius and Cosette is limited to more or less a single scene in the garden. I don't think this is too much of a problem. I think the romantic build-up does take a lot of time and is difficult to get across on screen. It's also the element I find the least interesting, so this works for me, but maybe more of an issue for others. The story is well paced, fitting fairly neatly into the 25 minutes per episode. Until the last episode anyway. Episode 10 really feels rushed in a lot of places. The barricade scene is over very quickly, blink and you'll miss Eponine's death, and Gavroche dying off screen somewhat cheapens his death. Although the close-up of his dead body does have a similar sort of impact. Javert's death similarly just isn't built up in any way. He just leaves Valjean and jumps in the river. We see nothing about him changing his mind, being conflicted, anything. It does match the novel in that he jumps in without showing any emotion, but I feel as a viewer we needed to see something from him in his final moments, something that broke that cold, soft-spoken individual. It's not all bad, it just does seem a bit out of place given how detailed the rest of the series is. Cutting out Eponine's death and interactions with Marius too also take out a bit of his character, when he's already not in it that much. I don't want this to drag the whole series down, The rest is paced near immaculately and accurately. Frank Finlay as Valjean carries the role well for the most part. He can be the gentle father figure, but also quite scary in places. Those moments where he cries are really powerful. Both the soft, rational Valjean and the crying until it hurts Valjean form a very strong contrast. There are quite a few times, though, where his words aren't quite clear and his lines are mumbled a little. Anthony Bate is a pretty unique Javert, and I'm not just talking about that magnificent facial hair. Just look at it. Mutton chops joined to his moustache. Sublime. What I mean is, at the start I wasn't too sure about his performance. That soft-spoken disinterestedness is a little different from the usual portrayal of the man who barks orders, but he certainly grew on me. That laugh he does when Valjean asks him for time to fetch Cosette, and when Valjean requests to deal with him at the barricade is so out of character, but so brilliantly haunting. Michel Dautrice does a good double role as Fantine and Cosette, and presents two different characters quite well. Vivian McKerrell as Marius is also good, balancing that gentleness and innocence that I see in the character. Alan Rowe as Thénardier doesn't have that comedic edge to him that he does in most versions. He's more scheming and serious. I think it might have something to do with everyone having the same BBC accent, that the dialogue sometimes falls a little flat. Not all the time, just a little. There's a couple of instances too where the actors flub their lines, but you'll see that a lot in these early BBC shows, as they were usually on a tight schedule with little time for reshoots. Overall, I still think this is a very good adaptation. It keeps a lot of the little scenes of the novel, and the dialogue is very faithful. Unlike the 1964 Italian series, it has a bit more scope with its production, incorporating more elaborate sets and outdoor shots. Like that series, it will, I think, appeal more to those who have read the novel and are more familiar with the story. That said, this 1967 version definitely has more of a general appeal than the 1964 Italian series. You can follow it fairly simply. It does fall a bit at the final hurdle in a rushed final episode, but I don't want that to distract from how well done a lot of this is, and the adherence to accurately reproducing the dialogue from the original story. So yes, definitely one to check out, if not simply for Javert's epic facial hair. Another series from 1967, and we return to Brazil for Os Miseraveis. It debuted on the TV station Band on the very day that it launched, and ran for 71 episodes. Yes, 71. Running about 45 minutes per episode too in a 60-minute time slot, including 15 minutes of adverts. This also makes it the second longest ever adaptation of Les Miserables currently in existence. Unfortunately, or fortunately, if I ever want to finish these adaptations, the entire series is unavailable. Whether it exists in some vault somewhere or is lost media, I'm not sure. There's no information about its status anywhere. The only bit of media we have about this series is this advertisement showing the cast. Not much, but yeah. On the other hand, it does save me 53 hours. The final adaptation from 1967 is a film, and the first and only adaptation to be made in Turkey. Sefile was directed by Zafer Davutoglu. It is one of the shortest films on this list, running at 84 minutes, so let's see if they can capture the story in that time. The film opens up with a caption setting the film in the year 1939, obviously a fair way away from early 19th century of the original. We see a man wandering through a dilapidated town when he hears an accident happen. Someone has been trapped under a truck, and the wandering man uses his huge strength to lift the truck and free the other man. He is offered money as a reward but refuses it, as he is doing it for good. This is Kamal, our Valjean of the story. Later on, Kamal is wandering around the town at night when he comes across a robbery at a shop. He interrupts the robbers who flee and, while he is tempted by the jewellery, he is caught by the police, who think it was him who killed the shopkeeper. He is sent to trial and found guilty, but while on the train to prison, he escapes. He finds a priest who provides him with food and shelter. When the police knock on the door, he says he has not seen Kamal and allows him to stay the night. Kamal wakes up and steals the priest's finery, but the priest catches him and tells him to take the golden candlesticks as a gift to become an honest man. We cut next to 1950, and Kamal is now the manager of a modern factory. Meanwhile, a young cleaner in the factory, clearly sick, is told by Kemal she needs to go to a hospital, but refuses as she needs to work for the sake of her newborn child. This woman is Fatma, the Fantine of this version. Fatma is also being extorted for her money by a criminal, who I believe is meant to be the baby's father. Kemal goes to a meeting where he meets the new police chief, who turns out is Hilmi Erman, the Javert of the story, and who is also the prosecutor at Kemal's trial. Kemal recognises him, and Erman seems mighty suspicious of Kemal. We next see Fatma dancing for money while her child sleeps nearby, as the men around her tear at her clothes. It's quite a dark scene. Erman questions Kemal, still suspicious of him. After the meeting, he calls his superiors to tell them that he has found Kemal, who escaped from prison 10 years ago, but learns that Kemal has already been caught. The police raid the venue where Fatma was dancing and arrest her. Erman agrees not to press charges against her in exchange for her helping Erman to get evidence on Kemal. Fatma goes to tell Kemal, who gives her the key to his safe willingly, in order to protect Fatma. The safe is raided, but Erman does not find any evidence. Erman meets with Kemal and begs forgiveness for accusing him to his superiors for mistaking him for a convict, and as mentioned, the real Kemal has already been arrested. He mentions that he will be hanged tonight, and his young son will be left with no one. Kemal hesitates on his own, and calls Erman to confess, but Erman says it is too late, and the film cuts to the young boy in front of the dangling legs of his hanged father. Geez, again, that's dark. Erman comes to arrest Kemal. Kemal flees, but along the way he sees the dying Fatma, who implores him to take her child, which he does and flees on a train. Meanwhile, the boy and wife of the man who hanged in Kemal's place swear revenge on the real Kemal. We next cut to a young woman and her boyfriend driving recklessly in a car. The young girl is Tulin, the film's Cosette, but she's not the girl we're used to seeing. She's a rebel seeing this man behind her father's back, drinking, and just generally being a bit of a wild child. Her boyfriend later recounts that his own father, wait for it, was hanged for a crime he didn't commit, and only a few hours after he hanged, someone confessed to being the person his father was mistaken for. Yep, the little boy who watched his father hang is now Tulin's boyfriend Nazim. Truly a big twist on the Marius character. Nazim believes he will one day come face to face with the man his father was mistaken for, and when he does, he says he will kill him. Uh-oh. Tulin gets a call from Kemal, who spends a lot of time overseas and says he will be home in a few days. He arrives home to meet Tulin's fiancé Nazim. While of course we usually see Valjean being reluctant to give Cosette to anyone, here Kemal embraces Nazim immediately as a son. Kemal learns that Nazim is the son of the father who died in his place and is noticeably shocked. Alone, Kemal once again struggles with what to do. Meanwhile, Erman is back on Kemal's trail and proceeds to gather evidence on Kemal's new alter ego when he sees his picture in the newspaper. At Tulin and Nazim's wedding, Kemal is still thinking about his situation when Erman walks in to congratulate the couple, and the two seem to recognise each other immediately. It is also revealed that it was Erman who supported Nazim after his father was wrongly killed, adding to the drama. Erman learns that the man calling himself Enver arrived in the area without a passport with a young girl, and since Erman believes he is Kemal, Tulin should have a birthmark on her back the same as Fatma's daughter that he took the night he escaped. Kemal donates his money and transfers his assets to Nakim, before confessing to Tulin her mother was a penniless woman and he is leaving. Erman calls Nazim to tell him he is about to catch his father's killer and to meet him in secret without telling anyone. Nazim finally learns that his father-in-law was responsible for his father's death, confirmed by when Erman tells him of the birthmark on his wife's back that he recognises. Erman is called to the jail cell of a dying convict who confesses to him the crime of killing the shopkeeper that Kemal was convicted of. Nazim returns home early to confront Kemal, but Tulin refuses to let him in. He bursts in and shoots Kemal, but Tulin steps in front of her father to protect him. Erman also bursts in and tells Nazim the truth that Kemal is innocent. Later, with Kemal still injured, Erman asks for Kemal's forgiveness for wrongly accusing him of murder, but realises he cannot forgive himself. Tulin goes to find Nazim to get him to return home, and Erman, unable to forgive his own actions, stares into the ocean. We see Tulin drag Nazim home, while we see a hat and cane, presumably Erman's, floating in the ocean, ending up with the same fate as so many Javert. The couple return home and Nazim asks for forgiveness for his actions, which Kemal provides, and the three walk off to a happy ending? This is a very odd adaptation. A lot of things have been changed about, not just with the more modern setting, but many of the characters' relations and their connections to one another. It gets in a lot of the original story in some form, but changes a lot with regard to Marius or Nazim, having him be the son of the Champmathieu character, who is actually convicted and hung after Kemal or Valjean fails to confess his identity in time, honestly provides a pretty interesting what-if the original story had unfolded a bit differently. The story as a whole holds together nicely, even if it's not faithful to the original novel, and the characters are connected fairly well. The acting too is quite good all around. The only real issue I have with the story is the ending where Nazim forgives Kemal after learning he was innocent of the crime he was originally tried for. But that still doesn't take away from the fact that Nazim's father did indeed die because Kemal hesitated. I feel like it could have been cleared up or explained in a better way. Given the short runtime, a lot of the characters from the novel are missing. Thénardiers, Eponine, Enjolras, Gavroche, so it focuses on the core characters, which is understandable. Erman is a solid Javert character, and Cosette's character being much more of a spirited wild child is again an interesting twist. The film is on the whole a cohesive drama that has some emotional moments, but sorely lacking the depth of the novel and missing some key characters. As mentioned, I think it's an interesting twist on the novel and more of a what-if scenario, with Marius being connected to the character of Champmathieu and Valjean failing to save him in time. There is, however, little to make it stand out as a significant and complete adaptation of the original story. In 1968, we got an adaptation of a play by German writer Peter Ensikat, entitled Gavroche. It showcases the second half of the novel from Gavroche's point of view, finding purpose and camaraderie along the students of the Revolution. A TV adaptation of this play was broadcast on the 10th of March 1968 in Germany, but unfortunately I could not find a copy of it or any footage. The only proof of its existence is one website that documents the German television archives. The 70s are here, and so is our next adaptation, and the only one that comes from Argentina. Alta Comedia was yet another anthology series that aired from 1970 to 1975, 10 p.m. on Sundays, and each 2-hour episode was dedicated to an adaptation of a work of literature. Episode 25 was an adaptation of Les Misérables, airing on Saturday, June 15th, 1970. The entire series is sadly lost media as far as I can tell, including this episode. All the information we have on it is a cast and credits list, including the director, Martin Clotet. We return to Spain now with the TV series Novella, which aired between October 1st, 1963 and December 29th, 1978, consisting of 1,222 episodes between 15 and 30 minutes each. It focused on adapting various works of literature during its run, airing one episode every day. Les Misérables got its turn for an adaptation, starting with its first episode on April 19th, 1971, and running for 19 episodes until May 13th, 1971. This adaptation fortunately survives in its entirety thanks to the comprehensive archiving of the Television Española network, including making said archive available on YouTube, so let's take a look. Episode 1 begins rather unconventionally, with Petit Gervais wandering through the woods with his pet monkey. While playing with his monkey and dropping a coin, Valjean appears, steps on the coin, and laughs. As always, Valjean refuses to move his foot, but he's a lot more nasty in this version. In the novel, he just gruffly tells Gervais to leave. Here, he is more threatening and constantly laughing at the boy. This also takes place before he meets the bishop. The bishop himself is dictating a letter to his sister, outlining the suffering of the poor in some detail. The dialogue is extensive and provides some detail of the world and the ideas of the novel. Valjean walks in and gives his story. Valjean steals the silver cutlery, and the episode ends as he leaves in the darkness. Episode 2 opens up the following morning with Valjean having escaped but being brought back by a soldier. The dialogue is accurate to the novel and there's nothing that stands out as deviating from that. We next see an inn hosting a group of young men and women, one of which is Fantine. The story is again accurate to the novel, with the women receiving the letter that they have been abandoned. A montage of Fantine writhing around in pain in bed, giving birth to Cosette, and being thrown out of her job for having a child are shown before she arrives at the Thénardiers and leaves Cosette there. We get more of Fantine's point of view as she arrives to get the job at Madeleine's factory, and as the background of Monsieur Madeleine told to her by her co-worker. Later, she is out after dark delivering a letter to post to the Thénardiers when she bumps into Javert in his first appearance in this version. He questions her and advises that she only delivers letters during the day. The supervisors at the factory discover Fantine has a daughter and she is dismissed, and the events that lead to her arrest by Javert proceed as normal. Madeleine steps in the street to save her as episode 3 ends with a distant cry for help, revealed to be a man trapped under a horse cart at the start of episode 4, putting this scene in a slightly different place. Valjean has Fantine write a letter to send for Cosette. Javert asks to be dismissed for reporting Madeleine as the convict Valjean. A somewhat surreal dream sequence has Valjean confront his decision to confess or not. I feel these scenes are partly here to fill out the episode's allocated runtime of 25 minutes, but they don't interrupt the pacing, so it's fine. The courtroom scene is a bit stripped down with no jury or onlookers, but it is still accurate in every other sense. Episode 5 is a recap episode. No new scenes, just a re-editing of key scenes from Valjean's arriving at the bishop's residence, Fantine's leaving Cosette at the Thénardiers, and following her until her death, back where the previous episode ended. Given that an episode was aired every day, this recap was perhaps useful to allow people to catch up that did not watch every day, and also allowed the filming to have a break, so their existence is understandable. Continuing to episode 7 then, Valjean escapes jail off-screen and returns to his home, where he instructs his housekeeper to settle his affairs, including giving Fantine a proper burial. Many of these adaptations have this change in them, whereas in the novel, Fantine's body is thrown into an unmarked grave as he is imprisoned, and does not have the opportunity to arrange his affairs in any thorough way. Valjean goes to fetch Cosette in the usual manner. Valjean and Cosette are now living in an apartment in Paris some months later, when the housekeeper mentioned that a man has taken lodgings in a room in the same building, and returns to his room shortly after Valjean does his nightly walk. When the housekeeper calls for help, Valjean goes to look, only to see the man who has moved in is none other than Javert. Valjean returns to his room and takes Cosette, and by the time Javert returns with other policemen, he is gone. Valjean and Cosette hurry through the streets of Paris. We even see Notre Dame in the background of these quite big sets. They arrive at the convent, run into Monsieur Fauchelevent, and the plan of getting them into the convent again, through hiding Valjean in the coffin meant for the mother crucifixion, unfolds in full. After Cosette is admitted to the convent, we quickly cut to a now grown Cosette and Valjean in their new home. There's another one of these strange dream sequences with a ragged Valjean and Cosette in a white dress in a forest, and Fantine dying in a bed nearby. It's quite ambiguous, but maybe it's hinting at a romantic link between Valjean and Cosette again? Maybe? Why do these adaptations need to do this? Anyway, the two head to the Luxembourg Gardens, and we get our first glimpse at Marius, who is in the park with a friend. I think it's Courfeyrac. Picking up the pace though, Marius follows them home, and he and Cosette meet in the garden, without all the meandering of Marius trying to find where she lives and whatnot. Episode 9 ends with another odd dream sequence in the garden, with Cosette leaving Marius there to go to Valjean's side. Even though she introduces him as her father, I still feel like they're trying to push a romance angle. Episode 10 starts with Marius arguing with his grandfather before cutting to another dream sequence, with Marius and Cosette running in slow motion through the Luxembourg Gardens. I'm sure these sequences are just to fill up the runtime. Anyway, Marius wakes up to a knock at the door from Eponine and a letter from the Thénardiers begging for charity. In the next room with the Thénardiers, we see them getting ready for Valjean's visit. Surprisingly, Gavroche is there too, in this version, looking fairly older than usual as well. The rest of the scene plays out fairly accurately though. Marius goes to the police with the information. who relays it to Javert, who formulates the usual plan. Episode 11 is another recap episode, and episode 12 returns to the ambush of Valjean in Thénardier's room. It unfolds fairly normally, though is resolved a lot sooner as Marius shoots the gun as soon as Madame Thénardier leaves with the letter to Cosette. Also of note is that the subplot regarding Thénardier saving Marius's father at the Battle of Waterloo is entirely absent. Javert nevertheless turns up, and Valjean escapes through the window. We see the first stirrings of the uprising as soldiers disrupt a meeting of the revolutionaries, and a man on the street corner asks for a donation for bullets. Eponine finds Marius after searching for him, since he has moved out of his room apparently after the incident. She tells Marius that Cosette has been ill, and that is why he has not seen her in the garden recently. This obviously happened off-screen. Eponine also promises that she will not tell her father where Valjean and Cosette live, for Marius' sake. Episode 13 sees the crowds gather for General Lamarck's funeral and the uprising break out. The scene has quite a large scale for such a small television production with lots of extras. Hang on, this seems familiar. That's because it is. This is footage from the 1958 French film. It took me about 10 seconds to recognise it, but yep, this is definitely it. How very odd for a Spanish TV series to be using that footage. It's edited so it doesn't show the main characters of the film, but still a bit naughty. When it cuts back to new footage, we still have big crowds and fight scenes, but it's obviously on a closed set. The aftermath of dead bodies makes a sad sight here, but we cut next to Marius and Cosette, as she tearily tells Marius that she's to leave for England with her father. The two young actors give a really good performance here. Marius goes to his grandfather for permission to marry. Interestingly, Monsieur Gillenormand mentions the revolution taking place and that the Jacobins are now in control. This seems to suggest that this is set during the First French Revolution in about 1792, rather than the uprising of 1832 as told in the novel. Given that Marius' father was at Waterloo in 1815, we should interpret Gillenormand's statements as a simple error in the script. Anyway, the rest of the scene unfolds as normal. Gillenormand suggests Marius take Cosette as a mistress, and he storms out. Marius returns to the home of Valjean and Cosette to find it empty, only Eponine telling him he is wanted at the barricades. There, Javert is caught and the fighting breaks out, set up quite nicely with all the extras and such. Marius shows up and a large-scale scuffle breaks out. Eponine saves Marius and her death is handled with the emotional weight it requires. Marius writes Cosette a letter, delivered by Gavroche to Valjean, who turns up at the barricade and is tasked with executing Javert. There's more footage from the 1958 film, with soldiers ready to storm the barricade as episode 14 ends. Episode 15 sees Valjean letting Javert go as we expect, and a final battle at the barricades that results in the death of everyone, basically. Marius is injured, Gavroche is killed on the barricade rather than his unique death scene, and Enjolras meets the same fate, rather than being shot before a firing squad. The result being a silent barricade with bodies piled up around it. It's quite powerful. Valjean takes Marius through the sewers, which is long and silent, but it does reflect the lengthy digression of the novel. He meets Thénardier at the exit, who lets him out after taking the contents of Marius's pockets. Valjean exits via a ladder onto the streets, where Javert apprehends him. He agrees to drop off Marius at his grandfather's house, and to allow Valjean to visit his home one last time. Episode 16 is a recap episode, and episode 17 sees Marius in bed with his grandfather at his side, while Valjean arrives at his home. While inside, Valjean sees Javert walk away. The inspector goes to his office to write the letter to his superiors, saying he has failed in his duties, but rather than throw himself in the river, he pulls out a gun, and we see from behind, as he puts the gun to his head and fires. It's different, but no less poignant. Back with Marius, we see his grandfather watching over him in bed for quite a while. I think this extended staring is just to pad out the runtime a little. Anyway, Marius gets better and Valjean and Cosette visit to arrange the marriage. On the day of the wedding, we see the Thénardiers watching the ceremony, with Monsieur Thénardier's suspicions raised about Valjean. This is a neat inclusion because we don't typically see them spying on the wedding as he does in the novel, and also we see Madame Thénardier too, who doesn't show up in the novel after all after the raid on their room by Javert. Valjean leaves the ceremony, not signing the marriage certificate by feigning a hand injury, and returns home alone, as we are shown Valjean's heartbreak, and a flashback comprised of footage from earlier episodes of Fantine in the factory. This goes on for nearly 5 minutes at the end of episode 18, again clearly to pad out the runtime for this episode. The final episode wraps things up as you expect, with Valjean visiting Marius to confess his identity, although Marius does allow Valjean to visit whenever he wants, and they do not agree that Valjean should not see Cosette anymore. Back at his home, Valjean writes his final letter to Cosette, outlining the secret that made his fortune. Thénardier visits Marius to try and blackmail him, but ends up absolving him, as Marius believed that Valjean robbed Mr. Madeleine and killed Javert, when Valjean was obviously Madeleine himself, another slight change from the novel. Thénardier brings receipts of his proof, he clearly did his homework. Marius and Cosette go to Valjean's bedside as he lies dying, and the series ends with a zooming out from the doorway to the room where they are. Across these 19 episodes, this 1971 version tells the story of Les Miserables with depth and accuracy. It captures a lot of the elements of the novel, delivers accurate dialogue, and has good performances from the cast as a whole. There is, however, little that makes this stand out amidst all of the other adaptations. If you were to watch just this one adaptation, you would certainly get the story well enough. If I were to pick one thing that stands out, I would highlight the performance of José Guardiola as Inspector Javert, who captures that cold and serious character. I would have liked to see him do more with the role, but Javert is barely the focus of any of the scenes he is in. Teresa Rabal as Cosette is also pretty good in all of the situations she finds herself in. It is a small-scale production. The sets are reused quite a lot, with that one set of the Parisian streets just outside Notre Dame being the site of a good chunk of what happens. Nevertheless, we get some good scenes at the barricades, for example, which have a decent scale to them, and as mentioned, it does cut in some scenes of the riots from the 1958 French film. I do wonder if they got permission to use that footage. In terms of what is missing, most notable is any real establishing of Gavroche's character and the scenes dedicated to him. He is strangely in the Thénardier's room with his family when they are visited by Valjean and Cosette, but he never speaks or is the focus. He's just hanging around, so making that change is a bit odd. His death too is a bit unpronounced, as we get a second-long shot of him being shot on the barricade. Maybe they didn't want to show a child being killed on television. It might make sense. Maybe that's why he was a fair bit older in this version too. Actually, now that I think about it, Gavroche is clearly only slightly younger than Cosette, so by that logic, he should have been with the Thénardiers at the inn when Cosette was there. I'm thinking about this too much. I'll stop now. The only other thing which I think is a bit truncated is the role of the Friends of the ABC, as Enjolras and his crew are not really established as characters. But other than that, yes, this is quite thorough. A negative of this version is the weird montage and dream sequences that are clearly meant to fill out the runtime for an episode, and don't offer anything of significance. But other than that, there's not much to criticise. It's a no-frills adaptation that lacks weight in some areas and constrained by budget, but serves Hugo's novel well in terms of story, dialogue, and performances. Moving ahead a year to 1972, and we have the next French adaptation, a TV miniseries comprised of two 2-hour episodes. The first episode opens up with the narrator commenting on the author, Victor Hugo's description of Paris, and though he has been away for a few years, always remembers its sights and sounds. This is accompanied by images of Paris and its famous landmarks and sounds of the singing of French songs. Then we see people on the streets calling for the citizens to rise up before the soldiers break them up. No, I haven't missed anything. This series starts out in Paris in 1832, at book 3 of the novel, where Cosette is grown up and Marius is introduced. We've skipped a good chunk of the novel here, a very interesting move. We see next the would-be revolutionaries counting the funds for their uprising and such, which will be familiar to those who have read the novel. Javert is on the prowl though, recognisable by those iconic sideburns, as he and his officers seize a stash of guns meant for the uprising. We see the king, Louis-Philippe, being briefed on the nature of the revolutionaries and their command structure, as the narrator again gives us some background of the time. you'll quickly notice that this version is very centred on the 1832 uprising and a lot of the more intricate details of it than the other versions we have seen. We see the friends of the ABC at the cafe all discussing their different takes on the uprising, including Courfeyrac, L'Aigle and Combeferre. Enjolras organises the group, telling them to seek support from different groups in preparation for their moment. The narrator tells us of the bourgeois salons where conservative sentiments were the only topic of discussion, nowhere more than that headed by Monsieur Gillenormand, Marius' grandfather. Marius is there too, but distracted. Marius is given a letter by his grandfather that tells of how his father is dying, and he goes to see him. He arrives 5 minutes too late, however, and after the funeral service, learns how his father would watch him from afar when he went to church, again as in the novel. We also now see a scene between Theodule, Marius' cousin, and his aunt, who tasks Theodule with finding out where Marius has been wandering off to, presumably to see a girl. Again, this is from the original story, but it is the first time we've seen Theodule and this scene on the screen. Theodule follows Marius and finds he is laying flowers at the grave of his father. Gillenormand has Marius' room searched and finds his father's locket and the letter which tells Marius about how a sergeant named Thénardier saved his life at Waterloo. Marius storms in and he and Gillenormand decide that they can no longer live under the same roof. While Marius' carriage is moving through the streets, it is stopped by L'Aigle, who gives him the story that he answered for him in class when he was absent. More scenes give us further glimpses at the friends of the ABC, again really making an effort to establish the various young men, as well as their political stances, including the seeming minutiae of their differences. We're then introduced to Gavroche, partly through the narrator detailing the children who live on the streets of Paris. He goes to visit his parents, where we also find Marius, and we return focus to him and his living conditions. Reading his books in the Luxembourg Gardens, he catches his first glimpse of Cosette. Marius follows them home, but Valjean notices. The next time Marius goes to their home, he learns that they have moved. We see Valjean and Cosette in their new home, and when Valjean is alone, he slips into a monologue wondering what Marius wanted, and whether he was a spy for the police. His narration gets louder and angrier, accompanied by orchestral music, but the image is of him silently pacing backwards and forward, setting up a nice contrast. Also, bear in mind this is the first real scene of Valjean in this version, so we are yet to really establish him. He takes out the bishop's candlesticks, and we get a flashback to a younger Valjean, recounting his story from stealing a loaf of bread to imprisonment. His life is recounted in good detail, with the narrator on hand to fill in any blanks. Upon release, he is chased through town and stumbles upon the bishop at dinner. It unfolds fairly quickly, but gets the idea across well enough. The narrator recounts the story of Monsieur Madeleine and how the police inspector Javert was suspicious of him, but cuts back proper to Fantine being arrested. You'll notice how there's no backdrop to this scene, just pure black, as it is a flashback. It sets the scene quite differently, like you're always aware it is a flashback, focusing on the main characters. Likewise, it leads to Valjean confessing in the courthouse in the same manner, reducing that scene to just said confession. Cosette in the forest collecting water is accompanied by some more dramatic orchestral and choir music. The whole scene at the Thénardiers' inn is more or less reduced to one scene of narration, as the narrator continues to outline Valjean's escape to Paris. We see him escape over the wall to the convent, and the narrator fills in the rest, with him becoming a gardener and Cosette joining the school. Back where we left off, we see Marius walking home when Eponine and Azelma bump into him, not realising they have dropped the letters they are to give to rich people, begging for money from their father. The next day, Eponine goes to Marius' room to give him a similar letter. Valjean's visit to the Thénardiers unfolds as usual, no notes there, just that the dialogue is again quite accurate. The same goes for Valjean's return and Thénardier's trap. Given that we hadn't really seen Thénardier's character before this point, it loses some of the connection between him and Valjean. There also seems to be a fair emphasis on Thénardier's poverty, almost as if to sympathise with him. I'm not sure if this is what is intended, but it does tie into this version's emphasis on the political message of the novel and the impoverished. The adaptation of this scene I think is also one of the most faithful to the novel we have seen so far, with the accurate dialogue, Marius putting Eponine's note through the hole to say the cops are coming, and while the gang try to escape at the same time through the door, and Thénardier sarcastically suggesting they should draw lots to decide who goes through, Javert enters and offers his hat to draw lots from. Javert is a bit of a badass in this scene too. Thénardier pulls a gun on him, but does not react because he knows he will misfire, and Madame Thénardier threatens to throw something at him, to which he still doesn't flinch. Valjean makes his escape through the window, and Javert notices the coin used to cut the rope is sharpened on one side, recognising the trick as one that was used at the prison where he was stationed, and first met Valjean. Well, this version doesn't explain that, but anyone who knows the novel will catch it. Either way, this ends the first episode. Episode 2 opens with Marius running into Monsieur Mabeuf on the street, who tells Marius about the poverty he and many others are facing. Again, this version uses this opening to stress the poverty of the people of Paris. Gavroche returns to see his parents, only to find out they have been arrested. Javert inspects the prisoners of Patron Minette caught in the raid, although the narrator tells us that some had already escaped. Eponine arrives at the new home of Cosette and relays the address to Marius, although I have to say, he really comes across as ungrateful, particularly in this version. Gavroche comes across the two young boys and teaches them how to survive on the streets, unaware that they are his brothers. Again, this is one of the scenes less adapted from the novel, but it gets it in, including the giant concrete elephant. Thénardier is shown escaping from prison with the help of the Patron Minette gang, but is trapped on the top wall. Clark-Sou goes to fetch Gavroche, who climbs up to secure a rope for him to climb down. Gavroche then leaves, and when Thénardier is told it is his son who saved him, is indifferent. This is a neat little addition to the story. The narrator tells of the death of General Lamarque and the anticipation that his death will lead to unrest. Marius visits Cosette, who tells him that she is leaving for England, while at the same time, Thénardier and the Patron Minette gang arrive to rob the place, but Eponine prevents them, just as in the novel. She really does too much for that ungrateful Marius. The funeral procession for Lamarque begins, and Marius goes to ask his grandfather for permission to marry, which of course he refuses. The uprising begins, although we don't see much, just some crowds in close-up. I assume it's for budgetary reasons. It usually is. The young men begin building the barricade, digging up the paving stones and such. The king is briefed on the situation, and Javert is caught at the barricades. The soldiers arrive, Mabeuf is shot as he raises the flag, and the battle begins. Marius arrives and threatens to blow up the barricade as he does, and the soldiers retreat. This version does not shy away from the impact of the fighting. People get blooded, and their dead bodies are on display, made all the more poignant since this version also took the time to establish a lot of the incidental characters. Marius realises that Eponine has been shot, and her death scene plays out, although she gets a kiss on the lips just before she dies this time, rather than a kiss on the forehead after. Marius reads the letter Cosette has given to Eponine and writes a response he gives to Gavroche to take to her. It falls into the hands of Valjean. Remember him? He's a character in this. He shows up to the barricade in his soldier's uniform, and the fighting begins again, with the soldiers bringing out the cannons. Gavroche goes to fetch ammunition from the dead soldiers, but is killed in the usual fashion. Again, this version doesn't shy away from the brutality of it. Valjean takes Javert and sets him free. The remaining revolutionaries trap themselves in the café and cut the stairs away. Valjean takes the injured Marius into the sewers, while Enjolras is before the firing squad, and the drunk Grantaire decides to join him. Thus we see the result of the uprising, as the camera pans across the scores of dead bodies and a final haunting zoom out of the aftermath. Valjean drags Marius through the sewers, making it to the locked exit. Thénardier shows up, not recognising Valjean, and trades him the key. Javert is waiting, although not recognising Valjean at first, and agrees to take the injured Marius home. Valjean leaves only to find Javert gone, leaving out the extra scene of Javert taking Valjean home before disappearing. Javert walks along the bank of the Seine, clearly disturbed, as you can tell by the dramatic orchestral music again. He stares in silence at the water before leaping off the bridge. I'm surprised they didn't add in some narration here. The narrator does turn up in the next scene, describing Marius' recovery and his marriage to Cosette, as well as Valjean confessing to Marius. Next, Thénardier shows up to extort Marius as typical, but since Thénardier did not take a piece of cloth or anything from Marius, Marius just realises that he was the one that Valjean took through the sewers. The scene quickly ends as Marius and Cosette rush to the dying Valjean's side. The episode ends with the narrator repeating the ending of the book word for word, including the final words etched onto Valjean's tombstone. From the outset, this adaptation does things differently. It knows what it wants to focus on, and does so by immediately skipping nearly the first half of the book. This version knows what it wants to focus on, the uprising and its participants. It's dark, cold, bloody, political. It takes Hugo's message about the plight of the poor and downtrodden of Paris and allows the viewer a good hard look at those characters which are easily overlooked in the novel. The narration is not obtrusive and generally keeps itself to echoing Hugo's original narration. The dialogue sticks very closely to the original too, and in terms of the portion of the book it covers, I think you would be hard-pressed to find a more robust and complete adaptation. The epic music score composed of orchestral and choir music is haunting and lends a very real feeling that we are witnessing history. With this restructuring of the story, however, there are a few things which become diminished. Obviously, reducing 2/5 of the novel to flashbacks drastically reduces the appearance of characters or eliminates them almost entirely. The most obvious one being Fantine, who only appears for 2 to 3 minutes in a flashback scene. Even characters which still have a significant amount of time, such as Valjean, Cosette and Thénardier, do feel somewhat diminished without their earlier parts of the book to properly set them up, and their character arcs never get going or reach the heights they should. I suppose that's the trade-off that this version has chosen to make, and with its aims of bringing that revolutionary spirit to life and rendering the necessary political depth to its subjects, it does a remarkable job. It doesn't shy away from the blood spilt and the sacrifices necessary. However, once the fighting at the barricade ends, you can clearly tell this adaptation has run out of steam and limps through the end with characters it doesn't really want to focus on. Like I say, what it chooses to focus on is exceptionally thorough, rigorous and accurate. It's one of the top for adaptations of the Uprising and barricades and adjacent characters. For other elements of the story and those characters, there's a sense that things never get going. Overall though, definitely one for those who know the novel, understand its themes, and want to see an adaptation with a serious focus on the themes Hugo wanted to talk about. 1972 also brings us back to India for another film adaptation, Beedala Patlu, translating to Plight of the Poor. This might sound familiar to you, and rightfully should do, because this is, while obviously an adaptation of Les Miserables, also a remake of the 1950 Indian film of the same name, although this version is about 30 minutes shorter. There's not too much to say about this one that hasn't been said about the 1950 version. While not a shot-for-shot remake, almost all of the scenes and changes are exactly the same. As such, I'll keep the synopsis brief and recap the changes to the story from the 1950 film. The film starts out with prisoners lining up for inspection, with Javert, the only character who keeps his name, carrying it out. Cotaya, this film's Valjean, spits behind his back, and Javert has him sent for lashings. Again, both versions do this. Cotaya recounts his story of his starving sister and family. He steals some bread and is caught and sent to prison, visited by his oldest niece, Champha. He escapes only to find his sister dead, surrounded by her children. Yeah, it's grim. Cotaya is caught by Javert and returned to the prison. In the present, Shantha is pregnant and living with her fiancé Gopal, who as in the original is a sleazeball who manipulates her into selling her jewellery for him. This time, however, Shantha is not introduced as working at a circus with knives being thrown at her, and a lot of Gopal's scenes that establish his character are a bit more cut. A prison guard is bit by a poisonous snake, and Cotaya saves his life by sucking out the poison from his hand, for which the guard is thankful. Upon Cotaya's release, he tries to find his family, but finds the village washed away and ends up at the priest's house when everyone in town rejects him. Of interest here is that the priest is played by Chittor Nagaya, who was the character of Valjean in the 1950 version. A neat way of passing the torch, I suppose. At the same time as Valjean awakes in the night to steal the bishop's plates, we also see Gopal awaken to steal Shantha's belongings and run off, leaving her with his debt. This sets up a nice contrast between Gopal and Cotaya. We have a musical number, not the same as the 1951, where Kataya and Shonfa unknowingly walk past each other on the road. Later on, Shonfa has given birth to her daughter named Padma, and Kataya has become a successful businessman. Shonfa leaves Padma with the Thénardier equivalents and goes to work in one of Kataya's factories, and her story unfolds without much difference. Kataya saves the life of a man who has been bitten by a snake by again sucking the poison out, and coincidentally, Javert is nearby, remembering that he had seen this once before when he was a prison guard. Thus this scene replaces the original one with the horse cart. Shonfa comes across her husband, who pretends not to recognise her, and Javert has her arrested. She falls ill, and Kataya realises that Shonfa is his niece. After the courtroom scene, Kataya returns to Shonfa. Javert shows up, and after Shonfa dies, Kataya gives the inspector a good beatdown before going to get Padma. Later, Javert runs into Kataya at a market, but Kataya pretends to be the Champmathieu character, who was mistakenly arrested earlier for being Kataya, which is a fun new scene, made even more fun when the real Champmathieu stand-in turns up moments later. The next scene sees Javert disguise himself as a beggar, as he does in the novel, waiting for Kataya to return. Escaping from the lawman, we next see Padma all grown up, and as the 1950 film did, the French Revolutionary Uprising is replaced by the Indian struggle for independence, this film being set in the 1940s before independence from the British. Arun Kumar is one of the student leaders of the protest, who goes to the same college as Padma. Arun bumps into Sifa, this film's Eponine, on the street, who takes him to her parents' inn to rent a room. Sifa gets her own musical number, and Kataya and Padma see her begging as they drive by, and drive her home after some charity. Kataya later goes to see Arun but finds him not in, and while he's waiting, Kanthama, Madame Thénardier, recognises him as the man who took Padma away and tells her husband Rao. They get their gang to restrain Kataya and try to extort him for 5,000 rupees, or they will hand him over to the police. Sifa sneaks out and calls the police herself, and the call is answered by none other than Javert. Kataya escapes and prepares to move home, not giving Padma time to tell Arun where she is going. Sifa delivers a letter from Arun to Padma, which is read by Kataya, telling how Arun is going to protest and expects to be imprisoned or worse. At the protest, Javert is spying and caught, but before he can be executed, Kataya shows up and says he will take care of it. He lets Javert go, carries on to the protest, and arrives just in time to see Arun shot. Kataya escapes through the sewers with Arun, but Javert follows them. Kataya takes Arun back to his house, where he confesses his identity to the young couple. We see Javert's silhouette waiting, as in the 1950 film, but he disappears. Kataya chases after him, only catching up with him to see his hat and cane floating in the water. He finds a note explaining how he cannot bring Kataya to justice. Weeping over the loss, Kataya returns home but is clearly suffering from a strained heart or something. Gopal is there, repentant of his actions, and Padma and Arun are quickly married. With a final monologue addressed to the priest, Kataya collapses and the film abruptly ends. As I mentioned earlier, this is a fairly close remake of the 1950 film, and all of the points I made there do apply here. This is a decent adaptation that, while changing the location and time period of the story's events, still retains a lot of the story's messaging, from the plight of the poor, literally in the title, to translating the uprising in France against the monarchy to Indian protests for independence from Britain. The only significant change I noticed is that Gopal's character, who is unique to these versions as Cosette's or Padma's father, is reduced a lot in this 1972 version, whereas he was much more prominent in the 1950 version. Also, Eponine's character Sifa is not killed in this version, and in fact doesn't appear near the protests at all, whereas in the 1950 version, her character fulfills the original character's arc by being shot and killed, saving the character of Marius. The film is heavily skewed towards the beginning of the story, from Kataya in prison to his rescuing Padma, and the story of Marius and Cosette's romance is heavily truncated, and never presents much of an obstacle in the story. I'm not sure I could prefer one over the other. The differences between the two don't really affect its quality. At a stretch, I think the cast is slightly better in the 1950 film. Chittor Nagaya is better at expressing emotions than Akineni Nageswara Rao in the same role as Valjean, and of course, Javert in the 1950 version was so iconic in his role, he changed his name to Javert, or at least was known by that name from that point on. All in all though, there's not a lot to separate them. Staying in India, we have another adaptation from the same year, although this one is in the Tamil language rather than Telugu. Gnana Oli, which translates to Light of Knowledge or Light of Wisdom, was directed by Balakrishnan Madhavan and runs for just over 2.5 hours. Before we start looking at it, it should also be said that this is a much more loose adaptation of Les Miserables, to distinguish it from Plight of the Poor, so let's see what this is all about. We see a man and a woman, Antony and Rani, arguing in front of the church minister. Antony loves to play pranks on Rani, it seems, and the two are also secretly in love. Nothing says love like arguing. Anyway, eventually they get married and still argue. Rani is now pregnant and gives birth to a baby girl. While his wife is in labour, someone comes to order a casket for a dying man and will pay handsomely. Oh, Antony makes a living making caskets. Antony sneaks away to make the casket while his wife is in labour, but it turns out the man survives. The minister comes to Antony to give him the news that a baby girl has been born, but Rani has died during childbirth. Thus it seems, rather darkly, that the coffin Antony made now finds a use after all. Years later, Antony's daughter Marie is at college and returns home to see her father. They visit the minister, who expresses his wish that Mary become rich and educated, so she may build a hospital and orphanage in the town. Later, Antony's childhood friend Lawrence returns to the town to visit the minister, who is now a police officer and taking over the role in the town. Have a guess which Les Miserables character he's going to be. Marie is visited by Baxar, a boy from college who is interested in her, but who doesn't want him to meet her father yet. Antony goes to see the blacksmith after his son cheats him, and Antony, being the hothead he is, gets into a big brawl, and a rather silly fight scene full of stunts breaks out, and is eventually halted by Lawrence. Antony returns home and catches Mary with Baxar, and in a rage goes to attack him with a knife, only stopping when Lawrence points his pistol at his childhood friend. Lawrence solves the problem by marrying the couple there and then in order to salvage Mary's reputation. Antony goes to see the minister, who demands that they are brought to the church to be married properly. Antony goes to fetch him from the nearby town and learns that he is not the son of a doctor like he claimed, but a deadbeat and womanizer. Antony goes to reason with him, but loses his temper again when Baxar attacks him and knocks him out and carries him to the church. There, it turns out that Baxar is actually dead. Lawrence turns up to arrest Antony, who is sentenced to life imprisonment, after which the minister is informed that Mary has killed herself by jumping into a river and drowning, and in turn tells Antony. Later on, with the minister ill, he asks Lawrence for a final wish to have Antony brought to him, which he does. The minister, who by the way is Antony's adoptive father after he was orphaned as a child, gifts Antony his candlestick and tasks Lawrence with defending Antony from society's attempt to define him as a murderer when he is released from prison. Doing so, the minister dies. Poor Antony is really going through it. While Lawrence and Antony are praying, Antony sees his chance to escape, emptying Lawrence's gun and fighting Lawrence to make his escape. He returns for the funeral to pay his respects, but manages to escape again by jumping off a bridge into the water. Some 20 years later, Antony has reinvented himself as a millionaire businessman in an attempt to fulfill his father's dying wish to do good in the world. At a ceremony dedicated to his father, he sees Mary, who did not die at all, but was saved. Before Antony can reveal himself to his daughter, he notices Lawrence has arrived and leaves. Lawrence himself recognizes Mary, who confesses to him her tale. Antony goes to visit Mary later and learns that Mary has a daughter of her own named Rani. Before he can speak to Mary, Lawrence again appears. Later, Lawrence entertains his suspicions that Mr. Aaron is Antony and vows to get proof to jail him, blaming him for not getting a promotion when he was blamed for Antony's escape. Lawrence puts more pressure on Antony, forcing him to do a musical number. Antony's granddaughter and Lawrence's son George start seeing each other, which Mary is furious about when she finds out, but Lawrence sees it as an opportunity to catch Antony. Antony meanwhile sees Rani in the church and learns of the situation, telling her he will talk to Mary about it. Lawrence tells George that he must marry Rani as he attempts to draw Antony into revealing his identity. Mary and Anthony finally get their chance to be alone, but she tells her father he must leave town because she does not want Lawrence to catch him. He decides to attend the wedding, but Lawrence springs his trap and claims that Rani is not a Christian, knowing that only Anthony can verify that she is. Anthony flies into a rage, but stops short of hitting Lawrence and confesses his identity. Lawrence, remembering that Anthony promised to give himself up after fulfilling his promise to his dying father, seeks forgiveness for his pursuit, and the two reconcile, allowing the marriage to take place and everyone getting their happy ending. As you can clearly tell, this is a very loose adaptation. The actual parts of the story bear little relation to Hugo's novel. Nevertheless, you can tell what character is based on what character, and in that sense, they embody the same types of issues that are confronted by the cast of the book. Anthony is obviously Valjean, fleeing prison, guided by a religious mentor, and assuming a new identity. Lawrence is Javert, rigorously pursuing Anthony as the upholder of the law. Mary and Rani, playing the role of Fantine and Cosette to a degree, who Anthony is doing his best to protect at the risk of exposing his identity. It's all here, albeit constructed in a very different way. As a film itself, it has its good points. It gathers up a lot of ideas, including personal redemption, commitment to a higher purpose, and the lead character undergoes a definite character arc of personal growth. The issues I found with this film is that the tone was all over the place. It starts out very silly and comedic, before a tonal whiplash confronts Anthony with everything that could go wrong with his life actually happening. There's two comic relief characters that show up from time to time to be silly and serve only to be annoying, and the ending just feels like it wraps things up too quickly and neatly to the point that it just glosses over a number of issues, such as the fact that Anthony is still a wanted criminal, and Lawrence seems to just very easily forgive him. The focus on Christianity is very prominent throughout, perhaps surprisingly for an Indian film, but it is still rooted in Indian culture, particularly regarding marriage arrangements and such, and so I think parts of the film might not be graspable to people not familiar with it. As an adaptation of Les Miserables, it only adapts the story of Valjean and Javert with any resemblance of accuracy, telling the themes brought about by the characters in a different way, but still hitting some of the major plot points. It's a wild card of an adaptation, not one if you're looking for accuracy, but one in which you may appreciate a different spin on things. As a film in its own right, it does incorporate a range of ideas and has a decent drama central to it, but is also a little all over the place. The second Mexican adaptation aired in 1974 on the Canal 13 television network. This version was filmed in colour and consisted of 20 episodes lasting an hour each, making this one of the lengthiest adaptations. The only copy of this series which survives is a fairly low quality VHS recording, and unfortunately is missing some footage, including approximately the final 3 episodes. Episode 1 begins with the narrator outlining the state of the prison. We see a prisoner lift up a broken horse cart on his back, while an officer looks on. The prisoner is obviously our Jean Valjean, played by Sergio Bustamante, and the officer is Javert, played by Antonio Passi. Valjean is released from prison on parole as he is shown looking lost, bewildered, more animal than man. We get an extended scene between Bishop Myriel, his sister and housekeeper Madame Magloire. We also get an extended flashback scene which echoes the introductory digression of the novel that details the bishop's life. Back in the present, Valjean arrives in town and is shunned by everyone, eventually making his way to the bishop's home. This version stands out as showing how Valjean is like Javert later on in the novel. He shows the bishop his yellow paper, almost demanding to be treated as a criminal, as everyone else does, just like Javert demands Valjean carry out his role as criminal and kill him at the barricades. Anyway, the rest of this episode unfolds with a good amount of depth and detail. You can see Valjean slowly regains some form of humanity as he talks to the bishop over dinner. When Valjean is in bed that night, we get another flashback, this time to Valjean and his sister's family at the funeral of his sister's husband. It's a fairly detailed sequence again that establishes Valjean's background as he steals the loaf of bread and is caught and sentenced to prison. Valjean runs into Petit Gervais as usual, although he also runs into a man on the road whom he gives the money to, seemingly in terror. Meanwhile, we see Fantine's origin with her being abandoned by her lover, and skipping ahead a bit, turning up at the Thénardier's inn and leaving Cosette there. This scene is fairly short and cuts to Cosette being mistreated by the Thénardiers. At the factory, rumours spread about Fantine. A letter is read to her from the Thénardiers that they need more money, and we finally catch up with Valjean, now the wealthy businessman Madeleine, as he passes Javert in the street, who seems to immediately recognise him. Valjean learns of the death of Myriel, which he shows quite a lot of emotion about. One of Fantine's co-workers gets information from the man that reads Fantine's letter to her about her daughter by plying him with alcohol, and Fantine is dismissed. The horse cart scene happens without changes, as Javert watches on. Fantine's condition worsens, and we see Valjean tending to Fauchelevent in the hospital after being freed from under the horse cart. As the Thénardiers continue to extort Fantine, she sells her hair and teeth, eventually resorting to prostitution and being arrested. Valjean arrives, and the scene quickly cuts to Fantine in bed in the hospital, seemingly skipping the dialogue between them. Valjean reassures Fantine that he will sort everything out. Following the news that Champmathieu, mistaken for Valjean, has been arrested, we see a few extra scenes with him in prison. The narrator and Valjean in monologue carefully balance the wrestling of Valjean's decision to confess to his identity to save Champmathieu. This scene goes on for a while, with Valjean burning his old clothes, only stopping when the 40 sous he took from Petit Gervais rolls out of the fire. The courtroom scene is very detailed and gives a lot of time to Champmathieu to say his piece. Valjean creeps around the outside of the courtroom as the trial continues, with Javert and the other 3 witnesses attesting that Champmathieu is Valjean. After Valjean leaves, Javert is given permission to arrest him, while Valjean races home to put his affairs in order. There's a few extra scenes with Valjean talking to Sister Simplice, and Javert preparing to make his arrest, and Fantine with the doctor, before Valjean returns to her. Fantine gets a long, emotional monologue before Javert turns up. Upon Fantine's death, Valjean grabs Javert, but manages to recompose himself. Thrown in jail, he shares a dialogue with Javert with the bars between them, where Valjean tells Javert the pride he feels at his intuition of Valjean's true identity is a manifestation of evil. Valjean gets quite philosophically deep. Valjean manages to escape to put his affairs in order, giving Sister Simplice's instructions with regard to his money. Javert comes in and asks Sister Simplice if she has seen Valjean, forcing her to lie for the first time. I always like when this scene is included, showing that Simplice's vows as a nun, much like the law, do not account completely for the good. Javert later stops by Fantine's funeral, but is turned away when he starts questioning people there. Valjean is instead at the bank, withdrawing his money. Javert visits the Thénardiers to see if they have seen Valjean, but he is burying his money in the woods, as he usually does. Valjean is recaptured, and we see him in court, which isn't seen in the novel, as well as some scenes in prison. He is sent to work on a ship, as in the novel, and here you can really see the limitations of the production here, as the moving set is lashed with buckets of water thrown on it. But we shouldn't complain too much. This scene is missing from most of these adaptations. Valjean goes overboard and is presumed dead during a storm, and the news is relayed to Javert. Valjean goes to dig up his money and is seen by an old man who believes him to be a devil haunting the woods, very much similar to the novel again. Cosette goes to the woods to get water, running into Valjean, while back at the inn, Thénardier tells of his glory days at Waterloo, resulting in a flashback to him saving the life of a certain colonel by accident while he was looting bodies. Valjean arrives at the Thénardier's inn with Cosette, and the usual sequence of events unfolds. Valjean gets the doll for Cosette and arranges to take her. Also, yes, Cosette's wig is distractingly bad. Valjean gets angry as the Thénardiers try to stop him from leaving, and elsewhere, Javert hears a report from the Thénardiers regarding a man who took Cosette away, arousing his suspicions, and he goes to interview the pair of scoundrels. The narrator shows how Valjean and Cosette adjust to their new life in Paris, and the whole storyline with his landlady learning he is rich and keeps his money sewed up in his coat is reproduced in full. It's a bit of a digression, but if you want an accurate adaptation, it has to be in here. Javert starts poking around, and Valjean is chased through the streets, in slow motion, as Javert and the police pursue him, and the narrator explains the situation. Valjean and Cosette escape into the convent, meet Fauchelevent, and they plan their scheme to get Valjean and Cosette out, and back in, to the monastery. We also get a small scene showing the Thénardiers shouting at each other a lot, as they are in debt, planning to move to Paris. Setting up Valjean's scheme to get out and into the convent does take up a fair amount of time, as this adaptation gets in all the details of the novel. That said, it does upset the pacing somewhat, as for such a small contribution to the plot, it goes over things in a lot of detail and dialogue that doesn't really further anything else. Also, the cowbell he wears to alert the nuns that he is approaching is constantly ringing whenever Fauchelevent is in a scene, and becomes very, very annoying. Fauchelevent is questioned by Javert as he leaves the convent with the coffin that secretly has Valjean inside. Javert really has no sense of decorum, does he? The rest of the scenario plays out, with Valjean escaping from the coffin after the shenanigans with the gravedigger, and we see Cosette growing up in the convent. We also see Fauchelevent's death, which we don't typically see. We also see Javert still on the tail of Valjean. Next we see Gavroche smoking. That's new. I don't think you'd get away with that these days. A woman does knock the cigarette out of his hand, but he doesn't seem too fussed. Meanwhile, his family, the Thénardiers, as Gavroche comes to visit them, cigarette in hand again. Gavroche is about the age he should be in this one, rather than making him a lot older in many of these versions. This makes him smoking seem even worse though. The young Gavroche, played by Carlos Arguelles, gives a good performance. Thénardier has Eponine write letters to the rich men of Paris asking for charity, when they hear their new neighbour, one Marius and his friend, leaving. Azelma has a rare speaking role here, as she is quite humoured by Eponine's infatuation with Marius. We're introduced to Monsieur Gillenormand as well as Marius proper. Marius's father gives his doctor his final wishes, and Marius is sent for. Marius learns of his father and his beliefs, and since he is spending a lot of time out of the house, Mademoiselle Gillenormand sends his cousin Théodule to spy on him and find what he is doing. Following the novel, and adapting this scene for only the second time after the 1972 French miniseries. Anyway, he sees that Marius is laying flowers at the grave of his father. Gillenormand confronts Marius, and the two realise that they cannot live under the same roof, bringing us back to the present of living in the boarding house. We are next introduced to the friends of the ABC at the cafe. A small note here, some of the names have been changed, perhaps to simplify them from their French names to Spanish ones. For example, Enjolras is named Gerard, and Combeferre is now Louis. Javert comes in to spy on the young men, giving them the icy stare of death. Cosette and Marius meet in the Luxembourg Gardens very briefly, and Gavroche returns to his family with a basket of food, although they're not very grateful. Poor Gavroche. At least he's not smoking this time. Marius notices Cosette stop coming to the gardens and gets all sad, while Gavroche, back on the cigarettes, spies on the Patron Minette gang with another kid who's smoking. That Gavroche kid is a bad influence. I don't know if seeing children smoke was common on Mexican TV in 1974, but it's certainly something you would never expect today, although it somewhat fits his character. Gavroche is a kid who tries to fit in with the young adults, wants to be part of the uprising, etc. Eponine and Azelma drop their letters to wealthy men begging for charity, which Marius picks up. Meanwhile, Javert sees the girls and is very suspicious. Marius returns the letters to Eponine, and the story unfolds as you'd expect when Valjean and Cosette visit the Thénardiers. Thénardier recognises them and plans an ambush, going to the members of the Patron Minette gang. Marius tasks Eponine with finding where Cosette lives, and he goes to Javert to warn the police of the ambush. Said ambush is again very accurate to the novel, Javert bursting in to offer his hat, while the gang squabble about who gets to leave first. Valjean escapes and returns home, and also Gavroche returns home, cigarette in hand of course, to find that his family has been arrested. He doesn't seem to mind though. Javert finds the broken coin, not sharpened on one end, realising the technique could only have come from Valjean. Marius visits Gerard. Eponine visits Cosette's home. There's a lot of little scenes that bring us up to speed with all the characters. Eponine throws a note into the jail where Thénardier and his gang are when Javert visits them, not really getting much out of them. Eponine visits Marius at the cafe to give him Cosette's address. Marius is as oblivious as ever to Eponine's feelings. At night, Valjean is jumped by a man who stands no chance against him, while Gavroche looks on from a tree. Valjean leaves his wallet for the man to take, but Gavroche swipes it from him and he drops it at the feet of Mabeuf, the church keeper, who in turn goes to the police. This is the first time this scene has been adapted, perhaps understandably so, as it doesn't really serve any purpose, but still nice to see it. There's more small scenes between Cosette and the housekeeper, Mademoiselle and Monsieur Gillenormand and Théodule, but nothing that really drives the plot forward. You can see why these small scenes don't typically make it to the screen. The Patron Minette gang are moved to a different prison, but Thénardier is still left behind by Javert for orchestrating the ambush. Marius leaves Cosette a note under a rock in her garden, leading to the two meeting for the first time. We get to also see Eponine visit her mother in prison, who also does not seem to be having a nice time with her fellow inmates. Valjean announces to Cosette that they are moving. She tells Marius, and elsewhere, Gavroche runs into the two young boys who are unknowingly his younger brothers, and buys them some bread as in the novel. And yes, he's still smoking that cigarette even when eating. They are interrupted by a man who wants Gavroche to break out Thénardier. Gavroche takes the kids to the concrete elephant, and later that night, the man returns and they go and enact their breakout. The gang escapes, as does Thénardier. It's another long scene that gives some detail on the breakout, where the novel somewhat glosses over, relative to how much it details other things. Gavroche climbs the prison wall to help Thénardier escape, although it's not too clear thanks to the sheer volume of rain being thrown about. The gang go to rob Valjean's mansion, but Eponine stops them. She throws a letter into Valjean's garden that he picks up, simply telling him to leave Paris. The next available part of this series follows the first attack on the barricade and Eponine's death. Obviously, there's a chunk of the series that is lost here, but the uprising and its associates have very much been the least developed so far. Anyway, Eponine's death is a very sorrowful moment, and Marius at least has a bit of emotion about it. Sometimes he just doesn't react at all. She doesn't get a kiss on the forehead though. Marius writes a letter to deliver to Cosette and gives it to Gavroche. There's a very sorrowful atmosphere at the barricade as they cover the bodies and a sad music plays. Cosette is in bed reading a letter from Marius, and Valjean finds it under the pillow, secretly taking it. While outside, Gavroche arrives with Marius's letter, and Valjean takes it as usual. He burns the letter, but immediately realises his error in condemning the young man to death. Thénardier and the Patron Minette gang are scheming when soldiers burst in and put them all to the firing squad. That's an abrupt ending to them, I suppose. Valjean dons his soldier's uniform and heads to the barricade as the fighting continues. We see Javert tied up there, I'm assuming this happened in the lost portion of the footage, and also Monsieur Gillenormand in bed, clearly worried about his grandson. With the news that the other barricades have fallen, Enjolras orders some of the men to flee using the soldiers' uniforms, and Valjean arrives in his own to offer another one. The limited production of this series becomes a bit more apparent in these scenes. The camera often doesn't frame the crowds well, and it can only obviously shoot from very specific angles, as the sets are very limited while meaning to be a larger setting. The two boys from earlier are shown elsewhere looking for Gavroche, and the men in the soldiers' uniforms bid their comrades farewell. Valjean surveys the dead and wounded, including Father Mabeuf, and sees Javert tied down. Gavroche comes by and goes to get ammunition from the bodies, but is shot and crawls away. He is next seen dead in Marius's arms. Obviously the show didn't want to show his actual death on screen. Marius surveys the bodies while Gérard walks in with Valjean. Valjean offers to take care of Javert and takes him before letting him go as usual. The barricade is overrun, and Gérard is put to the firing squad, and the drunk Grantaire joins him in solidarity as he does. One of the women who was tending the wounded shouts at the soldiers, and thus is also put to the firing squad to the tune of the French national anthem. Also, a lot of the people that were supposed to be dead you can see clearly moving at points in the background. We see Monsieur and Mademoiselle Gillenormand at the bed of Théodule, who seemingly has been killed in the fighting. Mademoiselle Gillenormand is upset, but Monsieur seems only worried about Marius. Théodule's death is not a part of the novel, so this is an interesting new scene. Meanwhile, Valjean enters the Paris sewers, as the narrator gives a brief account of Valjean's thoughts. Cosette worries at home and that's where the footage stops. As mentioned, the only known version of this series is from a VHS recording that is missing the ending and some parts documenting the start of the uprising. The surviving footage totals just under 17 hours, and as each episode roughly lasted 1 hour, excluding the 30 minutes of advert breaks, that means that there is approximately 3 episodes missing. What I'm most interested about in the missing footage is how they deal with the end of the sewers where Thénardier is, since we've already seen him shot and killed, along with the rest of the Patron Minette gang. I'm guessing that since the rest of this adaptation has been very faithful to the novel, he would still appear due to him faking being killed. He was clearly behind the rest of the gang when they were killed, so probably pretended to just be dead. Lasting 20 hours in full, this is a lengthy adaptation that uses that time well to fit in a lot of detail included in the novel, which has not been adapted thus far elsewhere. It even adds in a few extra scenes to keep us up to date with the characters that haven't shown up in a while. Given that the series has to have advert breaks every 10 minutes or so, it manages to keep the pacing fairly smooth to incorporate these. Character highlights are certainly Sergio Bustamante as Jean Valjean, who captures all of the dimensions of the character well, Antonio Possi as Javert, and Maria Rojo as Eponine, who would go on to become a Mexican politician and serve in the Congressional Senate. The narrator is unobtrusive and only comes in when necessary, and while the music is sometimes a bit loud, does add some sentimentality to scenes. The drawbacks of this series are mostly centered around its very limited production. Sets are often very barren and look like sets. Outdoor shots look like Mexico rather than France, for obvious reasons. I suppose there's not much they can do about that. And a lot of the costumes just don't look like they belong in early 19th century France. Let's not forget Cosette's terrible wig also. Larger scenes such as the barricades are also very muddled and constrained. The camera doesn't seem to focus on what it needs to when there's too much going on in a scene. While I did say that it handles the pacing rather well, there are some points where it does go into too much detail and slows the pacing down. I'm thinking about the 90 minutes it dedicates to the scene of Valjean and Cosette sneaking back out of the convent and then back in. It's nice that it gets all of the detail in, but everything else really grinds to a halt during this part. A lack of establishing Enjolras or Girard and the uprising also dilutes that element of the story somewhat. Now, obviously there's some missing footage that shows the beginning of the uprising, but even before then, there's not too much focus on it. Maybe Mexican audiences wouldn't be as interested in the minutiae of historical details. On the whole, I don't think this limited production impacts the story. It tells Hugo's tale very well, with a lot of extra detail not seen in other versions. It's put together very well for the most part, even with the limited budget, and a lot of care is taken to reproduce those small parts. It's just a shame we don't have any known footage of the ending to really tie it all together. If you can overlook that though, you'll be able to grasp the story of Les Miserables in good detail from this adaptation. Also, remember, smoking is bad, especially for children. Don't do what Gavroche does. Moving along to 1977, we have the next Indian film adaptation, Nifipidam, which might translate to the courts or the judiciary. I don't have much to say about this one for 2 reasons. First of all, the film is a Malayalam language remake of the Telugu language Beedala Patlu, which we have already looked at. Secondly, I could not find a copy of this film anywhere. The only footage I could find was from one of the musical numbers, which shows the equivalent of Cosette growing up from child to adult in the convent girls' school, as Valjean looks on in the role of the gardener. Interestingly, this scene was not in either the 1950 or 1972 versions of the original film, so maybe this remake does things a bit different. But yes, I have no way thus far to tell. I assume that since this one clip exists that the rest of the film might, but I have no way to verify that at the moment. Staying with 1977, we have our next short film, Cosette. It is a 10-minute stop-motion animation directed by Arnold Burov from the Soviet Union. The film focuses on Cosette's life at the Thénardiers' inn, constantly working and dreaming of a better life, as the narrator tells us. We see Eponine and Azelma playing while Cosette works, and she is told to go and fetch a bucket of water from the woods. Following the original novel from this point, Cosette eyes up the doll along the way and walking through the dark and scary woods when she happens upon a man who helps her with the bucket back to the inn. Cosette once again eyes the doll on the way home. Cosette notices that Eponine and Azelma have caged a rat, whom Cosette sets free. Eponine and Azelma return with their cat, presumably to eat the rat, but find it gone. Meanwhile, the old man, obviously Valjean, is being served by Thénardier. Valjean goes to pick up the doll that Cosette was looking at, giving it to her as a gift. Valjean pays the Thénardiers for Cosette as the narrator returns for a final word, and Valjean and Cosette set out together at the dawn of a new day. This short film is obviously a recreation of the scene from the novel when Valjean first meets Cosette, and it captures the story pretty well. The narrator gives some establishing lines at the beginning and end to make sure the viewer knows what is going on, but other than that, everything is told through the movement of the characters. It's nicely animated and gets this part of the story across by providing all of the necessary details. Each character has their own unique design and are brought to life quite well. It's sometimes easy to forget that this scene takes place on Christmas Eve, but this version reminds us, showing a small Christmas tree in one of the scenes. There's not too much else to say about this short film. It's over and done with in under 10 minutes, but it recreates one of the most prominent scenes of the novel fairly well, and tells the story in a detailed yet creative way. As long as the puppet design doesn't scare you anyway. I know some people are not going to like them. 1977 was clearly a busy year for Les Miserables adaptations, as we now have our third one, and we haven't had a Japanese adaptation for a while, have we? This TV adaptation was broadcast on the NHK television network as part of the children's variety show Kodomo Omoshirokan, or Children's Fun Museum. The show would have a segment called Kyu-Chan's Three-Dimensional Storytelling, which, as the name suggests, would have a story told to the audience by the host of the show, Kyu Sakamoto. The Les Miserables adaptation itself ran through 8 such episodes and is sadly not available anywhere at present. The only clip of the show, which is available on the NHK Archives website, shows the introduction of the show and also, by good fortune, the start of the storytelling segment and the start of the Les Miserables story. Here, we see Kyu sat at a desk with his co-host, Hiroko Hayashi, introducing the story and offering some humorous remarks in between. This is, as the title suggests, a children's show, so I'm not sure how much of the darker elements of the novel would be present, but it's quite a testament to the novel and its subsequent popularity in Japan that it was being introduced to children in this form. The camera moves over to a screen with illustrations that would change over the course of Kyu's narration, and that's the end of the clip. An absolute tease from NHK here. Given that this clip is available on the station's official website, it would be reasonable to conclude that they have at least the full episode as well as the others. Unfortunately, as far as I'm aware, no other clips exist, and it has never been available anywhere else. It is my wish that one day we'll be able to view NHK's archives and have access to all of these forgotten shows, in particular because we'll be seeing other Les Miserables adaptations that have the same fate as this one, locked away in the archives for now. Yes, we're still not done with Japanese adaptations. The final adaptation from this year is part of the animated anthology series Manga Fairy Tales of the New World, consisting of 127 episodes that ran between 1976 and 1979. As the title suggests, each episode consists of a fairy tale from a country in the world, which is introduced in the title card as well as its country of origin. There is a large variety of familiar stories and unfamiliar ones, and it is actually very educational. You've got stories from the Brothers Grimm, Hans Christian Andersen, Shakespeare, real-life tales such as that of Joan of Arc and Galileo, mythological tales such as the Trojan Horse. It's honestly got it all. Each episode was typically composed of 2 tales running about 10 minutes each. A few have multiple parts that were aired across multiple episodes, often paired with a rerun of a single episode tale. Episode 58 is Cosette, which aired on November 10th, 1977. As the title implies, it focuses on the character of Cosette and actually runs the entire episode rather than half of it. It also marks the first time we actually have a Japanese adaptation we can view in full. All it took was 67 years. Let's see if it was worth the wait. The episode opens up with a factory alarm going off and a group of workers huddle around someone. The manager, Monsieur Madeleine, aka Valjean, arrives to see that they are surrounding a collapsed woman, Fantine. Valjean has her taken to his hospital to be cared for, where the doctor does not seem to think things are going to end well for her. The narrator tells us of Fantine's daughter Cosette, who was left in a distant village at the age of 3, and to whom Fantine is sending all her earned money. Fantine abruptly dies, and Valjean promises to take care of Cosette. The narrator tells us of how Monsieur Madeleine is a kind mayor to the town, but also a convict named Valjean, who spent 19 years in prison for stealing a loaf of bread. He sees a man looking at some bread through a window, and recognizing himself in the man, approaches him and hands him money. Valjean takes a trip to where Cosette is living with a letter from Fantine. We see Cosette is living at an inn run by the Thénardiers, who treat her terribly. On Christmas, Cosette is ordered to go get a bucket of water from the forest. Cosette admires a doll in a shop window and carries on into the dark and cold forest. There, she meets an old man who offers to carry the large bucket for her. Spoilers, it's Valjean. Part 2 sees them return to town, and Cosette admire the doll in the window again. They arrive at the inn, and Cosette goes back to her knitting. Valjean offers to buy the socks so Cosette can play, which Madame Thénardier agrees to. Madame Thénardier seems to call the shots entirely in this version. Since Cosette doesn't have a doll to play with, she finds Éponine's doll, which Madame Thénardier is infuriated about her having, and proceeds to beat her. Valjean goes to buy the doll from the window and gives it to her. The next morning, Valjean pays his bill and offers to pay to take Cosette with him. When he hears the Thénardiers bad-mouthing her mother Fantine, he sees red. Literally. He agrees to pay their extortionate offer of 1,500 francs, angrily, and gives Cosette a new dress before they leave. On their way through the woods, Thénardier shows up with a gun, asking for another 3,000 francs. Valjean tells Thénardier he has given them more than enough to cover Cosette's cost. Thénardier points the gun at Valjean, who, like a boss, calmly walks over to him and rips the gun out of the innkeeper's hand, breaking it in half, and starts choking Thénardier until Cosette brings him back to his senses. Valjean then walks off hand in hand as the episode ends on a happy note. This is a very nice adaptation of this part of the story. Being aimed at children, it simplifies some parts but still keeps some element of tragedy, showing Fantine's death at the start, for example. Having Fantine die after collapsing at the factory cuts out Fantine's fall into destitution, which may not be appropriate for children either, and Valjean's story is simplified so he isn't faced with the dilemma of confessing his true identity and dealing with Javert, who doesn't appear at all. The episode, as the title suggests, is centred around Cosette, so her story is represented more accurately, and is done quite well, I must say. The narrator fills in a few bits, but you get a good sense of what Cosette is doing and feeling from her point of view. The characters have a distinctive and unique look that I think captures their personalities well. Valjean is his typical giant self, but always betrays a gentle expression, apart from when the Thénardiers go too far and awaken his inner rage. Madame Thénardier is bossy and cruel, and Monsieur Thénardier is probably the only one who seems a little off, as he's much older than typically shown. It's quite a coincidence that this episode was released in the same year as the Cosette short film that encompasses the same scene and which we looked at earlier. Anyway, this is a nice self-contained episode, and captures the characters well. The animation is nice enough for the time and gets the tone right, but surprisingly, that's not all from the manga tales from around the world. It still has something more to give us. Yep, the manga Fairy Tales of the World series, apart from adapting the Cosette episode, later went on to do a full adaptation. Maybe someone saw the single episode and thought, you know what, let's just go all in. The adaptation of Les Miserables is by far the longest adaptation in the series, which aired across 13 episodes between episode 92 and episode 104. By contrast, most of the longer adaptations were 4 parts, and the only one that comes close is The Amazing Princess Sarah with 11 parts. Again, Japan really loves Les Miserables, so much so this series adapted it twice. The manga Fairy Tales of the World series was also successful enough to receive an English dub. Twice. Although both dubs only consisted of select episodes, neither of them including the Les Miserables one. Again, it's more popular in Japan than English, I guess. Also, Les Miserables just isn't marketed to children over here, but seems to have a much broader appeal in Japan. Okay, Let's see why this series just had to adapt this story a second time. Episode 1 shows the newly released on parole Jean Valjean being turned away from the inn in town, and kids throwing rocks at him. With nowhere else to go, he turns up at the bishop's residence, where we get a glimpse of his passport. Apparently, Jean Valjean was born in the year 1543. That means this version is set a lot earlier than the novel, or Valjean is about 150. It could be either of them, really. He stays the night, and waking up, goes to kill the bishop in his sleep, but stops, and merely robs the silver cutlery. Quite accurate to the novel. The next morning, Valjean is on his way out of town when he walks past 2 soldiers who stop him, and all the silverware falls out of his coat. Thus ends episode 1. Nice and succinct given that each episode is just over 10 minutes long, so there's no time to linger on the details, I suppose. Episode 2 sees Valjean brought back to the bishop and being given the silver candlesticks. He anguishes over his thoughts when alone on the road until Petit Gervais shows up and drops his coin, which Valjean puts under his foot and scares the young boy off. Remembering the bishop's words though, he chases after Petit Gervais to return his coin, to no avail. Meanwhile, at a police station, an inspector learns that Valjean has failed to report there, as are the conditions of his parole, and vows to hunt him down. Obviously it's Javert, whose appearance makes a stark contrast to the convict. Valjean is big and bulky, Javert is thin and narrow. Meanwhile, Fantine arrives in a town with Cosette, where the Thénardiers scheme to extort her. You'll notice that the character designs are different in this adaptation than the Cosette episode from this same series. Each adaptation was directed and animated by different people, so the series as a whole varies a fair amount in terms of style. Fantine looks different and Thénardier younger in line with his actual age, rather than the older one from the Cosette episode. Valjean and Madame Thénardier, although slightly different, have the same builds that are described in the novel. The Thénardiers waste no time putting Cosette to work. Meanwhile, Fantine receives a letter from the Thénardiers, which she can read this time around, about how Cosette is faring, all of which are obviously lies. Valjean is now Monsieur Madeleine, who is loved by everyone in town, as the narrator keeps us up to date on all the story beats. Javert passes Valjean in the street, and the two share an icy stare, with the inspector almost instantly recognising Valjean. During the winter months, the narrator tells how Fantine becomes more ill, eventually bumping into 2 young men, one of whom puts snow down her back as usual, and Javert responds by having her arrested. Obviously this cuts out the more adult themes from the novel, but it gets the point across just the same. Valjean turns up and orders her release, and Fantine collapses. He takes her to his mansion to rest, and arranges to have Cosette sent for. While out and about, Valjean sees Fauchelevent trapped under the horse cart, with Valjean offering money to anyone who will help lift the cart. With no one accepting and Javert looking on, Valjean does it by himself, raising Javert's suspicions even further. Valjean saves Fauchelevent, leading to Javert writing a letter outlining his suspicions to his superior. Fantine grows more ill, the Thénardiers refuse to hand Cosette over, and Cosette herself eyes up a doll in the window. Javert informs Valjean that another named Champmathieu has been arrested as Valjean, and his report was in error. Valjean is about to throw his personal effects into the fire from his time as Valjean, but remembering the bishop's words, resolves himself to go to the courthouse to clear Champmathieu. The trial has barely started before Valjean bursts in to confess. There's no wasting time in this version, only showing proof of his identity to one prisoner instead of the usual 3. Valjean leaves and returns home to Fantine, who is eagerly awaiting Cosette. Javert comes in to arrest Valjean, leading to Fantine's death. This is quite an emotional scene, as Valjean is on his knees crying. Eventually, Valjean is led away by Javert and his soldiers, but he vows to fulfill Fantine's wishes. Sister Simplice watches over Fantine's coffin when she hears a noise. It is Valjean, who has escaped and has returned to put his affairs in order. Javert arrives, and Sister Simplice breaks her nun's vow of never lying to say she hasn't seen Valjean, again as in the novel. Cosette goes to the woods to get water, but finds the river frozen and has to break the ice with a rock, causing the coin Madame Thénardier gave her to fall in unknowingly. Valjean arrives and helps Cosette with the bucket. As mentioned, while this scene has been shown before in the Cosette episode, This adaptation is completely different and animated by different people. They arrive back at the Thénardiers' inn, where, since Cosette has lost the coin, she is beaten by Madame Thénardier with a whip, which Valjean puts a stop to by pretending to find the coin. As in the novel, Cosette has a doll made out of a stick with a bit of fabric wrapped around it to serve as a dress. Unlike the novel though, Eponine and Azelma take it from her and throw it into the fire. This version really does a good job of making poor Cosette suffer. She picks up Eponine and Azelma's doll that they drop, and when Madame Thénardier finds out, gives her another thrashing. Valjean rushes out to get Cosette the doll from the window and later puts a coin in her shoe for Christmas morning the next day. Valjean pays off the Thénardiers and takes Cosette, but Thénardier has a scheme to extort even more money. Valjean and Cosette are ambushed by Thénardier in the woods, and Cosette learns of her mother's death. Valjean produces the letter from Fantine. When Thénardier threatens Valjean with a gun, he grabs and breaks it, causing Thénardier to flee. Valjean and Cosette arrive in Paris and rent a room, while Javert reads about a man taking Cosette in the newspapers and knows it is Valjean. He disguises himself as a beggar, as typical, to confirm his suspicions about a rich man who gives out lots of money to beggars. Javert has his soldiers search the streets, and Valjean and Cosette leave their home in a hurry. After a chase through the streets of Paris, Valjean climbs over the wall, but Cosette falls ill. He comes across Fauchelevent in the garden, who helps Valjean and Cosette with a place to stay. As in the novel, they plan to smuggle Cosette out of the convent in a fruit basket, while Valjean is snuck out in a coffin. Even though it's a children's adaptation, they still kept that in. The typical complications occur with the new gravedigger, but they manage to get out of it. Cosette wanders the streets of Paris, thinking Valjean has abandoned her, but he shows up eventually, and the two are reunited. They head back to the convent, where Valjean introduces himself to the nuns as Fauchelevent's brother, and Cosette joins the school. Thus, Valjean and Cosette lived happily ever after. Nothing bad ever happened to either of them. Nothing at all. Okay, so this isn't a complete adaptation. It only covers the first part of the novel. Still, what it does adapt, it does really well. It is Valjean's and Cosette's story, and they are both brought to life nicely. Being an animated adaptation, there's a lot more freedom with the character design, and I like the contrast between the big, bulky Valjean and the thin, pointy body of Javert. The animation is about standard for the time, nothing too complex, but gets the job done. The music also is quite simple, but helps set a good emotional tone. Even though it is for children, it still gets across the story of the novel and the struggles of poverty and cruelty, without needing to dive into the more adult themes of Fantine resorting to prostitution and such. The major story parts are here, such as the bishop's candlesticks, and even getting in the details of Valjean and Cosette sneaking out of the convent. Javert's character arc doesn't really go anywhere though. Like I say, it's Valjean's and Cosette's story. All in all, for what it adapts, it's actually quite good, and targeting a younger audience, it doesn't soften the themes of the novel, bringing it to life in a simple but effective way. 1978 also takes us back to Egypt for the second Les Miserables adaptation. Boassa was directed by Atef Salem and was filmed in colour. We're getting to the point where all of these versions are now in full colour, so let's take a look. The film opens with a recently released convict wandering around town and getting turned away everywhere. This is Hamed Hamdan, the Jean Valjean of this story, portrayed by Farid Shakwi. A man on the street sees Hamdan sleeping and brings him to his home, where he feeds him and gives him a bed for the night. The man is not a bishop this time, but is referred to as a sheikh, Muslim rather than Christian too, which makes sense given that this adaptation is set in Egypt. Anyway, Hamdan steals the candlesticks, and when he is brought back by a soldier, he is given the plates and cutlery, reversing the order of what is stolen and what is given. Hamdan sits down with the sheikh after and recounts his story. He was sent to prison for stealing a loaf of bread to feed his sister's family, and, while in prison, he and the other prisoners save the life of a man trapped under a rock, which draws the ire of one of the prison officers, Ibrahim, who says he gave no order to save him, and that prisoners are not human, but animals. Ibrahim is, unsurprisingly, the Javert of this story. Ibrahim is then admonished by his superior for beating the prisoners and treating them too harshly, to which he replies he takes revenge for society's sake. Hamden leaves the sheik's house and on the way steps on a coin dropped by the petit Gervais of this version, and it unfolds as you expect, with Hamden running after him when he realises his mistake. Cutting forward, we are at a ceremony commemorating the opening of a factory, mosque and school by Hassan, who is Hamden's new identity. We cut to Nadir, who is our Fantine, being read a letter from the Katams, who want more money from her to feed her daughter Samir, or Cosette. We see Nadir's downfall as usual, losing her job, selling her hair, and when an English soldier pours a drink down her dress, she attacks him and a fight breaks out, leaving Nadir and her friend locked up. Hassan comes to inspect the jail and meets the new inspector Ibrahim, who he recognises from his time in prison. Fadir is brought before him after saying she worked in his factory, but spits in his face. Hassan forgives her and orders Ibrahim to let her go. Hassan takes her to be cared for in the hospital as she becomes more ill and pledges to get her daughter back. While in his carriage, he sees a man trapped under a horse cart and helps him get free as he did with the man under the rock in prison, which Ibrahim sees and raises his suspicions further. Ibrahim later meets with Hassan to tell him he came to arrest him as the convict Hamdan, but he has been caught elsewhere and is set to be tried in court tomorrow. The courtroom scene unfolds fairly quickly, with two prisoners identifying Hamdan. Hamdan returns to Nadir's side, where Ibrahim turns up. Nadir dies from shock learning Hassan's true identity, and he escapes from Ibrahim. Hamdan heads home to put his affairs in order, then heads off to bury his money in the woods, and sets out to find Samir. He comes across Samir collecting water and takes her back. Hamdan takes Samir without too much fuss, but runs into the man who he saved from under the horse cart, who offers him his home to stay at. We cut to Samir being all grown up now, sitting in the park. They are being watched by Kamal, this film's Marius, who goes home to his grandfather, who warns Kamal against his getting involved with his revolutionary friends, who want Egyptian independence from the British. The two disagree, and Kamal decides to move out. Nadir, or Eponine, shows Kamal to a room at her parents' house to rent. It should also be noticed that there is no equivalent of a Zelma in this film, not that she was ever much of a character in the novel. Later on, Hamdan and Samir witness Nadir being arrested for stealing a fish, but persuade her to be released. He takes her home and sees in her himself when he was brought into the sheik's home. He hears her story and decides to take her home. Nadir enters first to inform her parents, who set themselves up to look worse than they are, with the mayor breaking the window this time since there is no Azelma to do it. In a change, Samir actually recognises the Thénardier equivalents, as she notices the cane which was used to hit her with. Hamdan says he will return tomorrow, as Kamal sees them leave. He asks Nadir to give him their address. Nadir and Kamal overhear al-Bashar's plan to extort and kill Hamdan, who was so nice to Nadir. Meanwhile, Ibrahim is on the case of the student leaders who are protesting British rule. He brings in Kamal for questioning, but Kamal is there to report Amir's plan. Hamdan returns to Amir, who he tells to leave the city in exchange for money, knowing who he is, but is set upon by Amir's goons, although he grabs the hot poker and burns himself as usual, to show he is not afraid. Ibrahim bursts in moments later with his police, and recognises Hamdan in another change. Hamdan escapes by launching himself through a window in kind of a badass move, and returns home. Kamal finally visits Samir at her home, and goes to ask his grandfather permission to marry, but gets the usual response. A meeting between the revolutionaries takes place, and Kamal goes to join them, giving Nadir a letter to deliver to Samir. Hamdan intercepts the letter and decides to put his plans to move away on hold, but giving Samir the letter before he leaves for the protests. There, the protest turns into unrest as Ibrahim is captured by the revolutionaries. Before they can execute him, Hamdan shows up and lets him go as usual. Kamal is shot, as is Nadir as the protests turn violent, and Hamdan shows up to rescue the young man. Ibrahim meanwhile is clearly distressed at being shown mercy by Hamdan, and walks to the river's edge, stripping his police insignia, handcuffing himself, and throwing himself in, much earlier in the story than usual. Hamdan arrives at the home of Kamal's grandfather with the injured Kamal, while we see the aftermath of the conflict with bodies littered in the street, and Amir and his wife looting the corpses. Eventually, they come across Nadir's body, and their resulting shock almost makes you feel sorry for them this time around. Hamdan returns home to Samir, and Kamal's grandfather agrees to his marriage. After the wedding, Hamdan visits Kamal to explain why he didn't attend the ceremony and to confess his true identity. Hamdan continues to visit the house and watch from afar, when Kamal spots him and a passerby tells him that he's the one who brought Kamal home and saved him from the barricade. Hamden returns home, lights the silver candlesticks and retires to bed when Samir and Kamal enter. Hamden, now dying, tells Samir the name of her mother and he passes away, with the film ending with the shot of the silver candlesticks and jug that were given to Hamden by the sheik. While this is a streamlined telling of the story of Les Miserables, it does retain a good amount of detail and accuracies from Hugo's novel. It keeps to the story fairly well, even in moving the setting from France to Egypt and updating the time period. As such, it is much more of a faithful adaptation than the 1943 version, which had made much more broad changes. No Valjean shooting up Thénardier this time, I'm afraid. The change even incorporates the uprising swapping out the French rebellion against the king with an independence movement against the British colonisers. In that sense, it has parallels with the 1950 and 1972 Indian films Plight of the Poor, which also swapped the uprising with independence movements, just with India instead of Egypt obviously, but still against the British since they got around a bit. The point is, it works well. This 1978 Egyptian film isn't really engaged in the politics though, it just transplants the story setting into one which is convenient. I'm not sure exactly when this film takes place either. I'd assume it's before Egypt's actual independence of 1922, but we do see some trucks that would have been from a later time period, so I don't know. I don't think we're supposed to consider it too carefully. Like I said, there's an element of streamlining in this version that keeps the story fairly simple. The main beats of the story are here: Hamden reinventing himself, Fadia's tragic story, Kamal and Samir's love story, the uprising. Everything flows fairly nicely. Some glaring omissions include Azelma, as we mentioned, Gavroche. Enjolras is I think meant to be Kamal's friend who shows up in a few scenes but doesn't really do much. Nadir or Eponine's death scene being omitted and her final moments with Marius, although I thought the change with the Thénardiers finding her body when they were looting the corpses in the aftermath of the battle to be an interesting twist. Ibrahim committing suicide almost immediately after being saved by Hamden, no sewers, there's a fair bit amount missing which we usually see, but again, the plot is still left reasonably intact, and it's much more accurate than the 1943 version. There isn't much else I would highlight as standing out. I think Fadia's story is given a good amount of emotional weight, and is probably the most poignant part of the story. Performances were decent, but nothing that stood out to me again. Farid Chakwi in the lead role as Hamden or Valjean is probably the best. All in all, this version clearly has a good grip on the source material, but lacking in depth a lot of the time. It tells the story, but not much more. We're back to English language adaptations now, and we next have a made-for-TV film. The first thing to note about this one is that while it is a British adaptation, it stars 2 US actors in the lead roles. Directed by American director Glenn Jordan too, it was originally broadcast on the US CBS network on December 27, 1978. This version is available as a DVD release, but strangely, it is missing footage as it was originally broadcast. The home release is 137 minutes, while the original broadcast was 150 minutes. From what I can gather, there is no full version of the original broadcast that is available. While I did find a version that has an extra 15 minutes, we'll stick to the slightly shorter version available on home release. The film opens up on a dark and stormy night, with the introductory text from the novel on screen and narrated. A young girl is begging, but gets nothing and returns home. A young man angrily storms out of the house. His sister calls out his name. Jean. Yes, this is our Jean Valjean, played by American actor Richard Jordan. He steals a loaf of bread by breaking a window, but is caught and sentenced to 5 years in prison unceremoniously. He is taken to Toulon and branded with his prison number 24601. We also here first meet our Javert, also played by an American actor, Anthony Perkins. You may know him from just about anything. He was quite a prolific actor. During his time in prison, Valjean saves a prisoner trapped under a rock by lifting it as he does, which draws the attention of Javert. Valjean tries to escape, but is caught and sentenced to a further 5 years. The opening sequence in the prison does last a bit longer than a lot of the other adaptations, but it takes the time to set up the relationship between Valjean and Javert. It should also be noted that this adaptation has no flashbacks and is told entirely linearly, so events are told in a fair amount of detail so as to avoid backtracking. As Valjean tries to escape once again, he is sentenced to a further 10 years, and the film makes an effort to show how Valjean is transformed from an ordinary man to an animal by the punishments he endures. Fast forwarding to 1815, Valjean saves another prisoner, and while doing so, throws himself into the river to escape. He flees to a nearby barn to remove his chains, and when caught, he attacks the man and flees. Likewise, he robs a butcher's and flees, being attacked by a group of men on the way. Obviously, this is quite a big difference from the novel, with Valjean escaping rather than being let out on parole. He eventually makes his way to the bishop's residence, where the usual events unfold, although the bishop is awake as he hears Valjean stealing and leaving. He is brought back by the soldiers, and the bishop gives him the candlesticks as usual. No surprises there. 5 years later, we see Javert arrive in a town as the new police inspector on the day of a fair, but Javert doesn't seem to be enjoying himself as you'd expect. In Monsieur Madeleine's office, Javert introduces himself, who is suspicious of him, and particularly his method of bead making, which made him so rich, which uses a material commonly used in Toulon where he was imprisoned. Next, we see a rough-looking woman with short hair is brought into Javert. This is obviously Fantine, and yes, the film does reduce her screen time significantly, relegating the tale of her downfall to a few lines of dialogue to Valjean, who later arrives. Javert sentences her to 6 months, but Valjean orders her release, which visibly angers Javert. Perkins' performance here is great. You can see the visible shaking as he is refuted by Valjean for applying the law. He offers her a coin and she leaves, rather than collapsing and being sent to the hospital. Next, there is the horse cart scene, which unfolds quite typically, as Javert watches on. Javert heads to Paris to report to his superior about Madeleine's identity, and Fantine goes to Monsieur Madeleine, visibly in a worse condition. She explains the situation around her daughter and Thénardier's, then collapses and taken to the hospital. Javert visits Madeleine and asks to be dismissed in the usual manner, and that Valjean has been caught elsewhere in Arras, and the trial to be held tomorrow. He also gives a bit of his backstory about how his father was a prisoner, and he himself was born in a prison. We don't see much of Valjean's reaction to this news. The scene turns over to the courthouse, where Champmathieu, named in this version as Lebec, is being sentenced. He quickly enters to confess and convince the other prisoners as witnesses that he is Valjean, eventually showing the 24601 branded on his arm as proof also. That does raise the question, however, why Lebec was still accused of being Valjean when he clearly would not have the same brand. Anyway, Valjean returns to Fantine when Javert enters, almost enjoying applying the law to Valjean. Fantine dies of shock, and the scene unfolds as the novel does, with all of the emotional heights. On the carriage ride to prison, Valjean jumps out and jumps off the bridge into a river to escape. He arrives back at home to settle his affairs, when Javert turns up and Sister Simplice lies to cover Valjean. We cut to the Thénardiers' inn as Valjean arrives and immediately asks to take Cosette. No beating around the bush this time. He gives the Thénardiers the 1,000 francs and leaves, handing Cosette a doll, as we see the Thénardiers regretting that they didn't get more for the girl. Another quick cut to Javert listening to a police report from the Thénardiers about Valjean taking Cosette and leaving on a road to Paris, where Javert requests to be transferred to. Valjean is hiding out in a room in Paris, while Javert is having the entire city seemingly searched for him. He sees the police snooping about and leaves, while the landlady rats him out. Valjean and Cosette escape as Javert arrives, and they escape over the wall as usual, although this whole scene does take place during the day rather than at night as in the novel. Valjean sees Fauchelevent in the garden and takes up the role of gardener as his brother, and Cosette enrolls in the school. Again, no frills here. Javert wishes to continue the search for Valjean, but his superior tires of it and reminds Javert that there are other crimes. Javert, of course, does not question his superior, but vows to never give up. 10 years later, Cosette is all grown up, and she and Valjean prepare to leave the convent. In the park, the two see Enjolras and the other students holding a rally, among them Marius, who spots Cosette. Police arrive and break up the protest. Meanwhile, Javert is given the task of going undercover to apprehend any revolutionaries. At a demonstration on another day, Javert is there undercover, as Valjean and Cosette are also coincidentally there. Marius tells Gavroche to follow them home to see where they live. Javert notices Valjean after a moment when he goes by and gives chase, but is knocked down by the approaching police who are there to break up the demonstration. He asks Gavroche which way they went, and identifying himself as a police officer before Gavroche sends him the wrong way. Marius throws a letter into Cosette's garden, and he waits as she reads it. Yep, there's a fair amount cut to get to this point. Valjean sees Marius and Cosette talking from his window, and later Valjean tells Cosette of his plans to leave Paris. She relays the news to Marius that night, who travels to his grandfather's mansion for permission to marry, who refutes him in the usual way. This is an odd scene to include in the face of everything that has been cut. Also, given that this is the first scene we have seen both Marius given any character development, and also of Monsieur Gillenormand at all. Marius is informed by Gavroche that the fighting has broken out at the barricade, and we quickly cut to the battle unfolding. Gavroche recognises Javert after he told him who he was earlier, and is tied up. Marius sends Gavroche with a letter to Cosette as Valjean intercepts it as usual. Gavroche returns to the barricade but is shot trying to get back in rather than scavenging for ammunition. Valjean arrives and brings Gavroche's body inside the barricade. The fighting stops as he does so, as the soldiers also recognise he is a loyalist by the medal around his neck. Marius recognises Valjean and asks him why he has joined them, to which Valjean says he wishes to take his place, to no avail. Valjean enters the cafe and sees Javert tied up, and the two recognise each other instantly. Valjean gets Enjolras' permission to execute Javert, and thus he takes him and frees him as usual. I shouldn't understate this scene though. This is what this version is best at, the play between Valjean and Javert. The barricade falls to cannon fire, Enjolras is killed, and Valjean escapes with Marius into the sewers. Javert is there with the soldiers to find Valjean and actually heads down into the sewers after him. As Valjean is about to leave the sewers, Javert catches up to him. Javert asks why Valjean let him go. Valjean says he had no choice. His soul was brought for good. Javert responds by saying that there is no God, only the law, clearly breaking while doing so. Valjean tells Javert that if he believes that there is no good or innocence outside of the law, then he must kill him now. Javert orders Valjean to turn around, but cannot fire the shot. When Valjean looks again, Javert is gone. He shouts after the inspector to no avail, and proceeds to lift Marius out of the sewers. Later, Javert is walking along the river, stopping, and calmly and without emotion, throws himself in. Cut to Marius and Cosette's wedding, Monsieur Gillenormand arrives to reconcile with his grandson and to meet Cosette for the first time. The newlyweds ride off on their carriage and the film ends with Valjean just walking away. Yep, that's it. Happy ending for all, I suppose. Well, except Javert and Gavroche. This is, in its purest form, the story of Jean Valjean and Inspector Javert. From their very first encounter in the prison to their final encounter in the sewers, their polar viewpoints and the courses of their lives play out as the focal point of the film, tying everything together. Given that I think this is the backbone of the novel, I would say this adaptation brings out a lot of that significance. However, this focus clearly comes at a cost. Nearly everything else is reduced to a minor role or eliminated entirely. So the first half of the film is fairly robust, getting in all of that Valjean-Javert action, the bishop, etc. But as things start getting waylaid when Fantine enters and her story is reduced to a few lines of dialogue. The Thénardiers only appear in one small scene when Valjean goes to fetch Cosette, entirely eliminating their appearance in the second half. Eponine is completely absent. Enjolras is a secondary character that just appears beside Marius in a few scenes, and Marius himself is just all over the place. His character is barely established and is strung together very loosely. The inclusion of some scenes over others, which were also cut, is also very odd. I'm thinking in particular of the one where Marius goes to see his grandfather for permission to marry. Monsieur Gillenormand is not seen in the film before this point, and it makes little sense to try and introduce the rift between Marius and his grandfather at this point, and for a character like Marius who is not developed in any other way. Also, the fact that Gillenormand doesn't show up in the film after that, apart from right at the end to say one line at the wedding. Now, perhaps there's some scenes that help fill in the gaps in the 30 minutes of footage cut from the home release, but I'm not convinced any of that would help. It would just be some more footage that would distract from the Valjean or Javert dynamic, and there's not really enough to establish anything else. I did manage to find a version after watching the home release version that had an extra 15 minutes, but all that adds is a little of Valjean struggling with his decision to confess, after Javert tells him someone else has been arrested for being Valjean, which makes sense, as it is somewhat abrupt on the home release. There's also the scene of Valjean and Cosette sneaking out of the convent to enter from the front, which I get why it is cut from this version, as it is a diversion from the story at the best of times. Still, I find it quite odd that it was included in the first place. As for the other missing 15 minutes, I have no clue. There's also, of course, the ending, in which Valjean does not die but just walks away. It's a bit of nothing. I guess with Javert gone, the backbone of Valjean's struggles are gone, and he doesn't really seem too perturbed by Cosette's marriage. Oh well. I don't want these big story changes to distract from the many positives of this production. Like I said, the drama of the two main characters holds things together nicely. Richard Jordan captures all of the dimensions of Valjean's character nicely, although even when he is meant to be older in the latter half of the film, he still looks quite young. Anthony Perkins as Javert is the highlight. He is impeccable in his role of the inspector, one of the best. He is sharp, focused, and embodies the strictness of the law. This version does have Javert sometimes insult people he is angry at, and I'm not too sure that fits his character. It gives the impression he is a bit too involved personally, rather than strictly dealing with the law. But as I have said before, there are nuances to this character that some might expect him to have, and others might not. It depends on how you build the character from the story. There's a lot of detail in the novel, and some of it will leave more of an impression than others. I, personally, feel like Javert wouldn't have been the type of person to refer to people, even if they are criminals, by insulting and derogatory terms, but that's a small gripe. Perkins brings the character to life masterfully. The rest of the cast are somewhat bland, but a lot of that is because their roles are so diminished. The costumes and locations are fine enough, but the camera work often lacks a bit more dynamic positioning. What this adaptation focuses on is brilliant. A solid, character-driven drama through its two leads. Everything else though is kind of vague and sidelined. Because it is sidelined though, we are left to focus on the most interesting aspects of the novel. Definitely worth watching, even if it lacks the full scope of the story. Still in 1978, we have another Indian film. This one is Derouté, a remake of the 1972 film Gnan Ali, or The Light of Wisdom. While the original was produced in the Tamil language, this one is Hindi, which I assume is the primary reason for the remake. This one is also in colour rather than black and white. Other than that, there isn't too much to say than what I said about the original. This is a very loose adaptation of Les Miserables that has similar themes but quite a different story. There's little point in recounting the story in huge detail, as it is very much the same as the original. Anthony is an orphan raised by a church minister. He marries a woman who dies giving birth to their daughter Mary. Years later, when he finds his daughter in a compromising position with a man, he accidentally kills him and escapes when his childhood friend Lawrence, a police officer, arrests him. Tony also learns that Mary has committed suicide, although in this version it does not show her jumping off a bridge into the river. Years later, Tony has a new identity as a millionaire who uses his wealth for good, and returns to his hometown to find his daughter Mary has actually survived, and thus Anthony must struggle between revealing his identity for Mary and her daughter's sake, but would also see him rearrested. Derouté is almost a scene-for-scene remake that provides the same experience as the original. The acting and production values are about the same, so there's very little to distinguish them as mentioned. A decent story that might be a bit more difficult to appreciate without the knowledge of Indian culture and the intricacies of marriage. You can go back and look at my thoughts on the 1972 film if you want to see more of my thoughts on it. There is little point in repeating the same thing. Back to Japan again in 1979 with another animated adaptation. Jean Valjean Monogatari, translated as Jean Valjean's Story, is a 75-minute TV film produced by Toei Animation. It also received an English dub too in 1983, which is what I'll be watching here. The film opens with a shattering of a window, as Valjean is caught stealing his bread. The narrator tells us the story of Valjean being sent to prison, attempting to escape, and being recaptured each time. I know that the narrator is often a divisive topic in these adaptations, but it works well here. This is an adaptation for younger audiences, and is told like a story, so it helps to guide the narrative nicely. Also, it tells the story without needing to go into all the details. After all, I don't think any child would stay interested listening to Hugo's lengthy digressions. Valjean is released and is turned away at all the inns in a town before a woman sees him and brings him to the bishop's residence. The old woman turns out to be his sister. The rest of the scene unfolds, and when Valjean wakes up in the night, we get a little monologue about how he needs to escape and start again, and he'll need money to do so, remembering the silver plates. Again, I suppose this allows children to follow the story easier. The next morning, Valjean is brought back to the bishop by Inspector Javert himself. Other than that, the rest of the scene is accurate to the novel, including the following encounter with Petit Javert. Skipping ahead 5 years, the narrator tells us of Monsieur Madeleine's rise, but Javert is watching him, and through his internal monologue, seems suspicious that he has seen him before. The horse cart scene happens as Javert looks on, and we cut to Fantine scrapping in the street with a man, with Javert interceding and arresting her. Fantine gives her backstory to Javert, leaving out some of the grittier details. This is a children's version, remember? Interestingly, Fantine says she doesn't know why she was dismissed from the factory. I suppose this version didn't want to tell children that women who are married or children who do not have a father are somehow vagrants. Makes sense. Valjean arrives and orders Javert to let Fantine go, as she collapses from her illness. We see Cosette working hard at the Thénardiers as well. Javert goes to ask to be dismissed and to inform Valjean that the real Valjean is to appear in court. We get another internal monologue from Valjean showing his thoughts, and the courtroom scene also unfolds quickly with no frills. Valjean returns home to find Javert waiting in front of the door. He tells Valjean that Fantine is dead after he told her of his real identity, and slaps the handcuffs on him. Javert is later reading about Valjean's drowning after he fell from a prison ship, but Javert seems convinced that he is alive. Valjean meets Cosette in the woods, returns to the Thénardiers with her, and while there gives her a doll from his bag. Valjean pays off the Thénardiers for Cosette, but the next morning when he leaves they ask for more. Valjean responds by breaking a bar of wood with his bare hands, saying that the money he gave them will cover the cost of repairs, and takes Cosette. 10 years later in Paris, the narrator recounts how protests are rising up against the government, tearing families apart such as Marius and his grandfather. Marius sees Cosette in the gardens, and their romance blossoms without any real complexities. Marius sees Cosette in her garden, Valjean looks on, and decides that they need to move to England. Cosette informs Marius of this, and his response is that she needs to choose between him and Valjean, which is a bit cruel. Since Cosette refuses to leave Valjean, Marius decides he must join the revolutionary cause instead. Valjean overhears this, and when Marius leaves, Cosette begs her father to save him. You'll notice a lot of the film has been cut from this point, which makes sense given the 75-minute runtime. However, I feel like Marius needed a bit more establishing. At the barricade, Courfeyrac tells everyone that the 50 of them are surrounded by 60,000 soldiers, which seems a bit excessive. I'm sure 60,000 soldiers wouldn't have any trouble. Anyway, Courfeyrac tells the survivors that those who wish to flee should do so, but he will stay. Courfeyrac takes the role of Enjolras in this version for reasons unknown. Marius meanwhile notices Valjean at the barricade too. Valjean sees Javert tied up and asks to deal with him as usual, setting him free using the bayonet from a rifle. The battle unfolds to the music of the Flight of the Valkyries, which is an incredible choice. I don't even know how to respond to that. Marius raises the flag on the barricade, but is shot down by cannon fire, and Valjean takes him down into the sewers to escape. He finds the exit locked, and Thénardier shows up, but unlike the novel, recognises him and calls him by name. This is even stranger considering that the whole business with Thénardier ambushing Valjean in his room in Paris just wasn't included in this version. Also, how would he know Valjean's name? Valjean buys the keys off him, but as soon as he opens the door, Thénardier shouts to alert the police before running back off into the sewers. Classic Thénardier manoeuvre. Of course, this means that Javert is waiting just outside. They take Marius home, and Valjean is in turn taken to his home too. While Valjean tells Cosette that he has rescued Marius, he returns outside to find Javert gone. At night, we see Javert standing on the bridge, and his internal monologue tells us that he now realises that there is something more important than duty in a rare moment of self-realisation, and says that Valjean's persecution is at an end, and goodbye. The scene cuts to a shot of the night sky and a splash is heard. cutting back to show Javert's hat floating down the river. I suppose that means he still throws himself in this version, but it's very much implied. Even the splash is very quiet, which could probably just have been his hat. I guess that's one way to preserve the original events of the novel without cutting it. The interesting thing is that this is the only real change from the original Japanese version, in that it is actually shown that Javert takes off his hat and throws it into the river, demonstrably showing he does not kill himself. This is one of those rare moments where the English dub is more faithful than the original, again, with the implication that he killed himself. It's not something you can say he did here. Anyway, the narrator tells of how Cosette and Marius get engaged, but Marius still wonders who saved his life. His grandfather informs him that he has been told of Valjean's real identity, and that he is a wanted criminal. Marius goes to talk to Valjean, who confesses, and thinks it best that he leaves. Marius and Cosette are later spotted by Thénardier, and later Marius and his grandfather try to tell Cosette about Valjean's wish to stay away, but she does not believe it, and also that he killed Javert in cold blood at the barricade, which Marius believes is the case, not knowing that he let Javert go. Later, Thénardier shows up trying to extort Marius as usual about Valjean's identity, but ends up accidentally absolving him of killing Javert, and showing the piece of cloth he tore from the body he was carrying, which shows Marius it was he that Valjean saved. He and Cosette chase after Valjean, who is walking through the rainstorm, and catch up to him, saying that they won't let him leave. The film ends with the wedding of Marius and Cosette, set to a rather mellow song, and yeah, that's it. This is another streamlined adaptation that centres on Valjean's story, as the title suggests, and cuts a lot of stuff. Given also the 75-minute runtime, it is even more strict. While the first half of the novel is held together fairly accurately, the latter half misses a lot. The whole background of Marius is missing, the Thénardiers in their room in Paris, the ambush of Valjean by Thénardier and his gang, it's all cut. On top of that, whole characters are missing, such as Eponine, Azelma, Gavroche, Enjolras. Giving Enjolras' role to Courfeyrac also serves very little purpose. All that being said though, I don't hold any of this against this adaptation. If it has to run for 75 minutes, a lot needs trimming. The story that remains is still consistent enough to follow, even for the younger target audience, and does get in a lot of the themes of the novel. While Valjean's story is told well, Javert's involvement is limited by having the whole business with Thénardier and the Patron Minette gang removed, and Marius' character arc is a bit haphazard. The narration also helps tell the story smoothly, alongside internal monologues that explain what the characters are thinking quite plainly. The production on the whole is okay, the character designs are nice, as I've mentioned before, the animation medium gives a lot more freedom to give the characters unique designs, from the bulky Valjean to the sharper features of Javert. The English dub is fairly flat, which is fairly common for the time, but does get a few emotional moments. And again, choosing the Flight of the Valkyries for the Battle of the Barricades is wild. So yes, overall, nothing really stands out, but tells the story in a way younger audiences can grasp it, and still manages to touch on a number of themes from the novel. We've made it to the 80s, and the first adaptation of this new decade comes from Argentina. Los Miserables was a TV movie broadcast in 1981. It was directed by Roberto Diniz, and that's all the information I can give you on this. It's not available anywhere from what I can tell. The only information I can find on it is on the IMDb page, which lists the cast list too. I don't know where this information came from, but it must have come from somewhere. Thus, we'll leave this one in the unavailable category until any new information comes to light. Japan is never too far away, and we return there in 1981 for another TV series. This one is entitled Burning Life and ran for 23 50-minute episodes between April 8th and October 7th, 1981. Once again though, this series is not available to watch. Like the 1977 adaptation that aired as part of the Children's Fun Museum show, there is a short video on the NHK Archives website, the network which originally aired the show. Likewise, I am going to then assume that the show does indeed survive in its entirety, or at least some form, in those archives, and hopefully will one day see a public release. Regarding the substance of the show, there is a fair amount of detail on it available, so I'll go over the basics. Like many of the Japanese adaptations, This version relocates the setting of the novel to Japan, in particular the end of the Edo period, which is around the mid-late 19th century. A lot of the story is intertwined with the Japanese history of the era, so if you're not familiar with it, it might be tricky to follow, so I'll just try to give a basic overview. Jokichi Takayoshi is a man known for his red hair and incredible strength. He is sent into exile on an island in Nagasaki after stealing a single rice ball and falsely being convicted for being a part of a rebellion against the ruling shogunate. He is obviously the Valjean of this story. Sakujiro is heir to the village chief of this island, but when Jokichi and other prisoners escape, the chief is stripped of his title and honour. In response to this, Sakujiro is determined to find Takayoshi and get revenge. Ryuan is a doctor who visits the island, and after Takayoshi escapes, he is found by Ryuan and entrusted with a silver display stand, who asks him to use it to become a better person. Meanwhile, Orin is a former geisha who was helped by Takayoshi and waits with her family for his return. Upon Takayoshi's return, she tries to help him sell the silver stand, approaching a man named Tanbaya, the Thénardier of the story, and unwittingly becomes his concubine in place of Takayoshi's sister Oshima, who he originally had his sights on. Some 8 years later, Takayoshi now owns a large iron mine under the name Kokichi. Tanbaya has fallen into further poverty, and Orin is being forced to work in the mines, unbeknownst to Kokichi. Sakujiro is also in poverty and makes his living as an entertainer with his sister. Can you imagine Javert as a travelling jester? Takayoshi learns of a man who is to be beheaded after being mistakenly convicted of being him. He confesses at the execution grounds, where Sakujiro admits he cannot compete with Takayoshi's honourable deed, and leaves. The third part takes place 8 years later in Kyoto, where Takayoshi now owns a rice store under the name Bezenya. He is reunited with Oyuki, Orin's daughter. When she is on her way to Kyoto, she meets Hikomi, who has gone to meet his father, but the two were attacked by the Shinsengumi, a group of samurai used by the ruling shogunate as enforcers. Hikomi flees with injuries, but is found by Orin and has his injuries treated and falls in love with her, while Hikomi's father dies and leaves his will for his son. Hikomi and his family obviously correspond to Marius and his father. Among the Shinsengumi is Sakujiro, who has joined the force. Among the cast is also Oshima, a female pickpocket who loosely corresponds to Eponine, but is in fact Otoyo, Takayoshi's younger sister, although they never realise it every time they meet. Hariyoshi is Tanbaya's son and corresponds to Gavroche, and treats Oshima as his older sister. She unwittingly helps Tanbaya kidnap Oyuki, but in doing so learns of her identity and that Bezenya is her brother Takayoshi. At the end, it is revealed that Takayoshi is in fact Oyuki's real father, although this is more or less implied throughout, as Oyuki has traces of red in her hair, same as Takayoshi. As I say, the plot is deeply complex and woven very heavily into the time period, much like the original novel intertwined with events in France. I haven't gone into all the extra characters that this version throws in, including Otoyo, who is Sakujiro's or Javert's sister, who is secretly in love with Takayoshi. Also Riwon, who more or less corresponds to the bishop, is a recurring character who turns up at each of the 3 time periods. It certainly seems like an ambitious adaptation that has gone to great length to appropriately set the story in this new setting. Hopefully, it will be released from the archives and we can watch it one day. The next French adaptation comes to us from 1982. It is a film directed by Robert Hassan, who notably also directed the 1980 Paris version of the musical. Yes, we've finally made it to the era of the Les Miserables musical, that which overshadows all other adaptations, maybe even the novel itself. I don't really need to say much about it. There's plenty of discussion and material around if you're interested in it, and we will have to address it further when we get to the 2012 film. We are, here, more interested in the TV and film adaptations that are easily forgotten over the musical. Although we should be aware of how Hassan's direction of the musical may have translated into this 1982 production. A further note here, while this film was released in 1982 as a 3-hour film, it was also released again in 1985 as a 4-part miniseries, increasing the runtime by 40 minutes. As such, I'll be watching both versions here and pointing out any noteworthy additions from the 1985 version. The opening sees a barefooted chain gang shuffling along as Valjean is called out and the title rolls. In the TV version, we get an extra scene where a young boy watches a man guillotined, and the bishop reads him his last rites. On his way home, a man stops to talk to the bishop, discussing the fall of Napoleon and the bishop's insistence on dressing poorly and turning his home into a hospital. It will come as no surprise that this is our Bishop Myriel from the novel, and this is a neat little way of introducing some of the biographical details that the novel opens up with. He visits a dying man who was once a member of the Republic, who has now been sidelined thanks to the restoration of the monarchy. He confesses to have seized the church's assets in the name of the Republic, and wonders why he has been visited by a bishop, to which he responds to receive his blessing. After this 10-minute extra, both versions show Valjean being released on parole, and when arriving in town is refused food and shelter. At night, when he is sleeping on the streets, he is told to ask at a house where he will be welcome. The TV version has a small scene with Magloire telling the bishop about a convict that is in town and they should lock up, while the film version cuts to Valjean swinging the door open. The scene unfolds with Valjean sitting down to dinner, going to bed, the next cutting to him being returned by two soldiers. The bishop unconventionally tells the soldiers off for mistreating Valjean and tells them he gave him the cutlery, with dialogue that echoes the original novel fairly closely. We also see the scene with Petit Gervais, although he looks a fair amount older in this version, not looking very petite at all. Anyway, we cut to part 1, which begins with another extra scene in the TV version. This one is a familiar scene of Fantine leaving Cosette with the Thénardiers, which we have often seen adapted, adding an extra 5 minutes. Both versions show Monsieur Madeleine's factory and a teacher giving some pupils a visit, which explains in detail how Monsieur Madeleine made his fortune. Javert introduces himself to Monsieur Madeleine, immediately complaining that the prison cells are too large and need to be made into 2. Valjean is interrupted by a man saying that Monsieur Fauchelevent is trapped under a horse cart. Valjean frees him as Javert looks on, noting that he has only seen such a feat of strength done once. Valjean arranges for Fauchelevent to be sent to the convent to work as a gardener, something we've seen in a few of these adaptations to tie these bits of the story together. Back at the factory, another worker has stolen Fantine's letter and reads it aloud so everyone can hear. The two fight as Fantine tries to get the letter back and is subsequently fired. A little different to how it goes in the novel and closer to the musical, but to the same effect. We see stills of Fantine as Thénardier's letters narrate over them, extorting more and more money, as Fantine's image becomes more and more twisted, which makes quite a powerful statement. The frivolities of a bar are shattered when Fantine is heard attacking a man outside. It should be apparent by now that this version does not shy away from being dark and dismal, portraying the true depravity and poverty of the novel. Valjean arrives and orders her set free. Thus ends episode 1 of the TV version. Each episode of this version also adds a brief recap to the previous one with a narrated voiceover. Obviously there's no need for that in the film version. Javert goes to see Monsieur Madeleine, who is busy tending to Fantine, getting her to write a letter to take to the Thénardiers to relinquish Cosette. Madeleine and Javert meet as Javert asks to be dismissed as usual, also revealing that a man named Champmathieu has been caught who is believed to be the actual Valjean. We see Valjean himself reflecting on the course he must take, eventually taking a carriage to Arras. The courtroom scene unfolds fairly quickly as Valjean interrupts the prisoners serving as witnesses to prove his true identity. Valjean returns home to collect his money and visit Fantine, who dies before Javert enters. Fantine usually dies of shock when Javert tells her the mayor's true identity. The only version to show Fantine dying before Javert arrives is the musical, which, as we mentioned, the director also directed. Anyway, rather than Valjean being rearrested, he escapes by jumping out of the window. We cut to Thénardier recounting his fighting at Waterloo to Eponine and Azelma, and how he saved a colonel's life. Cosette is ordered to go fetch water from the woods, and as usual she meets Valjean and goes home with him. Valjean negotiates for her release in a much more concise way. He offers 1,500 francs and it cuts to Valjean and Cosette walking away through a field. Cutting to Paris, we see Javert interrogating a man about the Patron Minette gang, while we see Cosette being taught how to read by Valjean. He looks outside the window to see Javert poking around. He manages to escape before Javert bursts in and ends up in the convent. We don't see Valjean and Cosette being chased around the streets or climbing the wall, just Valjean knocking on the door of Fauchelevent's shed. Presumably he knew that he would find him there. We don't see Valjean and Cosette being smuggled out, but we cut to the two being admitted into the convent, and when Cosette has grown up, episode 2 of the TV version ends with them leaving the convent. The next part opens with Monsieur Gillenormand arguing with his grandson Marius, who gives the backstory of not knowing who his father was until he died. He is recalling these events to Courfeyrac and says he needs a place to stay now. Courfeyrac then introduces him to Enjolras and his friends. Cut to some time later, a ragged-looking Marcus sees Cosette for the first time in the Luxembourg Gardens, and later, we see Enjolras and his friends plotting their uprising in detail. Next, we see Eponine returning home, as Thénardier is writing letters to rich men asking for charity. Eponine says that one of the men is coming to visit, and Thénardier prepares in the usual way. Meanwhile, Marius is next door plotting with his friends, when Eponine comes in asking for charity. He sees Cosette visiting the Thénardiers, and the usual scene plays out. Like the rest of this adaptation, it keeps faithful to the novel in terms of dialogue. Thénardier also lacks a lot of his flamboyant nature in this version. He is much more downtrodden and serious, and one of the rarer adaptations that tries to make you feel sorry for him in some way. The ambush unfolds as you expect, just truncated a bit with the part of Valjean being tied down, writing a letter, and sending it to the wrong address being cut. We do get our first glimpse of Gavroche as he watches the whole thing unfold, and after the gang is arrested and taken away, he comes in to find his family taken away, and after his teasing of the landlady, Javert intercedes. The next part opens with a new scene. Azelma and Eponine are visiting the prison church where their mother, Madame Thénardier, has died and lying in an open coffin. Eponine responds to this by stealing the cross that is in her dead mother's hand. We very rarely get to see or hear the fate of Madame Thénardier, other than maybe a single line saying she died in prison at some point. The two sisters leave and go back to the Patron Minette gang, where they also learn that their father has escaped prison. They also have a job that they want Eponine to do, scope out a house for a robbery. The TV version goes over the plan in a little more detail. Either way, Eponine goes to the house and finds that, coincidentally, it is the house of Valjean and Cosette. She returns with the news that it is too risky to target the house, but Thénardier is there. She later tells Marius the address, who she promises not to tell her father. And later, Marius leaves the letter under a rock in her garden, where the young couple meet for the first time. Marius goes to ask his grandfather for permission to marry, and that scene unfolds as normal. At the funeral of Lamarck, the revolt starts as Gavroche looks on. Eponine goes to fetch Marius, not finding him at his apartment, and so going to Cosette's house, where she finds the letter telling him that they have moved. Marius shows up, but Eponine does not tell him about the letter, informing him instead that his friends have gone to build a barricade. This ends episode 3 of the TV version. Episode 4 opens with the students readying their weapons when Gavroche spots Javert in disguise. He tells Courfeyrac and the others, and the inspector is tied up. Marius arrives, and not long after, the soldiers do too. The battle unfolds in slow motion to choir music, giving it a tragic, epic feel. Eponine's death scene is handled well, and forms the focal point of the aftermath of the battle. Next, we see Gavroche at the door of Valjean's home with a letter to Cosette. Valjean reads the letter and goes to the barricade. Upon arrival, he sees Javert tied up, and we next see Gavroche shot and killed. Little bit of trivia here, Gavroche's song is the tune of the version he sings in the musical, probably the director's influence as we mentioned. While the next attack begins, Valjean frees Javert, not asking permission this time around, he just does it and walks off. The students retreat inside the cafe as the slaughter unfolds, showing a lot of brutality. The remaining students are surrounded by the soldiers as Grantaire takes a final drink and joins them before they are all shot. Javert reports to his superior, who congratulates him. Back at the barricade, the soldiers leave, and in the silence, Valjean takes the injured Marius into the sewers, while Javert is informed that Thénardier has been traced to the sewers too. He is watched by the Patron Minette gang as he comes to the gate and it is locked. Valjean turns to see Thénardier and the gang, who exchange the key for money. Apart from the gang being here, everything is the same as in the novel. Valjean exits the sewers and Javert is waiting for him. When Valjean says he is taking Marius home, Javert orders his men to take care of the gang, and uncharacteristically takes him without Valjean asking. Marius is taken home. Valjean asks for a final request to go home and see Cosette. He does so, and when Valjean exits the carriage, Javert immediately speeds off into the mist. We see Javert writing in his notebook, his voice narrating the first time he has criticised the authorities. We do not see Javert's actual suicide. The shot simply fades into the bridge with Javert's cane, hat and coat perched on the ledge. The epilogue opens with the wedding of Marius and Cosette, specifically the wedding party posing for a painting. Valjean arrives late and speaks to Marius, confessing everything and leaving. Some 6 years later, the TV version has an exclusive scene with Thénardier showing up to blackmail Marius as in the novel. The film version opens with Valjean walking alone in the Luxembourg Gardens. Both return to show Valjean, old and frail, collapsing and dying before he can be reunited with Cosette and Marius, who enter the room just after. This is probably the biggest difference in the film, not giving Valjean a last bittersweet moment, but having him die alone. Then again, this really sums up the tone of this version of being dark and showcasing the relentless cruelty of life. We get a scene that is a repeat of the opening scene, as Valjean is pulling carts in prison, and Javert stopping him to tell him that now he is free. Valjean is noticeably aged though, so this is clearly meant to be a scene in the afterlife showing that only in death was Valjean freed of his duty. The film ends on this note, but the TV version has an extra scene which shows Marius and Cosette visiting Valjean's grave. It is engraved with the same words that the novel ends on. This is a very full-bodied adaptation that captures the whole story and does it well, balancing the main characters as well as establishing the minor ones too. The one thing that sets this adaptation apart is how dark and downbeat it is. It does not shy away from showing the poverty and destitution of the people and places. Clothing is often just rags, and the people and sets are covered in dirt and filth. It's also always raining in a lot of the shots, which adds to the whole atmosphere. I feel like this might be a bit too dark for some people though. It doesn't leave much space for goodness or love to really shine through. I'm not asking for a fairy tale, this story is not about that, but it does have some rays of goodness. It perhaps feels like the filmmakers didn't know how to really do those moments. The encounters between Marius and Cosette are very fleeting and don't really get across any depth to their romance, and their wedding too doesn't show any real joy, just everyone sitting still for a painting. Maybe this is intentional, maybe it isn't, I don't know. It clearly has its focus elsewhere. This is still a very good adaptation regardless. Everyone plays their role well. Lina Ventura as Valjean is able to portray all the dimensions of the character well. Michel Bouquet as Javert is always stern and emotionless, and keeps in character, very consistently. I also appreciated that Javert wrote his final letter in this version, well, in his notebook anyway, in which he disagrees with the authorities for the first and last time. It's only slight, being a disagreement on making prisoners pay for a minor thing, but it's just enough to offer a very slight glimmer of change in Javert, just enough that is needed. The rest of the cast are also pretty good, with the students being established clearly, although Enjolras doesn't get much of a part. Thénardier lacks his somewhat more performative nature, and ends up being a character that verges on requiring sympathy at points, as I mentioned earlier. The sets are very well detailed and constantly verging on ruins, clearly illustrating the constant poverty the characters are in, and the costumes are relevant. Again, as I mentioned, the rags that the poor wear looking as if they are about to fall apart. Overall, I'm going to say that this is a good adaptation, bringing together all the parts of the novel to tell the story effectively and richly. It might turn off some viewers though for being too dark, and at some points trying a bit too hard to make it darker and grimmer than it needs to be. I'm thinking in particular about why most of the scenes are set in an absolute downpour of rain. It becomes a bit distracting that it is raining all of the time. With regards to watching the film or the TV version, I don't think it makes too much of a difference. The only extra scenes in the TV version are the beginning with a glimpse into the life of the bishop, the scene with Fantine leaving Cosette with the Thénardiers, although this is partly shown in flashback in the film version later on, and the epilogue with Thénardier trying to extort Marius, and the showing of Valjean's grave right at the end. The rest of the extra 40 minutes of the TV version is just a few scenes adding a few extra seconds at the start or the end. Nothing too special. Moving ahead to 1986, we have a short cartoon focusing on Gavroche. It was released in Ukraine, part of the then Soviet Union, directed by Irina Hervik, and produced by Kyiv Film. With only a 16-minute runtime, it focuses just on a short part of the story. It opens with Gavroche overlooking the city of Paris and cheerily moving through the streets. He sees two young boys begging at a barber's, who throws them out. Gavroche gives them some bread and throws a rock through the window in retaliation to the barber. Walking through the streets, Gavroche offers his cloak to a homeless girl, and he arrives at the concrete elephant with the two boys. They head up inside it, which is shown to be a bit dark and scary, but the three boys are able to settle down for the night. A series of stills next show the uprising starting, and Gavroche heads to the front, eager to be a part of it. The pavements are dug up and the barricades are erected, with Gavroche being given the task of spying on the soldiers from the rooftops. He next rides around on a cart and knocks out all the streetlights. At the barricade, the soldiers arrive and the battle commences. After the first wave, Gavroche goes to scavenge ammunition from the dead soldiers. They shoot and miss him. Eventually, he walks towards them, defiantly whistling, with the cartoon ending on a final gunshot, leaving it ambiguous with regards to whether Gavroche is hit or not. Yep, this cartoon sums up Gavroche's arc fairly cleanly and succinctly. Not really much to say about it, really. It's got him helping out the two boys who, unbeknownst to him, are his brothers. It's got his actions at the barricade too. Gavroche's personality as a cheery boy who wants to be part of the uprising and contribute is shown quite clearly. There's no dialogue in the entire cartoon, but the animation is nice, the characters have their own unique looks, and everything flows nicely, so you can tell what is going on. It's a nice little snippet from the story, but not much more. We're not done with Gavroche just yet, though. A year later in 1987, we have another adaptation entitled Gavroche. This is also from the Soviet Union, this time East Germany in particular. It is a TV movie that ran for 60 minutes, directed by Dieter Bellman, and based on the play of the same name by Peter Ensikat, and that's all I can tell you. As far as I know, it has no copies available anywhere. It is around the same length as the 1937 film also named Gavroche, which was again made in the Soviet Union, but the 1937 version definitely wasn't based on Ensikat's play, which was finished some time after that. Each version has a separate cast list available, so I'm sure they're not the same film being confused with each other, but any other information on this one is sadly not available. Still in 1987, we have our next adaptation from India. Chakravarti was a second remake of Ganana Oli, following Devata in 1979. While the original was in Tamil and Devata was in Hindi, Chakravarti is in the Telugu language. There's a few differences in this version which I'll note as we go, but otherwise it's very similar to the original, so I won't retread the entire plot again. The plot centres around Anji, who is the equivalent of Antony in the original and vaguely Valjean. He is a rash and cheeky man who respects the religious elder Samiji. In a change to the other versions, the religious elder is Hindu rather than Christian, but serves the same purpose as an inspiration for Anji to do better. Another added element is the role of the village leader who wants to sell off land and buildings. Anji has a sister named Lakshmi, who Swamiji wishes to marry to Lahan, Anji's childhood friend and a police inspector, loosely corresponding to Javert and or Lawrence in the other versions. However, Lakshmi is in love with Prem Babu, the brother of the village leader. Anji goes to Prem Babu to arrange the marriage, but is met with mockery, and Anji loses his temper and accidentally kills him. He is arrested, but released to see the dying Swamiji, and his final wish is for Mohan to reform Anji. Anji escapes, however, and some years later returns as a wealthy man under the name Chakravarti to fulfill Swamiji's wish. While the other versions had Antony tried to keep his identity hidden, and also trying to help his daughter who doesn't recognise him, Chakravarti replaces the daughter with Anji's sister instead. However, this doesn't really affect this element of the plot, with Mohan trying to catch Chakravarti out and reveal his true identity. Eventually, Chakravarti and Mohan learn that they have both been manipulated by the village leader, who has caused them all the troubles in their life, including manipulating Anji to seemingly kill Prem Babu, who actually survived, with the leader himself finishing him off so he could inherit his wealth. Anji and Mohan team up to deal with him once and for all in the film's explosive conclusion. Again, not an element in the original or first remake, which is all about the marriage of Antony's granddaughter. While there's a fair few differences in this version, there's also many scenes that are shot-for-shot remakes, so it retains its connection to them. However, the changes do make it stray a bit further from being an adaptation of Les Miserables. One highlight of it, though, is that it has some pretty silly fight scenes that are fairly well choreographed, even if they defy the logic of physics at some points. It's got the usual musical interruptions as well, that deliver a bit of fun, but as a Les Miserables adaptation, we're slipping further and further away. so let's leave it as an adaptation of a loose adaptation. Another animated adaptation makes its way to us from 1998. This one is an English language adaptation directed by Al Guest and John Matheson. This was also produced by Emerald City Productions in Ireland, making it technically the first and only Irish adaptation. We open with a narrator telling us the story of Valjean being imprisoned, and we see Valjean enter a town and is turned away at the inn and every other door. An old woman points him to the bishop's door, as we expect, and the bishop gives Valjean shelter. Valjean isn't quite so rough in this version as you might expect in a cartoon. Valjean wakes up in the night after a nightmare recollecting his time in prison, and the narrator again chimes in to explain Valjean's state of mind. The next morning, Valjean is brought back by the soldiers and given the candlesticks, and the dialogue is fairly accurate to the novel. The scene with Petit Gervais is also included here. We cut next to Montreal-sur-Mer as the narrator catches us up again on how Valjean arrived there and revolutionised the town's jewellery industry. Valjean hears a disturbance and looks out his window to see Javert arresting Fantine for begging, as she pleads not to be thrown in jail for her daughter's sake. Valjean comes down and orders Javert to let her go, and Fantine gives her backstory very concisely. Fantine collapses due to illness, and Valjean takes her home. The horse cart scene happens next, with Valjean getting under the cart and lifting it up as he does in the novel. Javert sees and reminisces of only one other person he knew being able to perform such a feat. We next see Valjean burying his fortune in the forest much earlier than usual, signifying that perhaps he knew that Javert was onto him. However, as usual, Javert comes in to ask to be dismissed for reporting Valjean to the authorities when Valjean has been arrested elsewhere. The courtroom scene happens rather quickly, but after Valjean confesses, Javert jumps up and immediately orders the soldiers to arrest him. He makes a final request to visit his home, which is seemingly granted, and he returns to find Fantine dead. He is put on a prison ship, where he saves a man caught up in a rope in the mast, and falls into the water, and is presumed drowned, fairly similar to the novel. We next see Cosette kicked out by the Thénardiers to fetch water from the woods, as she eyes up the doll along the way. Valjean finds her and brings her home, and fairly quickly settles accounts with Thénardier to take her. A brief note here is that Azelma is not in this version, with only Eponine being mentioned as the Thénardier's daughter. Jumping forward to Paris, Valjean brings out the candlesticks and he explains to Cosette that they are his conscience. The two take a walk around Paris, only for Valjean to recognise Javert on the streets. Another night they go out, they bump into Javert again, who points them out, and Valjean runs off. He escapes over the wall into the convent, where he sees Fauchelevent. Again, the dialogue is accurate to the novel, where he offers 100 francs to give him and Cosette shelter. Fauchelevent quickly arranges for Valjean to stop at the convent and Cosette to go to school there, and we cut to them years later with Cosette as an adult and the two leaving outside the convent. In the park, Marius drops a book and sees Cosette for the first time. He visits the park again, but sees no trace of her. Another day, a protest of the students is happening, and Javert leads some soldiers to arrest them. Marius sees Valjean in the crowd and follows him home, meeting Cosette for the first time. The narrator tells us how Marius and Cosette met each night in the garden, while Valjean looked on from the window. Valjean makes plans to move, and Cosette tells Marius, who goes to ask his grandfather for permission to marry, and which he refuses. He doesn't suggest taking Cosette as a mistress, though, as you might expect, since this is a family film. Marius visits his friends at the cafe as they make their final plans, and Marius sends a letter to his grandfather and Cosette, the latter reaching Valjean, thus making him aware of the plan. Back at the cafe, Enjolras is made aware of Javert spying on them, and he is detained. While Gavroche usually snitches on Javert, he is not a character in this version. Enjolras states the plan for any married men to use the soldiers' uniforms to leave the barricade, and Valjean arrives to offer a fifth, as in the novel. Valjean is assigned as a lookout, and when he and Combeferre are shot at from a sniper, he quite quickly puts a bullet in him. Yes, it's very rare to see Valjean actually shoot and kill someone. I think the only other time he's done that is in the 1943 Egyptian film. The battle is about to begin, and Valjean makes a request to be the one to execute Javert. Valjean lets him go as usual, and the battle begins. Marius goes to raise the flag, and a cannon is fired at him. Valjean manages to pull him away and save him at the last moment, albeit still injuring him. Valjean takes the injured Marius down into the sewers. He reaches the locked exit, where Thénardier appears, offering him the key for money. Valjean's face is obscured by shadow, so you know that Thénardier does not know who he is. As Valjean is leaving, Thénardier tears a piece of Marius's coat off. Valjean exits where Javert is waiting. Valjean identifies himself and asks Javert's help to take Marius home. Valjean then is allowed to visit his home one last time. He goes to write a letter, but when he looks out of the window, sees Javert gone. The inspector is standing on a bridge as the narrator tells how Javert's mind has been thrown into turmoil, and he had to accept that there was a duty beyond the duty of the law, showing Javert falling and probably into the river to his death. Obviously, this children's version can only really imply that. Marius awakes where his grandfather gives him consent to marry. The marriage takes place, and Thénardier, who is performing as a clown on the street apparently, recognises Valjean in the wedding carriage. Later, Valjean confesses to Marius, showing that his hand is not injured, and he pretended it was, in order to avoid signing the register under a false name and invalidating the marriage. Again, a small detail preserved from the novel. Sometime later, Thénardier shows up to extort Marius as usual, although Thénardier is not recognised by Marius since the two haven't actually met in this version. Nevertheless, he inadvertently reveals that Valjean saved Marius's life. He and Cosette hurry to Valjean, who is dying. The film ends with Cosette and Marius looking out over the Paris skyline at night, as the narrator tells us of Valjean's last words, that he will not be going very far. This is another simple and easy-flowing adaptation like the other ones we have seen created for children. Being only 60 minutes long, it does cut a lot out. There's no scene with the Thénardiers in Paris when they try and ambush Valjean, Gavroche is not present, and Eponine is only seen at the Thénardiers inn in passing. While a lot of things are cut, the narrator manages to piece everything together naturally. One thing which stands out in this version is that it does try and stay as accurate as possible to the dialogue of the novel, in the scenes it does show, so that's a nice treat for those familiar with the original work. Not that I would expect children to have read the entire novel. While the backgrounds are sometimes nice, the animation is a bit awkward and stuttery, and the voice acting leaves a lot to be desired. Like I say, it's a simple adaptation that ties the story together nicely, even without a lot of depth. Japan just can't get enough of Les Miserables, and another TV adaptation was released in 1988. This one ran for 65 episodes, for 30 minutes each, running Monday to Friday between July 4th and September 30th on the Fuji television network. As you can probably gather at this point in our dealings with Japanese TV adaptations, this one is not publicly available. Unlike the shows that aired on the NHK network, this one has no information or clips from any official sources. I could not find a single image of the show, which seems odd for a 1988 show. You'd think someone would have recorded it on a VHS or uploaded some part of the show online at some point, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Turning to the TV drama database though, we do have a bit of information about the story we can sift through. While a lot of the Japanese adaptations have been set towards the end of the Edo period, around the 1860s, this version is set a little later, corresponding to the end of the Meiji era, just before the outbreak of the First World War. Shiro Kanazaki, the Valjean of this version, is a poor man with aspirations to become a lawyer. He has a girlfriend named Yukiko Koizumi, whose father is ill and requires surgery. Shiro wants to help raise money for his treatment, and sneaks into a warehouse to steal a bag of tea, but is caught, thus setting off the events of the story. The only other detail I could find, which is also an interesting twist, is that Shiro is not reformed after his encounter with the priest. When he starts a business in Tokyo under a false name, he still has the ambition to take revenge on those who betrayed him. How this plays out, unfortunately, is not known. Hopefully, this will see a release if it does still exist in some form, because it sounds pretty interesting. The next adaptation is the first one that originates from Vietnam and requires a bit of backstory starting way back in 1926. In this year, a book was released entitled Ngọn Cỏ Gió Đùa, which translates to something akin to The Wind Blows Through the Grass, written by Ho Bio-chan. It is essentially a retelling of Les Miserables in Vietnam, around the same time in history, starting in 1808. I won't go into the story of the novel here, we will just instead watch this film and see how it compares to Hugo's original novel. We start off with a woman and starving children who promises them that their uncle will bring home some food soon. The man is looking in from outside, feeling ashamed. This man is Li Vandot, the Jean Valjean of our story. He goes to look for food at a restaurant and finds a bowl meant for the animals. He steals it, but is caught, beaten, and taken away to prison. He is forced to work as a logger cutting down trees. He tries to escape, but is caught and beaten again. Meanwhile, we cut to Lian Ngoi, a young woman who serves as this version's Fantine. She is told that her father is seriously ill and to go and see him. She makes the journey to the town where her father is, eventually arriving at the house of Dorcam, where her father has been staying. She learns that her father has passed away, and Dorcam and his wife, Taifi, tell her that he left a sizable debt to pay off while he was staying there. Dorcam and Taifi serve as the equivalents of the Thénardiers and tell Lian she must pay back her father's debt. She is brought before the local magistrate, who rules that Lian must work off her father's debt by essentially becoming the couple's slave. The magistrate tries to bribe Ngoi into erasing her debt by sleeping with him, but she refuses. Later, a young student named Tu Haiyan rents a room with Dorcam, with the intention of having Ngoi for himself. She resists his advances, but Dorcam realises what is going on and attempts to profit from the situation. Back with Le Vandot in prison, he intervenes when a prisoner is being beaten by a soldier and is locked up again. He becomes feverish when locked up, thinking about his family. Meanwhile, Ngoi is still being propositioned by Haiyan into marriage when he learns that Dorcam lied to him when he said that Ngoi was a descendant of his and not his slave. He tries to persuade Ngoi to marry him and he will pay off her debt, but still she refuses. Le Vandot escapes from prison in a storm while the prisoner he escaped with dies. The next day, he is still being hunted by the prison officers, including Tham Kai, who serves as the equivalent of Javert. Le Vandot is found unconscious by the women of a Buddhist monastery who feed him. The soldiers arrive at the monastery, but the nuns hide Vandot and pretend they haven't seen him. Tham Kai does not believe them and has the monastery searched anyway. Vandot sneaks away with the nun's blessing and arrives at a home of an old lady, who offers to let him stay and work the fields, with Vandot remembering the nun's words for him to do good. While this is obviously a bit different than the novel that we are used to, in the original Ngọn Cỏ Gió Đùa novel, the story unfolds a lot more closely to Hugo's. Essentially, Vandot wanders into a Buddhist monastery where he is fed and offered a place to sleep. He steals some valuables that night, but is brought back by soldiers the next day, when the venerable master of the monastery says the items were a gift, and also offers him a tea set, which he says he forgot to take, in place of the traditional silver candlesticks. Haiyan is still scheming to marry Ngoi, who schemes a plan with Dorcam. Ngoi is set upon by bandits. Haiyan shows up and pulls off some martial arts to drive them off and rescue Ngoi. Obviously, this is all a ploy by Haiyan to get Ngoi to fall in love with him and convince her she is in his debt. In this version, we see Dorcam play off the bandits, while in the novel, they are friends of Haiyan who agree to play the part. Vandot is now living as Tran Chan Tam, and here's the fate of his sister and her family to end the first part. Part 2 sees Vandot, or Chang Tam, returning to the monastery where he finds the nun that helped him has passed away. Meanwhile, Haiyan is hanging around getting drunk with his friends, seemingly having little interest in Ngoi. Later, he says he must travel to see his father and tell him about the marriage, and he will come back in a few days. She tells Haiyan that she is also pregnant. Haiyan never returns, unsurprisingly, and we next see Ngoi with her young girl Tu Van, who obviously serves as this version's Cosette. Vandot is now rich after building a successful pottery business, but Ngoi is poor when she hears of her uncle falling ill. She has no choice but to leave Tu Van in the care of Dorcam as she goes to visit him. She finds that her uncle has passed away, but finds work coincidentally at the orphanage run by Le Vandot, taking care of the children. Eventually, she returns to Dorcam, who tells her that his wife has died and he cannot release Tu Van without being paid what is owed. Ngoi takes a job as a waitress, but when a man attempts to take advantage of her, she accidentally stabs him and flees, collapsing and falling ill before she is taken back to the orphanage. This is different from the novel, which again follows Hugo's story more closely. Dorcam extorts Ngoi for more and more money, writing to say that Tu Van is sick, etc., and Ngoi loses her job after the supervisor thinks she is sending unsavoury letters to men and being promiscuous. She takes a job to sing at a party on a boat for a young man, but when he tries to take advantage of her, she attacks him and breaks his instrument. Back in this film version, at a dinner honouring Van Doi, he is introduced to Tham Kai, who is now a police officer in the region, who mentions that Chong Tam looks like an escaped criminal, Lee Van Do, but can't be him as they have already arrested him elsewhere, and the trial will be held at the Citadel tomorrow. Again, the novel follows the original more closely, with Ngoi being arrested by Tham Kai and is subsequently released on Chong Tam's orders, which leads to Tham Kai writing to his superior to denounce him as the convict Van Do, and so on. Meanwhile, it turns out that Do Kam's wife has not actually died as he told Ngoi, and is seen tying up Tu Van to a tree and whipping her. Van Doi arrives to bring Tu Van home, paying off Do Kam and sending her to her mother, while he goes to the courthouse. The trial of the man believed to be Lee Van Doi goes on, with his fellow prisoners identifying him as usual. The man is surrounded by his family when the real Van Doi arrives to confess, which Tham Kai verifies. Meanwhile, Ngoi dies of her illness. At her grave, Van Doi is with Tu Van, who he promises to take care of. Van Doi gives a final farewell to the orphanage and its inhabitants as he walks over to the waiting soldiers. And there, the second and final part ends. There's no third part, even though the novel does cover the entire story of Hugo's original work. I suppose as an ending it sort of works. Although Ngoi dies, her daughter is rescued and brought to the orphanage. Van Doi's work is done so he can return to prison knowing everyone is safe. I won't recount the details of the last part of the book, because there is another Vietnamese adaptation that will cover it. All I'll say is that it again follows Hugo's novel quite closely. This 1989 version does change a few things from the 1926 novel, all of which move away from elements which were faithful to Hugo's original story. More often than not, though, it does retain a high amount of accuracy. The themes of poverty and destitution form the backbone of this version, as Le Van Doi, Valjean, and Li An Ngoyin, Fantine, have roughly the same amount of screen time dedicated to their stories, and how they try to maintain their humanity in the face of poverty. Sadly, this version doesn't adapt the strangest scene in which Van Doi is in prison and is visited by 3 ghosts who tell him what they were in prison for, and show Van Doi what has happened to his family. While I think the film is supposed to be set as the novel is, between 1808 and 1828, there is a scene where we see Do Kam with a bicycle, which seems inappropriate for the time period. Nothing else seems out of place though, so maybe it's just a continuity error. The production is fairly low-key and basic, but this seems to be very much standard for the time, as the film and television industry in Vietnam was in a rough patch at this point. Maybe that's why the last part of the novel wasn't adapted. The performances are fairly decent and showcase a fair amount of emotion, but the shuffling about of the story minimises a lot of the other aspects of the novel, which are introduced through the other characters. Tham Kai's role is minimal, as is Tu Van. Obviously, Marius' equivalent and his whole story is omitted too. While we don't see any version of Eponine or Gavroche, that is in keeping with the 1926 novel, as Do Kam and Tai Phi do not have any children in that version. Overall, it's a decent story, but does feel incomplete, particularly if you're familiar with the story. If you wish to see other adaptations of this novel, then you can check out the 2010 version and the 2013 TV series, which we will get to eventually. Next up is a French cartoon from 1992, consisting of 26 episodes of around 25 minutes each, making it one of the longer adaptations. It was produced by AB Productions, who you may know from other cartoons such as Conan the Adventurer, based on the Conan the Barbarian stories, and King Arthur and the Knights of Justice, based on the legend of King Arthur. You can probably guess that this version will be again aimed at a younger audience, so let's see how the story is adapted with this in mind. The first episode sees the basics of the show being established. Firstly, we see this version is centred around Cosette, who is seen buying bread for the Thénardiers on a dark and snowy night. On the way home, she sees an abandoned dog, who she feeds a piece of bread to, and thus he refuses to leave her side. She names the dog Amiral, who becomes a cute little mascot for the story. Cosette hides him in the barn next to the Thénardiers' inn and returns, where we see the grotesque-looking Thénardiers, including Eponine and Azelma, and who provide the backstory of Cosette being sold as a slave by her mother to make money. A man arrives at the inn to stay the night, and Cosette overhears the Thénardiers planning to kill him in his sleep, which is quite dark to be honest. Cosette manages to stop them by putting a sponge on the stairs and causing the Thénardiers to fall down and wake up the guest. From the outset, you'll quickly notice how this cartoon doesn't shy away from the darker themes of the novel and the poverty that is inflicted upon her by the Thénardiers. But particularly in this version, it's balanced out by some good and positive things, such as Amiral, which makes sense for a children's show. Cosette is locked up in the Thénardiers' cellar for not cleaning the entire house or something, and a young boy turns up and passes her food and water through the bars. The boy is introduced as Gavroche, our favourite plucky streetwise kid. Here's the next big change in this version. Gavroche and Cosette are around the same age, and the two are friends that team up to foil the Thénardiers and others' schemes. Gavroche bursts into the Thénardiers' inn, with Amiral, to chew out the couple for their treatment of Cosette, but they have none of it and throw him out. Thus ends episode 1, setting up a slightly different take on the novel, but with enough of its familiar parts established. In episode 3, Gavroche and Cosette run away to Paris to find Cosette's mother. Thanks to a woman named Ernestine de Mirepoix, who sees Cosette getting in the coach to the city, the gendarmes manage to find Cosette and send her back to the Thénardiers, while Gavroche manages to escape. Ernestine becomes a recurring villain-type character throughout this series, seemingly having nothing better to do than to terrorise an 80-year-old girl. The episode ends with Cosette being sent to the forest to fetch water, and episode 4 sees her encounter with Valjean. This episode gets in a lot of the details, including Cosette knitting socks, Valjean going to fetch Cosette a doll after taking Eponine and Azelma's, and Thénardier telling Valjean the story of the painting, showing him saving Colonel Pontmercy's life at Waterloo, while leaving out him robbing him, which is nevertheless shown as a sort of flashback moment. The Thénardiers plan their whole kill him while he sleeps trick again, but Valjean isn't having any of it and pulls a gun on them and ties them up before taking Cosette. He does leave them the money though, he's still Valjean. I love it when Valjean doesn't put up with the Thénardiers' nonsense. Ernestine tries to also poke her nose in again and stop them, but Valjean once again isn't having it, and Valjean and Cosette make their way to Fantine, with Arimal following of course. Valjean sets up in Montreal-sur-Mer as Monsieur Madeleine, and we see Cosette going to school there too. Obviously this is a lot different than in the novel, in which Valjean only fetches Cosette after he's exposed as Valjean. The two visit a carnival where a fortune teller warns Valjean of a man in black. A storm arrives and lightning strikes a tree, about to crush Cosette. When Valjean uses his immense strength to hold it up, everyone celebrates and the man in black arrives as foretold, who remarks that he has only seen such a feat of strength once before when he was a prison officer. Yes, it's Javert. This makes a change from the horse cart scene, I guess. This is also the first time we get to see Valjean's past, as the series has focused on Cosette until this point. In episode 7, Cosette is made fun of by another girl for not having a mother, which causes Cosette to get into a fight and start to resent Valjean when he tries to explain to her about her mother. Valjean takes her on a boat trip to cheer her up, but she falls in the water and Valjean jumps in to save her. The important thing though is that Amiral is on the boat as it drifts off. Will he be okay? Cosette and Valjean are rescued by some fishermen and Cosette is taken home to recover. Valjean decides to tell Cosette the truth about her mother, which is more or less the same as the novel, although Valjean is still living as Monsieur Madeleine and the courthouse trial still has not happened yet. In episode 9, Cosette overhears Javert and one of his gendarmes and follows them to the police station, where she learns that Javert suspects Madeleine of being the former convict Jean Valjean, as she spies on a meeting between the inspector and the police chief. She manages to sneak out and goes to warn Valjean, but he is left for England. She dresses up as a boy and gets on a boat to travel there all by herself to make him aware of Javert's scheme. This version of Cosette really gets into a lot of adventures. Making it all the way to London, she is set upon by some boys on the rough streets, but coincidentally, Valjean steps in to save her, and quite literally picks up one of the kids and throws him away. Valjean tells Cosette his story, and we finally get his backstory of his time in prison, the story of the bishop, and his candlesticks, and Petit Javert. Cosette and Valjean arrive in New Haven, ready to return to France, where they find Amiral. Yes, don't worry everyone, Amiral is back. I know you were all wondering what happened to the most important character in all of Les Miserables. Apparently, a sailor found him and has been looking after him. Anyway, Their boat arrives back in France, but Javert is waiting for them on the shore. Javert escorts them home, but receives a letter from his superiors and has the gendarmes restrain Valjean. Actually reading the letter, however, he finds that someone else has already been arrested as Valjean and is to be tried. Javert leaves, but doesn't seem convinced. Valjean goes to confess his identity as usual to save Champmathieu, although Cosette goes with him this time around. Valjean is arrested there and then at the courthouse, but Cosette helps him to escape. The two make their way to Paris and arrive there in episode 12. Valjean goes to book a room at the hotel, but his horse is stolen. He and Cosette track down the thief, who turns out to be none other than Gavroche. Remember him? Cosette stops Valjean from beating up the kid, and Gavroche takes them to his familiar hideout, the Concrete Elephant. Valjean tasks Gavroche with returning to Montreuil and his housekeeper, telling her of the situation. He does so, but Javert is watching the house and is very suspicious. Valjean and Cosette meanwhile visit Monsieur Fauchelevent, who helps them out with the nuns after a flashback shows how Valjean freed him from under a horse cart. Gavroche arrives in Paris, where a fellow street kid alerts him that Javert is following him. They cause a distraction to lose the inspector, and Valjean reunites with his housekeeper as he takes a new job at the convent. Episode 13 cuts forward a few years to see Cosette grown up as she leaves the convent with Valjean. They are met by the housekeeper and Gavroche, who is also grown up, although inexplicably still wearing the same clothes. There might also be a hint of a romance between Cosette and Gavroche. Cosette invites Gavroche to stay with them, but he refuses, saying he would rather be a street child, and leaves. Amiral follows him, and when Cosette realises that he is gone, wants to go and find him, but Valjean refuses to let her. Cosette later gets lost on the streets of Paris, and is caught by a street gang who intend to ransom her. Valjean goes to Gavroche at the Concrete Elephant for help, and they manage to track down Cosette and free her. Marius is introduced in episode 14, who sees her in the theatre with Valjean, while Javert is still busy trying to find the former convict, much to his boss's annoyance. Cosette starts to perform in plays with Marius and his friends at the local cafe, and after a performance, Javert is waiting outside to see Valjean and Cosette drive away. In episode 15, Valjean and Cosette visit some poor people in need of charity, but Javert follows them and springs a trap to arrest Valjean. Cosette escapes and once again goes to Gavroche and his boys for help. They form a rescue plan, and Marius also steps in to help, beating up the carriage driver and allowing Valjean to escape. While they escape on a boat, Javert shoots at them and the boat capsizes. Everyone swims to shore, but Valjean pretends to drown to throw Javert off his trail. Obviously he turns up alive later. This isn't the first time he's faked his own death. In episode 17, Valjean and Cosette change their appearance and move homes again. Marius brings Cosette and Courfeyrac to the room he is renting when they see a new family arrive to move in next door. Obviously it is the Thénardiers. Cosette recognises them and heads home. Later, Marius leaves to visit Cosette, but Thénardier follows them and recognises Cosette when he sees them leave. Thénardier formulates his scheme to entrap them as you'd expect, and goes to see the Patron Minette equivalent gang. Thénardier returns home and tells his family of the plan, while Marius overhears it. He goes to inform Cosette, but Valjean has mysteriously disappeared. He returns home as Eponine feigns illness to get Valjean to come to their home. It should be noted at this point that Eponine doesn't have her usual character arc and is just a brat and a stooge of her father. She is shown to have a bit of a crush on Marius, but it's never anything more than that. Anyway, Valjean is brought to the Thénardiers, who are pretending to be the Jondrettes and living under a bridge. Thénardier's gang turns up and he tries to get Valjean to buy his painting of Waterloo for an extortionate amount of money, as in the novel. With Valjean surrounded, Marius and Cosette arrive, and with Marius and his friends dressed up as the police, the Thénardiers and his gang flee. Obviously this part is different, as Javert is not involved. After this, Valjean makes plans to leave France altogether, but Marius wishes to introduce Cosette to his grandfather before she leaves. Monsieur Gillenormand initially refuses to accept Cosette, although doesn't suggest Marius take her as his mistress in a show aimed at children, you'll be surprised to hear, but eventually warms up to her after a scheme by Gavroche to trick Eponine and Azelma into stealing from Gillenormand, and then Gavroche going to recover it. At this point, we should also point out that Marius and Cosette are not really dating or anything of the sort. There's a suggestion of romance, but nothing concrete, and Valjean is also quite happy with the two seeing each other. This is not a bad thing though. I think it's a refreshing change to have Cosette be more than a target of romantic interest, and to centre her as driving many of the story's plot points instead through her own actions. Amid growing unrest in Paris, revolt is inevitable, and the friends of the ABC learn of a plot against their hero, General Lamarck. Cosette volunteers to deliver a message to the general, again giving her the agency to drive the plot forward. When the barricades go up in episode 21, Valjean goes to leave Paris with Cosette for England, but finds the roads blocked by said barricades. Valjean hands a letter from Marius to Cosette, saying that he is going to the barricades, and Cosette flees to join him. We see Marius, Cosette, Gavroche, and the rest building the barricades before the battle begins. Valjean runs into Monsieur Gillenormand on the streets, and the two go to the barricades to rescue Marius and Cosette, while Javert turns up as well in disguise, as you expect. The battle rages on, and while Valjean and Gillenormand try to persuade the youth to flee and save their lives, they refuse. Meanwhile, Ernestine de Mirepoix returns. Remember her from the beginning of the series? She is now wandering around Paris scheming and stuff. Amiral makes it to the barricade too, and Cosette spots Javert hiding in the shadows, but is swept away by a crowd. She inadvertently falls right into the hands of the Thénardiers, who tie her up and drag her off. At the barricade, Marius recognises Javert, and the inspector is tied up. Valjean eventually arrives and sets Javert free. Meanwhile, Cosette is being taken by the Thénardiers through the sewers as their hostage. When Marius and Gavroche are injured at the barricades, Valjean takes them down into the sewers with some help from Amiral, and thus is tasked with carrying both of them through in this version. Amiral leads Valjean to Thénardier and Cosette, and Valjean is allowed to leave only after leaving Marius behind. Gavroche meanwhile escapes and collapses, but is rescued by his fellow street kids. Eponine and Azelma arrive at Valjean's house, but find it empty and go to rob it. They find the bishop's candlesticks, but Symphonia, Valjean's housekeeper, catches them. They escape anyway, but are caught by none other than Javert, who learns that Valjean has been using the name Fauchelevent and where he lives, also taking possession of the candlesticks. Eponine and Azelma are arrested, and Javert and his soldiers head down into the sewers. Valjean also returns to the Thénardiers with the ransom. Marius learns that Thénardier is the one who saved his father's life at Waterloo, but passes out again. Valjean has enough and punches Thénardier, while Cosette wrestles with Madame Thénardier when Javert arrives with his policemen and surrounds the lot of them. Valjean and the Thénardiers are locked up in the same cell, while Cosette is allowed to go free with the injured Marius. Gavroche confesses his secret to Cosette, that the Thénardiers are his real parents. They sneak into the prison with the other street kids to free Valjean and the Thénardiers. Valjean, however, says he will not leave and is prepared to stand trial. At the trial of his own request, Javert is asked to take the stand and admits that Valjean saved his life. Also surprisingly, the bishop shows up at the trial to testify in Valjean's favour too. He typically dies around the time the novel picks up with Valjean as Monsieur Madeleine, with him learning of the bishop's death. Anyway, Valjean is acquitted of all charges while Javert walks off. He heads to the riverside, places himself in handcuffs, and throws himself in. But this time, he is saved by Valjean, who happens to be passing. Javert decides to start a new life in America, boarding a ship and taking the name Fauchelevent. The Thénardiers also board the ship for their new life too. This is in keeping with the novel in part, as Monsieur Thénardier is mentioned as having travelled to America and took part in the slave trade. Of course, in the novel, he does so without Madame Thénardier and Eponine, who are dead at that point. Valjean travels to Montreal-sur-Mer and becomes mayor once again, joined by Gavroche, who doesn't follow his family on the boat. In the final episode, Valjean and Cosette return to Montreal-sur-Mer, where no one seems to be waiting for them. However, a surprise party is indeed waiting. Cosette celebrates her 16th birthday party, while everyone arrives, including Marius and his friends, all of which seem to have survived the barricades. Outside the party, Valjean meets a man who is interested in hearing his story. He goes around the various characters getting their accounts from Gavroche, the housekeeper, and the bishop, who is also there, and writing them down. The man's name? Oh, just a little writer named Victor Hugo. Now, obviously there's some huge changes here, but the backbone of the story and its characters are still there. The big change is clearly the shift to making Cosette the central character, whose perspective the story is told around. More than that, though, it actually makes Cosette a character, as in the original she really didn't have any agency. Let's be honest. This cartoon inserts Cosette into a lot of the plot points and how they come about. For example, Cosette will warn Valjean about Javert's plans, or joins the students in the uprising to tend to their wounded. I wouldn't say that she's anything overly unique as a character, but she serves as a lead well. Alongside Cosette, giving Gavroche a co-leading role as Cosette's friend, who helps her out, provides a fresh dynamic for his character, but nevertheless retains most of his origins as a street kid and his relation to the Thénardiers. Marius is a bit dull, and the romance between him and Cosette is very muted. They don't really end up as a couple. Eponine isn't much of a character either, and as mentioned, her story arc is done away with to leave her just as a bit of a brat. Likewise, Enjolras doesn't have much of a part to play, with Marius taking much of his role instead, as we've seen many times before. Given that the series runs for 26 episodes, it's enough time to get the whole story across, and it's paced nicely with little filler. As I say, Cosette acting as an agency for the plot to go forward provides enough to fill out the time effectively. Being a cartoon aimed at children, I don't know if there's enough to really keep them entertained, but it's a good introduction to the characters and story, and the themes are still mostly there. In addition to this, there's a more happy ending. Valjean gets to return as mayor, the Thénardiers all live and set sail to America for a new life, being at least somewhat rehabilitated. Javert gets to live after Valjean saves him and also starts a new life. Again, I think these changes maintain the themes of the novel, but still making them less traumatic for children. Javert still has his realisation, he just doesn't die for it. Also, all of Marius's friends, Enjolras, Courfeyrac, etc., all manage to live, and the whole revolt doesn't really go anywhere. But all in all, I think if you wanted a version of Les Miserables with a happy ending in which no one died, this cartoon actually does a decent job of that, and also allows Cosette to develop into a more well-rounded character. Oh, and we also get the most adorable Les Miserables character in the form of Arimal. As a supplemental to this version, it was trimmed down into a 90-minute edit that was released in 1994. Not much to say about this film, since the cartoon was over 10 hours in length. Obviously a lot of the things have been cut. It just keeps the main beats of the novel with no fluff, but still holds together reasonably well. The most notable difference is that Gavroche has gone from a main character to being cut almost completely. He appears for about 10 seconds in total. If you really want to watch a different adaptation of Les Miserables, I'd suggest watching the full 26 episodes over the film edit, which doesn't really provide anything novel. 1995 brings us one of the more unique adaptations, a French film directed by Claude Lelouch. The film opens up in 1899 New Year's Eve, quite a ways away from the usual time for the story. Henri works as a driver for a count, who comes to a New Year's party to alert his boss that the police are looking for him. When they stop for Henri to fix a wheel, the count commits suicide by gunshot. Someone comes to arrest Henri, and not believing it was suicide, he is sentenced wrongfully to prison. His wife and child have to leave Paris to look for work, and while he is in prison, he and his wife send letters to each other, although neither of them can actually write, so they get other people to write for them. He tries to escape but is caught, and after his second escape is killed by dropping himself down a well rather than be recaptured. His wife learns of his death and commits suicide, found by their son, also named Henri. The young Henri is raised by the innkeeper that was keeping him and his mother, and grows up to be a boxer. At an opera of Les Miserables, André becomes infatuated with Elise, who plays Cosette, and a few years later we see them married with a daughter. At this time though, the Nazis have taken over Paris, where Henri is now working as a furniture remover. When two men become trapped under the piano when it falls, he uses his strength to lift it up and save them, to the surprise of the onlooking soldiers. Later, Henri is discussing the Les Miserables novel with a souvenir shop owner in the shadow of the Eiffel Tower. He learns that a lot of the events of his life seem remarkably similar to that of Jean Valjean, and because he can't read, wonders where he can find someone who can read the novel for him. He next happens to do a removal job at the home of André and his family, who are looking to flee Paris as they are Jewish and obviously fear for their safety under the new regime. Henri agrees to let them hide in his truck. On the road, Henri asks him to read Hugo's novel for him, which he does, and introduces Jean Valjean, the convict who spent 19 years in jail for stealing a loaf of bread. We get a reenactment of the novel here, with Valjean arriving at the bishop's residence, with Valjean being played by Henri's actor, Jean-Paul Belmondo. It shows Valjean being fed and later returned by soldiers, after which the bishop gives him the candlesticks as you expect. It's fairly decent. At a checkpoint, Henri tells Andre and his family to meet him across a field as he crosses the checkpoint alone. Meeting up with them, Andre thanks Henri, calling him the bishop to his Jean Valjean, and the story continues, showing Petit Gervais meeting Valjean. Andre and Henri reach the new house, but are alerted that the Germans are arresting Jews, forcing them to flee, and we see an elderly woman ratting them out to the police too. Andre persuades Henri to drive them to the border, in exchange for reading more of Les Miserables, and of course, lots of money. We see Fantine dropping off Cosette with the Thénardiers and meeting Valjean in the forest, while we see Henri and Andre asking a man to refuel the van at night, who agrees to do it for an extortionate amount of money, which Henri likens to the Thénardiers, who are similarly shown trying to rip off Valjean for custody of Cosette. Remembering Valjean taking Cosette to the convent, Henri takes Andre's daughter Salome to a convent, pretending to be her father to get her a place at the school where she will be safe. Henri drops Andre and Elise at the sawmill, where they are meeting their contact, and hide with the rest of the escapees. On his way back, Henri picks up a man who is unbeknownst to him an undercover soldier, who Henri once again asks to read Les Miserables to him. Discussing Javert, the undercover Nazi somewhat predictably praises him as a man who follows the law. We are shown the horse cart scene, after which the soldier reveals his identity and demands to know the location of the Jews at gunpoint. Henri is interrogated and beaten, but refuses to give up the location. Unfortunately, the man who arranged their escape has already sold them out to the Nazis, and they are all gunned down in a field, with Elise taken away and Andre managing to crawl away and being rescued by a farmer. Henri gets out of prison with the help of a gang who join the French resistance, and who rob people's homes during air raids and secretly split the loot with the Nazis. Andre is slowly healing, while Elise is imprisoned with other women who are forced to attend Nazi parties. She refuses to play along and is sent to a concentration camp. Henri attends a cinema showing of the 1934 Les Miserables film, which reduces him to tears at the end. It is a pretty good adaptation after all. He says the second half is a bit much with everything going on. I can understand that. Henri visits Normandy, where he grew up at the inn, as the Normandy landings are about to take place. Henri gets into an argument with the innkeeper who tries to defend Thénardier, while Salome hides with the nuns and the other girls in the convent's bomb shelter. Henri watches the Allied forces parachute down and the D-Day landings begin, with quite an impressive recreation on screen, and the inn Henri and the gang caught in the middle at the inn on the beach. They decide to hit the machine gun bunker that is killing the Allied soldiers, with Henri running out to throw a grenade in there. With France liberated, Henri goes back to Paris, but Andre is still in hiding, as he refused the farmer's wife advances, and the farmer himself got jealous. They lie to him about how the war is going, saying that Hitler has invaded London and Salome is dead because they found the letters he sent to her. Henri goes to fetch Salome from the convent to live with him, while her parents are nowhere to be found. While the farmer intends to poison Andre and finish him off, his wife shoots and kills him. Salome teaches Henri to write, while the mayor comes over to the coffee shop Henri brought, which he named the Chez Jean Valjean, and asks him to take over as mayor, again echoing Valjean. Elise finally returns after being released and is reunited with her daughter. Henri's gang shows up after a job gone bad, and the undercover cop from earlier that imprisoned Henri comes to find them. He saves his life after a gang comes in to catch him, again echoing Valjean saving Javert. However, Henri says he did it to serve his country and see him in court. On the way to prison, Henri lets the officer out of the car for a moment, and he manages to shoot himself, unable to face betraying the man that saved his life. This, in turn, leads to Henri being put in prison for the man's murder, which was actually a suicide, mirroring the very beginning of this adaptation with Henri's father. With no news from the farmer or his wife, Andre sneaks out and finds the bodies of the couple, learning the truth. Having learned to read, Henri finally gets to read the novel itself in his jail cell, and Henri finally gets to reunite with his family. Andre defends Henri in court for his trial, and his impassioned speech seems to work, as next we see Salome marrying the young man that Henri saved at the inn in Normandy. Coincidentally, called Marius, obviously, and Henri himself marries them. A final dance gives an uncharacteristically happy ending, but one which feels rightly deserved. This is a difficult one to parse in relation to all of the other versions we have seen. It's the first and only to go for a meta-adaptation, replaying the events of Les Misérables as the characters comment on the story itself. The novel itself is a story about humanity in its breadth and depth, and as such, rightly finds parallels in other stories and settings. I mean, we've seen many different adaptations set in different places and time zones, which incorporate relevant historical and cultural events. Incorporating that story into the events of World War II and the Nazi persecution of Jews, though, really doubles down on the heavy subject matter, and it can be a lot to process it all. The director, Claude Lelouch, clearly knows the story, and also has his experiences of being a Jewish child during World War II, so there's a lot of personal experience which bolsters a human, personal dimension, and again, adds even more to the mix. Belmondo as Henri Fortin and his father, and Valjean, is a likeable lead that is an ordinary man thrust into extraordinary circumstances. Well, his childhood is certainly less than ordinary, but his ordinary life as a furniture remover seamlessly transitions to his helping André and his family flee, which I suppose just goes to show you how ordinary life goes on amidst extraordinary circumstances. The plot point of Henri's life mirroring that of Valjean is a mix of coincidence and Henri being influenced by Valjean's story, so it doesn't become a predictable, almost comedic take. While the film does seem to have a good grasp on the source material, including the recreation of certain scenes from the novel with Henri in the role of Valjean, there are a lot of elements that the film doesn't address, and some which are a bit messy. The Javert equivalent, for example, shows up in 2 scenes and doesn't even get named. The ending with Henri apprehended by the nameless policeman while his old gang show up alongside another gang that is chasing them is honestly way too confusing as well. I think the film explains enough of the novel to follow the story if you haven't read it before watching this film, but I would definitely be familiar with the novel to get the most out of it. Running for nearly 3 hours, it's quite a journey, but we've seen much longer adaptations, so in this context that's not too much of an issue. I think it's also important to point out the production value in some of these scenes, particularly how the film manages to stage the full D-Day Normandy invasion is a remarkable accomplishment, particularly with the large number of extras filling the beaches as soldiers. As André says in the final courtroom scene, there are perhaps only 2 or 3 stories that repeat themselves endlessly, and Les Misérables in all its breadth and depth must certainly be one. While following the story, the film never quite becomes predictable. The ending being a happier one than that of the novel is one such example. While yes, it does differ from the novel having Henri survive and find happiness, I think that this is still in keeping with the message, specifically that change is possible, that our destiny does not have to be tied to what society tells us it is as a criminal, a policeman, or a furniture remover. The fact that the story does change to a more happy note is probably the best way to incorporate this message, that we are not chained to our destiny, even if it follows a novel. As I say, this is not your typical adaptation, and loads the already heavy story with even more heavy elements in its World War II setting, but still manages to tell a story that puts its characters and their struggles first, showcasing the very best and very worst of humanity that emerges in the darkest times. I don't think it's for everyone because there's a lot in here that could make it overwhelming for some, but some expert directing and filmmaking alongside a solid cast and performances provide an epic slice of cinema. The next adaptation is also a film, released in 1998 and released in the United Kingdom, United States and Germany. Directed by Billy August, it features quite a lot of famous faces we'll remark on as we look through it. In the opening, we see our newly released convict wandering into a town and knocking on the door of the bishop, who welcomes him in. We see the face of our Jean Valjean, played by Liam Neeson. Yep, it's one of Neeson's early lead roles. He wakes up in the night to steal the silver cutlery, but this time the bishop wakes up and heads to the kitchen and sees Valjean, to which he responds by knocking the bishop unconscious and fleeing. Classic Neeson, I suppose. He's brought back by soldiers the next day as usual, and the bishop, with his new eye injury and all, gives him the candlesticks too. The bishop is a lot angrier than we usually see, probably due to being punched in the face. I suppose we can't blame him. With no Petit Javert scene, we fast forward 9 years to see the arrival of Inspector Javert in the town of Montreal-sur-Mer, although it's called Vigo in this version. Javert is played by Geoffrey Rush, who you might know as Captain Barbossa from the Pirates of the Caribbean films. Known for his often animated acting style and expressions, it's interesting to see him pull off the stone-faced Javert. Valjean goes off into the woods to bury his money, leaving the forewoman to dismiss Fantine after her letters to the Thénardiers are discovered. Fantine is played by Uma Thurman, who needs no introduction, I'm sure, and we see her lose her room and sell her hair. This part of the film proceeds at a fast pace as we get the horse cart scene next, Javert spying on the prostitutes, including Fantine, and Valjean visiting Fauchelevent, called Lafitte in this version, telling him he has secured him a job at the convent as a gardener. Valjean's inability to read comes into play a few times, as Javert gives a letter to explain his ideas to expand the information network, which Valjean isn't too keen about. He also shows Javert his papers. Javert visits Paris to explain his plan to his superiors, and also requests an investigation into the mayor, which his superior is not happy about. Fantine is assaulted by the men as usual, while Javert watches on until Fantine fights back, at which point he arrests her. Valjean and Javert get into a heated argument, leading to Valjean dismissing Javert from his post until the next morning. Valjean intends to go and get Cosette when Javert enters asking to be dismissed as usual, saying the real Valjean has already been caught and the trial is to be held the next day. The trial unfolds with all the witnesses and such, although Champmathieu has been renamed as Carnot to simplify his name for English-speaking audiences, which, as you may have noticed, the film has done more than once. Neeson gives a good performance in this scene, reverting to his rough prison self to identify himself as Valjean to the prisoners. He's much better at the gruff stuff than being the gentle soul. Valjean returns home and an arrest warrant is delivered to Javert for Valjean's arrest, clearly making him angry that he was deceived. Javert arrives to arrest Valjean and things get very angry, with Javert pushing Valjean to the ground and kicking him. Fantine dies, and Valjean escapes by slamming Javert's head against the wall until he is unconscious. Valjean is intercepted as he is leaving by one of Javert's underlings, who lets him go, clearly being no fan of the inspector. Javert tries to give chase but crashes his cart and returns to demand the address of the Thénardiers. Valjean arrives at the Thénardiers where Cosette is, no meeting in the forest with the bucket this time. The whole scene is over fairly quickly, as Valjean shows Thénardier the letter from Fantine and gets absolutely no money this time around. Valjean and Cosette walk to Paris, but Javert is patrolling the entrances, asking people for their papers. Valjean scales the wall with Cosette, jumping onto the rooftops where he is spotted. He heads to the convent where he knows Fauchelevent is and goes to meet him, rather than being surprised by his being there. They arrange to stay there and we cut to 10 years later, with Cosette all grown up and being played by Claire Danes, perhaps known best at this time for the role of Juliet in the 1997 Romeo and Juliet film alongside Leonardo DiCaprio. Valjean decides to leave the convent with Cosette. While Valjean is searching for a place to rent, Cosette wanders about and sees a crowd forming around the male students lecturing about the plight of the poor, led by Marius Pontmercy. Cosette heads back to Valjean and Marius follows her, which Valjean notices. Valjean and Cosette end up serving food to the poor, one of which is little Gavroche. He asks Cosette if she would take a walk in the park with his friend, which turns out to be Marius sitting on a bench nearby. Valjean staunchly refuses to let her walk alone, even snapping at her. The big difference in this version is that Cosette is much more independent, and is at odds with Valjean over not being allowed anywhere not at her father's side. In the garden at night, Marius meets Cosette to deliver her a letter. Marius goes to see his revolutionaries, clearly a lead character in the planning in this version, rather than more adjacent as usual. Whereas Enjolras is usually at the forefront, he warns Marius that they are perhaps moving too fast. Either way, Javert is still spying on them. Cosette sneaks out at night to see Marius as Valjean watches on. The next day, Javert visits the home of Valjean by coincidence, and he instructs Cosette to say he is away. Javert gives her a letter which says that a known upstart Marius has been spotted around the house, and when Valjean confronts Cosette with this, he is angry and even slaps her. He doesn't really make himself likeable in this version. He admits his identity to Cosette as a convict. They move homes, and when Javert learns of Cosette's name, he raids the house to find them gone, obviously remembering the name of the girl Valjean went to get. Marius sees that Cosette is gone, but she has left the address. She wants to go with Valjean to England, but Marius says he cannot leave. At Lamarck's funeral, the uprising kicks off, and that night Marius leaves the barricades briefly to go and see Cosette, but Javert follows them and tries to apprehend Cosette. He is, however, apprehended and Marius takes him back to the barricades, saying goodbye to Cosette. She goes to tell Valjean what happened, and he goes to the barricade and tells Marius to go to Cosette, but he refuses. Gavroche is out collecting bullets, but is shot and killed as normal. Valjean offers to execute Javert, taking him out to the alley and freeing him. Javert demands to be killed, but Valjean refuses. The barricade is overrun and Valjean takes the injured Marius into the sewers to escape as the rest of the students are put to the firing squad, and Javert goes to pursue Valjean. Valjean escapes, but finds Javert waiting for him. Javert agrees to let Valjean take him home, and then return to him. Valjean gives Cosette her mother's necklace, confessing that he loved her, before he is led away by the police. Valjean is brought back to Javert, who has finished writing a note, which he hands to the police officer to deliver to his superior. Javert holds Valjean at gunpoint, asking him why he did not kill him at the barricade, saying he did not have the right. Javert knows that he cannot be merciful, so he releases Valjean and handcuffs himself, before jumping into the river. Valjean walks away, eventually smiling, as the film draws to a close. What really stuck out to me in this version is how very fast-paced it was. It ploughs through the contents of the novel in its 2 hours and 17-minute runtime, fitting in as much as it possibly can, and it does fit in a lot of the novel. There are, however, some very glaring omissions, including the absence of the Thénardiers outside of the initial scene with young Cosette, and Éponine's whole storyline. The film is very much centred around Valjean, and Neeson's portrayal is certainly striking. He's a lot rougher than many of the Valjeans we have seen, constantly letting his rougher, more aggressive side that had obviously been honed in prison out. In typical Neeson style, I don't think he's able to handle any of the more sensitive scenes as well, leading to this Valjean feeling a little imbalanced. Neeson does come through in a lot of scenes, such as the courtroom though. I don't think it's his fault specifically. The script as a whole, as mentioned, just feels very rushed at points, and dialogue can be a stream of exposition that leaves no room for introspection or the characters to just stop and feel something. This comes to a head in the second half of the film, where both the romance between Marius and Cosette and the uprising move so quickly there's no time to establish any detail or give the background for the whole student uprising. Also, Neeson never really ages between the different periods. He looks roughly the same throughout, which is a bit odd. Geoffrey Rush is a really good Javert. I thought he might be a bit too animated for the role, but he handles the character well. His portrayal is a fair bit more violent than we're used to though, particularly in that scene after Fantine's death where he throws Valjean to the floor and kicks him. The rest of the cast, including Uma Thurman as Fantine and Claire Danes as Cosette, also turn in good performances. Changes to Cosette's character that make her more eager to be free of the sheltered life that Valjean has given her, and even resenting him for it. Core to Cosette's character is her being a picture of innocence, and having her resent Valjean in this way is a departure from that character. That said, I think it could certainly work. However, this adaptation changes too much in the second half, and again the fast pace leaves little room to work this change out fully and tie everything together. Marius, portrayed by Hans Matheson, doesn't really get a chance to shine, and his character is even more muddled than usual. Making him more of a leader amongst the students detracts from his role with Cosette, who he simply decides is being caged by Valjean, so he takes it on himself to free her, I suppose. Cutting out Marius' background with his grandfather and his father at Waterloo just makes Marius' character a bit of a nobody. The ending too is just a bit of nothing. Javert throws himself into the river, and Valjean just walks off and starts smiling. It doesn't really make any sense, it resolves nothing, and it just seems out of character. I'm not sure what the film is trying to say here. This 1998 adaptation is a good drama film augmented by a good cast and pretty great production. The streets of Paris have a great atmosphere to them. However, the unrelenting pace to cram in as much as possible while also making some fairly substantial alterations means that a lot of things are undone and not tied back together, leaving a few characters somewhat lost. A lack of detail on the uprising, and Marius and Cosette's fleeting romance means that the latter half really fails to get moving properly. A good attempt that does come well regarded. I just think those who are familiar with the novel will find a lot missing, and some of the important moments speeding past without a second thought. It gets across the main beats of the novel, but finer details that join everything together are not strong enough. Some solid moments in there though, and as I say, it is well liked by some, so I certainly wouldn't dismiss it outright. The first adaptation of the new millennium returns us to the novel's homeland with a 4-part miniseries in the year 2000. With each part lasting 90 minutes, the total runtime is 6 hours, mirroring that of the 1925 version, which was also split into 4 parts. DVD releases of the series were released in the UK and US, which totaled around 3 hours, thus cutting out half of the runtime, so here we'll just stick to the original French version to get the complete experience. The opening sequence shows a fire at a prison, and one of the inmates lifting up a large wooden beam to free another who is trapped. The prisoner doing the freeing is unsurprisingly Jean Valjean, played by Gérard Depardieu, and one of the prison officers who is looking on is Javert, played by John Malkovich. Valjean is informed later that due to his heroism, his sentence has been reduced by 2 months. Meanwhile, we see Fantine in Paris as she is abandoned by her lover Felix, as in the novel. Fantine tells him she is pregnant, and he and his friend clear off. Charming. Valjean is released from prison by Javert and given his passport, and Cosette is left with the Thénardiers by Fantine, setting up the main strands of the story. Valjean arrives at the bishop's house and stays the night as usual, and fleeing with the cutlery, being caught and returned, and the bishop giving him the candlesticks. We also see a glimpse of the scene with Valjean over the sleeping bishop, deciding against killing him. On the road, Valjean encounters Petit Gervais and steps on his coin. After the young boy flees, Valjean picks it up and goes to put it in his bag, but seeing the silver candlesticks in there, realises what he has done and shouts after Gervais to give him the coin back. This again tracks with the novel in the sense I think Valjean steps on Gervais' coin without considering or even realising it. He's just doing what he is supposed to do as a criminal. Anyway, the crime is reported and Javert gets a hold of the report, saying that Valjean was always going to become a criminal. 6 years later, Javert arrives at Montreal-sur-Mer to greet Monsieur Madeleine, or Valjean, who has made his fortune turning dried stinging nettles into cheap linen rather than the black bead jewellery he originally uses, making a rather on-the-nose analogy that even the most trampled upon and worthless plants have some value. A new subplot is here introduced, in that Javert is sent to Montreal to investigate the finances of the mayor, who does not keep his money in a bank, which is raising suspicions. In the town, Monsieur Fauchelevent is upset with Madeleine for not wanting to use his services to transport goods, thinking that he does not understand poverty and hard work. Fantine is fired after the forewoman reads her letter to the Thénardiers and resorts to prostitution. Unfortunately, the first man she approaches is Javert, who warns her that he will arrest her if he catches her again, which I suppose is lenient for him. Javert visits Fantine, probably to keep an eye on her, and after reading a letter from the Thénardiers, suggests she visit the carnival man in town, where she sells her teeth to him. In this version, however, she only sells her hair instead. The horse cart scene comes next, in which Valjean's lifting of the cart reminds Javert of the convict's lifting of the wooden beam in the opening. Valjean visits Fauchelevent in the hospital to tell him he will send him to work as a gardener in the convent. Fauchelevent confesses to Sister Simplice that he visited Inspector Javert to complain about the mayor, saying that nobody knows where he is from and feels bad that he did that to the man who just saved his life. Javert visits Paris to continue his work, as this version puts a lot of emphasis on the inspector's investigation. He also goes to visit the Thénardiers, seemingly to check up on Fantine's story, and even seeming to show some sympathy for Cosette's living condition. Fantine is arrested and brought to the jail where Javert has her imprisoned, despite Sister Simplice's protests, and Valjean arrives ordering her release. She denounces him, but still orders her release. As soon as Valjean leaves, Javert has a letter written to his superior about his suspicions. Valjean actually goes to tell off the forewoman that fired Fantine before Javert intervenes and asks to be dismissed for the usual reasons in reporting the mayor as Valjean to his superiors, and also informing him of the arrest of Champmathieu as the former convict. After consideration and guidance from Sister Simplice, Valjean knows he must go to Arras to confess his identity. The first part thus ends with Valjean's confession, with 2 of his former fellow inmates acting as witnesses rather than the usual 3. Part 2 sees Valjean return to Fantine's side as she is dying. Javert enters, and upon revealing the truth about Valjean's identity, Fantine dies from shock, and Valjean escapes by jumping out of a window. He manages to elude capture and returns home later, where Sister Simplice is waiting, saying that Javert has asked her to fire a shot to inform him if Valjean returns, a technique which will sound familiar. She doesn't though, and helps Valjean sort out his affairs before leaving. Javert believes that Valjean will head to Montfermeil to fetch Cosette, although it is out of his jurisdiction. Cosette meanwhile goes to fetch water from the woods, where she runs into Valjean. They go back to the Thénardiers, and they agree a price for Cosette. Valjean stays the night, but Thénardier plans to rob Valjean the next morning, knowing he has much more money on him. Entering his room though, he sees he has already fled with Cosette. Valjean coincidentally takes her to the carnival man who brought Fantine's hair to get new clothes, while Thénardier catches up with Valjean and threatens to tell the police he has kidnapped Cosette. Valjean isn't having any of it though, and pulls a knife on him, easily out-intimidating the innkeeper. Thénardier returns home to find Javert waiting for him, who accuses him of sheltering an escaped convict and takes the money Valjean gave him, eventually arresting him outright for selling Cosette. Valjean arrives in Paris and coincidentally runs into Gavroche, who directs him to stay with him in a shed of broken carriages. This echoes the scene from the novel, with Gavroche finding the two young boys and taking them to the concrete elephant, even down to warning Valjean and Cosette about the rats. Also, this is a very early point to introduce Gavroche, as typically he is younger than Cosette, where here he is about the same age. Sometime later, when Valjean is renting a room proper, he is being watched by Javert, who sends an informant to confirm his identity, but sensing that something is up, Valjean slips away with Cosette, leading to the usual pursuit by Javert and his gendarme before Valjean and Cosette go over the wall into the convent. They run into Fauchelevent, who takes them in, and you'll recall how Fauchelevent was set up earlier as being no fan of the mayor until he saved his life, now does everything in his power to help him. We skip the whole scene of Valjean sneaking out of the convent in the coffin, and we see him speaking to Mother Innocente to enrol Cosette in the school. Meanwhile, Javert is trying to convince his superior to search the convent, who refuses. His superior says the police are better ignoring the lowlifes and petty criminals, instead focusing on intelligence gathering and organised crime. Javert is indignant about the very idea of simply overlooking the crimes of the wretches of society for the sake of politics. This is a pretty good scene here, really getting to the core of Javert's character. Javert does not simply overlook any kind of crime. Elsewhere, Gavroche introduces Marius to a new room to rent. Coincidentally, this room was also the room that Valjean was staying in before he escaped, as on the wall is a picture drawn by Cosette of her in the forest, and the giant shadow that is Valjean amidst the trees. It's kind of dark, really. This version does devote a fair bit of time to some subplots within the convent, as Valjean disagrees with Mother Innocente in wanting Cosette to complete her vows to become a nun, while she reminds Valjean that she is receiving her education for free. Javert visits the convent after Valjean gets into a heated discussion with the police commissioner who visited, and the inspector asks to see the gardener, recognising the name Fauchelevent. She refuses to let him see him, although realises that he is telling the truth, and upon his leaving, sentences herself to lashes for telling a lie. Cosette confesses that she doesn't want to become a nun, and wants to see the outside world, and Valjean knows it's time to leave. The Thénardiers arrive in Paris at their new room, and they run into Marius, who is, as we established already, staying there. Valjean alerts Innocente to his decision, which she disagrees with, saying that he will never find a safer refuge than the convent, alluding to the fact she knows of his past. At the university, Marius gives a speech which ends in a round of applause from his fellow students, but one man seems to disagree. He follows the young man out of the hall, and even though his hair is different, we can recognise it is Javert, fulfilling his duty outlined earlier of spying on rebellious youths. Marius goes to the gardens where he sees Cosette and Valjean as usual, but he actually goes to introduce himself to them, but Valjean dismisses him. Back in his room, he instructs Gavroche to find and follow them so he can learn where she lives, which he does. Next, we have the scene with Valjean and Cosette visiting the Thénardiers, and even before they enter the room, Thénardier sees them coming and recognises Valjean. Gavroche tells Marius that Cosette is in the next room, and Thénardier plans his usual scheme to end Part 2. Part 3 begins with Thénardier visiting the Patron Minette gang in the sewers, with Gavroche and Marius following to spy on them. Marius goes to the police and of course Javert, who formulates the plan to catch them in the act. Marius wants Javert to arrest them in their lair instead, but Javert wants to get them a harsher sentence by interrupting them when a crime is taking place, and as a change, blackmails Marius into doing things his way, as he tells him he knows about him and his friends at the cafe and their revolutionary talk. He also reveals a slightly different backstory, saying his father was the victim of an imposter who took all of his property. Javert's father was then sent to prison where he died, and also where Javert was a prison officer. Interesting that his father was the victim of an impostor, which is perhaps what he considered Valjean of doing. The ambush takes place without much fuss, as Thénardier orders the gang to grab Valjean almost as soon as he comes in. Marius overhears Thénardier's real name and remembers the promise his father made to the man, which we haven't seen on screen, only heard about, and hesitates to fire, eventually doing so though. Javert turns up to arrest Thénardier and the gang, and Valjean escapes, with Javert turning to Marius asking if he knows the man the Thénardiers had caught, and should divulge any information to him if he sees him again. Again referencing his activities with the revolutionary students as blackmail. Of note is that Eponine hasn't really had any actual role in the story yet. It's shown that she has an interest in Marius, but none of her dialogue has come up. Marius relays the backstory of his father to Gavroche, and also his grandfather too. Javert interrogates Thénardier and finds out that his victim was Valjean, but his superior refuses to let him pursue him, because he is still supposed to be spying on the students. We get another noticeable change in this version as we see Valjean has moved homes again. While Valjean usually has a maid named Toussaint, in this version Toussaint is a male and mute, although we don't get any other information on him at this point, which is a bit odd. While Cosette is in the garden, Eponine approaches her through the gate asking for food. Eponine gets angry and storms off, and tells the remnants of the Patron Minette gang of the house they can rob to pay for her father getting out of jail. Again, Eponine hasn't really endeared herself as a character thus far. Marius goes to visit Thénardier in prison, but is refused as only family can visit. He sees Eponine there, who agrees to take his letter to Thénardier. Visiting her father, with the letter signed Baron Pontmercy, where they learn that he is the son of the colonel Thénardier saved at Waterloo. This is something that again isn't done in the novel or explored in any way. Eponine gives Thénardier a file in a wine bottle, signalling that a rescue attempt will be made on him. Eponine returns to Marius, who expresses his love for Cosette in passing. Eponine agrees to take him to Cosette's house in exchange for spending a night with him, telling him outright that she loves him. She takes Marius to Cosette's house, but doesn't ask for anything in return, knowing that Marius doesn't want her saying, "I love you," as she runs off. But Marius doesn't hear as he is staring through the gate. Although we haven't got much of Eponine's character up until this point, this moment really catches her right back up, and is quite powerful in her directness about her feelings, much more than usual. And even then, Marius still ignores her. Marius and Cosette finally meet, and at the university the next day, the lecture is disturbed by the police entering and taking everyone for questioning, with Marius again running into Javert. Cosette sees Eponine again and gives her a letter for Marius. Valjean learns that the police are snooping around looking for houses to requisition in case trouble breaks out, and he decides to take Cosette and move to England. Valjean relays his inner thought process to Toussaint about not wanting to tell Cosette about his past, which does feel a little exposition-y, using Toussaint as a device to relay what Valjean is thinking. The Patron Minette gang escape, but Thénardier is stuck and cannot climb down without a rope. Eponine refuses to tell the location of the house unless her father is rescued, and she decides to go and get Gavroche to climb up and take the rope to him. They go to Valjean's house, but after the gang say they plan to kill the occupants, Eponine changes her mind and tells them to leave the house alone, more or less as it unfolds in the novel. Marius is now staying at Enjolras' place, and they awake one morning to the sounds of crowds outside. Marius, however, tells Enjolras he does not want to go onto the streets now he has Cosette. Javert is seen with other police officers being ordered to get names of the insurgents, but Javert is still more concerned with catching Valjean. Another interesting new scene here is we see Fauchelevent leaving the convent to join the uprising, with him asking the Reverend Mother for her blessing. Valjean meanwhile finds a letter to Cosette to Marius and goes to shout at Toussaint for not knowing about it. Cosette awakens and tells him the whole thing, again different from usual, including how it was Marius that saved him from the Thénardiers when he signalled Javert to enter. Valjean learns where he lives and leaves. Meanwhile, Gavroche arrives at the barricades. He sees Javert and informs Enjolras that he is a spy as usual, but surprisingly, Enjolras doesn't believe him or care, simply saying that he expects lots of regiments to change sides. This is the first time we've seen that. Valjean arrives at Marius's and Enjolras' room looking for them, and learns from their landlady that they are at the barricades. The battle is about to begin at the barricades when Javert just outright admits that he is a state spy and encourages them to surrender, which they do not, unsurprisingly. Marius, Valjean and Eponine all make their way to the barricade separately, as Marius turns up with a threat to blow up the gunpowder and everyone else if the soldiers do not retreat, as he does in the novel. Eponine is shot in the battle and drags herself over to Marius, who finishes writing his letter to deliver his body to his grandfather. Eponine finds Marius, and her dying scene does unfold a little differently. She tells Marius that Thénardier did not save his father's life, but merely wanted to rob him, which Marius normally never learns, and he doesn't believe at this point anyway. Eponine is also fairly ambivalent in her death, wanting to see Marius happy with Cosette, but also not wanting Marius to end up with her. Understandable, I suppose, given how Eponine has been in this version. She nevertheless gives Marius Cosette's letter in the end, before dying, and asking for the final kiss on the forehead. Gavroche goes out to collect ammunition and is shot and killed as usual, and Valjean finds Javert tied up and encounters Marius at the end of Part 3. Part 4 sees Valjean asked to execute Javert as expected, with Javert even requesting Valjean do it himself. Valjean sets him free and goes outside to find Marius. Before the two can talk properly, cannon fire hits the barricade, knocking out Marius, and none other than Fauchelevent comes over the barricade, but he is shot and killed by Enjolras before Valjean can stop him. Valjean takes Marius through the sewers and encounters Thénardier. He recognises Valjean, but not Marius, and as usual lets Valjean out in exchange for money. Javert is waiting for Valjean, of course, and they take Marius to his grandfather's house, giving us the first appearance of Monsieur Gillenormand in this version. Valjean and Javert are both surprised that Marius comes from such a wealthy background, and Gillenormand gives the backstory of how he threw Marius out, and assuming Valjean and Javert are Republicans, he throws them out. Valjean asks to say goodbye to Cosette, which Javert agrees to, as Valjean notices he called him Monsieur. Valjean tells Cosette she must accept Marius's marriage proposal, saying he can give her a happy and secure life as he comes from a good background. He returns to Javert but finds him gone. Javert has gone to the police station where he writes a letter to the police prefect and shows mercy on a prisoner by releasing him to go and see his wife. Javert does not listen to his thanks and leaves, taking only a pair of handcuffs with him. At the riverside, he simply handcuffs himself and slowly walks into the river, in that cold, emotionless way we have come to expect from him. Cosette and Marius are reunited, and Valjean is honest with Gillenormand that he is not Cosette's real father. He also is aware that Javert has killed himself. Outside of the wedding of Marius and Cosette, we see Thénardier, his wife, and Azelma as he recognises Cosette and Valjean and plans some vengeance. Valjean leaves the wedding reception and returns home to see that Toussaint has fled. The next day, Valjean goes to confess everything to Marius, although he says that it was Javert that saved him from the barricade, which Marius finds hard to believe. In this version, Valjean actually signs the marriage certificate, so if his identity is revealed, it will annul their marriage. Confiding in Marius that he should not see Cosette anymore, he ends by saying he loves Cosette, but not as a father. Why some of these versions need to make it weird like this, I don't know. It doesn't add anything to the story, and it's never come up at any point before this. Maybe he was just saying it so Marius would agree with him to stop seeing Cosette or not, I don't know. Maybe it's meant to be left to interpretation. It's still weird though. Some time later, Valjean visits Marius, who wants to return Cosette's dowry to Valjean, not knowing where it comes from. He also suggests Valjean doesn't visit anymore. He leaves, while Thénardier is outside snooping around. A doctor visits Valjean at home paid for by Monsieur Gillenormand, who is concerned about his health. Gillenormand chastises Marius for lying that Valjean was out of the country. Thénardier arrives to see Marius in his usual disguise as a former ambassador and trying to blackmail him. He hands Marius the handkerchief he took from the body he was carrying, which was Cosette's handkerchief that Marius had kept, and thus Marius knows it was Valjean that saved him. Marius wakes Cosette and tells her the truth, saying that he is a monster who did not believe in her father. They are reunited with Valjean one final time, and upon Valjean's death, Marius blows out the candles on the bishop's candlesticks one final time. Throughout the 6-hour runtime of this version, I think there are two things which stand out and form the backbone of this version. One, everything feels very clear and straightforward. By this, I mean that you can easily tell what or who is the focus of the scene and what its purpose is. It makes sense for a TV miniseries. If a viewer is watching and they lose track of the plot and what is going on, it is very easy for them to turn it off or switch to another channel, so it has to be easy to follow. Given that Les Miserables is such a complex weave of different characters, events and times, making things a little more straightforward does make sense. Following from this, the second point is that there's a lot of little changes from the novel, which primarily have the purpose of drawing the characters and plot points closer together, and making things more explicit. Examples include Eponine telling Marius she is in love with him, Marius knowing Javert is spying on him and his friends, Cosette telling Valjean about Marius before going to the barricade, and so on. As such, there's little room for interpretation or reflection. On the subject of faithfulness to the original novel, the long runtime means that, on the larger strokes, the plot is recreated fairly well, with all the major characters getting their story arcs and all the major events taking place. This version even adds in some new elements, such as showing Valjean and Cosette's time in the convent and making Toussaint a completely different character. The only more major thing they miss out, I think, is not introducing Monsieur Gillenormand until much later, Gavroche not being related to the Thénardiers, and maybe not showing Marius' father at all, just explaining about him in exposition. The differences in this version, as mentioned, come in so many little things that change up the order characters know things or are introduced to one another that add up over time. But as I say, it keeps the broad strokes intact, and I think it's a good choice for people who have not read the novel. It just lacks the necessary space to plunge into some of the deeper themes or give consideration to them. Gérard Depardieu as Valjean works very well. He can portray the whole range of Valjean's character. John Malkovich as Javert offers a portrayal that is cold and menacing, making his ideals and adherence to the law crystal clear. Agier Argento as Eponine is also quite good, although as I mentioned, her character doesn't really get established until a bit later in the story. One thing that stands out to me is that none of the characters really age across the story. I mean, obviously the children like Cosette and Eponine grow from children to adults, but Valjean, Thénardier and the others essentially stay the same, which could be a bit confusing. Even Gavroche barely changes between Valjean first meeting him on the streets of Paris and years later on the barricade. The only one that does is Javert, who goes from his long hair to it being shaved, although that might be because of his changing his appearance to spy on the students. The sets and costumes are all good, and it overall feels nicely produced. The only real criticisms I have of it is that its method of compressing the story and verbally explaining things rather than providing a space to interpret and give characters space to wrestle with their decisions does take some of the weight of their actions away. And again, Valjean saying he loves Cosette is just weird, whether he actually meant it or was just trying to get Marius to distance himself from him. It changes a lot of the details, but the larger strokes of the novel are preserved, and it's a decent adaptation, falling just short of being one of the best. Japan is never too far from our thoughts, and in 2007 we have Les Miserables Shoujo Cosette, an anime produced by Nippon Animation as part of their World Masterpiece Theatre series, which adapted different stories from all over the world, with one being released every year, from 1969 to 2009. Other notable adaptations from this series include Peter Pan, The Moomins, and Lassie. That's quite a mix. Shoujo Cosette runs for a lengthy 52 episodes, making it one of the longest adaptations in existence. Let's see how it plays out. After the cute anime introduction and theme song, the first episode sees Cosette and Fantine on the road looking for a new home. They arrive in Montfermeil as Fantine searches for work, but no one will hire her because she has a child. She hears of a factory in Montreal-sur-Mer that has just opened and wonders if it's possible to try there, even though it would be a long trip for Cosette. The two arrive at the Thénardiers' inn, we see little Eponine and Azelma, and while Fantine tells her story, Thénardier himself clearly sees an opportunity. The sleazeball. A small note is that Fantine says that Cosette's father passed away, rather than the novel story of him ditching her. Anyway, it is Thénardier who suggests Fantine leave Cosette with them while Fantine goes to look for work, while his wife thinks this is an outrageous idea until she is convinced of the money-making opportunities. Fantine eventually agrees, and when she leaves, Madame Thénardier wastes no time putting her to work. Fantine arrives in Montreal-sur-Mer and sees a boy stealing bread who is stopped by the mayor, Monsieur Medallion. He takes the boy to his mansion to feed him and give him food for his family, while also offering to hire him as an errand runner. The boy, named Alain, takes the bread back to his siblings and Fantine is hired at the factory. Thus ends episode 1. Episode 2 sees Cosette working hard and Eponine telling Azelma that they can't play with Cosette. We also get to see a baby Gavroche with the Thénardiers, something we never get to see, and Cosette is also given the job of babysitting him. Fantine is shown the ropes at the factory by a woman named Zéphirine. Alain is hired by Madeleine, or Valjean, to deliver an envelope to Sister Simplice at the hospital with 1,000 francs in it, which Alain is tempted to steal, but his conscience gets the better of him. Probably what Valjean expected. Alain returns to find Madeleine engrossed in a newspaper article detailing the death of a bishop, briefly recounting the story of Valjean's encounter of the bishop to Alain. Skipping forward 3 years, Cosette is being teased by Eponine and Azelma, and Gavroche scares them off with a mouse, who sticks up for Cosette. Like the 1992 cartoon, Cosette and Gavroche become a bit of a team, although the dynamic is established as Gavroche being a little brother to Cosette. The end of the episode sees Javert ride into town during a storm in a very ominous way. Episode 3 sees Cosette find a lonely puppy named Chouchou. Sorry, Arimal from the 1992 cartoon, you are no longer the cutest character in Les Miserables. Meanwhile, Javert is introduced to Madeleine, and Fauchelevent is seen as down on his luck, which he blames on the mayor. Chouchou follows Cosette and Gavroche home, and when he is discovered by Madame Thénardier, she really beats Cosette, as she helps protect Chouchou. So much that even Eponine screams out for it to stop. It's quite disturbing, and has the necessary impact to say the least. Chouchou grows up to be a big boy in the next episode, but he's still cute though, make no mistake. Being a 52 episode series, we have a lot of different side plots and filler episodes that, while don't contribute much to the main story, do expand on the daily lives of the characters. In episode 4, we see Cosette wanting to learn to read, so she can read Fantine's letters that she sends, so she follows Eponine to school. She there meets another new character, a young boy named Tauran, who Eponine blatantly has a crush on, but he seems more interested in Cosette, echoing the Marius love triangle later. Poor Eponine. There's also the new bishop in town named Richard, who secretly teaches Cosette to read and write. Episode 4 ends with Fauchelevent getting trapped under the horse cart and him being freed by Valjean or Madeleine in the next. Javert's suspicions grow, and he questions Alain about where Madeleine comes from, which he mentions to the mayor himself. Zéphirine becomes suspicious of the letters that Fantine receives and believes they come from some man, and is determined to find out the truth. Eponine accuses Cosette of stealing a customer's black glass button that was produced in Madeleine's factory, but Chouchou jumps in and finds it to save the day. What a good boy. Javert meets with a man who remembers when Madeleine first came to the town, recalling how he rushed into a burning house to save a military commander's child, which is more or less the situation from the novel. Fantine gets fired after Zéphirine finds out about Cosette and tries to go and see the mayor, but is brushed off by one of his assistants. Episode 7 sees a man from Paris arrive at the Thénardiers' inn and tells tales of Paris which Cosette recognises from being a very small child. The Thénardiers are surprised and even jealous that she came from the big city, as they have been stuck in the small village all their lives. Well, apart from Monsieur Thénardier, who likes to recall the Battle of Waterloo. Especially jealous is Eponine, whose envy of Cosette as being the favourite of Tauran leads to her running away to try and head to Paris herself. Even though Eponine does treat Cosette very harshly, her character is developed to still be sympathetic, as she is just a child who is a bit jealous. She is eventually found by Cosette, Gavroche and Chouchou lost in the woods, but she can't bring herself to thank them. Fantine sells her hair and becomes homeless, eventually bumping into Alain and blaming the mayor. Alain informs Valjean, who is determined to find out the truth when he learns she was fired from his factory. We see Fantine looking even worse as she attacks the men that pour snow down her back and is arrested, as Alain and Javert look on. Fantine is taken away and Javert sentences her to prison, but Valjean arrives and orders her release, after Alain interviewed witnesses that saw men pour snow down her back. Valjean takes her away after she faints, and Javert writes his letter to his superior about his suspicions that Madeleine is Valjean. Valjean tells Fantine he will send for Cosette, and even the forewoman from the factory appears to ask for forgiveness for firing Fantine. The forewoman also volunteers to be the one to fetch Cosette. She arrives at the inn, but the Thénardiers see a chance to get more money as usual. When she asks to see Cosette, they don't want her to see the ragged-looking girl and try to persuade Eponine to pretend to be her, an idea which enrages her. Azelma, however, has no problem doing it in exchange for some treats. The forewoman returns and Valjean says he will go and get Cosette himself. However, later that night Javert comes to Valjean asking to be dismissed, after denouncing him to his superiors as Jean Valjean, but being informed that a man named Champmathieu has been already arrested for being Valjean as we expect. We see Valjean hesitating over the decision to confess, even going to throw the silver candlesticks into the fire to get rid of the last bit of evidence that he is Valjean, but a vision of Bishop Myriel sets him on the right path. The courtroom scene unfolds fairly accurately, with Valjean confronting 2 rather than 3 of the convicts. He returns to Fantine where Alain and Simplice are waiting, but Javert bursts in to arrest Valjean. Fantine dies of shock, and Valjean is taken away. Unaware of her mother's fate, Cosette visits the priest Richard and learns he is to be transferred to Paris. Valjean escapes and returns to Alain and Simplice, who are residing over Fantine's body. Javert arrives, and Simplice chooses to lie for the first time in her life to protect Valjean. Simplice's aversion to lies is fairly well built over the prior few episodes, so the scene has the necessary weight to it, as it does in the novel. The Christmas market arrives in town, and Cosette sees a doll she would like. She returns home, where Madame Thénardier says that Gavroche is going to live and work for the blacksmith, since they can't afford to keep him. Given that Gavroche is canonically about 3 years old, I'm not sure how much smithing he's going to be able to do. Cosette sends Chou-Chou to go watch over Gavroche, and she is left alone. Valjean travels to Cosette, but the police are after him. He is helped her by a man who he gave a job to when he was down on his luck, and he sets off once again. One of Javert's officers suggests that Valjean might have gone to Montfermeil to pick up Cosette as he promised Fantine, but Javert disagrees, as a criminal such as him could never keep a promise. Cosette is sent out to the forest to fetch water, where she meets Valjean. They go back to the inn and the scene unfolds with all the details, including Cosette knitting socks, the doll, finding money in her shoe for Christmas morning, and such. Madame Thénardier tries to make up a story about her being sick to get more money out of Valjean, but he suggests he take Cosette into his care. He negotiates with Monsieur Thénardier as usual, but when they agree, Cosette says she cannot go with him because she is waiting for her mother. Oh no. Valjean gives them the letter from Fantine, and Thénardier gets no money. Thénardier vows revenge whenever they next meet, whenever that might be. But wait, aren't we forgetting something? Don't worry, Gavroche and Chou-Chou show up, as Cosette promised to take them with her. Gavroche, however, decides to stay with the blacksmith, promising to reunite with her someday. And bad news, Chou-Chou stays with him. Don't worry, I'm sure he will be back. Episode 14 sees Cosette and Valjean travelling on the road to Paris, while Javert arrives in Montreal and hears the Thénardier story about how Cosette was kidnapped by Valjean. Gavroche bursts in though and sets the story straight, telling Javert not to bring Cosette back because she will be mistreated. Javert sees the letter from Fantine and decides that Cosette was not kidnapped, although he seems confused that Valjean kept his promise to Fantine, as we mentioned earlier. Valjean tells Cosette that Fantine has passed away, but seems to take it well, all things considering. This version takes some extra time to develop Valjean and Cosette's relationship as they travel, which is something which isn't perhaps given as much attention at the forefront, more so just described by the narrator of the book. Javert has set up roadblocks going into Paris to try and catch Valjean, and he meanwhile considers sending Cosette to live with Sister Simplice rather than spending a life on the run, but eventually decides against it. They arrive in Paris and rent a room at the Gorbeau house, as in the novel, where the landlady is suspicious of them, snooping around Valjean's coat, and finding the money hidden in stitched-up pockets, as in the original story. Meanwhile, Javert accepts a position in Paris to continue his hunt for Valjean. Spring arrives and Javert learns of a man with a large build who gives money to the poor at a church, suspecting him of being Valjean. Like the novel, the inspector dresses up as a beggar to confirm it is the former convict. Doing so, he leads a raid on Valjean's room, but he and Cosette just about escape onto the streets of Paris. They go over the large wall into the convent as usual and running into Fauchelevent, who Valjean sent there after being trapped under the horse cart. As in the novel, they plan how to get Valjean and Cosette out of the convent so they can re-enter through the front door, and the plan in all its detail from the novel is recreated here, with Cosette being smuggled out in a basket and Valjean leaving in a coffin. While Cosette is waiting at the fruit store for Valjean to return to her, she sees Richard, the priest from before, although he doesn't recognise her. The two return to the convent and Valjean becomes a gardener, with Cosette enrolling in the school. Given that this version focuses more so on Cosette, we see her life in the school a bit more, as she becomes popular with the other girls, as they all get very little information about what is popular in the outside world. Three girls, Beatrice, Audrey and Charlotte, become minor established characters. Javert is hanging around outside the convent since he still believes, rightly, that Valjean is inside, when he hears the sound of breaking glass and a nearby jewellery store being robbed, which turns out is the work of the Patron Minette gang, which Javert's superior tells him to deal with. 5 years pass and Cosette is now grown up, and the girls of the convent listen at the walls for a carriage that passes by every day, imagining it belongs to a prince. It does, in fact, contain Marius and his grandfather, marking their first appearance at the end of episode 20. Episode 21 switches to focus on Marius's story, in which his grandfather informs him that his father is dying and to go to him. Marius actually refuses, saying that his father never replied to any of his letters. He does make the journey eventually though, but as in the books, he arrives too late after his father dies, and receives his last testament about giving Marius his title of Baron. At university, his classmate, Courfeyrac, introduces himself to Marius as he sees he is reading up on Napoleon, and later, Marius learns from Monsieur Mabeuf, another character from the original story that we rarely see, that his father would watch him when he came to church, again as in the novel. Marius confronts his grandfather with the fact that he prevented his father from seeing him, which he confesses to. While originally Gillenormand has a bit of a playboy flamboyant personality, in this version he is very strict and serious. Marius leaves his grandfather's house, remembering the words of his father that a man named Thénardier saved his life at Waterloo. Speaking of Thénardier, we see him and his family fleeing their inn in the middle of the night to avoid the loan sharks they are in debt to. Episode 22 opens up with the return of Gavroche and the most important character, Chouchou. They return to the Thénardiers' inn to find them gone, having fled in the previous episode. Gavroche makes the decision to leave town as well and head for Paris, with Chouchou of course. Marius tells Courfeyrac that he has spent 2 months travelling to look for the Thénardier who saved his father's life, eventually learning about a man with that name owning an inn in Montfermeil, but he was gone by the time Marius arrived, as we have seen. None of this happens in the novel, but it does some work in bridging a gap there. Fauchelevent passes away, and Valjean decides to leave the convent with Cosette. Marius moves into a new apartment, unknowingly next door to the Thénardiers, whom he has been searching for. Eponine and Azelma are given letters to distribute to wealthy men, pleading for charity by their father, but Eponine isn't very happy about it. Marius is introduced to the Friends of the ABC by Courfeyrac, and all the regular characters are there. He also sees Cosette in the Luxembourg Gardens, as is typical. Thénardier starts working with the Patron Minette gang to scope out homes to burgle, and ropes Eponine into doing the reconnaissance, which she doesn't want to do, wanting to be a better person that Marius would be interested in. Gavroche and Chouchou are living on the streets of Paris when they come across the concrete elephant that will become their home. Episode 27 sees Valjean and Cosette meet a woman named Rosalie, who left her daughter with an acquaintance to work alone, and reunited to find she had run away. Her story obviously echoing Fantine's in some way. Obviously this little story doesn't happen in the novel, but provides an opportunity to reconnect with Fantine. Meanwhile, Courfeyrac and his friends attempt to cheer Marius up after Cosette moved houses by having some ladies join them for a walk. However, they are much more interested in Enjolras, and I mean, who can blame them? Look how handsome he is in this version. That wavy golden hair, no one could compete with him. A young boy attempts to steal bread from the group, they share it with him. They decide to try and find him after he runs off, where he also bumps into Gavroche, who also bumps into his father, Thénardier, although Gavroche wants nothing to do with him. It turns out the boy is actually Paulette, and she is found and reunited with her mother, Rosalie. Azelma hands Valjean a letter from Thénardier asking for charity as usual, and the scene in the Thénardier's room, in the usual manner, unfolds. Thénardier recognising Valjean, Marius watching from the hole in the wall and recognising Cosette, everything necessary for the story. Cosette also recognises Thénardier, but Valjean is not so sure. Marius learns of Thénardier's plan and goes to the police, meeting with Javert and formulating the usual plan. Éponine's conscience gets the better of her when she and Azelma are on the lookout and runs off, but the rest of the dialogue and events are fairly accurate to the novel, with Javert recognising the coin Valjean used to escape as a tool that prisoners use. Here it is a fake coin with a blade hidden inside. Éponine returns to see her family arrested, and Valjean returns home. Once he is better, he goes to the forest to dig up some of his money, at which point Marius meets Cosette for the first time in the garden, after Éponine found out her address for him. Marius returns Cosette's handkerchief that she dropped in Luxembourg Gardens, although it turns out it was Valjean's, which led to Marius thinking her name was Ursule based on the initials UF, as Valjean is using the name Ultime Fauchelevent. Episode 34 has Gavroche finding the two young boys and taking them to the concrete elephant. It is established in this version that they are not Gavroche's brothers, though. Gavroche is later approached by Montparnasse of the Patron Minette gang, who wants him to help break out the gang and his father, but Gavroche refuses. Meanwhile, Monsieur Mabeuf helps out Éponine. The Patron Minette gang break out of prison, and Gavroche turns up to help out his father, who gets stuck. The friends of the ABC begin to make their move, and liaise with other groups to prepare, the details of which are preserved from the novel well enough. The handsome Enjolras also gives a rather impassioned speech to Marius, making his motivations quite clear. Javert and his officers are meanwhile on the prowl looking for those who would support revolutionary activities. Thénardier has discovered a house on Rue Plumet that would be a ripe target for robbery, not knowing that it is coincidentally the house of Valjean and Cosette. We meanwhile see Madame Thénardier and Azelma in prison, lamenting that Thénardier has escaped but seemingly abandoned them. Azelma dreams of returning to Montfermeil to run the inn again. The ongoing cholera epidemic gets worse, but the poor still believe in General Lamarque, who visits the hospital. Valjean pledges to do his best as well. Éponine learns that her father is eyeing to rob Cosette's home, and is torn between helping Patron Minette and helping Marius's love. She is shown to have informed Valjean of the break-in, and he remains home when they arrive, thus scaring them off. Combeferre informs Enjolras and the others that Lamarque has fallen sick, and their plans start to accelerate. Valjean plans to take Cosette to England amid the growing unrest, vowing to protect Cosette when he couldn't do the same thing for Fantine, and Patron Minette have had enough of Thénardier's schemes and throw him out. Marius goes to his grandfather to ask permission to marry, as apparently anyone under the age of 25 must have permission to do so, something not established in other versions. He refuses though, and tells Marius to consider it a passing fling, rather than making her his mistress. Marius storms out as we expect. Valjean notices someone has been coming into the garden, and accelerates his plan to move house. Cosette realises that this will mean Marius will not know where she has gone when he returns that night. Toussaint works out what is going on, and offers to relay a letter for her though. The news that General Lamarque has died spurs the revolutionaries into action, and here we get a nice comparison between Enjolras making a rousing speech to his fellow students, and Javert making a similar one to the gendarmes. Although obviously they are on opposite sides, it sets out the stakes nicely. Cosette leaves a letter for Marius that night before she moves, when Éponine turns up. The two have a frank conversation about their feelings, although Éponine still cannot forgive Cosette. After Cosette leaves, Éponine returns and takes the letter left for Marius. At the funeral for Lamarque, the uprising kicks off as normal, and Mabeuf decides to join, as well as Gavroche, who leaves the two boys with Chouchou. The barricades go up, and Javert has already infiltrated the barricades in disguise. The gendarmes arrive, and the fighting commences, and as in the novel, the flag is shot down, and Mabeuf goes to raise it back up, being shot and killed in the process. Marius arrives and threatens to blow up everyone with gunpowder unless the gendarmes retreat, again, as in the story. He also sees the body of Mabeuf. Episode 41 sees Éponine arrive, and when Marius is about to be shot, Éponine takes the bullet for him. The details of her death scene are faithfully recreated, including hearing her brother Gavroche singing nearby. Valjean discovers Marius's letter to Cosette, and Marius writes another from the barricade and gives it to Gavroche to deliver to Cosette. On his way out, Gavroche bumps into Javert, whom he recognises instantly. Javert, as always, does not deny it. Gavroche gives the letter to Valjean's doorman rather than Valjean himself, since Valjean would recognise Gavroche as they have already met in this version. Valjean reads the letter, and deciding Cosette should not lose another loved one, dons his National Guard uniform to go to the barricade and get Marius. Enjolras scouts the streets and finds that reinforcements are not coming, and returns telling those with loved ones should leave the barricade. The cannon bombardment starts, and Valjean tends to the injured, and also seeing Javert tied up. In episode 43, Cosette sneaks out to the church where she and her father distributed bread to the poor to find Valjean. Not finding him, she tries to actually get to the barricades, but finds the roads blocked by soldiers. The barricades are running low on ammunition, and Gavroche goes out to take some from the soldiers' bodies. While he doesn't sing his usual song, he instead sings the lullaby that Cosette taught him when they were together at the Théâtre, which is a nice callback. He does, however, suffer the same fate of getting shot. Given how much of a bigger role he has in this version, this has much more emotional impact. Chou-Chou senses something and runs to the barricade, leaping between the opposing parties to pick up Gavroche's body and drag it away. Cosette is still making her way through the streets when she hears a dog barking, and she is finally reunited with Chou-Chou, although she sees him over Gavroche's body. But he opens his eyes. He lives! Cosette, Gavroche and Chou-Chou finally reunite. At this point though, this version has already done the emotional damage. Cosette reuniting with Chou-Chou and Gavroche only to think he was dead. Making the viewer go through that scenario of him being dead is more than enough, alongside everyone seeing him die at the barricade. I think it was important to feel those feelings. Even if the endpoint is happier, it still doesn't detract from it. The next episode sees Gavroche resting in bed, as Cosette has brought him home. She also calls him her little brother, which is too much emotionally. At the barricade, Provert has been caught and brought out in the midst of the battle. Enjolras has the idea to exchange him for Javert in a prisoner swap, but the soldiers do not listen, and Provert is executed before them. The men at the barricade demand blood and the execution of Javert, but Valjean intercedes, asking to do it himself. Javert smiles, as everything makes sense to him that Valjean would kill him in order to be free, fulfilling his role as eternal criminal. Valjean as usual releases him though, and Javert just snaps. He can't believe Valjean's story, and also gives us the background of his own life about being born in a prison and his parents themselves being criminals. He continues in more detail though, saying that he became a policeman to further shame them, and when his parents even escaped from prison, he arrested them and threw them back in. There's also a nice little scene between Enjolras and Valjean in which they share their idealism for a better world, where problems will be solved through diplomacy rather than fighting. The barricade is overrun as a sad song plays, the students are killed, and as Enjolras is about to meet the same fate, Grantaire reappears and throws a bottle at the guard about to shoot him. The guards do eventually find them, and the two face death side by side, as in the novel. Meanwhile, Valjean takes the injured Marius through the sewers while being chased by the police, and Cosette actually travels to the barricade to find Valjean and Marius, only finding a gruesome aftermath. Valjean makes it to the end of the sewers, it's locked as usual, and Thénardier appears with the key, whom Valjean recognises but not vice versa. Thénardier takes a scrap of cloth from Marius' jacket as they leave, and Javert is waiting outside. It's all here. Interestingly, Thénardier, not knowing who he is talking to, actually confesses to Valjean that he did not mean to save Colonel Pontmercy's life at Waterloo, but was actually robbing him. Javert allows Marius to be taken to his grandfather, and in the carriage Valjean recounts his story to Javert, and the two have a frank discussion about whether people can really change, like Valjean or Javert's parents. We also finally see the scene with Petit Gervais here, which has been referenced a few times, but not actually shown until now. They come across debris in the road that blocks their way, and Valjean clears it using his strength, recalling his promise to Fantine, and Javert is surprised that he is still fulfilling that promise. Valjean returns home to visit one more time, and Javert leaves when he returns. Javert heads off to the riverside, losing his composure, and finally admitting that he made a mistake, that people can change, and ending with tears in his eyes and a smile as the sun rises in the sky. He returns to his office and writes a letter to the police chief, interestingly saying that Jean Valjean has died. He doesn't actually die this time around though. This version suggests that Valjean has actually shown Javert the light, convincing him that people can change. As Gavroche is recovering, Chouchou goes to fetch the two brothers that he has been looking after, and Cosette sews gauzes for Marius and delivers them to his house every day. Gillenormand notices and invites her in, where she reunites with Marius and tells him of the fate of his friends of the barricade. Learning this, he requests to be taken there to see for himself, with Gillenormand allowing it. Giving Marius this kind of survivor's guilt is a point which adds to his character, as there's very little thought by him in the novels to his friends, and can make him seem a bit of a one-track character that forgets everything and everyone else now that he has Cosette. Marius wishes to find the man who saved his life at the barricade, and Cosette agrees to help. He remembers how Eponine saved him, and he couldn't express his thanks, so he wants to do so for the man that saved him. Again, it's nice that Marius actually spares a thought for the friends he lost at the barricade, and it makes him a more likeable character. The two ask about the carriage that took Marius home, and come to the conclusion that it could have been Valjean himself that saved Marius. Javert meanwhile suggests to his superior that they should stop looking for the revolutionaries and focus on gangs such as the Patron Minette, which is agreed upon. Marius meets Gavroche, surprised that Cosette refers to him as her younger brother, and obviously thinking he died at the barricade. Remembering that Gavroche is Eponine's brother, he relays the news of her death to him and Cosette, which is an altogether sad affair, and again it's nice to see Eponine remembered fondly. Marius and Cosette ask Valjean if he saved Marius' life at the barricade, but he lies and says no, as he begins to plan his life without Cosette. Marius asks Cosette to marry him, and she agrees. Cosette expresses her desire to visit her mother's grave in Montreal-sur-Mer to tell her about her marriage. Valjean arranges it with Hélène and Sister Simplice, who you'll remember from way back. With Gavroche and Chouchou, they travel through Montfermeil and visit the former Thénardier Inn, remembering Eponine. They arrive in Montreal-sur-Mer and meet Sister Simplice and Hélène, who has grown into a handsome young man. They reveal to Cosette that Valjean was once the mayor of the town under the name Madeleine, and she learns about Valjean's life before he found her. Cosette also learns the story of her mother. They are also shown a nursery where the children of the women that work in the factory can live, meaning that Fantine's life has changed things in the town for the better. Episode 50 is the big wedding day, after Marius has graduated and Valjean has built the school for children he has been speaking of throughout the series. Outside we see Madame Thénardier and Azelma leaving Paris to return to Montfermeil and have to show their yellow passports to leave the city. Meanwhile, Thénardier sees the wedding procession and realises that Valjean was the man he met in the sewers. The next day, Valjean visits Marius to confess his past and his crimes and leaves for a remote village. Marius wonders whether Valjean's crimes included murdering Javert, but he still doubts it as he only heard the gun shop. Toussaint comes by and says that Valjean is missing, and Marius agrees with Cosette in trying to find him. Thénardier makes his way to Marius' house the next day in the usual disguise, but Javert spots him along the way. Thénardier introduces himself to Cosette and Marius, who see through his disguise right away, and Marius returns to speak to him alone. He tries to blackmail Marius in the usual way, and accidentally ends up absolving Valjean with the piece of cloth he tore. Marius confronts Thénardier not even saving his father's life, but pickpocketing him, and Thénardier pulls out a knife. Fortunately, Javert bursts in and arrests Thénardier, and with his new outlook on life, vows to arrest Thénardier again and again until he changes his ways, acknowledging thanks to Valjean that people can change. The final episode sees the school opening, with Gavroche and the boys learning to read and write. Also, the teacher is Richard, the priest from way back in the beginning. Marius and Cosette have been helping people in need when they receive a letter from Valjean. He invites the couple to his home so he can finally tell Cosette his story. They arrive to find Valjean dying, and he tells them the full story of how he stole a loaf of bread to feed his sister's family. After he was released, the bishop found him on the street and took him in and fed him all the usual stuff. As he is dying, he sees one final vision of Bishop Myriel and Fantine, as he does in the novel. The final scenes consist of a montage of seeing the characters helping out the poor, as is the core message of the story. Gavroche and the boys, and Chouchou at the school, and a shot of Valjean's funeral. There's a lot of emotional moments in this finale, but the biggest is probably here when we see Javert himself looking at the funeral from afar, removing his hat in tribute, and remarking to himself that perhaps he passed on naturally, the way night comes when day is done, which are the famous last words of the novel. That one really got me. A small final scene sees Marius, Cosette and their small daughter, who remarks at Cosette's necklace that she received from Fantine. This is quite simply an outstanding adaptation. I'm going to say one of the best. The long runtime of 52 episodes provides plenty of time to explore all of the dimensions of the novel and to tell the story very effectively. In terms of faithfulness to the novel, a lot of it is extremely accurate, and all of the important scenes are reproduced with very accurate dialogue. The big change is that there is more of a focus on Cosette as the main character, particularly at the start, but by the end, everyone gets their turn in the spotlight. Having Gavroche as a character in the beginning that becomes Cosette's friend or younger brother also gives him a larger part in the story. As mentioned, there are quite a few similarities between this version and the 1992 French cartoon, notably the focus on Cosette, Gavroche becoming a main character and friend of Cosette when she is at the Théâtre, and a companion dog, although once again I must say that Chouchou is superior to Arimal. I'm not sure if these are coincidental, but apart from them, the adaptations are quite different, with this 2007 version maintaining a closer recreation of the novel and retaining a lot of the themes and more mature elements, while the 1992 version took out the deaths of the characters and kept things a little lighter for younger audiences. Another difference is that in the French cartoon, Cosette is more involved in a lot of the scenes and actually drives a lot of the story, helping out Valjean, foiling Javert's plans, etc. In the 2007 anime, while the focus is still on her, most of the events largely happen as they do in the novel. We just get her perspective more on things, which helps establish her character a lot better. The rest of the characterizations are very spot on too. Valjean has plenty of internal monologues that highlight his thought process. Javert similarly is contrasted well with Valjean, although obviously him not dying in this version is a big difference. This version still ties up his story nicely by him reforming in his own way, but retaining his strictness. But maybe some might find this reform a bit too clean and idealistic. Eponine's story is brought about well, demonstrating both her inability to overcome her hatred for Cosette and her attempts to try and become a better person by rejecting her father. Marius is introduced just under halfway through the series, and as mentioned, his character is often the most difficult to adapt, as many of the actions in the novel don't elicit much sympathy. This version does take the time to really forge his relationships with the friends of the ABC, giving them all time to be established, and showing how they support Marius and he supports them. Also showing his relationship with Cosette slowly develop and their more mundane interactions, rather than him just following her and making every interaction an overly grand gesture, elicits a more sympathetic response, and you get a much better idea of who he is. Also his remembering about his friends, Eponine's sacrifice, and his vow to continue the revolutionaries' work in helping the poor make him a much more multi-dimensional character, rather than being one who just seems to forget all those things as soon as he and Cosette get together. While there are some new characters such as Hélène and the girls Cosette meet in the convent, they fit into the story well without feeling like too much of filler characters designed to pad out the runtime. Each character too has a unique design that fits their character and makes them recognisable. Despite this version not going too far in embracing the darker moments of the novel, such as certain characters' deaths, owing it to being for generally younger audiences, it still grasps many of the more mature themes and the societal issues that the novel raises. In particular, the plight of the poor forms the backbone of many of the characters' stories, such as Marius joining the revolution, Valjean's extra side story of planning to build a school in Paris. The story is clear, well-paced, accurate, and definitely able to provide some dramatic and emotional moments. Eponine's death has the necessary weight. Gavroche's death is equally poignant, especially having the viewer go through the emotions of him being dead before Chouchou actually saves him. It's neat that we get to feel both the emotions from his death and his saving. The big one for me was in the final episode where we see Javert watching Valjean's funeral from afar, and he utters the words to himself that echo the words etched on Valjean's grave that form the final words of the novel. I am never recovering from the emotional damage of that. I suppose if you want some negatives for this version, perhaps I would say that the new characters add a little other than provide a little bit of a sense of daily life for the characters to interact with, which I think is fine. Javert not dying changes the ending a little, which strict adherents to the novel might not like, but I think it's incorporated well, and obviously, not everyone is going to engage with the animation style, and Cosette having eyes the size of tennis balls. But make no mistake, this version gets Les Miserables, and while making a few changes to some characters, keeps the themes and major scenes intact and delivers them with emotion and heart, alongside putting the themes of injustice, poverty and change at the forefront of the characters. And of course, it is blessed for giving us overly handsome Enjolras, look at that man, and Chouchou, the most goodest boy in the franchise. Staying in 2007, the next film adaptation comes from a new source, the Sudanese filmmaker Beedala Kubara, who over the course of 50 years produced and directed many films, leaving a rich legacy of cinema from a part of the world often overlooked in this area. His final film was produced at the age of 80, a year before he passed away in 2008. This film was, unsurprisingly in this context, an adaptation of Les Miserables. Unfortunately, this version is not available to the public as far as I could find, but is fully available as it has been shown at film festivals and galleries, so maybe one day it will be available to watch to a larger audience. The only footage I could find is a 2-minute clip which gives us some idea of how the film approaches the source material. It is set in a contemporary Sudan as we see Jabba, the Valjean of our story and played by Gamal Hussein, put onto a van and taken to prison. He has been sentenced for stealing medicine for his sister's daughter, rather than the bread he steals in the novel. Also worth mentioning that Kubara was essentially blind at the time of directing this film, so his daughter, Sarah, helped him with it. But no doubt a lifetime of experience in filmmaking carried him through it as well. This would certainly be an interesting one to watch, and I'm sure one day we will be able to. 2010 brings us the second adaptation from Vietnam, and the second based on Ho Byu-chan's book The Wind Blows Through the Grass, which is itself an adaptation of Les Miserables set in Vietnam around the same time as the original. I won't go into too much detail about it here, as I already did so when I introduced the 1989 two-part TV movie. This 2010 film is again made for TV, debuting on the HTV9 television network with a runtime of 3 hours. At the start, we see a young man stealing a pot of food and running off, but is promptly caught by the police. The young man is Le Vando, Jean Valjean, and one of the police officers is Tham Kai, who is the Javert equivalent. Vando explains his backstory by bursting into song. Yep, this is another Les Miserables musical film, although not the first. Don't forget we did do the Indian film Plight of the Poor some time earlier. It falls into the Kai Luong format, which is difficult to translate but is a mixture of theatrical play and music in the style of using Vietnamese folk songs. Sentenced to prison chopping wood, Van Doi tries to escape but is caught. Meanwhile, we see Do Kam and his wife, who are the Thénardier equivalents, lamenting their lack of money, again through song. Multiple, actually. Do Kam schemes with Hai Yen, who wishes to marry An Ngoi, and is the Fantine equivalent of the story. As in the book, Hai Yen concocts a scheme where he hires some bandits to pretend to rob An Ngoi while he swoops in to save her, and making her feel obligated to marry him. Cutting to some time later, Hai Yen leaves An Ngoi. In the book, it's to return to his wealthy father to tell him about his marriage, but he never returns and never really has any intent of doing so. Skipping forward again, we see Ngoi cleaning Do Kam's home, where she lives as essentially a slave, with her younger daughter Tu Van, obviously our Cosette, on her back. Van Doi is now living as Tien Ho, a change in name from the book, which was Chan Tran Kam. Having left prison and become rich, we see in a flashback Van Doi being brought back to the temple where he stole a tea set after he stayed there, mirroring Valjean's stay with the bishop. But the priest there tells the police that the tea set was a gift. He is visited by Tham Kai, who is unaware of his identity. Tham Kai goes to deal with Ngoi, who has been caught trying to escape from Do Kam, who brought her as a slave, but Van Doi orders her release. Ngoi collapses from sickness, and Van Doi takes her into his care, vowing to bring her daughter to her. Part 2 opens with someone being sent to Do Kam to retrieve Tu Van, but he wants money, lots of it. Van Doi is once again visited by Tham Kai, who says that he has been to identify Van Doi, who was arrested elsewhere, echoing the Champmathieu portion of Hugo's novel. Torn between saving Torvan and confessing to being the real Vandoy, Vandoy travels to the district governor to arrange for his release, but Ngoy follows too, and upon seeing the district governor and realising it is the husband who abandoned her, Haiyan, she collapses from shock and dies. Confessing to being Vandoy, he is also arrested, but escapes, running into Tuvan as he goes to rescue her from Dokam. There, Dokam agrees to let Tuvan go for money, although when his wife arrives, she chastises him for not getting more. Fast forward some years later, we see Tuvan grown up and meeting Taethung for the first time in the garden at night, Taethung being this version's Marius. Bandits attack the garden and Vandoy and Taethung fight them off. The marriage between Tuvan and Taethung is made complicated by Dokam claiming that Vandoy kidnapped her 10 years ago, and they have the say on whether she gets married. The judge decides with Vandoy and the young couple can get married. Cutting forward again, we see Vandoy dying as Tuvan and Taethung arrive for the final scene and one final song. This is a tough one to evaluate for me as I'm not really familiar with the Kai Long format and its intertwining with Vietnamese culture and music, so I can't really say if it's good or bad within that format. With regards to its accuracy to the book, I can say that it follows the narrative in a broad sense, but due to the format leaves a lot of the intricacies out. The format of this 3-hour film is very much like a theatre play, with a few long scenes, rather than moving around between the different characters as things happen to them. As such, we can jump years in between scenes, and we only get the basics of the story. It's mostly all intact though, with all the main characters showing up and playing their part. You can probably follow along if you know the Les Miserables story, but if you want a more comprehensive adaptation of Ngọn Cỏ Gió Đùa, you'll have to watch the 2013 series. Oh boy, it's the big one. Perhaps the most controversial one of all. I've done a good job of avoiding the musical so far, but now I must confront it in the form of the 2012 film. As I've said before, I don't hate the musical, I like it a lot. I just think it overshadows the other adaptations and even the source material itself, and presents very specific characterizations that I think are better done in other forms. Nevertheless, the musical is a powerhouse, and certainly keeps the story of Les Miserables alive and accessible to a much bigger audience. Starting with its premiere in 1980, the musical has been running constantly in theatres across the globe. Being translated into so many different languages. Let us see if the film adaptation can do it justice. The opening scene gives us the opening song of the musical, surprisingly. Now, the big difference between the stage and the screen is that there's obviously only so much you can do in terms of scale and scenery on a theatre stage. In the film, as long as you have a budget, you can go as big as you want, and this version certainly does that, showing us the chain gang of convicts in a massive shipyard, tugging in massive ships with massive ropes to the song Look Down. One of the convicts is Jean Valjean, played by Hugh Jackman. Javert orders him to retrieve the flag on a large section of mast, which he does, showcasing his huge strength. Javert is played by Russell Crowe, infamously, and gives Valjean his yellow passport. Valjean is kicked out of everywhere, eventually finding himself on the doorstep of the bishop, who brings him in. Bit of trivia here for the uninitiated, the bishop is played by Colm Wilkinson, who famously played Valjean in the musical, and is generally considered the definitive portrayal of the character. The scene unfolds with Valjean stealing the silverware, being brought back and given the candlesticks, cutting next to 8 years later with Monsieur Madeleines' factory, where Javert arrives and Valjean recognises him. And while he is distracted, the foreman fires Fantine, Anne Hathaway, because of her having a daughter and not acknowledging his advances. We see Fantine's downfall brought to life in all its dirty detail, from the cutting of the hair, prostitution and all. This is clearly a performance for all of the awards, as Hathaway throws out as much of a raw performance as possible. Madame Bois shows up, pouring snow down her dress, and Javert arrests her, before Valjean arrives and orders her release. Javert receives news that Valjean has been caught in a ras and asks to be dismissed by the mayor for denouncing him. Valjean goes to confess at the courthouse and returns to Fantine's side. There's little to say about the details here, it just follows the musical faithfully, moving between musical numbers rapidly and never really deviating from it. That's fine, it's just not worth noting here. We cut to Cosette at the Thénardiers, who are portrayed by Sacha Baron Cohen and Helena Bonham Carter. Honestly, absolutely inspired choices for the unhinged and flamboyant versions of the Thénardiers that the musical has. Absolute power couple. Cosette goes out to the woods to fetch water, where she meets Valjean. They go back to the Thénardiers to bargain for Cosette's release. Baron Cohen and Bonham Carter again giving uniquely flamboyant performances. Valjean and Cosette leave, and later Javert rides up, having missed them. Valjean escapes to Paris and the convent as usual. Javert gets his big musical number and... okay, we can't overlook it any longer. Crow's singing voice is not right for this role. He can sing, he's a blues singer though. He can't emote through the stage music. He's doing his best, but it's not something I can overlook. It's distracting. Anyway, fast forward to Paris 1832, and we get another big establishing shot of Paris, with Gavroche, played by Daniel Huddleston, emerging from the concrete elephant. The citizens of Paris are restless as conditions worsen, and we see Enjolras and Marius, played by Aaron Tveit and Eddie Redmayne respectively, holding a rally when the police come to disperse them. We also get a brief look at Monsieur Gillenormand, who chastises Marius for demonstrating. Thénardier is scheming with the Patron Minette gang on the streets, where Valjean and Cosette wander helping the poor. They come over to see, but Madame Thénardier recognises them and the gang hold up Valjean, when Javert bursts in too, while Marius looks on, seeing Cosette for the first time. This essentially replaces the scene in the Thénardiers' room at Gorbeau Manor, I'm sure you can tell. Valjean escapes and Marius asks Eponine to find where Cosette lives. Marius is torn between his friends and Cosette when Gavroche informs them of Lamarck's death. Eponine takes Marius to Cosette's home and the two meet proper. Meanwhile, Thénardier turns up looking to rob the place and Eponine has to scare him away as usual. Eponine is played by Samantha Barks, who played her in the 25th anniversary concert and in the West End, and so knows how to work the character. Lamarck's death is where things kick off, and again, the high-budget production allows a certain amount of spectacle as the fighting starts and the barricades go up. At night, Javert is caught as a spy thanks to Gavroche, and Eponine saves Marius' life at the cost of her own. Marius sends Gavroche with a letter to Cosette, which is given to Valjean, who upon reading it heads to the barricade to find Marius. There, he finds Javert and sets him free as usual. Gavroche is shot and killed, and as the barricade falls, Valjean takes the injured Marius into the sewers. Javert arrives, clearly distressed, and takes the medal off his chest that he obviously got for escaping the barricades and places it on Gavroche's body. Javert also figures that Valjean has escaped into the sewers, which we see he has obviously done. Along the way, we see Thénardier looting corpses and not recognising Valjean, directing him to the exit, where Javert is waiting. Valjean pleads to let him take Marius home, which he does, and with the inspector unable to reconcile his actions with himself, throws himself off the bridge. Marius reawakens to see his grandfather tending to him, and returns to the site of the barricade to remember his friends. On the day of Marius and Cosette's wedding, the Thénardiers confront Marius with information about Valjean, revealing that he is the one that saved Marius, and that he is in the convent. Marius gives him a good punch, nice, and takes Cosette to see Valjean as he sits dying. After he passes, he is guided by Fantine to the final big shot of the film, just to remind you that yes, this has a budget. As I said at the start, this is a divisive movie. Whether you're a fan of the musical, a film critic who's never heard of Les Miserables, everyone's going to have a different opinion on this one. One thing I can say for sure, the film takes advantage of a big budget and throws in huge scenes and spectacles constantly to give it that epic feel. It's obviously CG, but it's not too distracting. From song to song, it aims for every moment to be an emotional high, sad, angry, anything. It's quite a lot to process. Contrast the big, almost ungraspable spectacles with the rawness of the singing, and you're being pulled in both ways towards the personal and the universal. The cast is a host of big names who bring their acting chops to bring that rawness to life. There's no space to bring out the quieter moments of the story that people who want an experience that captures the novel might want. Now, probably the most divisive element is the singing. As mentioned, the stars are all established actors who you wouldn't think of as singers in the first instance. However, a lot of them are able to at least hit the notes. Hugh Jackman, Anne Hathaway and Eddie Redmayne turn out a decent musical performance at least some of the time. They're definitely going all out acting-wise. As I mentioned, Russell Crowe as Javert I found a very poor fit. He's not the type of singer that can do Javert's songs. It's not a completely dreadful performance, he has his moments, it's just that constant feeling of him being in the wrong role. On top of this, one of the most notable aspects of the singing is it was recorded live rather than dubbed later. There's plenty of analysis on this by experts on the issues with this and how this affects the resulting singing when actors are acting, so I would implore you to read and or watch analysis of that rather than listening to me. I personally could not gel with the manner of singing, talking most of the lines, it's just a bit too messy for me. So yes, it's a cinematic spectacle, bringing the musical to the big screen in the most bombastic way possible. If I ever wanted to listen to the musical, would I watch this film instead? No, quite simply. However, you should definitely form your own opinion on this one. Back once again to Vietnam for 2013 and the third adaptation for Ngọn Cỏ Gió Đùa, the 1926 book by Kyu-Chan, which relocates the story of Les Miserables to early 19th century Vietnam. This one also holds a record on these adaptations. It is the third longest adaptation of Les Miserables ever produced, after the 1967 Brazilian TV series, and one we are yet to watch. This one has 45 episodes, running about 45 minutes each, for a total runtime of over 30 hours. It's a considerable investment for a book adaptation that is a good deal shorter than Hugo's novel. Let's see what it's all about. Once again, this is a long version, so I'm not going to go into every detail here. I'll just pick up the main story beats and any interesting divergences from the novel. We open up the first episode seeing a grandmother watching her hungry grandchildren, while their mother and uncle are out trying to work and get food. Unfortunately, there is a drought and crops are not growing. Their mother returns home with nothing, while their uncle is still out looking for work. He returns home to peek at his starving family and decides to head out again. This man is Le Vandoy, the Jean Valjean of this version. Meanwhile, at a rich man's house, Mr. Barrault and a bunch of men are gorging on exotic chocolate and discussing concerns about some revolutionaries led by some guy named Duong Te Hong. Vandoy comes to the estate to ask for work but is chased off. Vandoy collapses in a field and is found by a young woman named Lua and taken to her home to recover. Vandoy had promised Lua's father that he would marry her when he could afford to do so, but with the ongoing famine, he has had to put everything on hold. Lua and her whole side story is actually not in the book, and it takes time to build up Vandoy's character and fill up that runtime. Lua goes to work at Mr. Boha's house as a servant, where a wedding event is taking place. Vandoy returns home and again feels shame he has brought no food. He wanders over to Boha's house to beg for food, but is thrown out. He steals a bowl of pork porridge meant for the pigs, but is caught and arrested, accurate to the book. While Vandoy is in prison and on trial, Lua visits his sister and mother to try and help them. She also tries to get money for medicine for her father, and Mr. Boha schemes to lend her money to get her into his debt. Barrault is another character not in the book. He's a very cartoonesque villain in some respects. He always does this evil laugh whenever he says anything. Vandoy's mother dies and his sister and children leave the village to try and find work. While in prison, Vandoy is subject to the supervision of prison officer Doi Kai, who is this version's Javert, although his name is changed from Pham Kai in the novel. A new prisoner enters Doi's cell, who gives him the news that his mother has died. Dreaming of revenge against Boha and his family, Doi tries to escape when the prisoners are cutting firewood in the forest, but is promptly caught. Lua is fired from her job by Mrs. Barrault for being late and returns home to find her father has died. Doi tries to escape again, while Doi Kai gives chase. Lost in the forest, Kai finds him and the two get into a fight, while Barrault tries to take advantage of Lua since she is in so much debt to him. At another trial for escaping, Doi is sentenced to life imprisonment. It should also be noted that this version is set around the period of French colonialism in the country, so the prisoners are subject to French law and will see the French flag flying in the background. Perhaps ironic that the original version of Les Miserables was also French, and people are still suffering halfway around the world thanks to its rulers. This back and forth between Doi and Lua and their situations continues for quite a while. Eventually, Mrs. Barrault works out what her husband is doing and has a mob drag Lua out of her home for seducing her husband. While another servant tries to stand up for her and tells the truth that it was Barrault who was coercing her, she doesn't want to hear it. Lua is beaten and dragged to the Ha house, where she is locked up in the rice shed for the night. Some of the other servants help her escape, but she is found dead in the river the next morning by apparent suicide. Doi learns that Doi Kai was injured by his attacks, so much that he had to quit being a prison guard, and one of the servants that helped Lua, Bang He, finds employment in another nobleman's house. Doi meets Huang Taehung in prison, the leader of the rebel gang mentioned at the start. He and the others plan to make their escape during monsoon season. Bang Hai befriends the grandson of the nobleman, who laments that he doesn't have a father, or so his grandfather tells him. This kid is Taehung, who will be this version's Marius, making his father, who left to join a gang and ended up in prison, his father. A new prisoner who used to work for Ba Ho arrives in the same prison as Doi and gives him the sad news of Lua's death. Doi once again flies off in a rage and immediately runs from prison, determined to take revenge on Ba Ho. But Huang convinces him to remain a few days when they will escape during the monsoons as planned. In the book, Doi does not meet Taehung in prison. He is only mentioned primarily in passing like Marius' father, whom he is based off. Episode 11 gives us our first look at Hai Yen, who will become an important character for reasons we will reveal later on. Interestingly, he is riding a modern bicycle, which is the first time you might wonder at what period this is set. The book is set around the same time as Les Miserables, around 1810 to 1830, but this is obviously later than that. The references to French colonialism put it between about 1887 and 1954, although I suppose it doesn't really matter too much, as any new technologies don't really appear or are fairly minor, such as the bicycle. The references to French colonialism and Chinese influence do crop up in the story here and there, and do provide minor complexities, although if you're not as familiar with the history of the region, they don't matter too much. Anyway, Hai Yen is trying to convince Aunt Ngoi to marry him, but she knows how much of a sleazeball and philanderer he is. Doi and the prisoners put their plan into action and set out on their raft in the night, while Ngoi receives a letter from her father that states he is very sick, and with the letter being sent 2 months ago, goes to visit him with her teacher Sao. They arrive in a more modern city where they know nothing about how to get around compared to the country, not even knowing about house numbers and street names. Ngoi makes it to the home of Dokam and his wife Taifi, where her father was staying, and learns that her father has died 10 days ago. Taifi schemes to take advantage of the pure and well-intentioned Ngoi to saddle her with the debt of caring for her father when he was ill, which they didn't. At this point, we can say Ngoi takes the role of Fantine, while Dokam and Taifi are Monsieur and Madame Thénardier equivalents. Unlike in the original novel, where Fantine leaves Cosette with the Thénardiers, here Ngoi is forced to stay to pay off her father's imaginary debt, becoming the slave herself. This is a change that is also in keeping with the Ngọn Cỏ Gió Đùa book. Taifi is clearly seen as the mastermind behind the whole scheme, while Dokam is a bit of a buffoon just following his wife's directions. Meanwhile, Doi and the other prisoners are still on the raft, while Kai learns of their escape and vows revenge against Do, which his superiors advise against. The prisoners spot land and disembark, only to find they've landed next to a guard outpost, and have to find a way through the forest without being caught. Ngoi is taken to court, who rule that she must pay back her father's, again, imaginary, debt, but the official tries to bribe Ngoi into dropping the charges if she becomes his wife. This official is visited by the district governor and his son, Hai Yen, who we've seen previously. All of them are as corrupt as each other, and Hai Yen agrees to stay there to learn the ropes of being an official. At night, Ngoi is rescued from the official by a group of masked bandits, who are paid by Hai Yen. He says that Dokam paid him to rescue her, and as a result she feels indebted to Dokam and his wife to become their servant. Again, all is set up so everyone can basically take advantage of Ngoi. A fisherman helps Doi escape from the soldiers in his boat, and Taehung goes to see his son, but the guards are hanging about expecting him to show up, so he comes to the house at night. He confronts his father-in-law and demands to see his son, but is told it is a bad idea and that his wife has already passed away. Taehung reluctantly agrees and leaves. Back with Ba Ho and his wife, they find that their son has taken their business and bankrupted it, which means their fortune is gone. Couldn't have happened to nicer people, really. They try and sell their son out, obviously, but it doesn't work in front of the judge. Also, we get a confirmation of the year this is set here, with this specific part taking place in 1921. Taifi notices that Haiyan has been spending more time at their house lately. Dokam is looking after his horse in another subplot not in the book, and suspect he has an interest in An Ngoi, and once again she schemes about how to use this to her financial advantage. Dokam confesses his love for Ngoi, sick of his wife as well, but she runs off and bumps into Haiyan, who is still trying to win her over himself. Yen hears the case for Ngoi being in debt to Taifi and questions the amount of money and whether it's all made up. As always though, Haiyan is being less than honest and is charming another woman elsewhere. Li Vandoi is still on the run with his fellow inmate, lost in the forest, while the rest of them have escaped and reunited elsewhere. Taifi tries to set up Ngoi with a rich boy from a distinguished family, again to try and make money off Ngoi. However, Taifi finds negotiations quite challenging. To make matters more complicated, Haiyan arrives and sees what is going on, and recognizing the son, secretly bribes him for some reason. Doi, meanwhile, stumbles upon the grave of his mother, and he and his friend pay their respects. Still vowing revenge, Doi heads to Baho's residence at night, not knowing that they no longer live there, having gone bankrupt. Doi Kam learns that his wife has bribed an official to approve the marriage of Ngoi and the boy, and Haiyan takes the boy to dinner to intimidate him to back out of the marriage. Doi and his friend reunite with the other prisoners, while Doi himself tries to find Lua's grave. Haiyan takes Taifi for a ride to intimidate her, saying he'll expose the phony debt that she has been keeping Ngoi enslaved for. Again, she tries to cry her way out of it with only thinking about herself, while the boy An Ngoi was supposed to marry turns up as a carriage driver and tells her the truth, since he was paid by Haiyan, but he doesn't tell Ngoi that he was posing to be the man she would marry, but the real person that she was going to marry is a young man that is severely disabled, and she would be forced to be his carer upon their marriage. This is a very odd storyline, and one not in the book. There, Haiyan simply moves in with Dokam and his wife and plots to marry Ngoi, eventually paying some bandits to pretend to kidnap Ngoi one day, and he pretends to save her. Anyway, elsewhere, a journalist comes to the judge with an anonymous source that reveals the whole scheme and the judge's corruption. The journalist is, once again, one of Haiyan's friends. With her plan falling apart, Taifi decides to just beat Ngoi to feel better, but a group of masked men burst in and take Ngoi, again hired by Haiyan. Doi returns to the other inmates to find them dead after their planned robbery apparently went wrong. Doi Kai turns up to see them, annoyed that the body of Doi isn't among them. Doi steals from a house at night, but is seen and chased by a mob. Meanwhile, at a Buddhist monastery, a woman attends the monks, who is revealed in a flashback to have been found by the monks on the riverbank injured and nursed back to health. She removes her face covering to reveal herself as Lua, yep, the woman that Van Doi promised to marry, and whom everyone believed dead. Taefung is revealed to be alive too after escaping from the fate of the other escapees. Doi manages to collapse in front of the monastery and is taken in by the monks. He wakes up in the night and steals the expensive tea set, as in the book, and also a pair of candlesticks, as Valjean does in Les Misérables. I also want to note at this point that we are on episode 26 of 45, and we're only just now getting to the equivalent of the bishop and the candlesticks. This series has proceeded at a snail's pace in comparison to the story it is based on. Anyway, Doi goes to sell the valuables but is caught and put before the judges. The priest, Chan Tran Chan, is given the valuables to identify, among which is an oil container that Lua gave Le Van Doi all those years ago when he was first arrested, although Doi does not recognise her through her face covering. Chan Tran Chan says that he gave the items to Doi, and Doi is released. He begins to help out at the monastery, but Lua cannot bear to reveal her identity to him because of her disfigured face that she got on the night she supposedly died. After achieving enlightenment, Doi wonders about how he is to do good in the world, and Lua tries to help, but still keeping her identity secret. Taefung visits the home of his son, but only wishes to see him from afar. Doi leaves the monastery, taking the name of the priest there, Tran Chan Tam. Sounds a bit like Jean Valjean, doesn't it? And with the help of the temple's benefactor, who just so happens to be Taefung's father-in-law, Tu Chan, Le Van Doi acquires a rice field and learns to look after the workers under his care. Meanwhile, Aho and his wife, now homeless and penniless, have resorted to stealing, but are caught. It just so happens that they end up in a hospital on Doi's land, and recognising them, feels like they are a test for his faith to avoid taking revenge, as he so often dreamed before his enlightenment. The Baho couple suspect that Chantam might be Van Doi, but cannot be sure, but they also recognise one of Chantam's assistants as one of their former servants, and he recognises them too. Unlike Van Doi though, he is eager for revenge and begins to plot. Baho lies and says that they did not kill Lua and that she is still alive and living with a husband, which, when Doi learns, is infuriated by that lie and brings them before him in a rage, and, even after confessing who he is, they beg him not to kick them out. Later, a woman shows up in the hospital who turns out to be Doi's sister, who we haven't seen since the beginning. She dies fairly soon after though, after telling Doi that all her children died. Tu-chan plans to marry Chantam to one of his daughters, Kim Kui, while Aunt Ngoi falls ill and is taken to the hospital. And Doi Kai sees Chantam in passing, becoming suspicious of him. Again, we're on episode 32 here, and we're only at the comparable stage of Javert being suspicious of Monsieur Madeleine, so you can see just how slow this is going. Ha Yen, meanwhile, is married to his rich wife after abandoning Ngoi, and is jealous that Chantam got a hold of the land, which Yen had himself aimed to purchase. Ngoi is shown to have a daughter, Tu Van, who is obviously the equivalent of Cosette. With Ngoi struggling to feed her and her daughter, she makes the decision to leave her with the Dorcams while she finds work. This seems like a bit of an odd decision in this version, since Ngoi knows what they are like and how they treated her, whereas Fantine had no idea what the Thénardiers were really like. I suppose the reasoning is given that Hayen betrayed Ngoi even more than Dorcam did after abandoning her with a child, but still, going back to Dorcam and his wife is not the greatest of decisions. As expected, Taifi wastes no time planning to extort Hayen by working Tu Van until she is sick and telling Hayen that Ngoi has been treating their daughter poorly. Lua visits Chantam, still in disguise, and upon seeing the Bahos, collapses remembering how Baho treated her. While she is recovering, Chantam visits her and finally realises who she is. Unfortunately, their reunion is brief, and she sadly passes away, for real this time. The Dorcams take Tu Van and try to find Hayen, so when Ngoi returns to their home a few days later, they are nowhere to be found. The Bahos see Ngoi's grave and come to the conclusion that Doi is killing everyone that knows his real identity. They plan to steal from him and flee, but are caught and put in the jail where Doi Kai works. He finds it suspicious that they were well fed and looked after in Chantam's care, and they would flee to go back to life on the streets. The Dorcams meet with Hayen, but he isn't falling for their lousy scheming, saying that if they bring Ngoi to him, he might consider rewarding them. Doi Kai returns the Bahos to Chantam, who does not press charges, but Doi Kai later goes to the district officer to ask to investigate if Chantam is really Li Van Doi. The officer being, of course, Hayen, who, as we have mentioned, wants the property, which would be easy if the owner turned out to be a wanted criminal. This is another connection not in the book. Ngoi is hired to play her musical instrument at a young man's house, but when they try and take advantage of her, she is arrested by Doi Kai. This is fairly accurate to the book, and an obvious parallel with Fantine's arrest. Carrying on from this, Ngoi falls ill and is taken to Chantam's hospital. Hayen visits the hospital with his wife, and when Ngoi sees him, she collapses from shock and dies. Hayen does feel bad about her death, as he didn't want her dead, and tries to work out a way to get Tu Van away from the Dorcams, even though he doesn't want anyone to know that she is his daughter still, and so once again comes up with an elaborate scheme. Drama unfolds as Baho and his wife are found hanged in the gardens of the estate, and an investigation is launched. Suicide is suspected, but it is Hayen who hired the Taefung's gang to kill them and plant a letter on their bodies implicating Van Tam. However, when the gang learn from the couple that they know Chantam is their sworn brother Le Van Doi, they change their mind about planting the letter and just kill the couple. Chantam meets with Taefung to plan to keep ahead of the Hayen and Dokai's suspicions, while Fwong, the Marius equivalent, is shown to be studying at college in the city. Chantam plans to go to collect Tu Van. At the Doi comes, Tu Van is scolded for losing a calf and is sent out in the dark to find it, where Chantam finds her and helps her back home. Yes, it is the equivalent of Valjean meeting Cosette for the first time in the woods. Doi Kam is actually worried about her, but his wife as usual is the cruel one who doesn't care what happens to her. Although when Chantam comes to the house with Ngoi's letter, she isn't willing to part with the girl, not without some money anyway. Tuvan is brought to her mother's grave to mourn, while Taifi regrets not getting more money, and of course she starts scheming. Chantam adopts Tuvan, and Taifi just decides to go all out and kidnaps Tuvan to blackmail Haiyan. Tuvan is sent to study in the city with Fung, which is a new plot point for this adaptation. In the book, their meeting unfolds more or less the same as in Hugo's novel. Also, Chantam knows that Fung's father is the man who he escaped prison with, and is quite happy to look out for them. The Dorkams put their plan into action and kidnap Tuvan with the help of some bandits. Tuvan escapes while Haiyan's goons show up and tie the couple up before burning the house down with them in it. Thus ends their tale. Doi Kai has received an important letter, but Haiyan gets his goons to kidnap him to get it. Doi Kai manages to escape and travels to visit his superior, where Levan Doi has supposedly been caught, and where Kai confirms that it is him. Haiyan goes to directly blackmail Chantam to sell him the property, or reveal he is the real Levan Doi. That night, Taefung's gang break into Haiyan's house and kidnap him. Kai returns and apologizes to Chantam for thinking that he was Levan Doi, and also informs him that Haiyan was found hanged. With the threat of being exposed gone, Chantam is free to live his life. But the one person that was arrested for being him means he cannot let it go, as in the case of Champmathieu. Chantam puts his affairs in order to make sure the monastery is in good hands and Tuvan is cared for, and heads to the courtroom, where the supposed Levan Doi is on trial. After he confesses, we cut to some years later with Levan Doi in prison, reading a letter from Tuvan, saying how she is now married to Fwang and has a son, and that's where it ends. The latter half of the book is again not adapted, as in the 1989 version. The most notable points about this adaptation revolve around that 30-hour runtime. Even though the story of Les Miserables certainly has the content to fill such a runtime, the pacing is just so slow. As I mentioned, it takes until over halfway through the runtime to get to the equivalent scene with the bishop's candlesticks. Another strange decision is the inclusion of characters that are not in the book to further stretch out the runtime, such as Loire and the Baho couple. These stories are integrated very tidily into the story, but I'm not really sure they were necessary, even more so given that the series ends at the halfway point of the story, with Levan Doi confessing and simply ending it with him apparently spending the rest of his life in prison. Even within the episodes themselves, the pacing feels glacial. A lot of the scenes are spent with the characters sitting around a table and talking. It often feels like there's nothing to break up all of the dialogue. There's considerable effort gone into connecting all of the characters in a much tighter storyline so that they overlap with one another more, but there's so many details that if I mentioned them all, I would never finish. The characters are fairly well represented here. Levan Doi is well written and incorporates the element of him starting out being more or less an unthinking animal who doesn't really understand the rules and complexities of society. Ngoi is the picture of innocence. Doi Kam is a lot more subservient to his scheming wife Taifi in this version. Haiyan is given a much larger role in the series as the equivalent of Cosette's father, who constantly gets involved in shady deals and engaging in corrupt behaviour. He is intertwined with the stories of all the other characters in some way, presenting him as an overarching villain of sorts. Having Huang's father, Taefung, meet Doi in prison and become his sworn brother, and have him also take part in some of the major plot points, such as protecting Doi and his new identity, gives him a more fleshed out role. There is a bit of an issue with the character's screen time, as they can sometimes disappear for a few episodes and reappear without any idea of how much time has passed, and what they've been doing in the meantime. In particular, I'm thinking about Ngoi escaping the Dorkams and marrying Haiyan and giving birth to Tuvan, which is just glossed over. There's a good amount of extra elements that relate to the time and setting of Vietnam. Being set about 100 years after the book, it is able to incorporate the backdrop of French colonisation of the country and the impact of Western ideals that affect the country. These aren't essential elements of the story, but provide a nice bit of extra flourish. As mentioned, so many of the scenes are just characters sitting around a table discussing things, which fits the low budget of the production, but at least it has lots of outdoor shots and gives you a decent look at Vietnam. Overall, it tells the story of Ngọn Cỏ Gió Đùa, while also incorporating some new elements fairly seamlessly, but the overly long runtime alone makes this very difficult to recommend because it's a big investment into a story which is very slow and uneventful. Okay, are you ready for the undoubted king of Les Miserables adaptations? In 2014, a beloved institution and long-running series took it upon themselves to attempt a version of the epic story. Yes, it's Sesame Street, and their beloved adaptation, Les Misérables. Bear with me. This version tells the epic story of Jean Bonbon, played by the Cookie Monster, who doesn't have any cookies, until one day he finds cookies. He meets Flantine and Cremette, who are hungry, but Jean Bonbon is not willing to share. He comes across Eponine, bear with me, who is also hungry, but Bonbon still can't work out what they are feeling. Marius and Angel Food also show up, bear with me, lamenting the inequality on the streets of Paris of Bonbon having all the cookies and no one else having any. He tries once again to try and work out how they are feeling the only way he knows how, through song. Yes, I should have mentioned this is a parody of the musicals specifically. Through the power of song, Jean Bonbon learns the power of sharing food with everyone, and everyone is happy. The end. Okay, so this probably doesn't really count as an adaptation since it's just a 5-minute segment, but I'm including it anyway. Jean Bonbon doesn't have cookies, he gets cookies, but he doesn't understand why everyone else is sad when he has cookies, eventually learning empathy. These are the lessons we need to be teaching. It's a fun little parody of the Les Mis musical and 2012 film, not much more. You just have to survive the names being food puns. Angel Food is really stretching the limits of language. This does make me think though. The Muppets could definitely pull off a Les Miserables adaptation. In the style of Muppets Treasure Island or Muppets Christmas Carol, have Jean Valjean be the sole human actor and the rest Muppets. Kermit could be Marius, Miss Piggy could be Cosette and Fantine. How many adaptations have we seen where the same actor plays those two roles? Gonzo as Javert, or maybe Sam Eagle? And the Thénardiers? There's only one real choice for the role. Stadler and Waldorf, obviously. Make it happen, Disney. Next up, we have a television series from 2014. Los Miserables is a US telenovela broadcast on the Telemundo network and partly shot in Mexico. The series ran for 120 episodes. Yes, this is the longest Les Miserables adaptation in existence, running for 45 minutes per episode, at least. That's a total runtime of over 90 hours. Once again, I'll try to keep to the main points of the story for the sake of actually getting through this. The first episode opens in explosive fashion with police chasing down a car with a couple inside. You should be immediately aware then that this version does not take place in 19th century France, but in modern day Mexico. The woman in the car is shot, and it is implied that she lost the child she was pregnant with. The woman next wakes up in prison, reliving the scene that we just saw, which actually happened 11 years ago. This woman is Lucia Duran, and she is annoyed by her cellmate Rosalia, whose religious devotion annoys Lucia, and refuses to believe in any god that has put her through the things she has been through. Rosalia falls ill and on her deathbed entrusts Lucia to find and take care of her daughter when she is released. At this point, it is perhaps clear that Lucia Duran is our Jean Valjean, making her the first female Jean Valjean. Rosalia is a Fantine equivalent, and her daughter, you can assume, will be playing the role of Cosette. Meanwhile, Detective Daniel Ponce is hard at work busting drug gangs, as it is shown how he watched his mother get shot and killed by such gang members when he was just a boy. Lucia's family attend a hotel opening funded by a cartel boss Marrero, although there's never been enough evidence to convict him. Daniel is there too. In fact, everyone is. The opening episode really just throws all the characters and their relations to each other out in the open, and it's a bit tough to remember them all. But we have 120 episodes to learn them all, I suppose. Lucia is released from prison with a new lease of life, having qualified as a nurse while in prison and deported from the Texas prison back to Mexico. Lucia returns to her family home to find her sister Liliana there, who is less than happy to see her. Her mother too doesn't want to see her. Meanwhile, Daniel is leading a raid on a drugs operation when things go wrong and people are shot, including Daniel's partner, Agent Leon. They are taken to a charity hospital run by nuns, where coincidentally Lucia is interviewing for a job as a nurse, but is turned down due to her conviction. With an emergency unfolding, she pitches in to help regardless, but Daniel isn't happy about it. Lucia responds by giving him a good slap and telling him to arrest her if he doesn't like her helping. This Valjean takes no nonsense. The head nun, Amparo Ponce, Daniel's aunt, tells Daniel to back down, and after, Lucia is offered a job by Amparo, which Milagros, the nun who originally interviewed Lucia, is not happy about, and neither is Daniel. Liliana convinces Radames, who she is having an affair with, to use his criminal connections to get her sister out of the picture, but he has problems of his own with his daughter Olivia being found cheating on her husband César, and him wanting a divorce. Lucia begins her search for Roxana, Rosalia's daughter, that she promised to take care of upon her death. Roxana is being looked after, in the loosest way possible, by her aunt Nuria and her boyfriend Roque, who I suppose would be the Thénardier equivalents. It also turns out that Ponce's friend César is the man who is divorcing Olivia. Yes, there is a lot to keep track of here. Oh, and also, Radame's wife is Helena, who is Lucia and Liliana's older sister. Lucia tracks down Roxana and gives her the bad news about her mother, but promising to take care of her. Although when she goes round to her house, she finds that her aunt is the one who started a fight with her and her friend at a bar she was at, and led to her getting arrested. Unable to take Roxana away, she promises to find a way for them to be together. César meets Lucia and instantly takes a liking to her, sending a host of flowers to her job, which again causes trouble with Milagros and Daniel. A lot of this series is Lucia trying to do the right thing, even though she is constantly faced with prejudice from people like Daniel. Roxana falls ill and has been locked in her house by her aunt, so her friend Mamine, who is a homeless kid that I suppose is meant to stand in for Gavroche, goes to find Lucia to help. Lucia arrives and so does Daniel, who breaks down the door to rescue her. Daniel confesses his feelings to Lucia at the end of episode 4, and they enjoy a long kiss. Oh yes, not only is this the first female Jean Valjean, we also have our first Valjean-Javert romance. We're breaking all sorts of records here. Daniel is meanwhile investigating a mole in the police department who is helping the drug smugglers, while Lucia's mother goes to Radames to help him find Lucia, making the shocking admission that Lucia is not actually her daughter, and was a result of her husband's affair. She wants her found before she reveals the truth to her father, who misses her. Lucia's brother Arbel also wants to find her for their father's sake, and with the help of his girlfriend Adriana, find out that she has been in prison. Daniel uncovers and chases down the mole, but they have been fatally wounded, and the gunman gets away. Again. A love triangle develops between Lucia, Daniel and César, while Lucia's father learns that Lucia has returned, and her mother visits her along with Liliana to tell her to leave and not contact her father. He finds out the truth anyway, and leaves his wife. Daniel's job gets bigger too, as he meets the Mexican president to discuss the drug gangs, and also his ex Mariana arrives in his office after he apparently sent her flowers, but he knows nothing of it. Obviously someone is trying to break up him and Lucia. Looking at you, Leon. Lucia walks in to find them in a compromising position and storms out. César still has problems with his ex-wife and their son Oscar, who by the way is dating Vicky, the daughter of one of Lucia's other sisters, and who is a bit of a rebel and adrenaline junkie. Again, I'm not going to lay out every character in their storylines here because there's a lot of them. We're only up to episode 8 here as well. Liliana decides to end her affair with Radames and take a job with his business partner Diablo Marrero, who wants a bigger cut of the action. Roxana is allowed to live with Lucia. Meanwhile, Liliana is ambitious and wants to be Diablo's equal rather than his plaything, and he invites her to witness his day job as he has an informant tortured. She proves herself by shooting and killing him. Jeez, and her mom was worried about Lucia being the shame of the family. Lucia and Daniel finally hook up, but almost immediately, Liliana visits Daniel trying to get information out of him and finds Lucia there, spilling the secret about her past before Lucia can tell Daniel herself. With Daniel being such a stickler for the law and a hatred of drug dealers, he ends things, giving his half-brother César his chance, which he duly takes. Liliana is tasked with going to César's home to get some incriminating evidence with Gennaro, the mole inside Daniel's agency, and ends up shooting him. Lucia returns there and finds Gennaro there, and witnesses Gennaro kill César. She manages to escape and hitchhikes with a man named Carlos, who, would you believe, it turns out to be an old friend of Daniel's. Not knowing who to trust after César said not to trust the police, she initially keeps it to herself, for Roxana's sake. Daniel arrives at César's house and finds him dead, blaming himself just like he did for his mom's death, and returning, sees Lucia and blames her for everything just because she is a criminal too. Carlos turns up at the hospital and asks to hear the truth from Lucia, while later Lucia is finally reunited with her father and siblings. At César's funeral, the whole cast turns up since everyone knew him or was related to him in some way apparently. Diablo is also there and immediately takes a liking to Lucia. Lucia learns about her real mother and the whole family gets involved when Lucia accuses Liliana of planting the drugs in her high school locker that led to her being imprisoned. Nobody comes to Liliana's defense, which enrages her and her mother. Liliana tries taking Daniel out to dinner to partly get information about the investigation and partly to make Lucia jealous, but Daniel is wise to her plans and already suspects both of those things. Lucia and Daniel have to help Octavio, César's son, down from a building after he loses control and blames himself for his father's death, and in doing so, make up. Elena leaves Radames for the gardener Pablo, who is an old flame. Liliana meanwhile has had enough and wants Lucia dead. The USB containing the footage from the warehouse finds its way to Consuela's ex-husband Gaston, who tries to blackmail Liliana with Roque, Elena's boyfriend, but being completely incompetent, botches the exchange and falls off a rooftop to his death, while Roxana and Mamin, who witness it, get the doll with the USB unknowingly inside. Roxana is suffering from a post-traumatic stress disorder and is unable to speak about what she saw. Liliana shows up at the hospital, realising she was there, and threatens Roxana to keep her mouth shut about what she saw. Roxana is taken from Lucia by Child Protection Services, but Diablo shows up and says he'll bribe the judge for Lucia, allowing her to keep Roxana to try and impress Lucia. Liliana has enough again and hires a hitman to take care of Lucia when she, Daniel and Roxana are at the beach house, but the hitman accidentally shoots Diablo, who shows up as well. Enraged at the botched assassination, Liliana kills the hitman anyway. Daniel turns up drunk at Lucia's home, but is taken home by Sister Amparo. Diablo and his thugs break into Daniel's home that night though and shoot his bed full of bullets, not knowing it is Amparo under the sheets. Daniel wakes up and discovers the horrible scene, lamenting that his family keeps getting killed. Diablo tries to flee the country after the manhunt gets serious, and Daniel finally finds out that Gennaro is the mole inside his agency in episode 47. Marrero tries to board his private plane, but Daniel is there and finally arrests him. Liliana is trying to play absolutely everyone, and Daniel asks Lucia to marry him, which she agrees to. Things go bad quickly though, as people find out about Lucia and César's very brief romance and assume the worst about her, mostly due to Liliana playing everyone. Finding out that Lucia was at the beach house when César was killed too, Daniel arrests Lucia and presumes her guilt. When Carlos tries to tell Daniel and back up her story, he arrests him too. Diablo escapes from prison, while Deborah manages to attack her father Radames after an argument. Diablo goes to see his long-lost twin brother named Rafael Montez that was never mentioned before, and Victoria finds that she is pregnant. Unfortunately, Octavio doesn't want anything to do with her because he believes her aunt Lucia is a killer. Lucia is found guilty and sentenced to 20 years in prison. Roxana is taken away, but escapes and learns to survive on the streets. Daniel shacks up with Liliana like an idiot, while she actually bribed a prison guard to make Lucia ill and die in prison. Daniel realises that he still loves her though, and after visiting her in prison, breaks things off with Liliana to her indignation. Lucia is broken out during a prison transfer along with Alina, who was also in the same prison. Alina goes after Liliana to get revenge, but the two end up working together, knowing that Diablo is coming for them. Diablo takes Lucia to a safe house where he reunites her with Roxana and Mamin, thinking he can make them his family, but Lucia and the children escape. Diablo hatches a plan to have his twin brother killed while he takes his place, with everyone thinking he is dead. Lucia hands herself in to the authorities, and upon a retrial and the evidence of Rafael Montez, who is obviously Marrero, she is declared innocent. She briefly rekindles her romance with Daniel, and when Liliana finds out her sister is free, really wants her dead this time, and has the hitman shoot her. Lucia is in a coma, and Liliana finds herself kidnapped by Marrero, who is not impressed about her trying to kill his beloved Lucia. The two, however, do form a tenuous partnership of convenience. Daniel tries to prove that Raphael is Diablo, and when Vicky finds the USB stick containing the footage of Liliana murdering a man, she confronts Liliana with it, who in turn accidentally kills her niece by knocking her down some stairs. Shocking. This does also mark the first time we actually see Liliana feel bad about what she has done. Vicky's baby, however, is managed to be saved. Daniel is arrested for the murder of Anselmo, Diablo's right-hand man, who died in the police jail in his custody. Diablo tries to have Daniel killed when he is transferred, but he manages to flee during the chaos. Lucia finally finds the USB stick with the footage of Liliana killing the informant in the warehouse, and when she shows it to everyone, Liliana in desperation grabs her father and takes him hostage, before ditching him and fleeing. Radames is arrested and put in prison, where he is attacked. Lying in a medical bed, all he can do is order revenge against Pablo, his ex-wife's lover and Daniel's colleague. Lucia manages to get the proof that Raphael is actually Diablo, and he has to go on the run. Radames' hit on Pablo fails, and upon seeing him and Elena together again, dies. Liliana kidnaps Daniel in a final move of desperation, but he escapes. Liliana accidentally shoots her own mother and is taken to the hospital. On her deathbed, Lucia manages to forgive Fernanda, her mother, before she passes away. Liliana, Diablo, Gennaro and Nuria manage to escape via plane to Texas, and Liliana learns of her mother's death. They return to Mexico to oversee a drug deal, and Daniel and his team manage to intercept them. Nuria is arrested and Daniel is captured. When Diablo orders Liliana to kill Daniel, she can't do it. Gennaro stops Diablo from shooting her, but dies as Diablo shoots him and escapes. Lucia arrives to free Daniel, but Liliana is there, and the two have a final standoff before Lucia knocks her sister out and takes Daniel. Diablo confronts Lucia, but she manages to fend him off and impale his leg. Lucia drags Daniel through the abandoned building, which somewhat reminds me of how Valjean drags Marius through the Paris sewers, but that could be coincidence. Yes, don't forget, this is some sort of adaptation of Les Miserables. Liliana has finally snapped, and coming across Diablo, douses him in chemicals and burns him, and herself, alive. A gruesome end for the pair of them. With everything finally over, Pablo and Elena get married, and finally Lucia and Daniel do too, so I suppose everything ends up happily ever after. As you can tell, this is a very, very loose adaptation of Hugo's novel. The only real connections are some of the characters, Lucia Duran as Jean Valjean, Daniel as Javert, Roxana as Cosette, and Nuria and her boyfriend Roque as loosely the Thénardiers. Other than that, the large cast are their own thing, and everyone develops their own roles in departure from the source material. It adapts the characters at least well. Lucia is portrayed as a no-nonsense, unwavering person whose loyalties are unshakable and her principles non-negotiable. Daniel is a staunch ally of the law and is driven to catch criminals without compromise. Putting them together produces a lot of fireworks, but I suppose neither of them would fit a relationship that is more domestic, shall we say. The themes of the novel too, at least partly, are represented through the story, that of redemption, as Lucia tries to live her life despite being an ex-convict. Daniel's adherence to the law is also challenged the way it is with Javert to some degree, and Lucia also finding belief in God after what happened to her, although this is a very minor element that is only mentioned at the beginning once or twice. The majority of the story is your typical telenovela content of affairs and people overhearing secrets from around a corner or behind a door. There's enough emotion and action to both make it entertaining and make you care about the characters, the latter supported by some good acting from the leads. I can't really tell you if this is a good telenovela because I haven't watched any others, but there's at least a lot going on, even if some of it is massively stretched out, and the same issues repeated over and over. The story is not too over the top, apart from Marrero swapping places with his long-lost twin brother. That was a bit silly. The main issue here, if you actually want to watch this, it is 120 episodes and 90 hours long. This is a serious investment into a series in which, relatively, not much happens, and is only very tangentially related to Hugo's novel. In 2018, the BBC once again made an adaptation of Les Miserables. This one is a 6-part series of approximately 1-hour episodes. The opening scene shows us the aftermath of the Battle of Waterloo. Scavengers are looting the battlefield, while English soldiers shoot after them. One such scavenger pulls out a soldier from under a horse to rob him, not realising he is still alive. The man is obviously Thénardier, and the soldier he saved, Colonel Pontmercy. The colonel returns to Paris to see his father-in-law, Monsieur Gillenormand, to see his son Marius, but Gillenormand denies him and sends him off. He coincidentally passes a group of young girls, one of which is Fantine. Meanwhile, in Toulon, the prisoners of a chain gang are put to work, including our Jean Valjean, played by Dominic Reed. He causes a landslide which causes an officer to be caught in the rubble, but he does go to free the officer by using his huge strength to lift the boulder up, showing he still has some humanity left. He is shackled up and brought before Javert, played by David Oyelowo, who explains his backstory to Valjean about how he was born to criminals and how between the choice to break the law and safeguard it, the two of them have chosen opposite sides. This whole scene, while yes, it does explain the background of Javert, does feel like a bit too much exposition. I'm not really sure it fits Javert to volunteer this information to a criminal. At a high society party, Fantine is charmed by a young man, Felix Volemaïs, but her friend warns her about getting too attached. Having this extra background into Fantine's life is something we rarely see in any detail in these versions, and gets across both her purity and naivety. Gillenormand also teaches his young grandson Marius about how Napoleon was a traitor, along with his own father. Marius is taken to church on Sundays, where his father watches from a distance, as it is explained he does in the original story. A year later, Valjean is released on parole, and arrives in a town where he is shunned and finds nowhere to sleep, until an old woman tells him to knock on the door of the bishop, played by legendary actor Derek Jacobi. The scene unfolds in the usual way, although the bishop's sister isn't a character in this version. Anyway, Valjean is brought back and the bishop gives him the candlesticks, saying he has brought his soul for God. Fantine and her friends are also abandoned by their lovers, as in the book, and the episode ends with Valjean chasing Petit Gervais away, and Fantine with her new baby Cosette. Episode 2 begins with Fantine on the road with Cosette, entering a town and meeting Madame Thénardier and her 2 girls, played by Olivia Colman. Fantine leaves Cosette with the Thénardiers and arrives in Montreal-sur-Mer, where she witnesses a ceremony honouring Monsieur Madeleine, and another chance to get some exposition in on his background as he is introduced. Later, Fantine goes to Madeleine's factory, where he interviews Fantine himself, something we don't typically see. Javert arrives in town and immediately seems suspicious of the mayor. There's an extra bit in the storyline which seems to hint at a romantic interest between Fantine and Valjean as he overlooks the factory, which is something we've seen before in adaptations, but it's very rare. The forewoman becomes suspicious of Fantine and finds out about the letters she's been writing, and actually goes to the Thénardiers to try and get the story from them. These things add up to really single out Fantine from everyone else, whereas I think the story more befits Fantine being just another woman miserable that falls through the cracks and her circumstances overlooked. So putting her in the centre in this way I think skews the story somewhat. Furthermore, Fantine is personally dismissed by Monsieur Madeleine, which makes him look quite the villain. Valjean had been seen by Javert lifting up the horse cart earlier that day, and I suppose the stress of being exposed is meant to have contributed to being harsh of Fantine, but it still seems out of character for the person he is. Javert goes to the police in Paris to report that Madeleine is Valjean, but learns that another man believed to be Valjean has already been captured. Marius is brought to his father, who is now dying. This happens a lot earlier than in the novel, as that happens about 10 years after when Marius is a young man, rather than the child he is here. Fantine sells her hair, her teeth, and her body, eventually being arrested as a man pours snow down her back as usual. Valjean intervenes and takes her into his care. Later, Javert comes to Valjean to offer his resignation for denouncing the mayor. Now, usually Javert learns that Valjean has been caught after the incident with Fantine, but as we saw earlier, he has already learned that Valjean has been captured. In the novel, the incident with Fantine is the tipping point which leads to Javert to reporting Valjean, but here he does it before and without a real tipping point, and it's just a strange change that doesn't really make any sense. The courtroom scene unfolds with Valjean confessing, amid Javert seemingly still suspicious of the mayor, and Valjean asking Javert if he would revise his testimony, which he does to point out the real Valjean. Valjean also points out that the prisoners that identified him have probably been bribed. Now, this isn't the first adaptation which has left suspicions about Valjean's identity, but it is one which I think really harms the story. The point of the confession scene is that it is a perfect crime. A man will take Valjean's place and he will finally be free of his past. It's also to show that Javert himself can be mistaken. Throwing doubts into that does nothing, in my opinion, but dilute the impact of that scene. Anyway, Valjean confesses and Javert arrests him on the spot, taking him back to Montreal-sur-Mer to be locked up. He learns that the forewoman did not fetch Cosette as he asked, and so breaks free to see Fantine, who dies of shock in the usual way. Valjean is put in prison but breaks out, and we see Cosette at the Thénardiers being told to go fetch water from the woods. We also see Gavroche in the background, and briefly mentioned. Cosette meets Valjean in the woods and returns home with her. The only noteworthy part here is that Valjean pays for Cosette to play, and while Madame Thénardier asks who'll serve him his supper, he says that she will have to do it. There's no mention of a letter from Fantine in this version, so Valjean just buys Thénardier off. Valjean and Cosette stay in Paris, and Javert is transferred there, where he sees a report of an innkeeper couple reporting a kidnapping, obviously the Thénardiers and Cosette. Javert goes to question them, but is not impressed, accusing them of selling the child, and their inn is seized, forcing them to go to Paris. Javert puts up wanted posters around the city, while the landlady starts snooping around. She reports him to Javert, but Valjean and Cosette manage to escape. Here's where things differ a little. Valjean and Cosette climb into the convent over the wall, but instead Valjean bursts into the church full of nuns. By coincidence, Sister Simplice is there, who vouches for him. When Javert comes knocking, the Reverend Mother sends him away. She agrees to enroll Cosette in the school and allow Valjean to stay as a groundkeeper before episode 3 ends. Obviously, a lot has been cut here. No Fauchelevent, sneaking in and out of the convent, and so on. It's clear that all of this needed to fit into the end of the episode, but it's a lot to accept that Valjean just barged into the convent where men are not even allowed, and they just let Cosette enroll in the school for free and gave him a job. Episode 4 sees a now-grown Cosette who wishes to leave the convent to see the world. Although he disagrees, he honours her wishes. Meanwhile, we also see an adult Marius learning about his father from Monsieur Mabeuf. He confronts his grandfather about the truth and leaves. There's a bit of conflict between Cosette and Valjean as he is still overprotective of her, and this version really makes out Valjean to be really rough around the edges, constantly ordering Cosette about. Valjean agrees to take her to the Luxembourg Gardens, where she meets Marius and they exchange names, but Valjean is again less than impressed. Eponine is employed strongly to be a prostitute, although she doesn't attempt to seduce Marius. Eponine gives Valjean the letter for aid from her father, and he visits with Cosette, again determined to show her what the real world is like. Both Valjean and Cosette recognise Thénardier, although Valjean still promises to return that night, saying to Cosette he needs to deal with Thénardier and get him out of their lives forever. Marius overhears the plan to abduct him and goes to Javert to report it as usual. That night, Javert is waiting and recognises Valjean on his way to the building, and the scene unfolds as usual, although the episode does end with Marius going into Thénardier's room and seeing his painting of him carrying his father, Colonel Pontmercy, on his back at Waterloo, as he quite often likes to mention. Also, Gavroche pops in to introduce himself. Episode 5 sees Azelma and Eponine released from prison, but Madame Thénardier is left there. Thénardier himself escapes from prison to the sewers and plots his revenge to rob Valjean's home. Marius meets Cosette in her garden for the first time. Valjean, however, plans to leave for England, and Marius goes to his grandfather to ask permission to marry, but refuses as usual. Cosette leaves a letter for Marius before they move, after Eponine warns Valjean that Thénardier will come to the house that night, and Eponine takes the letter that Cosette leaves. Meanwhile, at Lamarck's funeral, the uprising starts and the barricades go up. Javert shows up asking about Valjean. Apparently he thinks Valjean is behind the uprising and probably every bad thing that has ever happened. Marius arrives and threatens to blow up the barricade and scare off the soldiers as usual, and Eponine sacrifices herself. Marius tasks Gavroche with sending a letter to Cosette, which he does, and of course Valjean gets a hold of it and heads to the barricade himself. Valjean arrives, the cannon fire pelts the barricade. Gavroche is killed in the usual way, and Valjean sets Javert free. The barricade is overrun, and Valjean takes the injured Marius through the sewers. Valjean reaches the locked gate, and Thénardier turns up. In this version, they both recognise each other. The issue with this is that Thénardier was so hell-bent on revenge against Valjean, it doesn't really make sense for him to let him out of the sewers. Javert is waiting outside and grants Valjean's request to take Marius home and visit Cosette one final time. Javert, visibly disturbed, writes his final letter with the recommendations outlined in the novel before jumping into the river, which Thénardier witnesses. As Marius recovers, Valjean summons him to confess his identity. In a change from the usual order of things, this is done before the wedding. He agrees to disappear after the wedding for Cosette's sake. Why make this change? I'm not sure. Anyway, on the day of the wedding, Thénardier is watching the church, as Valjean sneaks away. 6 weeks later, after their honeymoon, Marius and Cosette return home to find Thénardier waiting for them. No silly disguise from him this time. Cosette also meets him alongside Marius, which leads to her finding the truth about her father from Thénardier too. Other than that, the scene gets across the usual information. Cosette surmises that he has gone to Digne, home of the bishop, and they go to find him. Valjean falls ill and dies, but the final scene shows 2 young boys begging on the streets of Paris. The same boys that Gavroche helps out earlier by buying them bread, maybe? I'm not sure what it's trying to say here. That nothing has changed on the streets? I'm not sure. This is a darker version of the story that doesn't shy away from the dirt and debauchery. Nevertheless, it's still a bit sanitized for broadcasting on TV, and we never see anything which provokes a more visceral reaction. In terms of faithfulness to the novel, on the whole it takes care to reproduce a lot of the key scenes with accurate dialogue. There's a host of smaller changes though, which don't really provide anything new. A lot of the characterizations are also a little different. Valjean is a lot more rough around the edges and snaps at people a fair few times. I honestly don't think it was necessary to change Valjean's character in this way. He made the changes in his life to become a new person, as the kind Madeleine, and to have him still revert occasionally to his former self somewhat defeats the point of that. Obviously, Valjean is tried and tested on occasion, but the novel does this plenty through his confession in the courtroom and saving Marius. I just don't think it needs to put him through any more than that. Particularly, his overprotectiveness of Cosette leading to them arguing again offers a new dimension that I don't think is necessary. Javert's character is notably flat. I mean this in the sense that his character never really has a presence or develops in any specific way. The entire purpose of his character seems to be to explain things and deliver exposition. From the first scene he is in, where he explains his life story to Valjean even though no one asked him to, Javert suffers from the necessary feature of TV adaptations, having to over-explain everything and be painfully clear about what is going on. I've mentioned this before, but if your TV series is too confusing, or you can't get into it and get some idea of what is going on, viewers will just swap channels, so it has to be this way in some respects. Javert isn't the only one that does this, but he's definitely one of the biggest victims of it, and as a result, his character never really gets started. Thénardier is a lot harsher and nastier in this version, and Eponine and Marius fulfill their roles. I don't have much to say about them really. The production of this version is very nice, with detailed sets, costumes and plenty of extras that fill out the background. I do wonder how much of the 2012 film had an impact on this version. They do have a very similar look, and it's not just that Dominic West as Valjean looks very similar to Hugh Jackman in the same role. This version does however suffer from the more general critique I have of modern TV series, in that the dialogue is sometimes inaudible, the audio balance is off, and also everything is very dark, so you can barely see what is happening sometimes. The ability to light a scene outside of post-production is one of the things I lament about modern filming, but that's a general aside I suppose. Overall, this is not a terrible adaptation, but does fail to overcome the limitations of the format and doesn't manage to balance telling a complex story with having to explain it in a natural way. Back to Japan in 2019 for the next adaptation, Les Miserables, An Endless Journey was a TV special made in conjunction with the 60th anniversary of the Fuji television network. Despite all of the Japanese adaptations we have looked at thus far, this is somehow the first non-animated adaptation from the country that I have been able to view in full. In the first scene, we see a prisoner on the run. He goes to the hospital to see his brother Tetsu, but it is too late and he has already passed away. It turns out that Tetsu needed a liver donor that only his brother could give, and he escaped to try and help him. Having nothing left, he stands in the road, waiting for a truck to run him over. A man steps in to pull him out of the way, and when he wakes up, he finds himself in the old man's place. The old man's name is Tokuda, and he runs the Nurturing Institute, where lost young people are cared for. He is helped by Watanabe Takumi, another young man, and we learn that our escaped convict's name is Jun Banban, and was arrested for the alleged manslaughter of a shopkeeper. In a flashback to 2 years ago, we see that Jun confronts a shopkeeper with taking money from his mother so she could pay for Tetsu's surgery. The shopkeeper beats up Jun, and in the struggle, falls and hits his head on a table, killing him. Takumi and Banban become friends, and when the police come knocking looking for Banban, Tokuda covers for the young man. An earthquake hits the institute and Takumi is crushed in the debris, his final wish being that Jun take his wallet and identity to start a new life. In 2004, Jun is now working as a lawyer that defends the poor, just as Takumi wanted to do. Meanwhile, Ryosuke, the son of the shopkeeper that Jun allegedly killed, is still not convinced that Jun died in the fire, and the two coincidentally meet, not knowing the other's true identity. A young woman named Yui comes to Takumi's office with a young girl, Kozui, who are being threatened with eviction, which Takumi helps them out with. Yui has to work as a hostess, while Kozui is left at a daycare, which is run by a money-grabbing couple named the Tanabes, who are obviously the Thénardier equivalents. Ryosuke and Takumi run into each other again and head to a bar, but Takumi gets a call from a doctor who is with Yui, who is accused of harming someone, but Takumi manages to get the charges dropped. Takumi realises that the childcare facility Yui is leaving Kozui at is operating illegally and passes on the information to Ryosuke to investigate. Ryosuke goes to the Tokuda Institute where Jun was staying all those years ago after seeing a letter addressed to him, and after some investigating, comes to the conclusion that Takumi is Jun. He confronts Jun with the information, but does not accuse him directly. Takumi finds Yui collapse, and on her deathbed asks for Takumi to take care of Kozue. He breaks into the childcare centre that is still holding her and takes her home. Ryosuke goes to arrest Takumi, but he manages to escape with Kozue, with Ryosuke vowing to catch him. Skipping ahead to 2019, Kozue and Jun are living in the countryside, maintaining their own apple orchard. Kozue is dating Usui Shin, a local politician that wants to help Fukushima recover in the shadow of the real-life earthquake that took place there. Shin's grandfather, however, learns about this and wants to break the couple up, believing that Shin should focus on the elections. This more or less fits Shin with the role of Marius, as you can probably tell. A young woman named Erika Tanabe, working in Shin's office, sees his grandfather's file and the pictures of the young couple, and in jealousy, takes the pictures to her parents, who are the childcare centre owners, and recognising Kozue, they plan revenge. Obviously, Erika is taking the role of Eponine here. The couple find Jun in the country and try to blackmail him, revealing to him also that Kozue is dating someone. Jun confronts her about it, and she asks about his past before she knew him, but he cannot bear to tell her. Shin finds out that his grandfather paid someone to break off his relationship, and his grandfather tells him to choose between him and Kozue. Erika visits Kozue herself and also pleads with her to break up with him, saying his life will be in danger if she doesn't. Ryosuke busts Tanabe and his bicycle stealing operation, but tries to make a deal for Jun's location. Things escalate and Ryosuke is shot by Mr. Tanabe. Jun arrives and sees the pool of blood and Ryosuke's police ID and realises what has happened. The Tanabes go to bury Ryosuke's body in the woods, but Jun manages to find them and tie them up. He rescues Ryosuke and gets him some help, and when he regains consciousness, demands to know why he saved him before collapsing again. Jun returns home to find a message from Kozue, who has gone to the hospital with Shin after he collapsed. Jun manages to talk with Shin and recognises some of his own story, such as when he saw his friends die in the Fukushima earthquake, similar to Jun witnessing Takumi's death. Shin is diagnosed with the same disease as his brother Tetsu, as fate would happen, and Jun volunteers his liver, which he was unable to donate to his own brother. Due to donation laws though, Kozue and Shin will have to be married, and Jun goes to get Shin's grandfather's approval. Erika visits her parents to break off her relationship with them, wanting to be better than them. Ryosuke tracks down Jun's home, but learns he is due to have surgery. Heading to the hospital, he runs into Tokuda, who pleads with him to wait until the surgery is over to arrest him, so he can save the life of another. He confronts Jun on his hospital bed as he is going into surgery, but can't bring himself to stop him. Ryosuke returns to care for his mother, who doesn't remember him. He manages to forgive his mother, who was an accomplice to his father's schemes because she was too scared to stand up to him, and he learns to not let his grudges control his feelings. Jun leaves for Tokyo, leaving a note for Kozue explaining his past life and saying he is disappearing because his identity will prove problematic for Shin's political career. Shin, however, refuses to accept this when told by his grandfather and believes in forgiveness and redemption for the man who saved his life. Jun visits the real Takumi's memorial as Ryosuke appears. Jun says he is ready to confess and atone, and Ryosuke says that while he can never forgive Jun, it is also okay if Jun never forgives his father, as the two approach a somewhat mutual understanding. As the ending song plays, Ryosuke and Jun drive away in a car, leaving it open-ended as to what the future holds for our characters. This is a very down-to-earth and heartfelt adaptation that's able to deliver some very emotional moments. Translating the story to modern-day Japan works well, and it fits in the story to Japanese society, including making the Marius equivalent tied into the Fukushima disaster, obviously replacing the French politics of the original novel. While a fair amount of the details are changed, the main moments and characters of the story are replicated well, and it hits the necessary themes, most notably commentating on being able to start again. Most of the main cast are here, and their roles are fleshed out well. Ryosuke in the role of Javert has a big change, with him having a personal vendetta against Jun, and even though he didn't like his father, still blames Jun for ruining his life. Erika, as the Eponine equivalent, only has a very minor role, which I feel could have been larger. Likewise, there's a sense that Shin's background, his father, whom his grandfather dislikes like Marius's father, and the grandfather himself, should have had more detail put into their backstories and what they were dealing with. But if there wasn't time to fit all of those things in, then I think this adaptation focuses on the right things. It's paced with purpose, with every scene mattering and carrying the necessary emotional weight. It's a very good drama and a pretty good adaptation that perhaps does play it a bit too close to the novel without leaving its own mark on the story. But it's an all-around solid drama that delivers the themes of the novel well. And there you have it. That's every Les Miserables film and television adaptation that I could find. Over 100 years worth of adaptations of Hugo's epic tells and retells a universal story of injustice, poverty, change, and redemption. These adaptations have taken different forms, taking on themes from the time and location they are set, again proving the story's universality. While I think none of these adaptations are terrible, some are certainly better than others. But at the core is Hugo's novel, which is a solid story, and as long as you play to the things which make it a good story, you're set. The purpose of this video wasn't to find the best or worst adaptation or to really rate their quality. It was to bring together a comprehensive list of these adaptations, as well as to look at what and how to adapt the story, depending on the different times and locations it is set. With that said, I am going to list my 3 favourite adaptations that I have seen. This is, of course, personal opinion, so I'm not going to say there is a definitive adaptation because there's not. All of them have to make some changes and decide what to leave out in some respects, or make changes to fit a specific budget or time slot. So, with that precursor, and in no particular order, because I can't really separate them, my top 3 favourite Les Miserables adaptations are: Number 1, the 1925 film directed by Henri Fécaux. Running for 6 hours, This 4-part epic was one of the first full adaptations I watched, and really set the bar high for other adaptations going forward. It is a silent film, but as I said when I looked at it, Les Miserables is a film which doesn't rely really heavily on dialogue. It's a lot more to do with characters' states of mind, the actions they choose, and so on. With this in mind, the 1925 film is able to do so much with its acting and expressions to tell the story masterfully, with a lot of the content of the novel accounted for. The sets and costumes feel very authentic, and characters' appearances are clearly inspired by the original illustrations of the novel by Gustave Brion. Jean Toulour as Javert stands out as one of the definitive portrayals of the character. He looks exactly how I imagined the inspector would when I first read the novel, and his mannerisms, reactions and posture are perfect for the character. Number 2, the 1964 Italian TV series. This was a very nice surprise from an unexpected source, a low-budget, 10-episode adaptation that barely has any information about it. However, when I watched it, I knew that it was something special. To be clear, this has a very specific format which I'm sure will turn some people off. It is essentially a theatre production, shot on a small stage with minimal scenery, so there's no real spectacle. But interestingly, its strength is the complete opposite to the 1925 film, the dialogue. The series is driven by long scenes of dialogue and monologues that clearly bring the character's state of mind to life. We are given a window into their mind, what they're feeling and what is motivating them. This is expertly done by the actors who pour out long monologues in a single take, drawing the viewer in with their intensity, shutting out all worldly distractions, and you see and hear everything they are feeling. While it does have a low budget, it still manages some creative ways to bring things to life. Having Thénardier recount the Battle of Waterloo through a theatre performance of the battle being done in his inn is a brilliant move. The plot isn't spoiled by it being a TV series either. Each episode is a variable length and lasts as long as it needs to, so there's nothing adjusted to fit a strict time slot. This is definitely one for the fans though. You need that prior knowledge to fill in the larger picture of this version. But for the die-hard fans who know the novel, this should be an absolute treat. Number 3, the 2007 animated series Les Miserables Shoujo Cosette. Okay, first of all, I know this is definitely not going to be for everyone. The anime style and format is going to turn some people off, but still, I am going to maintain that this is one of the most comprehensive adaptations of the novel. With 52 episodes, there's plenty of time to get the entire story in. There are a few additions in terms of minor characters that are introduced that don't distract, and actually help flesh out the characters, giving them someone to interact with free from the constraints of the novel. What I like about this one is that all of the characters are given ample time to shine and fulfill their character arcs completely. The focus of this one, as the title implies, is on Cosette, and while the perspective shift is slight, it also does a good job of allowing Cosette to become a well-rounded character and give more of an insight into her thoughts about what is happening. This is welcome as Cosette's character is often lacking and is simply a romantic interest. Other characters too have good adaptations. Marius, who is often so difficult to adapt because his character often does not come across as the nicest or considerate person in the world, even in the novel. See how quickly he forgets Eponine and his friends in the ABC. In this version, the time is taken to develop his character, portraying him as innocent and kind-hearted. Maybe a bit too cookie-cutter of a character for some, but at least he's likeable, and he does react a lot more to what is happening around him. There's an undercurrent of a story where Valjean is attempting to build a school and hospital for the poor, which essentially gives him something more to do other than to stay at home all day with Cosette. As I have said with all of the animated adaptations, this medium in particular allows a lot more creativity with the character designs, and this version particularly gives everyone unique looks and body shapes and takes full advantage of that. And of course, let us not forget the two greatest things this adaptation gave us. Extremely handsome Enjolras, look at that man, and the greatest character ever, Chou-Chou. So there's my personal top 3, but there's so many adaptations to choose from, it's very likely that another would stand out to another person. The 1972 adaptation is incredibly detailed but basically skips the first half of the book. The 1958 version is a well-produced and thorough adaptation that should satisfy fans. The 1950 Plight of the Poor film and the 1972 remake are faithful to the novel while also incorporating the story well into the setting of India and replacing the uprising against the French monarchy with the revolt against British rule. The Ngọn Cỏ Gió Đùa adaptations also do a good job of relocating the story to Vietnam. In terms of the worst adaptation, there's none that stick out as being downright bad, but there's some changes which I think damage the story. The obvious one is when the plot point is added that suggests Valjean has a romantic interest in Cosette. That's just weird. Another one is in the 1935 version in particular, where it's made clear that the students don't want revolution, they just want prison reform, which is both laughable and historically inaccurate. In terms of definitive versions of characters, this one is a bit more difficult. There's a lot of different takes on the characters that distinguish themselves from each other. I will just highlight some of the most interesting ones that have stayed with me. In terms of Jean Valjean, there isn't really any one performance that sticks out to me as the definitive Valjean, although plenty of them tick all the necessary boxes. The main difference between the performances seems to be how rough and troubled he is. Some Valjeans still have that edge from being a prisoner for 19 years, while others present him as a truly changed man. His relationship to Cosette varies also a little between being fatherly and overprotective. Javert is an interesting character, and his portrayals vary a lot more. Some have him more stoic, firm, silent. Others portray him as mentally unstable, an absolute fanaticism to the law, and downright nasty and vindictive to anyone he deems a criminal. In terms of what I expect of Javert, I always think back to Valjean's description of the inspector in the novel. He's a good person, just misguided. He's a man that truly believes in what he is doing. He just has a very narrow field of vision on what is right, relying only on the label of criminal and its eternal identifier. Once a criminal, always a criminal. As such, I don't think the portrayals of Javert that have him be overly nasty or spiteful, name-calling and physically attacking people, really matches the character. Likewise, portrayals that make him more mentally unstable also don't fit. I think Javert has a perfectly sound, rational mind, and that is perhaps his downfall. As I mentioned, the 1925 portrayal by Jean Toulouse is the spitting image of what I imagined Javert to look and act like when I read the book. The animated versions often contrast Javert with Valjean. While Valjean is broad and bulky, Javert is narrow and filled with pointy features. I do keep coming back to the 1952 portrayal of Javert by Robert Newton. I thought he was brilliant in the role. A little too sly and scheming for the upright inspector, but I still loved his performance. Antonio Parsi in the 1971 Spanish series was also pretty good. Anthony Bate in the 1967 one is an unexpectedly good one. He speaks in a very soft tone with his Queen's English accent, but delivers a chilling coldness and indifference in his performance that hits just right. There's also that chilling laugh that belies a hint of madness that just comes out of nowhere and makes you question his state of mind before reverting back to his usual self. Seriously, that laugh haunts me. Anthony Perkins in the 1978 version also does a solid performance and manages to add in that hint of mental instability and obsession without it dominating his character. And who can forget the performance in the 1950 Plight of the Poor that was so iconic the actor used the name Javert for the rest of his career? Absolutely iconic. The most divisive Javert I think has to be the 1935 portrayal by Charles Lofton. His Javert is definitely the most unhinged. He talks absurdly fast, reciting laws and facts at high speeds, devoted to the law to the point of fanaticism. His performance balances a strictness with that always underlying sense of instability, that he might snap at any moment. While I don't think his performance is Javert, Lofton still creates quite a good character, and I think it's worth judging for yourself. For Eponine, I feel there's no real bad interpretations of her character. It's always pulled off with the necessary weight. I think the one that maybe stands out in terms of faithfulness to the novel is probably the portrayal by Sylvia Montfort in the 1958 film. She nails every aspect of the character perfectly. Marius is probably the character that undergoes the most varied of portrayals. His character is a bit all over the place. His attention is divided between many things, and he comes across as a bit unlikable in the novel, to put it mildly. We sometimes see Marius's character merge with Enjolras', making him the leader of the uprising. Sometimes he's more forceful and argumentative with Valjean over Cosette, again not adding to his likability. Due to all these differences, I can't really think of one that stands out as a definitive portrayal. Les Miserables is a timeless story, one which, as remarked at the beginning of the novel, will be told whenever injustice and poverty occurs. These adaptations hold true to Hugo's words, finding root across different times and countries, grappling with change, poverty, freedom, and redemption whenever and wherever the need arises. Hello everybody, if you've made it this far, I'd like to thank you very much for watching this video. As you can hopefully see, this research project took a lot of work from inception to completion. Given that I couldn't find a definitive list of television and film adaptations, I took it upon myself to do it, and I ran with it. A long way. Everything in this video has been done by me. The research, hours upon hours of watching, writing the script, filming and editing. It has been a monumental effort to see this to completion, and hopefully it will prove useful and enlightening to those interested in one of the greatest stories ever told. If you would like to say thank you and support this work, you can do all of the usual things like follow here on YouTube and all the other socials, or drop a donation on any of the links below. And hey, maybe if this is successful enough and I'm feeling particularly ambitious, maybe I'll do the same for adaptations from another novel. For now though, I just want to say thanks again for watching, and I'll see you next time.